There we go. Here we go. Welcome to the Nations Cup. Welcome indeed to the Nations Cup here in Poland. That was me earlier on this morning in the swimming pool, having a bit of a chilly start to the day. Alex, why didn't you join me in the pool?
Because I didn't want a chilly start to the day.
We're here. You might be able to hear in the background. There are some announcements happening just as we went live, which is always a bit frustrating. But it's a tournament. Things have to happen.
They do.
We can't just get in the way, but they can't stop us from talking over them for the next 11 and a half to 12 hours.
I do get the sense that Will could stop us if he really wanted to.
Probably could and probably does want to. In fact, I guess while we have announcements going on, we could probably play some of the videos that we've got.
That's right,
from earlier on. We've got stuff left over from yesterday, but Alex, just remind us, we had 11 and a half hours of this yesterday. What's been going on for the last 24 hours?
Well, we've been here at the biggest international MESBG tournament going, the Nations Cup in Warsaw, Poland. 132 players, 18 nations represented, 22 teams at the hall here in a hotel whose name I've forgotten.
Hotel Groban.
Groban, thank you very much, excellent.
If that's how it's pronounced.
We've had 3 teams play, so 6 teams play, 3 games here yesterday, and today we're going to have the top table teams, starting with
USA
and Poland.
Which is very exciting. So, yeah, as you mentioned, and obviously, if you're just joining into Entmoot here today and have no idea what's going on, and we're looking to see some action yesterday and came to Entmoot and missed out. It was all on Battlecamper, Alex's Battlecamper channel. Yesterday, if you're here because you have never heard of Entmoot and you've been forced here by the good people of Battlecamper, then I apologise, but welcome along to the start of the day here at the Nations Cup. We're very excited. As you say, you had 3 games yesterday and it was sort of more of the mid-table stuff yesterday.
That's right. So we started off with, oh God, I still forgot we started off with. It was
Wales
and Denmark.
Denmark, that's right. Yeah.
That's right. Fantastic game, and that was our opener. So we didn't have any rankings at all yet, but then we felt that we wanted to have. That is quite. Perhaps we go into a video now then. So guys, we've got a video. We're going to go for one of the interviews from yesterday that was taken after all 3 games. We've got a lovely guy from Tiernanog, one of the Irish teams, and he's going to chat to us about how his games went yesterday and how he experienced one of his first ever tournaments, which is the International here in Warsaw.
See what happens.
Hello, your name and your team, please.
Oh, so I am Oliver Gunson. I am on Tiernanog.
Tiernanog. And how are Tiernanog doing today?
I don't know on the last round here, but generally we've been winning like 1 or 2 matches and then losing the rest. So it's not going the best, but we're having a good time. You know, it's
beer in hand.
Yeah,
excellent
exactly.
hat.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I do try. I love the hat.
It's a great hat. It's a great hat.
Thank you.
And also, it's great if you need to be identified in a crowd. It's like it's the guy with the hat.
Yes. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. It's very much like anytime it's like, oh, we need to find Ollie. oh, there's the hat. Yeah,
hat,
go get
glasses,
him.
beard,
Yeah,
golden.
Yeah.
So,
exactly.
sorry. So what have you brought with you today?
I brought Erebor Reclaimed.
Very nice.
Yeah.
And you've won how many?
I've lost all 3.
Oh no!
Yeah.
I shouldn't have phrased it like that. The second I started phrasing it like that, I was like, no, different form of words.
No,
But
yeah.
that's fine. I mean, this is a high end. It's a really competitive
Oh,
tournament.
it's a very competitive tournament. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like round 1, we were against Poland, so we kind of went into it being like, right, this is a bit of a squash match. Like we're a very small team from Ireland. We're not competitive at all, but we'll go and we'll give it a go. And then round 2, we were against Scotland, and we went into it the best we could. But I got drawn up against Men of the West, and King Elisar, he just tore through the army.
He does that.
Yeah.
He does that.
Like, he killed Thorin, he killed Gloin, he killed Oin, he killed a load of dwarves. I was tabled by the end, so I was a bit like, oh, damn, okay.
That's a nightmare.
Yeah.
And so game 2, that was it. I suppose that was hold ground, wasn't it?
Yes,
So
hold
you're having
ground.
to try to get to the middle, and
Yeah.
you've got no choice
Oh,
but to face Aragorn
Yes.
head on.
Yeah, and it was a nightmare. It was just like, King Elisar, I'm just going to charge 2 dwarves, kill 2 dwarves, and then free heroic combat and kill 2 more dwarves. Your defense 7. It doesn't matter. I wound you on 3s because he was two-handing. And then towards the end, he was like, I'm going to stop two-handing. I'll just one hand. And he couldn't roll a 4. And I was like, oh man, if you'd done this all game, I would be so much happier right now. And then I
Bastard.
just played the Baron on Team Cheshire, and he has Army of the White Hand. So it was my first time playing Army of the White Hand.
Another night. So you got Men of the West and Army of the White Hand in 2 consecutive games.
Yeah.
That's pretty brutal.
Yeah, and to be fair, he did such a good job. Like his reconnoiter, he's got the birds. He flew off the board. I was very surprised. He put Grima with Thorin, and Thorin just basically kept rolling 1s to come on the board until he couldn't, and he came on the board. And then Grima was like, "Fine, fight, I'm going." And I was just like, I was fully expecting him to stick Grima to Thorin like a bit of glue, but he was just like, "No, I'm gonna bugger off." And then, yeah.
Well, that's the thing with Grima. He is, I genuinely think, the best 25 points you can spend in the game. Because they've got 2 options. You can either stay on the board and cause a real headache for you, meaning that your heroes aren't going to do anywhere near as much as they otherwise could do, or he just leaves and he gets points and then
Exactly.
all the pressure's on you. You're dwarves with little legs.
Yes, yeah. Like, I do have the march for 8 movement, and I can charge with that, which is handy. Like,
That's really handy. So that's a Erebor Reclaimed bonus, is it?
Yeah. So if I call a march, I can charge into combat afterwards, and it's normal combats. It's not yeah. So it's handy. But yeah, it was just Thorin arrived a bit too late. He marched off the board.
Just over 3 minutes remaining. 3 minutes.
Yeah. And then we marched. And then, surprisingly enough, Thorin was the only model I got off the board. Even though
Really?
he arrived late.
At least you don't want 3 from that because he's your leader, right? That's something.
But, yeah, that was something.
Just not enough.
Just not enough. No. But I did kill Saruman.
Hey, there you go.
So that's why I got the spot prize of killing the highest model on the
Very
leader.
nice.
So
Very nice.
I don't know what the spot prize is, but it'd be cool,
Beer, I assume, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, lovely to chat with you. I better get back to the stream, but and also my arm is getting tired.
That's very fair. Oh, thank you very much, Alex.
Yeah, you as well. And I hope you have a better luck at games tomorrow.
Oh, thank you. Cheers. Are you here tomorrow?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, absolutely.
Some great technical issues to end on that video report from Alex from yesterday.
I was just shaking his hand, but my arm was also really tired. I was so tired.
Also great to hear from Guy with Hat.
I love Guy with Hat. He's
Guy
great.
with Hat is
genuinely
fantastic.
lovely guy.
I honestly, I cannot for the life of me remember his name, but he's such a gentleman. I've spoken to him, played him before in Ireland, and really terrific fellow. The thing is, you guys know his name because we've just heard from him, and you've just probably said his name, but we can't hear it here in the studio.
And this is your first experience of the interview being played to you individually only, where I know what was said, that entire thing could have been like, oh my god, mate, isn't Harry such a jerk?
Yeah.
And you'd be there to smile, and then you come back like, what wonderful insights.
Yeah, some fantastic insights into day one there from Guy with Hat and Alex with some minor technical issues right at the end. So welcome back to Nations Cup. We played that interview basically to save you from having to hear Ed Hall, one of the referees here, shouting quite loudly to check everyone in the hall is here and ready and waiting, which I'm pleased to say they are. So if you can see in the background of that video there's lots of folk wandering around doing things. It's all very exciting. They're already halfway through the drafting process, which is where we basically the 6 players on each team try and, I guess, wrangle the way their opponents to try and have some minor benefit early on. Alex, how does that work?
So essentially, exactly to say, the teams are in a kind of negotiation where they're taking in turns. There's 15 steps. We're not going to go through all the steps, but there's 15 steps for them to essentially assign their teams to opponents in alternating ways with some random elements filtered in. And what we end up with is a set of games in which the teams have had some say over who's playing who. And of course, as we talked about yesterday, you can use that strategically. You can try and make it so that your best pairings go against the teams that are best suited to defeating a few teams go against their teams that are the weakest against your pairings, but with a trade-off that perhaps a few of yours are going to be sacrificial, and you accept you're likely to tank a couple of losses because you need 4 out of these 6 games to win a round, so you can tank 2 and still win the round. Or you might decide, as you heard from the England captain yesterday, that they're going to try and spread the games as much as possible to ensure that their pairings guarantee that every player has at least a chance of success. And that did appear to pay off well for England, particularly in rounds 1 and 2, where they got 2 wins, so they were at 4 tournament points, but then they got a tie with Germany, which knocked them out of the off the podium, off the top spot.
I think they are still 3rd, though. Is that not right?
Are they fit? Well, tell you what, why don't we go to the results?
Well, we will. So if you don't know where all of this, what we're talking about, Nations Cup, is all on the MESBG Army Tracker.com website, which I've just remembered I don't have a link to in the description below yet, so I'll put that in as soon as we can. But yeah, you can find out all the rankings there, and we'll be able to share that. But you can search for it, just Nations Cup, MESBG Army Tracker.com. But yes, I was right. England are 3rd currently. They drew with Germany in the final round, putting USA and Poland on the top spots, which is where the top table is going to be, which I guess we should have a quick look at. Alex.
Let's do that, yeah.
So as you can see, this is where on our stage. In fact, that's team captain of USA, Evan Iverson, wandering up to the stage to have a bit of a glance at the map. And you may notice, if you were here yesterday, that it's a different board.
It is a different board, so we decided that we wanted to mix things up a bit. We had some feedback yesterday, which was very apt on the height of the buildings. We want to give you as much visibility as possible. So Harry and the TOs went out this morning to get what I think is a really, really nice looking board. It's a snowscape. All the terrain fits perfectly with one another. We've got a range of these plastic buildings which are low, but they're still going to grant a good range of cover for a top table board. We do have a river. Now, yesterday we had a lot of feedback on the river, and one of the things that players said, that our chat was saying, was that we should have fjords to cross, so that some armies aren't immediately hampered, and I think we have them here in this board. You can see the players are, if they want to, they can agree things like that's fjord.
I think
that's a fjord, yeah, and they also have a gap around the bottom as well, so it's not quite as obstructed. And we actually have the teams right here now, obviously having a gander.
That's Team Poland right there.
Yeah, deciding, I think, which army's going to take it.
Excellent. So we're very excited. So we don't know who our player is yet, but we will find out very, very soon once the drafting process has really well and truly got kicked off. So one of the things that I know we're keen to mention over the course of the day and yesterday is the support that has gone into the Nations Cup. We've got a lot of sponsors that have helped make this happen. We've got an array of people who have basically financed what is, you know, a sort of mobile circus in a way, because this is
definitely a fucking circus.
It certainly is. But I mean, the team that are running this are UK based, but they're determined to never ever base the tournament in the UK if they can. So they have to bring all of the logistics. They have to arrange hotels from afar, bring terrain or a secure terrain. I believe the Polish community's absolutely delivered in terms of terrain this time, and so
particularly given, as we said before, they've got their own tournament going on next door, so they must have got 100 tables worth of terrain to this hotel in Warsaw.
Easily. Well, I think next door there's something in the range of 10 games happening over the course of 2 days. So they've got a 450-point tournament next door. So there's the top table here that we can see, which is these guys. Just sort of having a bit of a gander. These are the top table team. This is Poland number 1, but there are getting on for sort of 70 or something like that players in the other room who would have been eager to be in this room but aren't able to. But still,
so they've got as close as they possibly can.
Yeah,
they're within spitting distance.
But as we say, a lot of people go into. A lot of people have put some effort in and donated things to make this happen, including 7th City Collectibles, UK Nerd Shop, and tournament organising venue. They roam around the country in the UK, putting on events. World Champion head organiser here at the Nations Cup, also responsible there. We also have SBG Magazine, which is basically, I think, is the only but the best fanzine for...
The quality is astronomical.
Absolutely fantastic. We'll see some footage of some of these prizes later on, but I know that there are quite a few more there, Alex, that we're going to see. But actually now we'll just cut away briefly to the Americans who are just arriving on stage. There's 7 of them, intriguingly. So 7 different players. I think only 6 of them are actually playing. Not quite sure how that works. I think they did have a substitute yesterday. So the SPG Magazine, one of the best fanzines out there. We've got that there.
Absolutely superb. I've been lucky enough, and I think you have as well, to be involved in the production of one of these magazines before. Every issue, they make a giant board. They put together these huge armies. They do these incredible photo shoots and get these full double-page fold-outs of. So here we've got an Asciliath battle, and that is only one tiny portion of an enormous board, and they fill it with hundreds and hundreds of miniatures. So I did the Siege of Edoras, and I think there's about 50 Krebine models alone, and then hundreds of Dunlandings and Warriors of Rohan and Riders of Rohan. They've got articles, things like that. It's a really, really fantastic magazine. And then we have one of the other sponsors on the back as well. Generation Shift bases, GS bases, I believe they're being rebranded, which are a sponsor that focuses mainly on Middle-earth, I guess. I think the bases are designed for Middle-earth, but they can be used for pretty much anything. So they're fantastic. We'll rocket through the rest of them because we want to get a bit more discussion about the things. But we've got Rampage, their custom widgets, Micro Art, our pre-painted terrain kits, Navaretti miniature alternative 3D printed sculpts for the game. Also Hegemon, a big Polish gaming store as well, and Forge Master Minis, which they were kind enough to give a miniature to every single player at the Nations Cup, and they've also provided crucially, which means we're more likely to mention them on stream. To mention them if I hadn't got one.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, all of that. So I think that's covered the oomph of everything. If you're in the chat, let us know. Do drop in a comment. Who are you supporting?
Yeah, I mean Poland and USA. Poland, guys, you should be able to smash the support in chat because you're awake. And in the USA, it's God knows what time in the morning. So make sure, if you are in America and you're watching and you want the USA to win this tournament, they are currently right at the top. You need to shout loudest. You need to be posting and putting in the flags and all that sort of thing. And Poland, frankly, if you can't get some support going in chat, what you're playing at.
Absolutely. There are people in the chat saying to be there again, saying woo America already. I don't know whether you're staying up late or not, but either way, exciting. Flip saying supporting Poland as well. So very exciting ahead of this first game here at the Nations Cup on day number 2. I guess we had quite a lot to talk about from yesterday, in the sense that we saw some quite, in terms of stats and things like that, I guess a bit of a trend towards what kind of armies that each team was bringing to the tournament.
Yeah.
And although we were focusing not entirely on the top table, there was still a sense of some of the armies that were appearing more often than others.
That's right. I mean, I was surprised we got away without a single Saruman.
Yes.
We didn't have any Sarumen, despite the fact we did have Uruk-hai, we did have an Isengard list in these Ugluk scouts.
We did.
And we also didn't see any monster match, big monster list. We had Burder. But that was there was a lot of orcs, wargs, wild warg chieftain. We had only one troll and Burder himself. So we've had two big menaces of the meta, at least in the UK, Army of the White Hand and Monster Mash lists, and we haven't had either of them, which surprised me, took me back, but perhaps we'll see them on the top tables.
Well, we did hear briefly from USA yesterday, who are the owners of the only monster list, the only eagle list at the tournament. So we're just being distracted because right behind us we appear to have a Polish player who's reached the top stage. His toys are on the stage, so we'll bring you a detail of who we're going to see first. It looks... Alex is just manhandling the miniatures. Is that a Battle of Fornost list? I think it might be a Battle of Fornost list just from looking at it. Alex being completely clueless despite looking directly at the miniatures. Hang on. Still no idea. Battle. Brilliant. Anyway, we had some. We've got some potential eagles. 750 points of eagles, perhaps not the peak for those guys, but certainly well worth considering as top table meta at the moment. They certainly did quite well yesterday. Is it a Battle of Fornost list, Alex?
It's not. It's an Arnor list.
Arnor list. Oh, so we've got some mounted Arnor Knights in there.
We do have some Arnor Knights. It is actually a beautifully painted list as well.
Oh,
some really gorgeous colours. So I'm looking forward to getting those on stream.
Oh, and it looks to me like it's going to be Devon Marino from Team USA, famous from the Unexpected podcast in America, and one of the longest, and also the DCHL, the DC Hobbit League. Devon's been a stalwart of the community for many, many years. He runs Nova in America, one of the biggest tournaments in America, and he's a regular traveller over to Europe to take part in events here, which is fantastic. He's shown so much support over the years, and I think he regularly comes over for things like Throne of Skulls and Ardacon in the UK. But it'd be great to see him in action, because I've heard him talk the game quite a lot, but I've never seen him live. So
we're
really
going
interesting.
To catch the action. I mean, in chat, to be there again today, so they're both really good players, so it should be very close. So
I'm sure they are. They're
both
on the top table.
Both on the top table, yeah.
If they're doing well and are crap, then who knows what's going on? Yeah.
Well, so only these two teams actually won all three of their rounds yesterday.
Yes, that's true.
England won 2, drew 1. Germany won 2, drew 1. So you're absolutely right. England's in third place, but with one fewer tournament points, which is a significant thing. So we're looking potentially at Poland winning this tournament 2 years in a row.
Yes, that's one I think we should have said. They're holding the home advantage, and they're the returning champions. So I guess in another way, they have more to lose. There's more at stake for these guys, because they've got the whole Polish community next door cheering them on, but also scrutinising their every move. So
and the scrutiny here, this is a vehicle for scrutiny. This stream.
Oh, absolutely. There's plenty of time for scrutiny here. So as people join us for the next sort of 45 minutes or so before the game gets underway proper, there's plenty of warm up and action to catch up some stuff. Alex is going to head out just a second. So if you weren't here yesterday on Battlecamper, you won't know that we basically have been broadcasting live across the tournament in this chair with our slightly darkened backdrop, but also we've been heading out to the tournament and trying to bring you a flavour of the event as well. Obviously, on a live stream like this, it's very difficult to get a sense of the room just from one table, but we've made a sort of attempt to try and rig things up to have a look around the room, try and get a flavour from all the different tables, maybe not just the top tables, but the middle and the bottom tables, and we'll be bringing you videos, footage of the painting competition, which is happening later, and just a bit of a flavour of the tournament as well. So Alex is going to film some of that stuff later, and he's also getting the team their mics up. You might be able to just see him rigging them up with the microphones. We'll find out exactly what armies they've got, but I can give you a vague summary of each of the Polish list, because we know as they came first last year, we had prepared for the potential of this to happen. So their team has brought an Army of the White Hand with 56 models. They brought an Arnor list, which is the one we're going to see now, with 48 models. Defenders of Helm's Deep with 50 models. Ugluk Scouts with 59, Garrison of Dale with 44, and Usurpers of Edoras with 58 models. So, I mean, you get a sense there, the average model count is very high at this tournament. I believe it's 46 or thereabouts, if I can scroll down to my stats. The average model count of the tournament is 46, so quite high, certainly higher in the previous edition. The largest army is 94 models, and the smallest army is 5 models, which I believe is an Ent army, so very exciting. We also have 64% of the armies don't have magic in, which is intriguing, and 72% of lists have 0 monsters. So despite the perceived increase in power of monsters over the course of the change in the new edition, it's still perhaps not considered by these top table players of this tournament, at the very least, as among the most competitive lists. Alex returns, so I'm guessing we're going to get our lists at some point soon.
Well, we will have the lists right now because we know who the players are.
We do.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my data entry mode.
Excellent.
My forte. So you're stuck with Harry for a little bit longer, but then it is his channel we're on today.
Indeed.
So
well, what I think I'm going to do, while we're still waiting for the everything to get stuck in, we've got a little short clip of some of the prizes that we filmed earlier, so I'll just whack that on. It's only very short, and we'll return after that and maybe dive into the chat and see what's going on. So let's have a quick look at some of the prize support here at the event.
Yes, I think so. I think it's probably not the point at which you then should be carrying.
There we go. So just a quick glance at some of the trophies, some of the sponsors there. We mentioned quite a lot of them earlier, but we won't labour the point because we get straight into the action. We've just found out the names of our players. We've got Chichi, I think it is Chichi. Apologies if we're butchering that. But Chichi has the Arnor model, the Arnor army, which has around 48 models, and I believe
Devin is Army of the White Hand.
Army of the White Hand, we've got one.
Talking about the fact we'd escaped all the SamP here today, we've got one in round 1. I'm not massively surprised.
No, I mean,
I know it's a powerful list, but it is also quite a fun list. It's not just big beat stick heroes, it's tricks, and it's got a huge range of models, particularly after this weekend once the legacy is factored in. You can bring done endings, but even in the current makeup, you've got Scouts, you've got Wild Men, you've got the Oathmaker, you've got SamP, you've got Grima, you've got the special powers that SamP gets in that list. I think there's a lot of fun in there, and there's some interesting things to see how it works.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly strong. I mean, we'll see how this affects the deployment for Chichi here, of course, because we know we've got the this lightning, I can't remember the name of the rule, but anyway, SamP does the lightning bolt thing right at the start of the game. So could we see quite a spread out deployment for all of his miniatures?
That's a strength 5 hit on every model within 2 inches, I think, of the target.
Yeah,
right?
so could we see 6 or 7 Arnor take a hit in the first turn? But then, of course, with Malbeth, that lightning may not be as effective. Though, having said that, of any army facing up against Arnor, I do think the Army of the White Hand is one of the strongest to do because of the supreme power of Saruman. Saruman is a perfect person to be dealing Malbeth some serious damage. So we could well see Malbeth come under a withering hail of sorcerous blasts and various things.
And do you think that's who he'll choose to be the -1 on resist tests for Saruman?
I would say that would be my choice. I don't know what people think in the chat, but yeah, I think if I was going to choose any, I would get Malbeth, blast the shit out of him, and then the rest of the Arnor warriors are a lot easier to kill then, because without that, the D6 is already hard enough to crack through. but with the 5+ save, it's next to impossible. So maybe the magic. We'll see if that makes a difference. But we'll find out in a second. So Alex is filling out the data, as we can see. I think we might be seeing the start of deployment in a second. Yeah, it is deployment time officially. So let's have a look at a wide view of the board. See these guys in action. You can see our setup there. We've got a dice cam for later on in the game, sponsoring the biggest Polish tournament in the world, in the country. Sorry, of previous years, because we forgot to bring our own dice tray. But yeah. There we go, we've got a dice go in action. Okay, so just having an announcement across the hall saying that please submit your pairings. Of course, in a process like this, the pairings aren't done automatically. There's a drafting system, so they need to know who's playing against who. So that's already probably happened. And we should probably flag the quality of the MESB Army Tracker website. Once again, you can follow this all at home. Hopefully, can we hear from the players at this point, Alex? I don't know whether there's any discussion happening just yet, but we might.
They should now be able to hear the players, but I think we keep a close eye on chat because, of course, this is when we had audible difficulties yesterday. So if you are struggling to hear the players, or if it's causing any feedback, just drop it in chat and we'll turn those off.
Yeah, we don't want to have any disasters. So let's see if we. I'm just going to try and get that link in the description for you guys. So do bear with me in a sec for now, and we'll try and get this MESBG Army Tracker in because, as we say, Nations Cup, very easy to follow if you know where to go. And sadly, at the moment. There's no way of finding it in the link, so we'll put that in right now, and then we'll carry on the broadcast. Lots of you joining now steadily as the morning gets underway. Probably realistically 15 minutes before the game actually begins. But welcome along if you're here. Let us know where you're joining in from. Are you UK based? Are you across Europe? Are you waking up on the other side of the world somewhere? Let us know. It'd be keen to know. Right. I can't find the descriptions.
Now, of course, one of the things we need to be careful of, Harry, in trying to keep track of this game is because it's I'm in the right hands, there's going to be some, I expect, duplicate heroes, captains and chieftains, and that's always the challenge when you're viewing a game from afar remotely and trying to figure out which captain's done which and who spent what resources.
Yeah, I mean, it's just generally quite difficult for us to follow who's doing what anyway, because as we mentioned yesterday, there's just the mobile nature of this setup is a limiting factor into what we can provide for you. We'll give you as much as we can, but we might get the odd thing wrong occasionally as we try and interpret the actions from.
Will. I think a will is a
and indeed fate. But yes. See what I did there? Thank you.
I liked it actually.
Thank you. Good. Very good. I don't seem to be able to edit the thing on my phone, so I'm going to have to wait until Alex is finished on the old thing there.
Well, should we go through? Should we go through the armies in more detail? Because we've given them the heroes. I don't think we've actually given them the heroes, but all we've flagged up is what the armies are. So should we have a little look at who's bringing what in these lists?
Yes.
So Army of the White Hand, which of course is the US list, the Saruman, Grima Wormtongue, of course, because why wouldn't it be? He'd be there. The best 25 points you can spend in the game, in my opinion.
Yeah.
5 Isengard Orc Warriors with Shield, 5 Orc Warriors with Spear, 4 Wild Men, 2 Crabane, and an Isengard Orc Warrior with a banner.
Nice.
Are there banner points in this game? That's worth looking up.
Which one are we playing? Destroy the
Destroy
Spies,
the
I believe there are, yeah.
An Oathmaker, Warband 2, with 5 Wild Men of Dunland, 5 Orc Warriors with Spear. The Wild Men, have bows. Another Crib. First we have our first Wild Man Chieftain with 5 Orc Warriors, 5 Wild Men of Dunland. The Warriors have got spears, the Wild Men of Dunland have got bows, and 2 more Crabane. That's 5 Crabane. And then Warband 4 is a second Chieftain with 4 Wild Men of Dunland, and they're just vanilla, and another 2 Crabane for 7 Crabane. So 2 things to note: no Oryx whatsoever in that list.
Oh,
so
interesting.
No Strength 4 and no Fight 4, and we have no Oricai captains either. We've got the 2 Chieftain, the Oathmaker, Saruman and Grima. As for Arnor, which is the Polish team, we've got
something else.
Arnor. I mean, I could probably guess. It'll have Duree, it'll have Malbeth, it'll have 2, maybe 3 captains, I think.
You've got the
this coverage of the Nations Cup, and as we count down for probably only a few more minutes, I think 6 minutes or thereabouts until the game gets underway properly, so very exciting. Yeah, okay, cool. So we've got those lists, and I believe you're starting to update the stuff. I guess for people at home, what are we thinking? I mean, are we excited for the potential? Who's going to win? Or what are we thinking? Who are we backing? I mean, you may well say you want to support USA or Poland, but who do you actually think is going to win here?
And Harry, are we betting another drink on this?
Oh, hold on. The audio went silent there briefly. Don't know why.
Are we back?
It looks like we are. Not quite sure why that would have been.
No, sorry about that, guys.
Audio keeps dropping and can't hear the players.
Okay, so the players' microphones are turned off at the moment.
Okay.
So that would explain why you can't hear the players. I don't know why our audio is dropping.
I don't know whether it's something to do with me fiddling around with the computer which is streaming. There may have just been too much going on this computer, so I'll avoid faffing around on this computer any further. But either way, thanks very much, guys. Sorry, the last 3 minutes, if you were talking, we missed it. Well, apologies, Glyn. We were. I feel annoyed now because I was trying to fill anyway, but we might as well have not bothered. Oh well. Hopefully you can see us now and hear us here at the Nations Cup. So, who are you backing? I guess is the big question. We've got lots going on. We've got Arnor, we've got Army of the White Hand. I think actually we will have missed the rundown of the list then.
Yes, we did give you a rundown.
Yes, we were running through all of the Army lists.
I'll tell you, we'll
it's a shame.
Do that again in just a second.
We will.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll do that right now because I can do my data entry at any time, really.
That's true.
So we have the American team, which is Army of the White Hand.
This is Devon.
That's Devon. And this is Saruman. And of course, Green Wormtongue, the best 25 points you can spend in the game, in my opinion. 5 Isengard Orc Warriors with Shield, 5 Orc Warriors with Spear, 4 Wildmen of Dunland Vanilla, 2 Crebain, and an Isengard Orc Warrior with a banner. And we were saying we think there are banner points, so we're going to check that. But
we believe there are, yeah.
In this list, in this game, sorry. We then have Warband 2, a Wildman Oathmaker, 5 Wildmen of Dunland with Bow, 5 Orc Warriors with Spear, another Crebain for 3 total, and another banner for 2 total. Then we have Warband 3, which is the first of 2 Wildmen Chieftain, 5 Isengard Orc Warriors with Spear, 5 Wildmen of Dunland with Bow, 2 more Crebain for 5 total, excellent, and the final 4th Warband Wildman Chieftain, 4 Wildmen of Dunland, and 2 more Crebain for 7 total. So no Uruk-hai at all in this list.
But a lot of models.
A lot of models.
How many models exactly? 52, wasn't it?
So we've got 52 models.
10 bows.
10 bows.
Actually, under the possibility, I think you can have somewhere in the region of 16 bows. with that number. So,
But again, if you're
intriguingly
maxing
low.
out the numbers, I guess, then you're not going to.
Maybe, but I don't know. I think if you've got the possibility for 16 bows, you go for it.
Yeah.
Because there's no downside. Because I think they can only be armoured with light shields, so you're not going to lose defence by giving them bows instead of a shield.
So you can't have the two-handed weapon. Can't have the flaming brand.
Yeah, it's true. But still, interesting assessment.
Then the Polish list with Chichi. This is Arnor, and the first warbanders, of course, Avadui, last king of Arnor, with a single knight of Arnor, 8 warriors of Arnor vanilla, 1 warrior with a banner, so that's the first banner on the list, and 8 rangers with spear. We then have Argadir, captain of Arnor, with 3 knights, and that's it. And then we have the third warband is Malbeth, the seer, 6 warriors vanilla, 6 rangers with spear, and then we have a captain in warband 4, and that is with 9 warriors of Arnor vanilla, 1 ranger of Arnor with spear, and another banner on a ranger of Arnor, so that's 2 banners total, 48 models, so not a huge difference between the 2 model counts.
No, and of course the Arnor models higher defence, and they have that Malbeth save if Saruman doesn't destroy it soon. Now, we've been seeing them slowly deploying here, and you might be able to pick out on the screen exactly what's what. I'm just verifying, but I'm pretty confident that is Saruman there, which he doesn't come with a horse in this list. I think you read out the list. I can't remember you saying.
He definitely doesn't have. They've not bought him a horse.
They've not bought him a horse, yeah. So that's fine. So that's definitely Saruman. There's also you can also see already the spread out nature of the Arnor force here. Preparing for that Saruman lightning bolt thing potentially coming in turn 1.
And should we, sorry, Harry.
No, I was also going to point out another very key feature of this board. There's a well on the board.
There is a well.
Which, if people are regular viewers of Battlecamper live streams, a well has caused much guffawing in previous streams.
MVP, well is always MVP. We've had two Urukai, 2 berserkers for that matter, falling into a well to their death. And we've had a well save a game, well, nearly save a game for one of my opponents at the end of a long line, about 6 successful in the ways. Both arrows then hit the well and saved their objective carrying model. Anyway, should we have a quick look at the objectives in sports?
This reminds us of destroy the supplies. Have we got the bug on the screen? We've got a little flag at the bottom to remind people who are just joining us. There it is. Who we're hearing from, USA and Poland, and this scenario, and we'll add for each of those, Poland playing with Arnor, and if as you look at the screen, Arnor is deploying on the left. I probably should have made that clear. That's Arnor, and that is Army of the White Hand. So there we go.
The points in destroy the supplies. So 3 victory points for each enemy supply marker that's been destroyed, 1 for each enemy supply marker that has not been destroyed, but where you have more models within 3 inches than your opponents, which I think is new for this edition.
Yes, I think so, yeah.
You get 1 victory point if you have destroyed more enemies supply markers than your opponent has.
I think that's also new.
Yep. 1 victory point for enemy general wounded, 3 if they're killed, 1 if their army is broken, 3 if they're broken, you're not broken. 2 victory points if they have no banners left at the end of the game. Both armies have got 2 banners, so they both protect themselves on that count. And 1 victory points if at least 1 banner remaining at the end of the game, and you have more. Sorry.
And if you have more banners than your opponent,
then you get 2 victory points. Yeah. So they're basically lots of banner points available.
So actually, yeah, intriguing as you said. Did we say both armies have got 2 banners?
Both armies got 2 banners.
So actually, in this scenario, that's could be quite interesting because it could be if one army loses a banner. Then it does give the other army a bit of an advantage. But yeah, quite interesting.
Should we have a quick look at the resources? Now we've got them. I've done my data entry, Harry.
Oh, well done, Alex.
So here is the armies. Evil is always going to be represented by the Eye of Sauron, and good by a leaf of Lothlorien. So we've got Argadir, Malbeth, Captain of Arnor, Saruman Grima, Wildman Oathmaker, and we should have 2 chieftains. Sorry, let me add that second chieftain in.
That's okay. We've actually just missed the handshake, and we're going to, if you can get that off the screen, we can see the priority roll. 3. So Devon gets to choose from America whether he's going to take priority or not. So Devon's handing priority to Chichi. Chichi?
Sorry.
Chichi, is that his name?
Chichi, yeah. So Chichi's got priority this turn.
I'm seeing it. It's spelt CICHY. So if you're Polish and I'm pronouncing it incorrectly, I do apologise.
Absolutely correct.
We'll have a look at the top down as they start moving. So I believe. I think you'll be able to. You're more of a white hand player than I am. When does this lightning bolt happen? Is it the start phase? Is it in Saruman's move phase? Because it's not a traditional spell, is it?
It's not a spell at all. No, it's a special rule, and I believe it happens right at the beginning of the turn, presumably before any heroics happen. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to get those rules up. It's an odd one, isn't it? Because it's one of those ones that makes Saruman very, very powerful in a specific list, which I always find a little bit unusual.
Someone's asking in the chat what this circle is next to Army of the White Hand. Do you have an idea?
It's a feature of the overlay I'm using to denote, technically, it's one of those teams is in the lead, so I'm afraid we can't get rid of it. It doesn't denote anything for our purposes.
I know, it's just a lovely white circle. Lovely. Grimmer can also destroy supplies, I believe, so that's something to watch out for.
He reveals himself if he does.
Yes, very good. Very well
so you could get one, and it's a really nice little clutch thing that you can do at the end. But Malbeth, the seer, has he got any way of frustrating Grimmer?
No, I don't think so.
So do we know where Grimmer's deployed?
That was what I was going to just find out while you're...
You find out, I'm going to do the voice of Saruman,
thing,
that's right, yeah.
I'll do that.
So Saruman has got 3 powers he can use in this list. I'm sure everyone's very familiar with Army of the White Hand. It's called the voice of Saruman, and he can do these during his activation. He can choose one of these abilities. So the first is Conjure Lightning, and that's a point in the battlefield at least 12 inches away from any friendly model, and each model within 2 inches of the chosen model suffers a strength 6 hit. I thought it was strength 5, strength 6. And if it's cavalry, then both the model and mount will suffer the hit. There's Summon Gale, which is till the end of the turn, models half their move value, and Call Thunder, which is until the end of the turn, models have the Fearful special rule. So 3 really powerful abilities. Hamish gets it absolutely right. Hello, Hamish. Great to have you in. He calls it absolutely correctly. It is during his activation. So Harry, that happens during the player's activation.
So Grimmer has deployed here.
So whose warband is that?
I don't know.
It doesn't really matter. Whatever.
But he's certainly in the thick of the action. So whether he's going to reveal himself early on to try and destroy a supply, I suspect that Devon won't do that. If it's going to reveal him, I think that's probably not the right move. But we'll find out. You can see a lovely shot there in the background of the hall itself, the chandeliers hanging from the roof here at the hotel in Warsaw. As all the games get very much underway, you can see all these tables here at the front. That's where the hobby is going to be later on, so we'll be able to see some beautiful miniatures. Yesterday we saw a lovely snow troll.
Good. Well, we didn't really get much of a close-up bit.
No, but we did see it, and it was very nice.
Until it left the board immediately. Yeah.
Yes, it ran away in. Well, it was a snow troll standing in for a hill troll, which appeared in a piece of terrain on Burdur's Horde. So
that's right. We'll get some close-ups of these models shortly, because I think there's particularly, I don't know what you thought of the Arnor list, but I thought it was beautiful, really, really nice.
The shields in particular on the Arnor, you can't quite, because where the focus is focusing on all of these people in the background rather than on the table, so we'll just try and fix that. But yeah, you can see the yellow they're very, very nice. Alex is going to sort that out, I think, just by twiddling a little bit the camera. There we go. There it is. Oh yes, you can see that lovely, lovely Arnor banner there. Very nice. Thank you very much, Alex, for rejigging that for us.
So I just love those colours. I think they look really, really nicely. They work really nicely.
Mountain Gate Gaming from Australia. He's saying, I understand wanting to limit the effect of the lightning bolts, but looking at the movement from Arnor, I'm scared about how much board space he's giving up, which is interesting. He is very much spread out. But, I mean, I'd argue Mr. Mountain Gate Gaming, I don't know whether it's Jay or who is standing in as Mountain Gate Gaming today, but it's destroyed the supplies as well, so I guess you kind of want to be spread out to try and maybe prevent the objectives being captured. But then Arnor, again, works best in a bubble because of the various different effects that come from the bubble. Alex, are you heading off for some reason?
I'm going to go try and get the lights rejigged slightly. Sometimes once we've started in the streams on the go, it looks a little bit different than it did when we were preparing. Okay. And I'd quite like to get just a better view of some of these lovely models.
Yeah, lovely. Okay, so we'll try and rejig some cameras there for you. Alex or Harry, is that Alan C in the light blue t-shirt? Alan Cameron in the background somewhere. I don't know whether we can see him. Yes, it is. That's Alan there, Hamish. He featured on the stream yesterday, only briefly, but he featured nonetheless. The question Flip is asking, is that a frozen river? It is a frozen river. Yesterday the TO ruled that all water is shallow water, but I think it can also be agreed between players as to whether the terrain is a river, shallow water or deep water or anything like that. Alex, I'll just see if we can get confirmation. Alex, did you ask them whether they've chosen to have the river as shallow water or not? Yeah, so just having a bit of a debate there. I think we might get the refs to have a look. They're trying to debate about the river. Is it shallow? Is it frozen? Sorry? Yeah, no, we'll turn it. We're just gonna while they have that discussion, we're gonna mute their microphones and see what happens. But of course, this is a top table game. This is This is top tables. So understandably, before they deploy, they need to understand what it is and what's going on. Head ref or one of the referees there, Ed, making a decision there for them. He's decided that it's shallow water.
Did you catch that?
Yes, I think it was agreed that it's shallow water. I think that's what we agreed yesterday as well. So I think it's only fair for that. Oh, Mercer Plan says we can't hear them anyway.
Yeah, they're off.
I only just turned them off.
Okay, fine.
But they're saying we can't hear them anyway. So
Well, okay, fine.
maybe we need to sort that if we can. But.
Well, I will have a look at their levels and see why that is.
Are they on?
Sorry,
Are the microphones on?
that's probably it. I reckon what we've done is we've turned the audio up in here. Sorry about this, guys. As always, a little bit of faff. That'll be why. I think it's this one here. That's it. So now their microphones are on, guys. I'm so sorry about that. That's a little bit clever. But once they're not actually talking at the
That's
moment.
weird.
When they are,
How can they get so much further?
there you go. You should have heard them just talking to each other now. Hopefully the audio isn't horrible, but you should have the players' audio now. And let us know.
Just about here, something they aren't actually saying anything at the moment. So there we go. Hamish Gentle's cheering on Ed Hall, the referee. He is a star of the community and a very experienced player. I think, I don't know whether he still holds the record, but certainly one of the most decorated. He's both coveted and decorated, frankly. But one of the most decorated GBHL players in history, having won many tournaments and leagues as he is.
What a hero. Harry. Turn their volume down just a tad. It should be good.
Oh, that's good. That's a nice. After yesterday, actually, that's quite a nice problem to have.
Yeah.
Because yesterday we were really struggling.
Glenn Seymour, are the players happy with the river? Well, they're clear on what the river is. I didn't get an emotional response to their review of the river, but they've decided that the entire template is shallow water.
Well, I think ultimately you can't really deploy on a board like that and assume that it's not a river. It looks like a river. So, you know, but why would you assume otherwise?
If it quacks like a river, then it's probably a river.
Exactly, though I can see it, with it being a snowy board, I can understand the potential for it being a frozen river, which I think is what Chichi maybe interpreted it as initially, but either way, we've got some rolls of a dice, so I don't know what that's for. Did you guys?
Is that priority?
I don't think Chichi hasn't stood up, so I don't think so. Maybe it's a casting roll of some sort? Yes, Saruman's just moved, so he's probably cast something on himself. God knows what.
Which means we've once again missed the start timer. We have 2 hours and 3 minutes remaining.
Oh, yeah.
So let's get that
2 hours
going.
and 3 minutes. There we go. You should be able to see that on the screen now. There we go. Game time, 2 hours and a bit. It's actually quite generous in terms of round times here at the Nations Cup. We've got 2 hours 15 of the actual game, plus 15 minutes of deployment before that. So there we go. Right, we're on to some shooting by the sounds of it.
That still counts. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, not quite sure what that was.
5 bows here.
We accidentally rolled priority. We skipped the shooting phase.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Thanks,
There you go.
Devin.
I don't know whether you heard Devin explaining that.
You must have done.
Yeah, they missed their shooting phase. Flip supporting Poland here, so some shooting. Let's see what happens.
We got a kill.
This guy? No, and it's like a...
1 kill.
And 1, this guy. Shot him. Yep. No. Priority. Mine. Yeah.
Priority. Now it's priority. But they've decided that they're keeping the last
We're
fight
standing with the result.
There we
So
go.
he's going first.
Thank you, Devin. So Poland has got priority.
Indeed. There you go. So for once, it wasn't us misinterpreting what was happening. It was just the players getting it slightly wrong, which is quite nice.
It's always nice when it's not our fault. We don't get to enjoy that often. When we do, we really enjoy it.
This is the first and only time that will happen today, I'm sure. So lovely. So we still haven't had the lightning bolt.
No.
Maybe Devon is interpreting the effect it's having on Chichi's deployment as being a bonus. If we look here, his movement is very much spread out, and Arnor very much really wants to be in a bubble, but it's absolutely not in a bubble at the moment. I'm trying to work out where Malbeth is, but I can't quite make him out on the big screen here. Can we see it on a different angle? No, because that's the Army of the White Hand. Let's see if we can work it out.
Don Taskmer, thank you. I'm so sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Saying, just want to say thank you for your hard work for streaming of this quality. I really enjoy watching it from Germany. Thank you very, very much indeed. And of course, your team is doing very well as well in 4th place. They had 2 round wins in the draw yesterday. So we might see them on the top table. We might see Germany here at some point today. So
I think it's very likely we see. Just for people who aren't aware, Germany and England drew yesterday in their final game of the day. They were both they were 1st and 2nd at that point. They drew. Now they're in 3rd and 4th. And they've been, because they would have been paired against each other, because they just drew against each other. They've both been paired down. So I believe England are playing Greece, and Germany. Is it Czechia? I can't remember who they're playing. But either way, they're playing being paired down. So I think there's a very strong chance both of those do well in this game. So we'll be certainly in contention for playing top tables again.
To be there again has a personal connection with Devin, and so very much rooting for his success. He's a big guy in the community, so there's going to be a lot of people, I think, who are willing him on to victory.
I went over to check where Malbeth was. Malbeth is here, and that's Arvidwe right at the back there. So very much fearless bubble there. Malbeth bubble there, and that looks slightly like a pair of breasts. So there we go. Definitely at this point, the effect of that, or certainly the psychological effect of that lightning bolt attack is quite significantly changing the way Chichi is moving his army.
It's interesting though, isn't it?
I don't know whether it's just worth just taking the hit, especially while you've got Malbeth on the field.
It's a 2-inch bubble. You're going to get a couple, but you're not going to get a lot. Straight 6 against defence 5 and 6. Well, unless you get the Rangers, they're presumably defence 4.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. So you're going to be 3s on the Rangers, so that's a bit of a nightmare. But still, it's not the end of the world. I'd be more scared personally of the half movement. That, at the right moment, can really mess you up, because if you're both trying to make sure that you've got control of where the charge is going early on in the game, or when the lines are first clashing,
then Saruman essentially has a free hand to say, no, I'm going to dictate the flow of those initial combats.
And remind me, the half movement power, is that a 6-inch bubble as well?
No, that's board wide.
So that's every member of that. So particularly with this river they've got to cross, and a half movement.
So an inch and a half you'd get across the river.
Yeah, which significantly would slow things down.
hadn't
Did they
thought about
agree
that.
that this is a ford, or
They couldn't. The TOs decided the whole
thing was
footprint is shallow water.
Oh, interesting. I wonder if they'd known that, they might have been more inclined to go around this way. Who knows?
Yeah, interesting. I mean, that's, I think, a good advertisement for why it is before you deploy. It's a good idea to have a little conversation about what terrain is down and what each feature is going to be.
Indeed. I wonder whether, because actually the team captains will have had a good look at each of the boards to try and choose which boards are better or worse for their armies. Whether they had interpreted it the same or not, I don't know. But to be honest, being partial to some of these conversations happening earlier on, I would be very surprised if they didn't check with the TO or assume the worst. So,
Yeah.
Carulian Dave saying thanks to the stream, guys. Thanks very much.
Yeah, so it's literally just until the end of the turn, enemy models half the move value. That's nonsense. It's
and
really,
there's also
really
the fearful move, which stops.
Yeah.
people
So
doing
an
push-ups.
Arnor, their courage is
2,
so
but
7 plus,
8 plus.
8 plus.
But they have a fearless bubble of 6 inches around Arvedui here.
Okay, fine.
So
but there's not many models in that.
Well, frankly, it's none at all. But Arvedui, I wonder. I don't know what people think in the chat. What do you think? Do you think that Chichi is making a mistake here by spreading his lines so thinly, with all the benefits that come with an Arnor bubble? Bearing in mind this is destroy the supply, so we have a supply there. The other one must be somewhere in here, and the other one in there, and then one there, and one there. So, yeah.
Sorry, just desperate for a nice little shot of that Isengard line there.
Yeah, looking lovely. I think so. You can see Saruman sneaking in the back there. And there's some really nice models actually. You can't quite see the captain over this end, but there's a nice chieftain with an axe and a big fluffy coat. I think this is the other one with a lovely hood as well. And the banner's looking nice. It's a Mordor Orc banner there, because of course this list is the one where you can have orcs in Isengard, and there are no Urukai, which is interesting.
So yeah, could have had scouts, but didn't take scouts. I must admit, it's a fun list, but it's one that I won't now take because I don't want to be that guy.
Yeah.
Which is always awful. It's always awful. It's not fun. It's like Ents, you know. Ents used to be the fluffy player's choice.
True.
A bit of a meme. Now they can wreck face and really ruin, particularly at the right points level, ruin someone's day.
Having said that, there are some very hard counters to those Ents.
I learned that the hard way, Harry, at my last tournament.
And who was it that you played against?
So
what armies?
So it was two Fornos lists.
I was going to say Fornos is a particularly hard counter.
Yeah, which was bleak. So it had one Fornos list, got trashed, and had another one straight away. And I also had a Last Alliance Gentleman. So obviously
Gilgalad, Elendil,
Elendil.
Glorfindel with his +1 to Rune Monsters, and
they-
Arnor with his plus equally bonus.
and they just go from Ent to Ent, and they can reliably kill 2 a turn. So really, really brutal stuff. And it was Chariot in one game, some of the Goms games and other games.
They just absolutely destroyed you.
I got wrecked repeatedly.
I mean,
But
to be
it
fair,
was
player
very,
skill.
very lovely.
Player skill there does come into it, and this is meant to be a compliment because the Golems game was generally quite good, except Elliot. At the game, Elliot's a great streamer, but not quite on the tabletops. I'll happily throw that shade. But the rest of the Golems games are top players, and Jay Asharia is one of the best players in the league. So I think it's respectable to lose to those guys.
Terrifying aura.
Here we go, terrifying aura cast on a 2+, so I think that's a fail. I think it's a 3+ for his cast to terrifying aura.
Yeah, it's gone up, yeah.
No, it did happen. I thought it's a 2. Does he not? Does he pass terrifying aura on a 2+?
No.
I don't know, so it's a fail then.
1, 2, 1, 2.
What are these shots? These shots?
And 5.
both hit but no kills.
6.
6 more shots coming in from over here.
Again, 1, 2.
Oh, we're actually going that way.
And second line. Okay? 2. No. Again. Yes. 1.
It's your channel, Harry.
Again.
Can't
So
resist.
again, we've got a lot of hits but no kills.
And 5.
5 to kill.
1.
Oof, so we've got one.
Just shoot.
Just the one wild man. It's not going to do a lot. But hey, actually, in this list, 52 models versus 48 on the Arnor side. Actually, just killing a few because the Arnor warriors are way better in combat than the Dunlendings.
And this guy.
The Cobain, though, of course, is going to be the real thorn in the side here.
Oh yeah, I love Cobain. Love a Cobain. Tag says, first time ever watching an MESBG game. We really hope that it does justice to this fantastic game.
Well, I'm sorry that this is also probably going to be your last time watching an MESBG game, judging from there.
You could have picked a better stream.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're going to watch an MESBG game, watching the Nations Cup, these top table of the Nations Cup, Poland versus USA, the reigning champions against USA, and Devon from the US playing on the right hand side is one of the most experienced players I think at this time. That was completely honest. He's been playing since the very start and at high level. Shooting at the bows here, so there's Devon shooting at the bows. Do let us know. Hopefully,
Because if I kill, I'm going to roll 2 wound, 1 at a time. Does that make sense?
so Devon, of course, that's one of the other big difficulties in an international tournament is communication is so important in MESBG. Just being able to say, is that within 6 inches? That model is in or out of 6 inches. But at this competitive level, with language barriers potentially getting in the way, it makes communication even more important to avoid disputes. And Devon making it very clear there who he's shooting and how he's shooting. Very good.
That's a very good point. Back to priority now.
Yep. The yellow dice taking it on a 3, and he's giving it to Chichi.
So that's Poland for priority this turn.
Poland's priority. It'd be great if we could have that white dot on the bottom of the screen represent.
I think there is a way of doing it actually.
Well, if we can get it to happen, then brilliant. But if we can't, then we, ignore the white dot. If you guys, I can see people pretty much answering all the questions in the chat. There's 69 of you, wayo, in the chat so far. Feel free to ask each other questions. I think it's 3 VPs per supply destroyed, and you want to destroy more than your opponent as well. Still staying spread out. Remind me, Alex, when in the move phase does the spell happen, or is it before the move phase?
It is in Saruman's activation.
Okay.
So obviously if he's giving away priority, move's not going to help. But when he knows where all his models are, he might want to use his lightning.
Maybe he's waiting for them to bunch together again. So any time during his movement phase?
I think it's at the beginning of his activation.
Okay. I was going to say,
we need to bear in mind the lightning has a minimum range of 12 inches.
So he's got to do it soon. But then Saruman is, I think he was somewhere in here, wasn't he? I can't see him anymore. Somewhere at this point. Where is Saruman? He's hiding somewhere. It's like a game of Where's Wally? Some discussion about Grimmer in the chat. The Grimmer has gotten a lot better in this edition, hasn't he?
So he was already good. He's one of the models I don't understand why he got such buff. I get that they wanted him to move through enemy models, but it's just been such a boon for him. And I've said before, I think that if he can move through enemy models should be able to move through him. The difficulty is that there are some situations now where you can make an unstoppable trade with green men. So, for example, I played my friends Iron Hills. They had the Iron Hills Blister. That's 120 points. He goes and stands next to the blister, destroys it. Yes, he reveals himself. He traded 25 points for a big 120-point investment, and there's absolutely not a sausage that they can do about it.
There's no counterplay to that, is there at all? I believe Grimmer is somewhere here, is that right? Somewhere around there. You might actually be able to see better at home if you're watching on a very large, high definition monitor. We're monitoring things on a relatively smaller screen and trying to keep an eye on all the different cameras. So you might know better than us. Sadly, it looks like Well is out of action. So
the white dot, Harry,
very good.
It represents who has priority.
Okay, that's good. Well done. Well done. So that will be useful in some way.
Yeah, it's not, I think it's nice. White dot represents priority. It's nice that it means something rather than
just being a random dot. Yeah, so that's good.
Okay. That's all.
That's how it's like.
What is this terrain, says Sean? I thought we were in Poland. I think this is quite good terrain, to be fair. This is a lot of terrain. We've chosen this board specifically so that if people are putting models inside buildings, we'll be able to see them, like this. So there are no overhanging sort of ruins or anything like that. The boards here at the Nations Cup are provided by the Polish community. I think that they've done an outstanding job. There are some particularly interesting ones. In fact, you might just be able to make it on the board behind Devon here. There's a massive Gaétan tree thing I thought in.
Oh, that's awesome, that board. It would be awful for streaming on.
Oh, it'd be awful for playing on, frankly. If you deploy of your archers in this, I don't know whether
it's the kind of game, it's the kind of board that would make a fantastic for fun game.
Yeah, it's quite dark, but it is there. It's massive.
Maybe I'll go get some shots of it.
Lightning?
Lightning's going off.
Yeah, okay. So, what is it?
Oh, here we go. This is a big moment here. So Devon trying to work out where to do his lightning.
So right there it's going, right in that building. So that's a 2-inch bubble, straight 6 hits on every model within that bubble.
6 models, we heard that.
6 models potentially.
And of course, Malbeth is here. So Devon's clearly gone for someone out of the Malbeth range. I think probably Malbeth goes to around there-ish.
Players working very hard to very kindly use our dice rolling tray.
Yes.
So, this model? Yep.
First model. On 4.
Kills him.
Dead.
That's one guy's down.
Model here?
The top down there.
3? Yes.
Can't quite see
Dead.
that.
That was being the range exit round of 3.
Sorry.
2 moves on.
So 3. Oh, it's not
dead,
great.
So only 1 failed.
No. Oh, there was ranges with it. Oh, that's good.
So that's half killed. 3 dead.
That's not bad. It's not bad. And you know, that might level out the effect of the shooting. So we've had obviously some shooting.
Yeah. I mean, it's a powerful ability. I think in some games it's more devastating than others.
Absolutely. There we go. So Saruman was hiding here in the building there, and he is now. They're really coming forward though. There's no caution displayed here by Devon. He is gunning for that river, and of course the objectives just slightly behind the river. I think that's one. There's one there. That's an objective, and over here as well. So yeah, there's. I think the Crabiner that likely going to be the people here, the key models, I should say. $86 people in the chat today. Great to see. We had an awful lot of people watching yesterday on Battlecamper, and so really pleased that so many of you have decided to join us here on EntMoot Videos for Day 2 and top table action. Beautiful view of the lions ready to clash. There's a chieftain there, Oathmaker there, Saruman there. And Alex is stomping around on the table, so it's wobbling the cameras around a bit.
Right, sorry about that. Just messing around with the lights. We should now have quite a nice shot of these.
We do, yeah, we've had a look. It looks
Have we?
fantastic. So we've got the heroes there on the back.
Oh, Crabane! Here they come.
Here they come.
The true MVPs.
And there's, was it 6, 7 Crabane in this list?
7. There's 7 Crabane, yeah. Spread across all the warbands. Each has at least one. I love that. Oh, God, Saruman, what a beast. An absolute beast.
And that's a good, nice to see the classic metal Saruman sculpt. I think that's one of the very first miniatures. Is that a Two Towers one? I think it might be a Two Towers area.
Oh, it's too old for me, Harry. I was out of the hobby at that point.
That's 2002, so that'll be 23 years old. That miniature.
Old enough to drink.
Still seeing some top action there. And lovely to see Malbeth here. That's nice.
I mean, this is often the best looking part of the game. And the lines are just about to clash. Yeah. Particularly like over the frozen river with the buildings on each side. It looks great.
Looking very nice. Looking very nice. And I think obviously there's going to be an abundance of caution in the approach, in the sense that nobody wants to be the one to get sort of surrounded and trapped. But with this river sort of being a blockade in the middle, it could be decisive in terms of causing issues for anyone to come and wrap round, all that sort of stuff.
So at this point in the game, we've had a few turns. Oh, we're into shooting, sorry, before we get to that.
No, yeah, sure. That's a miss. There's a
bit of frustration on that shooting.
Yeah. It's not had a great deal of success with the shooting, it's fair to say. One hit. And a kill.
And a kill. There you go. The frustration pays off.
That is true.
Yeah.
I find that if you get frustrated, things generally work better for you after. Historically, I'm not quite sure that's true. Although with dice, it doesn't make much difference. 9 shots here.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Yeah, just
maybe 6.
shots all coming in here into this front line. See how many we get. That looks 5 hits out of 9. And no wounds.
We got one.
Oh, 1. Just 1. Not ideal.
No,
but I suppose
2 kills in the entire
5
round.
hits, yeah, you probably want at least 2 there.
It's not, really not ideal.
Glyn's asking whether there's a beer bet on.
Well, we're going to talk about that in just a second.
Oh, Glyn. You missed out. If you weren't here yesterday, Alex and I were making bets on who was likely to win each matchup. So, let's see what's happening here. There we go, we get some lighting being moved around. All right then, Alex.
Hello.
Let's talk beer bets then.
I mean, look, I'm not going to go tactical. I like Saruman. He's my man.
Oh yeah. Not going to go tactical, sure. With the most popular army of the.
Yesterday, you have to accept the fact I went for the Defenders Comes Deep out of loyalty. I like Defenders. I like Saruman. I must admit, Army of the White Handers. My first choice would be Muster, but I would like to go. You've given me the choice.
Have I given you the choice?
Going Saruman.
I don't know whether I want to accept this bet now.
I accepted 2. Yesterday, the first bet you went.
Okay.
I can't remember. He went with the first one, but I went the opposite simply out of.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Spirit.
I think I did win both the bets yesterday, and even though I think realistically I'd be backing the Crabane in the Destroyer Supplies, but I will take you up on the bet. A beer is at hand. If USA come away with a win, I will buy Alex a beverage here in the Polish hotel.
That's very, very
at a great cost. A great cost of 10 or 15 zloty, which works out somewhere in the region of £2.
It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
God bless Poland.
God bless Poland. Can Harry go 5-0 on the beer? True top table stuff. No, I can't go 5. I think. I mean, look. We should say these are both excellent players. I don't know who got the better of the matchup over the rest of the tables, but my instinct is that that nobody wants to really be playing 7 Crebain and destroy the supplies. But hey, look, just because the Crebain get the supplies doesn't mean that Arnor won't get the supplies.
It's true, but you're right. I mean, it's exactly the same as the Birder argument yesterday. It puts the pressure on Arnor.
Yeah. Absolutely it does.
Saruman has a clear path to victory. Arnor's is a little bit more open.
It's a little bit more open. But having said that, look, what started as a very long line of Arnorian models has become a much more bunched up Arnor.
It's coherent, hasn't it?
Yeah, although having said that, he's just started moving them around in a different direction. See if we can get a better angle on that. So there's still very much so we've got a big bubble here in the blockade, and look, it's D6 front line against D3. Strength 3 against D3, winning on 4s. These guys winning on 6s on the right. And we've got spears as well. I don't think there are as many spears in the Wildman because there's a third of them are bows, or some of them are bows. And we've got the Malbeth save. So I reckon in a hand-to-hand fight, the Arnor absolutely rinsed through these guys. And bearing in mind we've had a similar model count at the start, only 4 in the lead for the Army of the White Hand. And I think the bows have sort of levelled the playing field a little bit, although of course the Lightning did level it back. I actually do think in a straight up fight the Arnor absolutely smashed the Army of the White Hand. But
I expected that to happen to the Wild Men yesterday in the Usurpers of Edoras, and it didn't quite work out that way.
That's true. The big but is there's a big Saruman here, and
so what do you think of this? Mercy says he feels like the Arnor win condition is just trying to break Army of the White Hand.
Yeah, maybe as quickly as possible. As I was just about to say, is we've got a Saruman and a Malbeth, and I think as soon as Malbeth gets magicked by Saruman, the bonus starts slipping away.
But it's going to break at 33%, right?
Does this one also get the 33%?
I don't know. Let's have a look.
We'll find out. Let's see what's happening over at the other end of the board. So we've got a clear contingent here heading for.
No, you're not wrong actually.
That objective, yeah. So yeah, it's just, it breaks normally. I think it's not the sort of.
I think that's more of an Uruk Hai heavy list thing, like defenders and
assault on Helm's Deep.
Yeah, assault on Helm's Deep.
Some very cautious moving here though. A lot of thought on etched on the face of Devon there as he pursues the army there. So we've got a different one. Oh, they're going for it. So the river has been waded into.
Nothing for it, is it? You've just got to try and cross.
I guess we're going to see quite an important move off next turn. Though, I wonder. Saruman hasn't engaged yet. I don't think there are any other heroes along this line other than Malbeth. Do you think it would be a wise move here for Saruman to try and compel Malbeth backwards? A, to take the bubble away. B, to take some might away from the front line to make a heroic move less effective next turn. Could be a play. I don't know. What do you guys think?
What's Malbeth's will count?
Malbeth I think he has 4 will.
So it might be one for a.
We don't actually. What we don't know is which hero Saruman targeted for his bonus against, or is that in the other one?
I will go find that out.
Is that in the? Is that?
No, that's a Saruman. That's a Saruman rule.
It's a specific.
Not a.
You're sure it's not in the muster advising?
Now you're saying it.
It's really hard to.
As you can see, we're very experienced players commentating on amateurs. So, if only it were the other way around.
It is one. I was right.
Well done.
One of Saruman's default rules. So
Saruman's special rule. Yeah, that would be really handy to find out.
I'm going to go find out.
Alex going to head to the table, find out what that is, while these guys start moving. And finish moving, I suppose. Let's have a look at here. So we've got Crebain hovering at the sideline. I mean, the objective is here. I think that was a shout at the general. I think general. Did he say? Yeah. So Arvidui being the target, who I believe has 3 will. anyway. So, and also is really quite far back from memory. I can't see him. He's certainly not very far forward at the moment. Did you see that?
Salman's doing a compel.
Compel. He is doing a compel. Oh, it's exciting. Oh, we've lost dice cam.
Sorry? How when you win?
I'm afraid. Sorry about that. We've lost dice cam. He's going to throw 2 dice at that, so we'll update that on the old mic tracker. Arvidui has 2 will.
Your shield is like the way I have to turn it. The shield, I have to turn the shield. Good. That's the old. Oh, yes, sorry.
You notice.
I can. Do the window.
No, I can't.
Come on. This guy, oh, I understand. Okay. So we charge him now. Charge him? Yeah. So.
Just having a discussion here over which models the Crabane can see. You can't quite make out from this angle, but just like these little windows here, there are 2 or 3 windows on this side as well. So they're just having a debate over who the Crabane could see, and therefore.
Going to charge him. He's going on to the other side.
I think they're pausing Saruman by the sounds of it. So they're doing the charges first. So we're going to get a courage roll here.
I'll do 3 will.
Oh, it's going to spend 3 will. So it is Saruman. Apologies, trying to follow exactly what's happening. So you're going to spend 3 will, so 2 out of his store and a free one to cast a compel on something. It's not clear exactly who's being compelled just yet, but it sounds like it's going to be trying to compel one of these guys out of that building there. Afraid we don't have the dice cam there. Alex, what was the casting roll?
Didn't see, sorry. Oh, I think 4.
4 up, so it does go off. We'll try and get the. As you see. I see, now I've remembered. So Saruman can get line of sight using Crabane, can't he? So the Crabane's line of sight has been used to cast the spell there. Okay, that explains it. Sorry for forgetting some of the key rules. I'm sure you're all talking about that. There's an echo of the players' voices. I think that's just because Alex is close to the close thing and he's left his microphone on. So I'll just mute the players for a second while. Alex, could you bring your microphone back? We're getting an echo. Thanks very much. Sorry about that. Gents, hopefully that's been rectified. The microphone's now back on the desk. So, interesting move. Look, I don't want to judge Devon because Devon's a much better player than I, much more experienced. But I certainly would definitely be tempted by trying to cast a spell on Malbeth in that situation. We'll try and get dice cam back at some point. We don't have any very good angles at the moment because, as you can see, we've got butt cam, and we have that's butt cam, and we have shoulder cam, showing off Devon's chiselled shoulders there. So I think it's the best we've got at the moment. So he's there's basically just so you know, there's some Crabine here, and they're sort of heading vaguely in that direction. We'll try and bring you the best angle we can, which is, I think, at this point, this one, which I'll just get rid of that little bug at the bottom, just for the moment, so we can see a little bit more of the action. I realise it's not going to be straightforward. Saruman's range on Compel is 18 inches, I believe. Tentacles is... thank you very much. That's very kind of you, Tentacles, giving us a £2 super like for Dice Cam Support Fund donation. Tell you what, I'll spend it on the beer that I'm inevitably going to give to Alex. for his hard work restoring the dice cam. But thank you very much, Tentacles. Yes, it's 18 inches with high confirmation. I thought so. So yeah, quite a long range spell there. I think we can probably bring you this angle again. There we go. I think he's decided not to charge there with the Crabane. Probably wise.
The only other thing.
But over here you can see both Crabane have charged the 2 or 3 models in that building. I think there's looks like 3. We're still trying to bring you dice cam. Having no luck so far. We may end up having to lose this wide angle at some point to rectify that issue. You can see Alex. Oh no, we've got some action on that camera, but it's not showing up on our screens just yet. So apologies for this. There's some shooting happening. Oh, we actually can just about see some of the dice there. Alex, could we swap camera 4? Yeah. We'll see if we can swap them out for now until we rectify the issue.
Where? Is he an old maker?
Okay. You can do that. So, unless they actively want to roll on dice draw. All right, well we can do that. Yeah, go for it. So we're going to sort something out here and ask them to roll the dice just on the table. So on the top then we should be able to see the dice rolls.
Straight. 1 mile away.
Ah, Mercy Planets is correctly.
See the distance? They only attack. Actually, I don't even think I moved them at all. I'm pretty sure I didn't even move them. I didn't move this right flank, right? Did I move this side?
I don't.
Did I move it?
It does. It doesn't.
I'm pretty sure I intend to shoot you. I only moved those, but it's okay. I'll say
Looking at where they're on the board, I think they haven't moved. So.
Just so you know, I'm only going to shoot with them. Did I move with them?
I don't think so, but
My intention. You have 1 bow. I have 5. I'm not moving. I'm going to shoot you. Okay, sure.
I think looking at that, I would say it's very unlikely these guys move.
Okay. Rolling.
Players very pleased at that decision. They're now going to roll on the table.
I'm going to stand here and keep shooting. So, yeah.
So we should see most of the dice rolls on the table. It might not be 100% clear at times, but we've lost dice cam. We haven't been given a dice cam support from donation. So.
I'm really sorry about that, everyone. One of the cameras has decided, I don't know what's wrong with it, it just won't send a feed through. It's on, it just won't send a feed through. We will try and fix it at break. It's on charge now, and that might be its issue.
Yeah, it was quite low charge, I remember.
Actually, I've taken the battery out. It's a GoPro, it's not really designed for this. But anyway, for the moment, we're just looking at the table for the dice.
To be fair, do let us know what you think of this actually, because I can certainly see the dice easier when they're rolled on the table anyway. 4, so there we go. That's yeah, it looks good to me personally.
I mean, in my streams at home, the last one I did, I gave up on a dice tray because I do kind of think sometimes it's just easy to see it on the table.
And frankly, top table action, the players may well prefer it. We got a round of applause.
They look like, they definitely look like they preferred it.
So there you go. Rest in peace, dice cam, says Glyn Seymour. Apologies to people at home who really did value the dice cam, but hopefully the quality of the camera we're looking at here is good enough that it doesn't matter.
And what did I miss? Whose priority is it now?
I think it was Arnor's priority because the Crabane have charged and then charged an objective as well. So we've got a supply that should be destroyed this turn by one of the Crabane.
So early as well. Well, I say so early. We're an hour. We're an hour in. They've got
over an hour in,
7 minutes in.
and it doesn't look like the Arnor are making a great deal of progress over the river. So I think that beer bet may well be safely yours.
We'll see. I'm still like 1 or 2 behind on yours.
Yes, you are indeed, yeah. Mersu Planet strongly prefers this. Aaron Smart says the dice roll on the table is very preferable.
Well, there you go then.
To be there again says I can see the dice well as long as they aren't white.
Yeah.
Which is actually a fair shout. I mean, we could ask the players to avoid using rolling white dice.
If you want to do that, you go right ahead.
No, thank you. No, thank you. We've already interrupted them enough and inflicted the stream on them.
They've been very gracious. And
they have indeed. I might just have a quick look at the kill tally because they're not on the screen. So I'm going to find out how many models down we are because there's been a lot of shooting and lightning happening.
So I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to give you much actionable information because I'm so far behind, having tried to fix poorly dice cam. But I can see, I think my beer is safe. I do think my beer is safe simply by the fact that this is one of the games like Reconnoiter, where moving up the board, being aggressive can just pay dividends, snatch and clutch, destruction of one of the spies, and then you put a huge amount of pressure on the other side to try and counter it. And what's the kill tally, Harry? Did you get it?
It's 4 each. So that puts Arnor down to 44 models and the Army of the White Hand down to 48.
So Army of the White Hand then have only killed 1 model outside of their lightning blast.
Yes. But then Army of the White Hand's bows, there's only 10 of them. They hit on 5s and 6s when they're moving, and they're facing up against defense 6. So they're probably unlikely. Even though Darren was quite keen to stress that his bow line here will be standing and shooting. Clearly not much power there.
Mr. Play Beautiful says, are there any destroyed supplies so far? And I think the answer is, at the end of this turn, probably.
Yeah, I think this here, I think we gather that the middle supply has been tagged, so by one of the Quebec. I don't know whether we can see in this. I don't know which base. That's Arvidue, which is interesting.
So there's, you can see the Quebec just probe out into that. Well, not now, because we've got elbow cam. But
elbow cam. Love a bit of elbow cam.
I love elbow cam.
And a distinct lack of action around the well, which is really disappointing.
It's a poorly placed well, frankly. The well's got to be, if you want it to be centre of the action, it's got to be centre of the board.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
When it comes to matters of the game generally, I often am wrong. When it comes to matters of the well, I'm never wrong.
That's true. For those just joining us, the well has been a killer in previous live streams, so we managed to resurrect the well.
To be there again says, they already destroyed that supply, this is the next turn. Harry, we have to do better.
I was finding out the kill tally, so I blame you.
I was fixing the camera.
I blame you still.
Well, it's true. I didn't successfully fix the camera, so
failures on all behalf. At least we have people watching who actually know what's going on.
Dave says Arnold Cavalry making a break for it. So
yeah, so there is a contingent of cavalry up there. We can't see them. Yeah, they're over there. So there's a good chance. But we still have more Quebec and bows over here, so it's not a sure thing yet. But we've got an hour and a half-ish left on the game, an hour and 20 minutes. It does feel plausible. Oh, there's a couple down here as well. I didn't see those. Yeah, but then again, lots of Quebec.
And then obviously I was going to say difficult terrain, but obviously the Quebec, they don't swim.
They don't care. And these horses are going to go this way to avoid the terrain, I'd have thought.
And Quebec, they're a really great tar pit.
Oh, they really are. Yeah, I think it's 3, isn't it?
Let's have a check.
By the way, there's a lot of wounds, and I mean,
they don't get knocked flying, they don't get knocked prone.
I was going to say, in the previous edition, of course, they did get knocked prone, so a cavalry model wasn't a bad way of killing them. Now they're not so good.
Aaron Smart says, well. Welcome back, Aaron. I hope you're doing well.
Beer Map Movies is happy that there's a well and describes it as the best stream ever. If only there were a well yesterday, Alex.
I can't believe we omitted a well yesterday.
I can't believe there was a well. I can't believe there was a well in this room and we weren't aware of it. But we did successfully steal it off another table. So one of the tables has slightly less well and terrain.
It's 4 wounds. So a single cavalry model on a bird, even if the cavalry's getting the charge, and there's no heroes down there, so that's definitely not a sure thing. So probably half the time they're going to get the charge. So they're doing at most 2 wounds every other turn, and then 1 wound on the alternate turns.
And of course the 2 attacks on the Quebec make it,
But even without the killing power, they're such an effective tar pit. You don't need many Quebec to hold up those cavalry models, and realistically,
and they move further as well, don't they? So
yeah, they're going to catch the cab no matter what. Lord Zell says Water Train is a bold choice. Zell, we thoroughly litigated this subject yesterday.
and I think the consensus is you're probably not wrong. And Tentacle says #WellGates, that it's the scandal that refuses to die.
The debate about terrain is interesting. I mean, obviously, we've had water on both of our boards, but the way that the terrain at the tournament is set up is such that you have 6 boards to choose from, one of which will have water on. So there's always going to be a choice for the team captains here, or I say a choice. They sometimes have the choice, sometimes don't have the choice, but there's always a river table. So there's, yeah, I think, sorry, someone was just saying that, is that Argadir? I think that is Argadir, yeah. Can you see it at a different angle? No, but we'll find out later. But yeah, so I think although we happen to have had water on the stream both times, not all of the tables are. So 5 out of the 6 tables don't have water, or don't have a river through the middle anyway. They might have little ponds and stuff. What I really would have liked to see is the Watcher in the Water on this, because that did happen yesterday. I saw a Watcher in the Water slurping down the river of a board, doing some nasty business, but still managed to lose. So,
but in style. Lost in style.
Killed a lot of stuff, I gather, and it broke the opponent too quickly. So water wasn't the greatest thing for that army.
I mean, obviously a Wrath of Bruin in as well.
Yeah, well, that'd be nice.
I'm surprised we've not had one.
I don't think we've. I mean, I haven't scrutinised all the lists in full, but I don't think there are an awful lot of Wrath of Bruin in Tabana.
No, there's one list that I validated had an Elrond, but I've not seen any.
There's certainly no Arwen's kicking about, are there? Although Arwen's not a bad choice in the Rivendell list, but Rivendell, I don't know. Maybe there are better choices.
I want a Road to Rivendell list because that's where Gildor. It's the only list that Gildor goes in, and I love me Gildor.
We love some Gildor here on Entmoot videos.
Fuck you, we love it on Battlecamper.
No, we love it on Entmoot videos. Thank you very much. I'm going to find out whether that is Argadir. In fact, no, I can tell because, of course, from our vantage point here, that is the table, and I can see very clearly that the model in this bottom left corner is indeed Argadir. So we do have a hero down here. So that hero has much more chance of killing those Crabines.
So to be there again, says USA has an Alwen and Elrond list.
There you go. Once again, the people in the stream proving that they're way more knowledgeable about everything that we're trying to stream for 12 hours than we are.
Eric says, any chance we could get a walk-around report on the other games in this USA Polar matchup?
Yes, we will.
I can do that. I don't need to see the camera. I can just go and report back, see how they're getting on.
Yeah, we can certainly. Well, we were saying earlier on yesterday we did a lot of filming of the other matchups. I think filming at this stage is probably not worth doing because there are so few games finished. But yeah, Alex, by all means, bring us back the updates. Matt Movies is asking about whether we can get an interview about the scenery distribution, given the debate and chat over Defenders and Troll game yesterday. We can certainly bring you a chat with the TOs after this round and have a chat about how they debate and decide on the terrain. That's absolutely within our remit. We can make sure we talk about that. In fact, I'll make a note. Right, back in the stream. Let's focus on what's happening. A lot of thinking and a lot of talking. Excuse me, from the Garrison table. To be there again, in short, the debate was the proximity of some of the terrain pieces to the edge, which did give Burdur's Horde a distinct advantage, and the number of them. So I think in this one we had 3, but I think yesterday we had getting on for 4 bits of terrain that were within 6 or so inches of the board edge in recon, which certainly helped Burdur's Horde and gave the defenders quite a difficult task. Defenders of Helm's Deep in round 3, which you can catch up on. The live stream is there. There's about 11 hours of content on the stuff yesterday, and it's still there for all to see. Though I would strongly urge you to have a watch of it at a later date because we have some live action happening right now. Alex has returned with some
from the mark. So we have.
Oh, hold on. Sorry to interrupt you. We're just about to have a casting roll.
Yeah, we can roll here. Yeah.
So I think it's a 1 dice cast, and it lands on a 5.
Only 6 is good. Yep.
Yeah, you need a 6.
So this must be on.
This is on Arvidui, yeah. So he's got a -1.
Transfix against RDB. Yeah.
Transfer. So you might have heard
You would do what?
Devon explain that.
Nothing?
So no resist roll there. So he'd need to get it on a 6. So
Decided not to spend the will.
deciding that he might have a more important thing to say before. Fair enough. Now we've got some shooting. So Arvidui is here, and I believe he's fighting or close to fighting a Crabane. He is in combat with a Crabane, so he's making the decision to just not wound or kill the Crabane. Which, to be fair, the Crabane has already done the deed of destroying the supply. So. And he's unlikely to die to the Crabane, so yeah, probably a wise move. Lots of shooting here, though. Lots of shooting for the Rangers and the back rank at the guys in the river. So we've got no hits from that first 3. There's another 6, I think. Oh no, they moved. So I think only 3 hits there. Just the 1 wound.
2 dice first. Right?
So that's a wound? Okay.
So there's 2 rather than.
And second line.
Oh, sorry, there was some in the ways there.
I see.
Yeah, they were going for the back rank. I assume to take some spears out, which makes a lot of sense. More shots here. This one.
Yeah, you move? No?
Yeah, I suppose he's going through quite a few in the ways.
And this guy.
There's a miss anyway.
Nice.
Rebound.
Okay.
We're shot?
He's good with Grimmer in the way.
No, no.
Okay.
Goes to orc in the way. Yeah, in the way.
Hits.
Yeah, and orc.
Goes through. Hits. Anything and does
And
move.
last goes.
And then we got a final rank over this way. And all missed. So
That's it.
only I think 2 dead there.
We're going to shoot
Return fire then.
Return fire from these guys over here. I assume
5 shots. Ranger? Yep.
at the Rangers. So this is we're going to have some in the ways again here. So back rank.
We're just going to see who hits.
So how many hits we get first? Just 2 hits by the look of it. So we've got an in the way roll now.
Okay, first in the
I
way.
must say I find it a lot easier to not have to flick backwards and forward from the.
Yes.
Ranger.
That's a dead Ranger there.
Second shots into the cavalry.
Cavalry, here we go. So there's another in the way now. Goes through,
Horse or rider? Horse?
hits the horse. No damage
In
to
the way?
horse.
Horse or rider?
Second one. No, so no damage to the
really
cavalry.
successful back either.
Sounds like the combat phase, yeah?
Combat?
That's the suspending heroics.
So we've got the Crabane over here first.
6. The horse?
Crabane wins the fight.
They're a nightmare, Ben. Nightmare.
Kills the
No, the horse. Oh, Thorn Rider. Okay.
kills the horse.
The horse, yeah, that's probably really problematic.
The man does rise from the dust.
Still a big scalp for the Crabane there.
It's true.
Basically
It's
turns
a great
it-
start. Great start.
Okay.
And then this is the combat in the ruins here.
I got a 5, 6. You win?
The Arnor wins.
6. 1 wound.
Not like I can really picture Crabane scalping a horse.
It's quite a horrible image, actually.
But get AI generating on it.
Please. Yeah. So win and I think a wound on the Crabane, and this is Arvidui who is transfixed.
4.
Oh, is that a high roll? I didn't see the
4,
six.
only a 4.
6
it's
wins,
gone to,
so
onto Arnor.
Arnor takes it, just the 2 dice, and it's just 1 wound. All right,
So there we go. That's a relief for Arvidui. I'm sure.
I'd imagine. So just briefly, how's the rest of the USA-Poland matchup
The
going?
headline is it's too early to tell in most games. There is an American barrel roll causing some real problems for Polish alerts.
Interesting.
There is, of course, an American Eagles team,
Yes.
which is causing some real problems for Polish and veterans. So if I was going to call it at all, I'd say it's looking like Poland have got their work cut out for them. But that is just two games. There is a Garrison of Dale, Polish Garrison of Dale doing that quite nicely, and the rest is too close to call. The Garrison of Dale is against the American R-win list.
Interesting.
now that
And I
there's
think
one left.
if we were a betting man, we'd probably be backing the Army of the White Hand here, right? So that
Well,
would be
I am a betting man, and I'm none.
indeed. And so based on your assessment, you think 3 of the USA players are likely or look like they're in a good shape. So
that would be my guess.
But then that also leaves 3 that, you know, it could be a score draw. Who knows?
And the Eagles, they always look like they're in a quite good position. They've advanced quickly, they're over this side of the board, they're near their supplies, and their opponent hasn't been able to get back to the Eagles side of the board. But of course, that doesn't mean they're actually going to get on the supplies in those big bases, and they are quite effectively bubble wrapped. So we'll see what happens.
Interesting. Okay. Very interesting. So it looks like Arnor are going first here. I didn't hear the. You know what? To be there again, apologies. You are completely right. Alex was wearing the wrong side, and I was aware of that while he was talking, that he was facing away from it, so apologies for that. So yeah, maybe everyone at home will know that what the priority role and how it went. We certainly don't. But it looks like Arnor have seized the initiative. Maybe Malbeth had to spend some resources to do that. Let me just find out.
Harry's going to go find out because we are incompetent. Thanks, Bradley. Hopefully that's sorted now.
He took the foresight and used it to grab it. Yeah. We spent 3 out of 4.
So Malbeth spent 3 foresight points to do that out of 4.
Okay. So priority is still with Arnor then.
So yeah, priority is to Poland. Interesting that Devon didn't counter that. Maybe thinking that he's got a commanding position with his Crabane anyway, and maybe even wants to pull the line slightly further away from the objective, which is somewhere around here.
Glyn says he doesn't think you're out of beer just yet.
Interesting.
I think it's slipping away from you.
Okay. All right.
But you seem quite. If anything, your confidence levels have increased since last we spoke.
I think. I think that basically, the knight dying down here was a big one.
That was a big loss.
But Argadir is now engaged with the Crabane, but there's still some more Crabane there. They are Crabane, aren't they? They're not.
Lord Zell says, has the Palantir been used yet? But I don't think it has, unless it was one always away.
And it's worth remembering both armies have a Palantir, because Arvaduy has a similar rule. So I guess if that were to happen, if Saruman uses his, Arvaduy may just counter and use his. Yeah. Whereas the foresight points have now mostly been spent. So we've got 3 out of 4 spent. So clearly Chichi thought this was the time to claim priority with his points.
You see, like so often in these games, particularly at this level, and particularly with armies that want to be cohered and fight as a full line, only a tiny portion of the board ever really ends up being used for the fighting. Mm-hmm. It's all clumped around that little bit of river there.
Yeah. See some little rubber bands here for the wounds on the Crabane. Or just a damning indictment of the state of the environment.
Yeah.
Birds with little rubber rings.
It could be both things. Any resources used while I was away, Harry?
Yes, we had some will spent, which I did update.
You've updated?
Yes. I don't think any might has been spent at all. And Saruman only cast a 1 dice transfix on thingy, so he used a free one, and nothing was spent to resist. So.
And we're down to just over an hour now.
Yeah, do you want to have a look at while they're moving? Should we have a quick glance at the
heroes and resources?
Yeah, let's have a look. So yeah, still pretty much full there.
So
just Saruman spending some of his will. Not a lot of it, but otherwise it's
10 to 8 on might.
That sounds right.
But of course, that's a bit of a false equivalence because of Grima can really cut down the amount of.
In fact, that may well be the reason that Arvaduy didn't spend the will then, because he was pretty close to Grima. Maybe he didn't want to risk spending. Oh, is it just might now? I'm thinking of the Dwimmerlake. Yeah. Excuse me.
Not only is it just might, but it's not unaffecting dice rolls.
It's just
only
actions for
heroics. Yeah, of course. But still, huge impact on the game potentially.
Indeed. Apologies, I was thinking of the old rules for the Dwimmerlake Ringwraith, who can spend a point well and force you to double your might, will, or fate speed. Who has sadly gone to Legacy.
I'm sure he'll be back in the tournaments now the Legacy profiles are out.
I think he probably won't because he wasn't much good.
Oh, really?
he had some niche uses in certain all-hero lists, I think.
Controversial take, I never liked the unique ring race and I'm glad they're gone.
Well, I like them. I like that they had a bit more spice to them. They added variety, but it is nice to see vanilla ring race getting their fair dues now. Head ref, world champion there, Ed Ball, veteran of the game,
polishing the trophies.
It does look like that's what they're doing. They're certainly scrutinising them in some way, shape, or form.
So here's the VIPs, the Krebine getting involved at the centre of the line.
VIBs, very important birds.
That's it.
Had a brief glimpse at the now dead dice cam there.
I pressed the wrong button, that's what I did. Yeah.
I thought I'd highlight that just to
thank you
ensure
so
that
much,
everyone knew exactly what happened.
1/2 inch, that's 4 inches, and then 2.
So just making, again, I think I mentioned it earlier, the clarity of Devon's communication here, making it very clear that he's moving 2 inches out of that piece of terrain, representing 4 for the slow moving, and then another 2 inches. And that as a captain.
You mentioned language earlier, and I think that's the interesting thing about particularly what Chichi said. He said his English is better when he's talking about the game. And I think that's basically the main way that he practices English is in playing the game. It's almost absurd to me. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, but it's almost absurd that the quite technical language of the game is his strongest aspect, and outside of that, it's actually a weaker talent.
Yes, if we were to strike him up in conversation about something other than this, maybe even if he came to a bar in England and tried to order a beer, he might struggle. But by God, can he call heroic move?
It's a beautiful endorsement of the game and its power, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Crossing boundaries.
This is where a lot of the really, really careful decisions have to be made. I think to the untrained eye, when I started playing MESBG, this was the point where I thought, this is where all talent's gone from the game, because it's just models crashing into each other and you hope that you get kills. That's completely wrong. This is where the little moves, the ones that look so innocuous to the uninitiated, can make such a colossal difference.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. I mean, the Green Dragon podcast says it best: traps win games, and this is the minutiae movement where you can get those traps, you can start to envelop the line, and you can do all the sort of stuff. And even just negotiating this bit of river here is going to be really important for the ability for the wild men to allow their sort of numbers to take advantage there. So actually, maybe Chichi's done a really sensible thing and moved forward into the river where he knows it's going to be harder for the wild men to envelop his line.
Completely.
Almost as if he's a top table player and we're not.
Speak for yourself, Harry.
Have you ever played on the top table except in round 1 of the tournament?
I have actually.
Second round?
So while scouring of Cheshire, did I get to do? No, I didn't. But I did do very well. Because I took 20 times deep and shot everything. I was on the top table at the little intro tournament at.
Yes, you were. The very first game of the tournament edition, you did quite well. Was it 4th in the end you got?
I got 4th, yeah. So I won my first 3 games, lost the last one.
Against Army of the White Hand, to be fair.
Yeah. And against a certain Harry Parkhill.
You won against me.
Yeah,
I mean, I was being one of the worst armies of this edition, the Army of Khandun.
Excuses.
Well, actually, no, I really rate them. I think they're awesome. But I just got very unlucky. Anyway, before you can counter that, let's get back to the game. Krebine over here moving in. So Alex is going to dip out and have a look at the rest of the tables for a brief period of time. So as we did yesterday, we're going to bring you some coverage, not just from the top table here, but also from the rest of the hall. We're probably starting to see the odd game finish, not a lot, but the odd game certainly finishing. So we might get a bit of action there. We'll see Alex appear out here in a second. There he is. In fact, he's He's just rigging up the camera. There we go.
I cast Sorcerer's Blast.
Ooh, a Sorcerer's Blast. Very exciting. Oh, very interesting. So,
Might be too far.
apologies. Let's get a better angle. It looked like he was trying to Sorcerer's Blast over this way. Yeah, there we go. So, Argadir over
How many
here.
attacks? Attacks 2?
2 and charge 3.
Yeah.
So, Argadir on 2 will. 3 attacks on the charge. So, can't kill that Cobain unless... Can you see a rubber band on this guy? Sadly not. No, we can't see him at all. No, he won his fight last turn, didn't he? He killed that horse.
I'm going to cast Sorcerer's Blast against his cavalry.
How am I doing?
No. Cavalry.
Sorcerer's Blast against the cavalry, so deciding that that's not worth doing, probably because he's not going to kill the model lifter, but he is going to do it against a cavalry model over in this direction, which we may be able to see against this guy.
2. Yeah, 2.
2 will. 2 will being spent there from Saruman, so 1 from the store and 1.
So I'm at 3.
Yeah, so as is updated there, Saruman now on 3 will total.
Yep.
It looked like it went off,
Combat's knocked over.
so combat is knocked over.
Shred 5 is white. Shred 3 is blue.
So it kills that cavalry model. 6 plus save? No, 5 plus save, sorry. No, so a successful Sorcerer's Blast, spending of the will there. So as you can see, Saruman now, quick glance at the resources there. Free will.
Sorry? Can I bind? Sorry. Can I bind?
So that was the combat. Also to see if the Cobain got wounded, but he didn't. This guy is not turned. So there was a knight and a warrior. Oh, sorry, knight. Is it Arvidui? No, a knight and a warrior in there.
Yep. That way. Yep. And 1. This guy. Yep.
Some shooting here.
Okay.
Sure. Yep. No. 6.
Okay.
Okay, combat.
Okay. No, shoot.
Yeah.
Sorry. 2. That archer? Yeah.
Some shots back. And so far, I think a pretty ineffective shooting phase.
3 shots into him.
See some shots from the wild men into those Arnor warriors. No hits. No hits. I think that's an entirely ineffective shooting phase.
Maybe this.
So now this is the big stuff. This is the real big combats here. So we've got an absolute mess here of warriors. So forgive me, it might be difficult to follow exactly what's happening here, but we'll get a sense of it as the models are removed, I suppose. So Arnor winning the fight and getting the kill.
Your 4 and my 2.
Okay.
So 2 attacks here from the Arnor side against 4 from the other side. Army of the White Hand wins it. Gets a wound on the guy, which is prevented by the Malbeth save. So this is what I suspected might happen. That when the lines clash, Arnor would win the fight and kill, and it's unlikely to happen in reverse. It's a wound. No saves there. 5 high from the Arnor player.
No.
Maybe.
Yeah, a banner reroll declared there. 5, which won't do it. So Arnor getting the kills. Another Wildman off the board. 6 high on the Arnor takes the win.
And 4.
No wounds there. Hopefully you're following this, so it looks like it's going largely towards Arnor. 4 high, not great. A 6 from the arm of the right hand, so can they get the 6s to wound back? No, they can't. There you go.
And 1, 2, shield. 6. 5. Maybe Banner.
Alright, so can there we go, we've got a kill from the arm of the right hand. Is it saved by the Malbuff save?
Yes, Malbuff. Good.
Oh, it's saved. Oh, look at that. 2 saves have happened. And this guy's shielding. No wound back.
Okay.
I think that was a very, very successful turn for the Arnor there. And this is a knight against 2 Combine. And the knight takes it on a roll of a 6. And the Combine can move away. But as we discussed earlier, the new rules meaning that flocks of birds do not get knocked over, which makes a lot of logical sense. So it does make the Combine that little bit more powerful than they already were. So 2 wounds on the one that's closest to the objectives at the back of the board. 2 wounds delivered to the Combine. If you're just joining us, I gather there's somewhere in the region of 100 people watching right now. Thanks very much for joining us here on Endmoot Videos for day 2 of the Nations Cup. 132 players here. This is top table action between the USA and Poland. One of the supplies has been destroyed. They destroyed the supplies by a Combine. And it's looking like the Arnor are a few turns off at the very least of getting beyond. Oh, Argyle just lost a combat against the Combine, but has managed to keep his horse. Argyle fighting here against the Combine, and they win the fight. The Combine moves back, and Argyle just stands up. And 1 model managed to score a wound on the Combine.
That's all. Okay. So I can automatically.
Right, so we're using a special rule here. So Poland have gone to use their Palantir here. Bearing in mind, Devon has the opportunity to spend his as well to force a roll off. Devon's deep in thought here. Is this the time to counter that? Difficult decision. Let's see the state of the board here. Lots of Wildmen just died.
I'm just thinking. Sorry about what I want to do. If I go first.
It's a difficult decision, I think, here.
Because I can stop it with the Palantir. Yeah, I could. No, not yet. But I'm just mapping it out. So, okay.
See Alex walking in the background there. Oh, this is so tense.
Alright. I'll go ahead and stop it with the Palantir.
Right, yeah, a counter
I'll stop
Palantir.
it with the Palantir. Okay, so it's just, it cancels the whole thing. So.
Interesting. Both armies have used their Palantir there.
Yep. I'm sorry?
Using your Palantir? Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Wait, is that how it works? Hold on, I'm sorry. If that's how it works, then so it automatically gives it to you? Doesn't it just cancel it?
No, not true. Palantir and your Palantir.
Yeah. So it's just nothing. So we just roll.
Yeah.
So we're going to a roller machine because they're both using their Palantir abilities.
Yes, so welcome back, Alex. You just missed quite an interesting turn there.
Oh no, what happened?
The Arnor line in the centre lost no models, and quite a few wild men were killed in response.
Okay, wow.
The two wounds that were caused by the Arm of the White Hand were denied by the Malbeth Sage, so that was interesting.
Wow.
And then both armies have elected to use their Palantir.
So you'll get your beer after all. So it sounds like Sauron's channeling.
And the Wild Man Oathmaker.
And the Oathmaker's moving.
Yeah.
So does that mean that Arnor took priority?
The Oathmaker. Yeah.
It looks like
So
it.
he's at 2.
3 heroics.
It's 3 heroics going off and then
1,
you catch
2,
the 3rd
3.
one.
Yep. Okay, and
So
mine.
is that Malbeth is called? Once they've worked out. Well, actually, we might be able to see it from where they're measuring. Is that the captain there?
Where's Grima for the purpose of doubling?
Grima, I think that's why he's measuring here. I think Grima is just there.
Right.
Not Grima.
This is a big resource spent.
6? No. Really?
Algrid's calling a move, but there's a dispute about the reason 6 inches.
You out.
So
Are we
Algrid,
doing it first?
Algrid's calling he's outside of 6 inches of Grima, so that's just 1.
Yeah, as they just pointed out, Arvidui lost the combat, so ended up being
Pushed
pushed
in.
back out of the Grima range.
And Argrid's calling 1 as well. So that's a lot of might.
Are you sure Argid's been spin one?
That's what I just heard.
Okay. I think we'll double check because there was a lot spent there. I'm going to just go ahead and double check how many resources were just spent.
Okay.
Guys, sorry to interrupt. I know you've just spent a lot of resources. Can I just clarify what's been?
Yep. So my captain and Agadir.
Yeah.
My Oathmaker and Ardivi.
Yeah.
Ardivi is actually just outside Grima
Because he moved him out. Yeah. And you're channeling with Saruman. Thank you. I assume you heard all that.
I did
So there was a
catch all
chieftain that we missed, who is
yep.
on the bottom of the move here. So these two have called moves. Arvidui and the Oathmaker somewhere here have called a move, and a channel in the middle there as well. So 5 might spent in total.
Oh, you won, so you roll.
So Poland won the opportunity to roll the dice, and it's off the table. So that's a 6. So it's going to Arnor. Now, of course, in this one, because so many heroic moves have been called, Chichi has to prioritise his choice.
Yeah.
So he's choosing to move Argadir first. Sensibly thinking that he needs to get him further down the board edge, even though he will be countered by a Crabane of some sort.
But at least he'll have this turn's move.
Yes, and he has still might in the bank to potentially. I mean, there's one of these. Crabane has taken quite a few wounds. This one hasn't taken any wounds, and nor has this one. So apologies for this square in the middle. It's just vanished. There, well done. Oh yeah, now and there's this warrior of Arnor here who's protecting the flank of Argadir there. Really, really interesting stuff. I mean, I don't want to criticise the players from yesterday, but we're seeing real top table action here.
Stuff that you and I can only dream of.
In many ways, playing against either of these brings nightmares.
Oh God, yeah.
Cold chills. But what I really, really like is, so Argadir's actually just it seems like he's moved back there, just to see if he can try and avoid being in range of Saruman in some way, shape or form. Because remember, Saruman's just channeled.
Of course.
So there's a little bit of a debate there. It's tricky.
It's really struggling with the Crabine.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, they're really frustrating.
especially, it's not just that they're frustrating; it's that he's had a frustrating time against them as well. Losing a horse and losing a combat with Argadir, where I would imagine he would have been hoping to be at least chipping wounds off most of those. So.
The Matt Movie says, Alex, do you have any of your music handy for the sponsors slideshow for when there's a break? The 20-second loop yesterday was a little grating. I do. So we'll put one of my pieces on.
That's a great idea. I can't believe we didn't think of that yesterday.
Thank you very much, Beer Matt Movies. We should employ you.
Grumbles says Argadir is going to get stuck sorceress plastered and be fighting Crabane for the next 20 years.
You know what? It wouldn't surprise me.
Yep. Okay.
Tim Elvis has joined the chat. Welcome along. Says he loves the river. Yeah, we've made sure we've got a second river.
Okay,
So now it's over to USA Devon's Heroic. Which one's he going to go for?
So
He'll have to go north. So
I would imagine, yeah, he'll be going with the Wildman, Oathmaker up there.
We'll go first.
absolutely.
Oathmaker.
And then this captain has also called a move.
You should have him. I moved him within 6. He should be within 6. I moved him in to be within 6. That was the whole reason he was standing there. And I've been losing every fight.
So a little bit of a debate there, communication about whether Duree is in the move range or
That's
not.
exactly what you said earlier. Communication is so important. One reason is because you want to agree your intentions. Is he within 6? You note it when you place them, and then there can't be a debate as to what happens.
Indeed. I don't know what was agreed there, but it seems like Chichi has given him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I think he has, yeah.
Another bit of a look at the rest of the hall.
We'll on this camera, aren't they?
Yeah, that's great. We'll have a look at what Alex has been out doing in a bit. But success.
At the moment, let's have a look at resources since the guys are just moving, and quite a lot has been spent.
Lovely jubbly.
So we're down to just 6 on Arnor, and 7 on Army of the White Hand. So they've spent a little bit more, but they've got a little bit more.
Indeed. Honestly, this has been an incredible matchup. I'm really, really enjoying seeing the quality of gameplay here at the top table has been really good. And again, I don't want to implicitly say that the gameplay was bad yesterday, which it wasn't.
No,
but it really has taken a bit of a levelling up.
I mean, there's a reason why these guys are on top tables.
Exactly.
Again, and we're not trying to diminish anyone else's efforts. We would never make it to these tables.
Speak for yourself. If I was on a team that won all 5 games yesterday in each round and I lost both, then I'd happily be here.
End on this table. That's true.
Some very in-depth movement happening over here.
Yeah, some really deep thoughts.
Those Crabine are just so lethal. At first I thought 7 might be too many, but clearly there's no such thing as too many when Crabine are as good as they are.
6. But then Damien in the UK took a whole army of Crabines from GP.
And actually did quite well with it.
Yeah.
I think, was it full army? It wasn't full, was it? It was just an excessive number.
I mean, I thought it was a full army, but I might be wrong.
I think it was
a colossal number.
I think it was the assault on Helm. No, the attack on the Hornburg from the Ward of Rohirrim, but with an excessive number of Crabine, because he didn't have enough time to paint all of the miniatures. But it was certainly something. Sorry, we're just communicating behind the scenes to check which video we have next to play. Just to reiterate, we've got 40 minutes left on this round, then it goes immediately into lunch. We'll stay with you a little bit to summarise some of the things that have happened.
Bring the scores in as well.
Yeah, get the scores in, and then we will head off for a lunch break.
I suggest you do as well.
Yes, we would highly encourage that. So lots of in-depth movement here, so we can get a better angle there. Yeah, it's slightly shady, but yeah. Here we go. So the Army of the White Hand taking the win there has.
Sorry, everyone. I'm trying to make the puck as unobstructive as possible, and it's just slowly moving off the screen as I do it.
You don't see this on Match of the Day, do you?
You look hard enough.
Devon, quite rightly being reminded there that that was not in the correct move. but I mean,
So we're now into Poland's priority move.
I believe so. Yes, I think Duree was
Tagged up.
tagged up in that move, or
So he must have called that second hurry because he thought Duree was outside of 6 inches.
maybe.
He should be within 6 of the Permain.
Because otherwise, why would you call 2 and then choose to do the southern one first?
Well, I guess if you lose one, you know you're going to get the other.
But not if he's going to get tagged.
True.
Oh, no, he wasn't in the row. Never mind, you're fine.
Robert says no supplies destroyed yet. Yes, we have had supplies destroyed on the Arnor side in the middle. That's it so far, though. I expect we might see some more soon. Arnor are going to really struggle, I think, to get up to the Isengard side. And exact reciprocity. Yeah, as Demonic Teddy says, too busy swatting the birds away. It's a real chore because they've got 4 wounds. They're a colossal tar pit, and it can take a massive effort to bring them down. They don't even have to do any damage. They can just, with 7 of them, I mean 7 Carbine, that is it's 140 wounds. No, I'm an idiot. 4 times 7. I'm sorry, I'm a moron. It's 28 wounds. 28 wounds. It's still 28 wounds of birds to get through. Can take a huge amount of that time and effort, and can really bog down your line.
Okay.
Yeah, Mercy says Green will take one supply in the end. Why not? He will, absolutely can do. Reveals himself, but it'll be worthwhile at the end of the game. It's basically a guaranteed supply destroy. To be there again says, I expect the right to most sides supply will be destroyed. Assuming you were talking about that one up there. Because there's so many birds willing to threaten it.
So I'm moving him not full speed.
Not tell, unfortunately, stick on. Yeah, don't trust my maths. Don't trust my maths. It's not. I mean, that's a rule of thumb for life. And Lord Zell says never kill anything. Another good little rule.
So 35 minutes remaining on this round.
Oh, to be there again, the one on the bottom. So you're talking about just 35 minutes.
And interestingly, still just the one supply tagged, as I gather it. These 4 guys surrounding that objective there. Grim are very close to this one as well.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
but Grim basically gets a free one.
Okay.
Even at the end of the game, there'll be a point at which it's absolutely worth revealing himself in order to just nab out that last objective.
That's right.
And as Tobia again points out, we've got 7.
Oh, although Grimmer has just moved through that guy and away from the objective. So to clearly to put the might pressure in the centre of the board where most of the heroes are gathered.
True,
he can always move back.
Models, yeah, as long as he's got the time, which isn't a given. Things can go slower.
I mean, usually, we've still got quite a lot of models on the table, but I mean, we're going to have at least 2 more turns, I'd have thought.
I suppose the point is that Isengard are ahead. They've got their objective. So perhaps at the moment they prefer to play it defensively, have Grima reducing the capacity for Arnor to call heroics than they would to have them snap out some objective, particularly when, as to there again points out, the birds are bearing down on this one at the bottom here, and I think they're quite likely to get that as well.
J-Max Army's Middle Earth has joined the stream, and he's been really kind to us, saying to absolute melon casting again.
Yeah,
Melons, of course, being Melons in
being
friend in Elvish, and because he spelt melons wrong, because melon is melons, melons in the is
so 2 absolute friends.
Absolute, which I think that's a really nice thing for J-Max to say there.
And if you're going to try and insult someone, do try and spell the insult correctly.
Correct. Great idea.
Yes. I'm going to keep
Malt Ruby says, J-Max here, everyone add Coke to their single malt.
Absolutely.
Okay.
How else would you drink it? So we're into the combats. No kills there.
1, 2, 3.
Oh yeah, let's have a better look. Lovely jubbly.
We won't get the dice there, sorry.
No, that's fine, but it gives us a sense of the drama of this moment.
So that's 2 Arnor wins in a row.
Not great there, no wounds. He's changing out his dice sensibly.
So yeah, put those in dice jail.
Ooh, it's not great.
So he's getting the wins, but not getting the stick.
No, only a 3 high on that combat as well, and he's bidding some more dice.
Potentially a dead range.
No, it's a ranger, is it? So that's a 5 plus.
Okay, then no kill.
So it wasn't actually, they players were just discussing, Devin thought there was a ranger in the fight, but there wasn't, so there's no one dead.
No wound. 6 for the win for the Arnor. Can they convert? Yes, they can. Oh no, they can't. So there was a high defense model in there. Excuse me. There's a 6 to wound, and Malbeth doesn't save this guy. So that's one of the first Arnor models to die in a while, to be fair. Arnor win the fight, failing to wound, and the frustration on Chichi really struggling there.
There's just no damage sticking whatsoever.
No, certainly not this turn. Last turn he did have some success.
Robbo's just pointed out that the Cuthbert could technically kill Argadir this turn.
I mean,
I'd enjoy it. I would sort of enjoy it.
I mean, he is trapped and surrounded. It's more than likely.
So here comes a Krebine fight.
Too high. Oh dear.
Krebine take it. Can they get another horse?
And there's a cock dice in there. No, so there's a horse that's here. He got a 5 high.
6.
Goes to Salman.
I'm going to attack the man with the captain.
The captain is being shook out.
Saruman. Should attack the man.
Saruman is in this combat. I didn't realise Saruman's got in a fight.
Talbot.
Is he there?
Yep.
Has anything died yet in this combat phase? Oh, well,
A horse.
The horse.
Arnor have lost 2. Oh no, was it the horse or was it? It must
The
have
horse
been
didn't die for the Krebine. The Krebine didn't.
No, maybe Saruman went two-handed with his staff. That would explain the death. Oh my god. Triple 1.
We've got an exasperated look over at over the streamers
at
here.
least he's taking it with a smile, which is great.
Yeah. So. First one on the horse.
He's really trying to get the horses out.
Yeah.
I don't blame him. Mobility focused game.
Indeed, yeah. It's not a very good roll. Pretty bad roll.
Dice, he can't get a horse.
Yeah, to be fair, this is another strike on the horse. There we go, we've got a horse dead there.
It's a turn rider.
So Argadir loses his fight and his horse. And then there's more strikes on...
So Argadir survives it.
So Argadir has survived, which crucially gives the potential for a heroic move here, but that's not going to be enough now that the horse is there. So.
And he's lost his horse in the river as well. So he's going to have to spend a bit of time getting out of it.
No, only if he went prone. And he didn't roll a 1. So he's not prone.
But he's in the difficult terrain.
Oh yeah, sorry, I see what you mean. Yeah, he's. So he's moving slow, but not.
That's mine. So
Mick has.
Cheeky.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Mick has given us some helpful advice on how to pronounce Kiki. We've been doing it awfully and butchering it, and presumably every Polish person has been cringing every time we say it. But
I'm glad they've waited this long to remind us.
Yeah, they waited 2 hours. Yeah.
Excuse me. Yes, it's cheeky. Cheeky.
Grumble says, I think it's a minor loss already. I have to say, I can't agree. Or as we call it in my language, it's a beer.
A beer.
We're getting a beer.
I mean, look, what's that? It's going to be over 12 inches, isn't it, to get round there? I reckon And that's assuming it's unimpeded, which it absolutely will be by those remains.
Lovely to see Chris Powell back in chat. Good morning. I hope you were productive on your MESBG painting today. I know you're working towards Harry's tournament for next weekend.
Excellent.
And we also have Nathan Talbot.
Oh, welcome along, Nathan.
Welcome, Nathan. Any toilet content? Not yet, but I hope you will.
I mean, in the sense that we've had very low quality content, there's been loads of that. It's all been pretty toilet, but no actual toilet content.
So we've missed some stuff.
We have indeed.
So I think what's happened here...
Captain and turbine or turbine banner.
So there was certainly a roll-off for a move-off, but I don't know who had priority.
Okay.
I think he had priority because he rolled the dice.
Okay.
And there was a captain, which I think is the second height.
I think Devon's been quite unlucky with his priority rolls, actually.
Yeah, well, it's not too bad, is it?
No, I was going to say it's not affected a great deal, so.
Okay, no, so...
Alright, RV's not doing much.
So what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to go touch base in just a moment, see who's called what.
Yep. Sounds good. Seems wise. I've maybe just given them a chance to have a think through this decision, because it's clearly quite a decision being made here as to who's calling moves and where are they going and all that.
So the calls have been made. This is the heroic going off.
Oh, I see. Sorry. Yeah, that's the captain, is it, or chieftain, I should say.
Chieftain, yeah.
So he's trying to end in a place to give as many people a chance of charging by the looks of it as he can.
Yeah, there's a lot of might on the table though.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 750-point game, to be fair, so there are a lot of
sometimes
points. You're looking at
you start with 9 and a few turns in, you're like, right, I'm just going to spend, try and get the momentum early, and well, then I do, but then I lose.
I was going to say
that was advice that came from Will Champion, and he is better than me by an order of magnitude. So that's not me trying to give advice. I'm just regurgitating.
Which is mostly what you do, just regurgitate nonsense.
And sometimes just food as well.
Yeah. I wonder what that's.
Depending on what kind of night it was, yeah. Well, none of it went into my bed. So.
Yeah, indeed. All right. I mean, people in the chat probably quite accurately predicting a USA win. Maybe now is the time to find out the progress on. Have any of the US and Polish games finished? Do we know?
I will go and scout that in a second. Ben says, can you return the name and initiative graphic to the top left-hand corner of the screen? Won't be interested there. I think that is probably a very good idea. So you're going to have to bear with me.
He's going to slow your whole army down. Half speed.
Saruman has just used his second power. He has decided that he's going to use the
half speed.
Yeah, for half speed moves. So the entirety of the Arnor army is halving its movement value.
Yeah, that's gone and done it, isn't it? There he goes.
Good shout for you there, Grumbles. Beer Map Movie, sorry, good shout for you there. Can we turn Battlecamper up a little bit? Battlecamper can try and project. Let's see.
It might just be I'm talking louder than you, to be honest. Your microphone is about the same place, so.
Yes, let's just try this.
Oh, interesting. Now I can see the real. Having seen what has just happened and not really followed it, you can see that there's a tactical withdrawal that's happened here. Perhaps Devon here looking to preserve his force and try and prevent any chance of breaking. He's just moved away and denied the Arnor the chance to catch up because of the half speed through the difficult terrain.
Yeah.
So really, really clever move there. They might get some charges off, but it's certainly not going to be enough to do a lot of damage this
Make sure
turn.
you're 1.5. Yeah.
Game says it's hard work producing a live broadcast. It certainly is, but it is well worth it.
Oh, absolutely.
And Robbo says hopefully we can get Team England on the stream. It's certainly not beyond the realms of possibility.
Well, look, Robbo, it'll boil down to can Team England perform well enough to get on the top tables?
They've done very well.
They have done very well so far.
Unlike Poland and USA, they've not managed to secure 3 wins of their 3 rounds yesterday. They got 2 wins and a draw.
Yeah.
But presumably one of these 2 teams, unless they both draw, presumably one of them is going to go down in defeat in this round. And so there'll only be 1 team left with a run of 4 wins, which means some of the teams just below Germany, England, for example, who popped a draw in the last round yesterday, are going to be in the running to be on the top table and to take them on in the next round.
Indeed, indeed. So who knows? In fact, maybe that's actually something that we can bring you very soon. Do you want to go and have a chat with some of the England and German teams?
I'll do that. Yeah, send me out to the field.
I mean, I'm happy to stay here if you want to.
It's entirely up to you.
Yeah,
I know you like being out. You're a man of the people, Harry.
No,
I'm a man of the absence of people, really.
Well, yesterday I did a lot of the roaming for your channel, so it's only good to put you to work today, I think, to do some roaming. But I am eager to see. I am eager to see whether Team England are doing well. So we'll bring you that information as soon as we can. Of course, and ideally something from the US or Poland as well to find out how the rest of these things are going. Some short videos to try and basically as soon as the round timer finishes and this game is done, we can try and update you as quickly as possible on the rest of the progress here at the Nations Cup here in Poland. Right, I'll try and work out what's happening. I'm sure you've all been paying attention to what's actually happening on screen, whereas we've been slightly distracted. Again, it looks like Devon's doing a tactical withdrawal. In fact, I'm going to walk and talk with you. So I'm just leaving my desk here to have a quick glance at the pile of dead. Devon has 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 wild men dead. Arnor, on the other hand, have 7 dead and 2 horses. Yeah. So 9 dead and 2 horses. So actually, the kill tally is pretty even in terms of numbers. But of course, the value of the dead on the Arnor side is certainly higher value. And Devon successfully taking 4 cavalry out of action, including Argadir, although some of those are still on foot. So, very interesting as we head into the final stretch. 20 minutes left here of the Nations Cup. Grumbles chanting USA.
Half speed.
Yeah, I think it's looking unlikely that the white hand will break.
Okay, I'm sure. Perfect. Yeah. Yeah, you charge.
Charge?
Okay, first guy. This guy.
Finish up. 6. Did any of them move half? No.
Whoa. It's off.
Yep.
Dice is miles away.
Faithful, yeah?
It's a point of fate there being spent. Who was the target of that?
This guy.
Now we're good. Now we're good.
Okay. 1, 2 guys.
Yep.
Sorry?
Yes?
Yeah, we can, if you want to join, absolutely. Michael Bradford has taken a seat. Welcome along, Michael.
Hi everyone.
We're just catching up on I think it's shooting that's happening currently on the stream. How is the rest of the tournament going though, Michael?
Yeah, running well. Just a lot of people trying to destroy supplies at the moment and running into the inevitable difficulties that come with that. But yeah, no, it's a lot of games still going. It's a long scenario.
You know what? That was one of the things I was intrigued by. Is very few games are finished already. I think.
No, yeah. But they seem to be being enjoyed, so that's the main thing.
Excellent, excellent.
How are things looking here?
Well, it looks to be in the hands of the Army of the White Hand, frankly. The Cobain managed to destroy a supply early on, and the Arnor have been held up by lightning and half-moving and all these things.
Did he manage?
Saruman has 0 fate.
Oh, wow.
He got shot.
Saruman has 0 fate.
0 fate.
Goes to Saruman.
So some more shooting at Saruman now.
So did he manage to flank, the Arnor player managed to flank on the right-hand side with the cavalry?
He's tried, but the Cobain have, of course, some real issues.
Done a rear guard, yeah, fair. So is it still one objective in the middle?
That one was destroyed. Yeah. These two are still available.
This guy.
So still no success in wounding Saruman, but the fate is gone.
I think it's getting time for Hail Mary time for the Arnor player.
I think so. Sadly, it's here, and we've seen the Army of the White Hand retreat this turn back from the river and cause the half move. So these guys have been slowed down to 40.
Some valuable time that's remaining.
Exactly. Yeah.
Where's the banner for the White Hand?
The banner. There was two on both sides. So and I can't see exactly. See if you can see on this picture here. Oh yeah, there's one there and there's one there. So both in action and same here and another over there.
Are out of reach.
So banners I think are pretty safe.
In the way for the captain.
So we're getting in the way for the captain there. And that's another Ranger dead. Another Ranger dead. The kill tally is pretty even actually for both sides. So an indication of success of the Army of the White Hand.
I'm just shooting him.
So some more shots being fired. Do you know how England and Germany are getting on in their various matches? Because they're, of course, in third and fourth position. With a good chance one of them ends up on
I'm
top
happy
tables.
to do a run and find out. I was told that Poland have fairly dominated America.
Oh, have they?
Yeah, so Poland coming in strong.
Yes.
Oh, so this might be the only
win, exactly.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
oh, that's interesting.
Says on the ground.
So pick the right one for the stream for the USA.
Yeah, well, for the USA, yes. So sorry for the Polish contingent there, but I think this is it's a tricky matchup for Arnor to try and combat 7 Cobain as well as places.
It's a strong build.
Some fast rolling combats here.
Right, let me run and see about England, Germany.
Oh, that'd be great. Thank you very much, Michael, for joining us there, and he'll hopefully bring us some information about England and Germany in a second. I think Alex is also hoping for the same as well. Sorry for losing track of what's going on here. I'm sure you've already been watching. I think it's unlikely Arnor are going to break. They've got 48 models at the start, and they've only lost around 10. So, not going to happen. Argadir against 3 Cobain. I believe he charged.
Yes, shielding.
Oh, he's shielding. Oh, of course, he's lost his horse, so he's charging the difference. Oh my god! 3 high? 3 high again. Oh dear. As I say, Chiki is very much taking this in good spirits. Cobain winning the fight there, but it's based on what Michael said, it seems like Poland have got a commanding lead here, which means the Poland
6 by 4.
home advantage, maybe helping Poland once again. A great SBG nation is Poland. As we mentioned already, there's a tournament next door. I mean, it'd be great to pop in next door at some point and have a look, but of course we're covering the Nations Cup here. So we might not have time to cover both. We're trying to get as many different nations on the stream as we can. So Poland taking priority again. I think Poland have had priority pretty much the whole game. Oh, sorry, my microphone was just flipped in and has muffled me against my chest. Michael has returned with information.
Very briefly, Germany I do not know because all of their games are still going on, and I didn't want to interrupt and chat to any of them. However, England is starting to finish up. They have a minor win, a major win, and a draw currently. They're not counting their chickens, even though some of the other matches look strong, but all going well. They're favourably set up to take the round. So, yeah.
Okay, so England may well have some success. But of course, Germany could also win there and put them both in the same position. So it'll all come down to game points. And you still think Poland versus USA? Oh, sorry, there's someone calling for a ref.
I will run get him.
That's okay. Michael's dispatched for the refereeing there as we rejoin the stream here, which, as Michael suggested, Saruman.
Are you okay with it if you don't want me to? Okay.
Interesting, the number of times we've seen a channel in this game. It's not often that you see the channel, but I think Devon quite sensibly. He's lower on will, choosing to spend his might points to guarantee those channeling. So he's got 1 point of might left and 3 will points this time.
I call it channeling.
Looks like the Battlecamp returns. You join as Chihi has had a really rough go of it once again. The very few fights that he did have in that one where he might have had a commanding position, he ended up rolling quite poorly on. So yeah, even a shielding Argadir was not good enough.
No way.
No, he rolled a 3 high, I believe. But he's still on the board, so it didn't all go badly.
So, do you want a bit of news from the England-Greece games?
Yes, actually. Well, we've just had Michael over to give us some information about England. Did you manage to catch up with Germany?
No, none of the games had finished when I
that was the same with what Michael said. So that's interesting.
So I left the Germans to it, but I will go out and get them in a second.
No worries.
England-Greece, we've got only 2 games finished, and England has won both of them.
Okay.
1 minor, 1 major. It looks like we're about to clinch a third, so I think England is going to take their.
As I understood it, there was a draw as well.
Oh, I didn't have the draw.
Okay, well that's okay. We may well be wrong. We'll find out the details as they come in. But looking strong for the English side. Yeah.
So we have only got 11 minutes left, and it looks like we're moving. So this is the start of a round, is it?
Yeah, we've just had another round previous to that.
It might be the last one unless they're quick.
Based on the fact that we're having another round of combats this turn, and we didn't have as many combats last turn, I think this is almost certainly the last round. Neither side is likely to break. Saruman did lose all his fate points to shooting.
Did he?
He did. But no wounds.
No wounds, so no points.
Yeah. So I haven't updated the fate points actually. He's channeled here.
He's going to cast Compel.
Channeled, did you say?
Yeah. I did put that. Interesting. I don't think Saruman's activated yet.
Sorry. Because of the movement. Okay. Yeah, fair.
Any hope, do you think, Harry?
No.
No.
I'm afraid I'm buying you a bit. I think even Tiki will admit that it was an uphill struggle at the start, and his dice haven't helped.
No, they haven't.
He should have really been dominating that central line. I think the very first time the lines clashed, it went quite well, but after that, he's just really struggled to take advantage.
Where's Arnor? Oh, Arnor.
Someone says channel is used very often as Saruman. He's one of the best channelers in the game.
Yeah,
great to master. I mean, certainly, channel pairs fantastically with his Voice of Saruman rule, or whatever it is. The one that minuses 1 from an enemy's resist tests. Gumball points out he hasn't really spent it on much else, but I think that's right.
That is true.
You've got 3 almost guaranteed casts.
That's true.
Or at least, the problem is you give people an awful decision to make because you channel,
So here's what I want to do.
put an important spell on, And for most heroes, even the 3-wheelers, you're like, well, am I going to risk? I either chuck all 3-wheel to 50-50 a 6 to resist it and get it back, or I just let it go.
Yeah, exactly.
Rangers can't pick it up, no?
Grimmer has just revealed himself to get the objective. Thanks for spotting that.
Rangers trap back.
Glenn?
Yes.
Mercer, yeah. And Glenn. Yeah, Mercer and Glenn both spotted that.
You have the profile?
Beer Mac Movie says day 2 and Alex finally wins a bet. Yeah, about time.
Yes. Okay. That's weird. Never mind.
Yeah, Gumballs has got a fair point here that it was a very difficult matchup. 7 Cobain, the Lightning, the casting, the Grimmer. It was going to be very, very difficult for Arnor to win this one. I mean, maybe this was a tactical decision. Maybe because, as we understand it, the rest of the Polish team have done very well. So maybe this was, as they call it, the sacrificial or the bus player to be thrown under the bus.
Cheeky got thrown under the bus.
Maybe. He'll be very pleased to know that his team have done well. I mean, we don't know for sure that, but it looked like from what Michael was saying earlier on that
I'd like to go try and grab the Polish.
Oh, absolutely! It'd be great to hear from the Polish contingent if you're up for it. Well, we've got 8 minutes left on the clock. We'll follow out the rest of this. The rest of this one, and then then we'll bring you as many chunks of audio and video as we can before we go for a lunch break. But yeah, it is. Even just a few minutes ago, Michael was remarking on the fact that a lot of the games were still going. Now, if you look, there are a lot more empty tables in the hall. So with 5 minutes remaining, plus 15 minutes, so just over 5 minutes, I think we'll just say.
He's in base contact. Yep. That's all? Yeah, do you have shooting? Yep. Where's your shooting? Here? Here? Yep.
It must be said, everything's in high spirits here.
Yep.
The
In the way. Yep. And 6.
the guys are clearly having a fun game, no matter, despite the way it's going.
So, combat.
Yes. Okay. Shoot. Chile. Okay. Yep. 6. 5.
My captain and spear, you're free.
Okay.
Hopefully you can still hear the players.
6.
Captain and
We
spear.
might have lost one of the microphones there.
No.
2 on 2.
Captain. Spear.
5.
Might it. Yep. No,
So-
I'm mighting.
Oh,
I
this
got
is-
5. I'm mighting the captains for 6.
6.
Yeah. Might. Yeah.
Captain spinning point of might there to win the fight. I think that puts that chieftain out of might. No, it puts him to spend the first point of might.
Captain.
Oh, Alex has returned. I don't know
I've
whether
returned in failure this time. So I spoke with the US team captain, and he said they're on a knife edge in the rest of the rounds, the rest of the games in this round, and I think he's a little bit stressed, and he would prefer to speak after the game's resolved.
Fair enough.
But it's looking like if the games go as we expect at the moment, it might well be a draw this round.
Interesting. Interesting indeed. So yeah, maybe not as surefire thing as Michael was suggesting just before that. So the combat seemed to be going Arnor's way again, which I'm sure is a little consolation to Cheeky.
Yeah, take his frustration out, even if he's not going to get the win.
he'd need to do an awful lot of damage here to break the army of the White Hand in this final turn.
I mean, realistically, this is just about satisfaction at this stage, isn't it?
It is. Some more wins and more kills there for the Arnor guys.
And there's no prospect, there's no combat, there's no prospect of a win on Saturday.
I don't think so. He's been effectively shielded by some Orc warriors here. There's a big trap there.
Captain? No? 2 guys? 6?
Robbo in chat says a draw would be perfect for England.
6? Good. 2 guys?
Would it?
No.
That would 2 draws make for the equivalent of a win.
Oh, not a draw. Okay. I don't think it means if England draws. I think it means if Poland and.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I'm quite right. Yes, that's very true. And Germany, because it would be perfect for England and Germany.
Yeah, that's right. They're both running.
Germany are slightly behind England on game points, or were going into this round.
Only by a smidge.
Yes, I think it was 4 or 5, something like that. We'll have a look at the tallies in a minute, as we mop up these final combats here. With only a few minutes left.
I mean, as to whether or not Martin Mercer says relying on that clock, it might be wrong. It is about 10 seconds behind the clock we've got on the projector. So yeah, our clock is out by about 10 seconds, which I think is a pretty good margin in the circumstances.
Yep. I think this is the final moves then.
I just heard rope move.
We heard, yeah. We've stopped updating the mic tracker. Frankly, at this stage, I don't think it matters.
Yeah, makes perfect sense.
There was a mic spent up here to win a fight from a chieftain, but worth noting, as they have started this round, they do have 15 minutes to finish this round after the clock. So essentially, they have around 17.5 minutes to finish this turn. So, you know what, it's not impossible that if Arnor have an incredibly good turn, the White Hand would break, but I'm going to double check how plausible that actually is. So I'm going to have a count of some of the models.
Okay.
Just count the models.
Yeah, Bradley's right. 2 minutes left in the round, but they have 15 minutes to finish this turn. Now they've started it. Not that I expect it's going to change the outcome dramatically. Harry, I think, is looking to see how close each of the teams are to break, which of course potentially narrow or widen the margin of victory. Harry, can you also figure out who's got priority?
I think Devon called the first heroic move, so
Arnor, if nothing else, has had priority for a long time.
Yeah, they've had basically a long time.
It's a shame because I wanted to show up my new priority marker.
Yeah, and instead it's just a white dot on a different place than it was.
So just because we're all new people, a lot of new people in, if you look at the puck in the top left-hand corner, the white dot denotes who has priority.
It's very clever.
Very proud of it.
So just to give you some context there, a much better turn recently for Arnor. There are 17 dead on the Army of the White Hand and just 9 dead on the Arnor side. So a big swing back towards the Arnor, but probably too little too late. So the Army of the White Hand started on 52, so they're down to 35 models. But that's still, what do we need to get them down? They need to get another 8 models this turn to break them, something like that, 8 models. Sorry, my microphone just flopped into my belly again, so it's probably muffled that slightly. But yeah, so we're looking at 8 models. But hey, looking at the number of combats that are happening, the advantage that Arnor have in these combats in terms of fight value, banners, defence, strength, it's not impossible. But I think it'd be I think Chihi would be pretty happy with a break here.
Yeah, I'm sure he would. Yeah.
Arnor got priority. They used their last foresight point.
To be there again is basically the third. He's the third of our streaming crew, isn't he? Because he's always on top of what's actually happening.
Well, I mean,
attention.
Yeah, this is brilliant because obviously we're focusing on lots of other bits and bobs at the same time.
We've outsourced that part.
Yeah, I think that was wise. Give the guy a super like.
Yeah. Right, that's the game time over. So now we have the overtime.
Hello, I feel like you're not playing anymore, and I am really good for the two halves, so please answer your score.
added 1 hour and 15 minutes there.
Yeah. Now it's just not counting at all.
Oh, that's because you pressed the pause. There we go. All right. So yeah, we do have 15 minutes. I mean, realistically, I don't think that 15 minutes is going to be needed. But
they're not going to get to the end of the clock. No. Their microphone appears to be cutting out from me. I don't know if that's something that you guys at home are experiencing.
I think they've been really good so far, but yeah, I think they are. Oh, is that it? It's just losing signal.
Potentially.
You might be able to see in the background here, people laying out their miniatures for the painting competitions. We will bring you some footage of that as soon as possible, yeah. Once as many armies put their stuff out. But in the meantime, we've got just a few minutes left on the top table here. Poland versus the USA at the top of the Nations Cup.
Staring down the barrel of a likely American victory.
Yes, but just in this game. We've got 5 other games to cover. So I think we gave someone in the chat was very much cheering USA on, and we suggested that they would USA may well lose this round, but you've given them hope. You've given them hope. I can't remember who it was. Apologies. Grumbles points out there's a really long game time since they let them continue the game. Yeah,
and it's a good thing.
I mean, personally, I think that's absolutely a great thing, because we want these games to come to a natural conclusion as often as possible, and not favour any one army or over the other.
It's never satisfying when you have played well, but you just haven't had the time to get the points.
Although I suppose the counter-argument to that is playing the clock is just as important
but
in a tournament.
But you can't control your opponent playing the clock.
No, that's
true. Even with the best one in the world, if their army is a large army, or they're just not quite as quick to play, even if it's not intended, it can leave quite a sour taste in the mouth if you feel like that's had an impact on your capacity to touch.
Quite right, quite right. Michael's just arrived to bring us some news, have you?
I'd given you the scoop on America earlier, but I was misinformed because the games were not yet done. There's been a bit of a turnaround of circumstance, and they think they might have stolen a draw. So a draw from the mouth of defeat. So we'll see obviously how it finishes, but I think they got a couple wins there, which might pull it back to the mid-range.
There you go. That's really interesting. That would be great for the USA chats. Tentacles and to be there again, talking about USA. So maybe a draw overall for this. They've got 2 wins, and if Devon wins this one and Poland have got 3 wins, that would be a draw.
Yeah. I mean, when I went around earlier, you saw at the beginning of the game, I thought the Eagles were going to win their game. They got crushed. They really struggled. They couldn't get to the objectives.
Well, they couldn't get to them at all. Just bubble wrapped the armies.
Wrapped, yeah. They're against I can't remember their opponents actually, but against a populist army with a lot of models. They'd obviously decided to play very defensively, as is right. So they advanced to try and get the opponent's objectives. The Eagles are just going to come across and sit in theirs. And I think they decided the best way to do it was to get the break points.
Yep, it seems logical to me.
Stick it up. Let's bridge. So 1.5, it's 3.
Again, Devon is the absolute king of communication here. He's being really super clear about how far a model can move through the terrain. It's really, really great to see.
To be there again, since Eagles were against usurpers, that's right. So again, a large model.
Yes, I did think that was.
And some 2-handed weapons as well.
It does.
Really brutal against the Eagles.
Let's see some people over there having a good gleg at the painting on offer. We'll bring you some of that in a minute. Get a better angle here. Yes, we can. It's butt cam.
My favourite cam.
Go for it. So just 10 minutes left on the overtime here.
Maybe they won't get a finish, they're only just finishing the moves.
I think largely things have all been completely tied up now, haven't they? So it's just the remainders on the Arnorian side. Beautiful Arnorian stuff. I really hope Chihi gets a chance to display his models.
That's another unfortunate thing with people finishing the games early. It does give you a bit of advantage, rushing over and getting them set up.
Yes, you can see over here, people taking... Oh, you can't, because Devon's away.
Yeah,
people
you skipped out just as they were revealed.
People taking photos behind of all the stuff. So on to the shooting now. So the guys over here that have been here the whole game shooting over the river. Back into those guys. I don't think there are any hits there. And then back to Chihi and the Arnorian Rangers returning fire into this direction.
How many team points is a tie? You get 1 team point for a tie.
Yes.
2 for a win, 1 for a tie, 0 for a loss.
Yeah. And there are major, minor victories conditions. So it's 6 for a major, 5 for a minor, I believe, 3 for a draw, and 1 for a minor loss. And that's
-1 for a concede.
And -1 for a concession. That's correct. Unless there's some way that the concession is mitigated. I think a concession is okay in some circumstances, but only if agreed by teams. I think particularly, if someone has to leave for a medical reason or something like that, obviously then it goes
like a medical emergency, presumably.
-1 TP because you had a heart attack.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Although probably not at the top of your list of priorities.
So we're into the depths of the combats now. Sorry, I'm rustling with my microphone. Another Arnorian win there. I think is he just shielding it? No, that's a shield spear, so we got to kill. Devon carelessly sliding his models across the table, and they are very nice looking models as well. It's another win to the Arnor. It does seem like that
earlier in the game.
Sorry?
If only they could roll like this.
Indeed. It would have helped a lot.
Those who ask if Bootcamp can be on further to the right of the table.
So a win for England.
That can be quite difficult, unfortunately. As you can see, the setup, it's complicated by the shape, the very unusual shape of the table.
So England, it seems like they have taken a win this round, according to Michael. So I think it was 1 draw, 2 major wins, and another win.
So we might have them up here.
There's a strong chance we get them on this table, especially if Poland and the USA take a draw, depending on the severity of the victory and how many game points England have got.
Grumble says it's 6 a.m. here, and he's up to give the USA some support. You must have been up and started watching this game at about 4 o'clock in the morning then, because you've been earlier than that, because we've already been streaming for nigh on 3 hours.
That's right. Well, Grumbles, I wonder, did you get up early or were you still awake?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Very good question.
Either way, great to see the support. Hopefully it's been worth it for you, considering you've watched the USA win, even if maybe the rest of the team haven't done it.
It's another Wild Than Dead.
Yeah, and he's
just chucks across the board.
Such disdain given to those wild men who have failed in the line of duty. That's it, another win for Arnor. There was the win. Oh, another wound there for an Arnorian. He's dead. Oh, we've lost. Oh, hold on. That's it. We've got some flickering light action there. Grima has been removed from play. Revealing himself at the last minute to destroy a supply, but then immediately having the shit kicked out of him by Arnorians.
Justified anger.
I think that's fair.
Yeah,
Another win to the usurpers, though. Not the usurpers, sorry, the army of the one.
Bradley is up at 10+10 in New Zealand. Stay strong, Bradley. Stay with us.
Brilliant to see that.
And to be there again.
So we've got 7 hours left of the streaming. Will we see you commenting at 5 o'clock in the morning? I'm keen to find out.
I expect so, otherwise I'll be very upset.
I'll be very upset, you Bradley, come on. Sadly, we don't have a New Zealand contingent here at the tournament, I believe. But I believe there are talks to try and get some Australians and New Zealanders here next time. So
it's a big commitment, but it'd be
maybe we'll see you next year, Bradley. Oh, is this Saruman? This might be combat Saruman combat. They've got a 6 on the Arnorian dice. Looks like. Is it Saruman? Yeah, it was Saruman. So Saruman.
There's a chance for a wound there, but
no wound on Saruman.
That's the game.
And that the handshake there. I mean, we're pretty confident of a victory here. I don't think Chitty has managed to break the Army of the White Hand, nor has he wounded Saruman. So I think it's a decisive win, but of course not all the supplies have been destroyed. Only these 2 were destroyed in the end. No, it's the other way around, sorry, these 2. So not all of the supplies, so it's not a 20-0 victory to Devon. Also, both armies get some points for the banners. So it won't be 100% whitewash, but it will be a victory.
They're both going to get banner.
And General VPs are still alive, so nothing there.
Alvin Ween wasn't wounded at all.
I don't think so. No.
So it's a minor. There's the handshake again. 8-1 victory to the USA. Congratulations, a very well played game.
The standard of play has been absolutely extraordinary here on the top table. Unsurprisingly, and that's what happens on a top table. But either way, it was. I think. I mean, I've said it a few times. I think communication is so important when playing at the highest level, because it's little things that can, like intention, is so important. If you say that model is within 6 inches, is that okay? That's okay, fine. Then there's no dispute. But no. I've certainly fallen foul of this before in games where I've strayed perhaps too close to the top tables and not communicated as well as I could have done.
Like Icarus.
Hopefully we'll have a chat with you in a second. Is that okay? Yeah. Well, so Chihi just heading off to have a bit of a chat with his fellow.
Yeah, they're all
Polish.
Understandably very excited to go and reunite with their teammates and see what's going on, share war stories. But hopefully we'll get through the guys.
Yeah, you can see some of the US team there on the stage. So we don't yet know the results of the other games. So we might be able to bring that live. Devon is just talking with his team. Devon, I'm going to nip out straight away and grab him before.
No worries. So Harry's going to go off and try and collar Devon, see if we can get him to chat with us, potentially get us some scores from the other tables, because it's so close. It's definitely on a knife edge. Last time I went and checked, we were looking at a draw, and that was on the assumption that Devon won this game, which he did. On the other tables, the American Eagles have been butchered. The American what army it was that played against the Garrison of Dale. Forgive me, I'll have to look that up. But they had also done quite well. But Poland had managed to smash back in some other games. So it looked like we were going to get a draw. But that was very much in contention last time I checked. So I'm going to have a quick look at the submitted scores for the round. The website is taking a long time to load. The website is fantastic, I love it. But when everyone's trying to submit their scores at the same time, it can slow it down quite considerably. Until then, hopefully Harry will track back in a second with some news from the map. I wonder whether we just drop in a video, and I'm going to see if I can get the correct one. And I'm going to have to do the cheeky rotate as quick as I possibly can, and I'll have to do it solo as well. Anyone who's new here today, for some reason all of our videos have been dropped in upside down. We don't know why, but that is just something I'm going to do. And this is a little chat I had with the English team. Now, it won't even show me. Well, Harry is back. Okay, well, we won't go to the video just yet then.
So we will be able to. We will be able to have a chat with the with the two players. They're just finalising their results. Obviously, that's more important than having a chat with us in terms of the running of the tournament. I know you guys are keen to get a sense of the conversation, but I've just briefly caught Devon, our USA player, and he summarised it pretty succinctly. That river killed him, which I think is a fair point. I mean, if we look back at the board, you can see just the
shape of the battle is actually, it is in the shape of that meander in the river there.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
It's huge, and just like yesterday, it is more, it's asymmetric. It is more on one side of the board than it is on the other side of the board.
It is a little bit, yeah. So that deployment, obviously, becoming very important. And also, you know, that combined with the ability for the Crabane to fly over the river and attack from the other side without any concern, whereas the cavalry obviously had to go round. Really hurting. 8-1 though, it's not a disaster for Poland.
No.
Crucially, he hasn't given away, conceded as many points as we thought may have been possible earlier on. So I think Poland will probably be quite pleased with that. And it sounds like there's a USA-Poland draw from what the USA contingent.
While we wait to finalise that and get the players back to our chat, should we whack one of the videos on?
Absolutely, we should whack one of the videos on. Do we know what we're going to be talking about? Sorry, tell a lie before we do that.
What we're going to be talking about
here comes Will.
Is the penultimate scenario, please, gentlemen.
Yeah. Harry's going to do a roll.
1, 2 or 3, it's going to be domination. And
right.
4, 5 or 6 is going to be to the death.
1, 2, 3, domination. 4, 5, 6 to the death. What do you fancy?
To the death.
To the death. I want to end on to the death. So domination it is. Come on.
Sucks to be you then.
To the death.
To the death. So we're going to end on domination.
Thank you, Will.
Really interesting. Thanks very much, Will. We'll catch up with him at some point soon. So there you go. Minquist asking, had to go into brace of things. What did you miss? 8-1 victory to USA.
A big win for the US, but not necessarily a big win on the other tables. It looks like Devon's contribution here might have brought the US and Poland to a draw in the round.
Yes.
But it does look like England has won their round. In fact, we know that England has won that round. So they might well be on our table next round.
The only question is how did Germany fare,
exactly
which is
right.
we have very little information about. So maybe. In fact, very, very soon, maybe we should nip out while we're talking to these. Do you want to go and grab Germany?
I'll go grab Germany, yeah. That's
right.
Idea.
So Alex is going to go grab Germany. We're going to have a live interview with Chihi and Devon if he's available. Devon's just strolling over, so do you want to just grab him for us?
And you're capable, I'm sure, of administering the interview all by yourself.
Oh, am I heck? All right. So we're going to switch the camera up. There we go. So if we just head to the table, guys. So welcome back to the stream, Chihi and Devon. If we just come around this way, so we're looking at that camera over there. Come on in. First of all, I know Chihi have great English, so I'll try and talk slowly for you.
Thank you.
First of all, I'll let you take the first question. How did you feel about the matchup? You're playing the army of the White Hand with so many Crabane. Were you confident going into this?
Yes, probably on the start of the game, yeah. And the river, my army is very good. It's so close, but maybe it's shooting, but shooting not good. You watching? Yeah. I'm nothing. Crabine, 7 Crabine, and Grima, and Bjorn.
Yeah, it was a very much an uphill struggle for you. I think that's fair to say. I know there was a discussion about the river at the start, and the TO came over to clarify that it was a shallow river. When you came to the board, did you know that it was going to be a river, or were you expecting some other? Because I think you asked about whether it would be ice, the river.
Maybe because game is, but
I know it's okay. Don't worry. If you don't.
Game's good because it's ice. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you think it might have been a more level?
River, game is nothing.
Okay. So you think the river? Would you agree that the decision to have it as shallow water gave you the game, Devon?
I think it definitely threw it a lot in my favor. Originally, I would have never made the entire thing. Like the TO said, the whole template was. I don't know if you want to grab it and show it, but the template's like actually only half river. And I was okay to do it like that, where you only really get an inch and a half of a river, and that's it. But when the TO came over and said the whole thing is river, that changed everything dramatically.
Yeah, I think because you can just see here, there's this blue strip down the centre, which we had interpreted as being the river. But yeah, as you say, the whole template of the neoprene mat there was river. So that's really difficult. And as you say, you have flying models that can nip over it, and particularly this bulbous section, the wider bit in the middle, where I suppose that's the gap between the terrain that is likely to be where you're going through. That is particularly bad. Combine that with
I can slow him down.
Yeah, you can slow him down, and also the lightning made you spread your models out at the start. The potential for the lightning bolts.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the tricky one. You did have. I mean, I think Devon would probably admit you did have some bad luck as well, particularly in some of the horses that were trying to make a break down the side and losing quite a lot of cavalry.
Could have been 8-inch move.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that was it, and I suppose from there on that was it. And you did come close to breaking, Devon, though. How many models off were you in the end?
5. I 52 models, so I need 26 to break, if I got my math right.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I think it was around there at the very least. And Arnor, I think that you had one very good turn in combat early on, and then you had some quite poor turns where you weren't wounding the models at all, and then I think you started wounding again, but by that point you'd lost quite a lot of, particularly the cavalry, so it felt like quite a difficult recovery. Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah.
But my shooting, only 2 models. That.
Yeah. No. His shooting was terrible.
Yeah, it was
terrible.
we did see, because you were going for the defense 3 models, and they killed very few. 1 or 2 early on, I think, and that was it. Yeah, it was a real struggle. But you did manage to chip all of the fate off Saruman, I think. So unluckily, not the wound though in the end. So yes. And
he played that brilliantly to get Saruman. Great moves I did not see coming, and the shooting and then how he got through. So I think he did a really good job going after my general and breaking me. Yeah. I mean, as you can see.
Yeah, very close to breaking. So I guess the final thing is, as I understand it, the game, the matchup overall between Poland versus USA, I think it was a draw. Is that right?
No.
So I mean, I don't know whether that's you're pleased about that, because going into this, you're the top tables, and giving you a draw will make the top 4 or 5 teams at the tournament very much in contention for being in the lead. So it's all to play for, I guess. So how excited are you about the next 2 rounds? I'll give you. Are you confident still going into the next 2 rounds?
Yeah, we must win. Yeah.
You're on home turf.
Yeah.
And you're the returning champions.
Yes.
so I mean, but USA, were you at the Nations Cup last year? I can't remember.
Yes, we were.
You were. You didn't trouble the podium in the end last year,
No,
but
I think we were like 5th.
But you're very much in contention now. How are you feeling about your chances?
I mean, honestly, they're the toughest team around, like probably one of the top. So the fact that we tied, I'm pretty happy with that. Okay. But everyone else, I think it was really their armies in this mission that we were really worried about. Every other game we were like, okay, cool, we got a chance. But in this one, we were like, they got horde armies, it's destroy the supplies. So we're feeling confident going forward now that they're kind of out of the way.
Yeah, well, you might have to play again in the final game, so who knows. Either way, thanks, Devon and Chihi. Thank you very much. Go and enjoy your lunch. All the best. Cheers. So there you go, the top table guys there, Chihi and Devon. It was an 8-1 victory to the USA, but a draw overall of the tournament. And Alex returns, so we must have some content from around the tables. Is that right?
Oh, we've got loads to get through. I mean, so I just spoke with Germany. We'll put that on, I'm sure, shortly. The short update is Germany has won their round. So England and Germany have both won. It's going to be in the tiebreakers to determine who gets to the top. It sounds like Germany has got more major victories than England does.
Interesting.
I'm expecting to see Germany at the top of the pile going into round 4.
Very, very interesting. So I'm trying to work out which of these videos we want to play first. Any preference, Alex? Any knowledge about which of them are which?
Well, if you want to break before we go into the details, I suggest you put the one I filmed on earlier at the start of this round.
Which is that one?
I guess so.
Well, we're going to find out. if we've seen it before, we'll cut it off. But the preview isn't working for some reason. So let's have a look at what Alex filmed earlier on in the day.
Hello, your name and
Not that one. We've seen that one already. Let's try again. So let's try this one. Probably should have renamed them, shouldn't we? Oh well. No,
not that one either.
Hold on, we'll get there. So this one.
Third time's the charm.
It sure is. Bam.
So Harry sent me off to cover the other tables, but I understand as head honcho you've got something else you need me to do?
Yeah, we had some really disappointing news yesterday that I'm quite annoyed about. We have an ice cream thief in our midst, and I'm trusting your journalistic integrity to perform a discreet investigation and find out who's responsible for it. Thankfully, I was able to smooth things over with the manager and with but
they need a scalp, I assume.
Yeah. Someone's heads have got to roll.
I don't blame. Yeah, justice.
I don't care who it is, but we need to find someone to pay the price for it, and I'm trusting you to make it happen.
I'm on it.
Beyond livid.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. You can trust me, Will. I'll do it. Thank you very much. Yeah. Now, the problem with this is it could be anyone in here. My understanding is I've had a more detailed brief. Someone initiated essentially a run on ice cream, and about 50 nerds went and grabbed a couple of scoops, filled up the bowls without permission and without payment, which I think is a real disgrace and brings the whole community into disrepute. So I'm heading over at the moment to the scene of the crime to see if I can find any clues. So that was the dinner hall. Sorry, I hope you can hear me. That was the dinner hall where it all happened. In the back of that room was a little ice cream counter. You weren't supposed to have access to it, and that's where chaos descended. And I'm really quite disturbed because what I found was this. Tucked right behind the ice cream dispensary was a purple Nations Cup staff polo neck t-shirt, which suggests it's one of our own. It's an inside job. I recall yesterday, it's around dinner time, I was approached by Harry, and I could see that he had ice cream around his mouth. I thought it was suspicious at the time, because I don't know when he'd have had the chance to go out and get one. So we're going to break into his room and we're going to have a gander. It's just a disgrace how the criminals of this city live. It's just a complete mess. Obviously been taking some kind of illegal narcotics, washed down with a big bowl of coffee and cookie ice cream. The search begins. Look, underneath the PJs. A bowl and a spoon. I think we've got our man. I'm ready to crack this case wide open. Now, I appreciate this whole skit has been painfully unfunny, but two things are funny. First, Harry genuinely did initiate a 50-person theft of a whole bunch of the hotel's ice cream. Now, they were really cool about it, and it was delicious ice cream, and I know that because I was one of the thieves who was induced into acting in conspiracy with Harry, but only because Harry told me that it was available and it was free. That's my defense. There was no dishonesty, and we know that the definition of theft in UK law is a dishonest appropriation of property belonging to another with intent to permanently deprive, and if there is no dishonesty, then there is no theft. So that's my defense. Whereas Harry is a dishonest man at heart. The other great thing about this is the fact that he's going to be watching this back in real time. For the first time, he doesn't know what I filmed. And on the stream, he'll be watching this, but he won't be able to hear what anyone is saying. So he will see me talking to Will. Presumably, he'll think that I'm talking to Will about something tournament related. And then he'll have to watch me go into his room and start rummaging around his things without knowing why. It's beautiful. It's beautiful in its way. Okay. And here's the bastard and thief himself. The police will be returning later to make the arrest.
I mean, we've talked about this across the stream, that we actually can't hear what's going on in those videos. I was slightly confused as to what update on the MESBG was actually featured in there, because
well, I think it's a really...
I thought I saw my bedroom.
Your pajamas, yeah. I think if you looked really closely, some boxer shorts as well. Look, I think covering an MESBG tournament is about integrity, and that's more than simply talking about the toys and the games. The problem is we've got an MESBG celebrity here covering the event, and he's a filthy crook. And you didn't even, I had to go and discover it. I mean, I knew, because I was also a filthy crook. But at your instigation is my mitigation. And you were out there fucking hovering up ice cream that wasn't yours. Like some ice cream.
In my defense, at this hotel, every single item of food has been free. And it's just all there on offer. So
I've been going and getting beers from the fridge without paying, because you've got to pay for those as well, right?
I have been paying for the beers, but every single item of food has been free. And who was I to know that the ice cream fridge in the corner, which had a scoop ready, was not free?
How could you know the food that wasn't on the buffet table wasn't in the buffet?
Well, look, get this. 50-something people are responsible for theft at this tournament.
Harry, just really quickly, that microphone's mine. You don't get to keep that, just so you know. Yeah. The chairs, they belong to the hotel.
I've had enough of this stuff. Let's get back to the toy soldiers, guys and gals at home. We want to give you some updates before we go on lunch break. We may return to ice cream later on in the day.
Ice cream gate. Oh, we will definitely be returning to ice cream gate.
We may well do. So we've just seen Alex's investigation. Let's find out what was actually happening at the tabletops during that round where we saw USA come out on top against Poland on our game, but draw overall.
Hello and welcome to this interview with two of the players from Greece and England. Why don't you introduce yourselves? Because otherwise, I'm sorry, I'm just going to butcher it.
So I'm Dimitris from Team Greece. David from Team England.
And you guys have just played on. So England are currently, after the last round, in 3rd place.
Yes.
And Greece are in 5th place. So you've both gone 2 wins and a draw in rounds on day 1. Is that right?
No, I think you got 2 wins and a loss.
2 wins and 1 loss, but we were the best team from the losing team. Yes.
Yeah. And how do you? So, well, actually, first your armies. What you were playing in this game?
So Depths of Moria,
Ugluk Scouts.
Okay. And who won?
Ugluk Scouts outran me.
Okay.
Too many numbers, too many movement.
Yeah.
And a banner, which really helps.
No banner for me, so it was very difficult.
So you concede basically 4 points out the gate as well. Yeah. And of course, Ugluk Scouts are getting up the board, and it's a very mobile scenario. Did you have the Balrog?
Yes.
Yep, there he is. If I used my eyes, then I would know these things. And did he do the work?
He did the work, but it wasn't enough. He was stuck in some places. He managed to go very close to one objective, but that was it for him.
I fed meat into the grinder, and he killed the grinder, but yeah.
It's a shame, isn't it? I suppose in a game like this, when it's so time sensitive and so movement sensitive, anytime the Balrog fluffs his rolls, particularly before his free heroic, and even a warrior might clutch a 6 when he doesn't. That's just like half an hour gone.
I rolled a lot of 6s, but there weren't enough. With Balrog, I only lost 2 fights. Yes.
Yeah, but then one of them you took a wound in the fight.
Yeah, exactly.
So you disappointed?
No, I'm not disappointed. It was a very nice match. Until now, I had a very nice tournament. So I was expecting to have a tough match with Ugluk Scouts. So it's a minor loss for me that it's enough. I will take it home.
It's good for the team.
It's good for the team, yes. It was a loss for our team. So it's good it's a minor and not a major.
And are you pleased?
Well, I was told to get a major win. So
you're you set the bar too high.
I'm not disappointed, but I may be in trouble with my captain.
Well, screw him. Don't worry about it.
I had a fun game.
Good. And do you get a sense as to how the rest of your round is going?
I have no idea. We just finished the game.
Yeah. I think we won this one because they've done.
Yeah. So that's 2. So you need 2 more to get a win this time, and potentially return to the top of the pod, because you were top until the 3rd round yesterday.
Yeah.
Whereas Greece, have you been? Which did you win? Which did you lose yesterday?
We played with Spain in the first round. We lost, but we lost only by a couple of points, so that was good. Then we played with Jean and Tony, or something like that, the Italians. And then we played with what was yesterday, the last match?
We played Scotland.
We played Scotland, yes.
That's always a fun one.
Yeah, the really fun one, and it was good for us because we did a very good win with Scotland with a lot of difference. So we managed to climb in 5th place at the end of day 1.
So you've been climbing the rankings. England, they were at the top and they're starting to slip, whereas Greece are just slowly coming up from behind.
We do the submarine tactic.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question, was whether you use that phrase. Yeah.
We use it a lot also. It's the submarine tactic, so it works for us until now. Let's see after this round.
Amazing. Well, thanks very much for speaking with us both. Anything you'd like to say to the people who have been watching? We've got quite a few English people really hoping that you guys make it onto the streaming table 1, which sounds like you might do. We haven't had as many Greeks in, so you need to get onto your countrymen, get them in the stream.
Exactly. Please join the stream. It's a very nice event here. We really enjoy it, and the teams and all the teams are very friendly. We really like it, so come and join us.
Perfect. Anything else?
No, thank you, Alex.
Safe. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
There you go. So that was a little chat with England and Greece, who England, of course, doing very well in the last round. We haven't got the final matchup data revealed. The admin team are still just polishing all the bits off before they declare the round. We do know that we're going to be playing to the death next, and we'll be featuring top table action after lunch. While lunch is happening, we'll be catching up on some of the hobby content. We'll play after lunch. We'll hear from the German team, which also did very well in the last round. So there's a lot of teams at the top of this tournament that are on very, very similar tournament points, and it's all coming down to the specifics of how big or small the wins are for each of the players involved. So a lot still to come here on Entmoot Videos, but we are going to take a short break. I think probably half an hour, maybe 45 minutes.
Yeah, so the next round, so we're 25 to 1. If it's the same time as yesterday, then the next round will start in about 25 minutes.
Is that right?
10 past. But let me check that.
No, so I've got it right here. Round 2 is starting at 1:30.
At 1:30, so we've actually got 55 minutes.
Yeah, so
but presumably the draft starts at 10 past.
Well, no, it says round 2 draft at 1:30.
Right, but I know nothing.
So what we'll probably do is come back at 1:15. Or maybe 20 past. What do you think? Just before the round 2, the draft starts.
We can do 20 past, I think.
Yeah. All right, let's do that. So 20 past 1 is the returning time. So that's just over half an hour, 40 minutes or so. And we'll have lots of content to talk about as the draft gets underway. We've got the hobby content, and of course we'll find out live who we're hearing, which teams we're going to be featuring on the stream. So. With that in mind, we're going to be hearing from our sponsors, or you'll be able to see a sort of rolling slideshow of our sponsors, accompanied by some Battlecamper-esque, definitely not copyright conflicting music.
Definitely not.
Definitely not.
Don't make me sue you.
Don't make him sue us. Okay, cool. So thanks very much so far, everyone, for joining us. We'll have some more live action here from the Nations Cup here in Warsaw, just after these few messages, which end at 20 past 1. Thanks very much. welcome back to the stream. I don't know how to get rid of this back at 120 malarkey, which is frankly just embarrassing me at this point because we're so late to return. But I hope you'll understand why when we get in a couple of minutes' time to... I think I can work it out now. I think I'll work it. There it is. We'll get rid of that. Lovely. Yeah, I think hopefully you'll understand in a few minutes' time when we show you the footage of the outstanding armies on display here at the Nations Cup. There were quite a lot of entries. I don't know how many exactly, but we've been responsible for helping judge the painting entries as well as the team. here, the rest of the Nations Cup team. So we've been really scrutinising, and hopefully you'll understand why when you see the video later. But welcome back. I know we've been on a break for quite some time, so hopefully you'll start returning. I assume that everything is going okay and it's not all collapsed, but we return now, ready to see a game of, I believe, Team England versus Team USA, but I may be incorrect about that, so we'll certainly clarify that in a couple of minutes' time as we develop. Alex has been rejigging the technology here to make sure that we can stream, because we were trying to use some of the cameras for the painting. So that's going on. I think just a quick reminder of what's been going on up until now. We've just had one game running up till lunchtime about 45 minutes ago, which was the USA versus Poland. That was the top table game. We saw the USA win the game. We saw them win the game sorry, we've got an announcement in the hall. We saw them win with the Army of the White Hand, Krabane destroying supplies as well as Grimmer destroying supplies. It was a tough matchup for the Arnor player from Poland, but that win for USA helped secure a draw overall for USA against Poland. So it actually left 4, I think, teams in total on a draw at the start of the tournament. So very, very interesting to know what's going on there. So I'm just trying to. One of these mice has died, I think. I don't know why it's not working. But Alex now returns. So welcome back, Alex. I don't know where your microphone will be plugged in still. Big loud thing. Tell you what. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play one of our videos, which we have yet to run, which was happening just before the break. So this is a catch up from the previous round with some of the teams that were in action, and then we'll bring you some live interaction with the tournament in just a few minutes.
So I'm here with Tom from Team Germany. Hello.
Hello.
How was your last game? How did it go?
It was very, very cool, that game. I played against Minas Morgul with my Battle of Fornost list. The 3-4 first shooting rounds and win then 11-3.
Brutal. So 11-3, that makes it major because it's 8-point difference. So
it's because one hobbit is in range of one marker.
One hobbit can make all the difference. It's all you need. So you won, but the big question is because last round yesterday, England and Germany tied. It looks like today Poland and America might have tied. So whoever won out of England and Germany might well get to the top of the pod. So do you know what the outcome is for the rest of your team?
I think we win that game because we have now, I think, 4 wins safe, and the other 2 games I think we lose. And then I think in the next games we played against then Poland or the USA.
Yeah.
Because we played already against Italy, France, and England. Yeah.
So it sounds like you guys are going to the top tables then.
Yeah, that's
well. Congratulations, well done. Do you think you can hold on to it for the rest of the day?
Yes, I think.
I like the confidence. Lovely to meet you, and good luck with your next games, Tom.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And welcome back. So there we go. Brilliant. So we heard there from Germany, who I believe had done quite well in the previous round as well.
Yeah, they have done very well in the previous round. We might as well go to some stats, shall we?
Yeah.
Because they are now third on the podium with all the stats tallied, with USA in second, and England have indeed recovered the top spot.
And in fact, we can just see live now as the England team have a discussion about the board on the table. I think pointing out the water there. So it's an interesting debate that we're having. Of course, the river crucial in the previous game. Great to bring you some river action. But yeah, the England team against USA in this match.
That's it. And as we said earlier, for anyone who's just joining, what they're doing at the moment is they're in the huddle, they're in the draft, they're trying to figure out which army is going to play on which board against which enemy, and so they're obviously wanting to strategize over the terrain. We often see each party coming up one at a time and having a glance over before we find out who our players actually are. But we are going to have England on one side, and we're going to have the USA on the other side. So it is England versus the USA on this table. Second game in a row that will have the USA on stream here. And the stats are this. So team points, and bear in mind this is the determinative factor for who wins the tournament overall, unless there's a tie in team points, and then it goes to game points and other tiebreakers. But it's as simple as this. For each round won, the team gets 2 points. For a round tie, the team gets 1 point. For a round lost, the team gets 0 points. England, the USA, Germany, and Poland are all on 7 points each, and that's because they have all won 3 rounds apiece, and they've all tied 1 round apiece. And the tiebreakers is game points, and that run, England, USA, Germany, Poland are all within a margin of 12 game points. 87 on
Which
England.
is worth noting is that is a sizable margin. I think that's a sizable margin between England and, if you think England and 12 points ahead in game points of
it's fair,
Poland.
that's fair. So well, they've played 4 games. So
that's 2 major wins in hand for England.
So 2 major win difference. And they've obviously the 6 games per round. There are a major win is determined is getting at least an 8-point VP difference over your opponent. But with the amount of points coming in and the swing that we've seen, it's very, very long way from insurmountable.
I'm not. No, I wouldn't want to suggest that. But I do think it's worth that 2 major wins difference is big compared with the bottom. But it's not a 2-win difference between the top 2. It's only a couple of points. 87 to 84 for second place.
So that's true. So and that's a 1 minor win difference.
Yes, exactly.
So hugely variable here, and you could still happily see Poland come out on top, either simply because they win their rounds and therefore it doesn't matter what tiebreakers they get, or because they managed to close that 12-point tiebreaker gap. After the 7s, we've got Italy on 6, Spain on 6, and they're the only 2 on 6 tournament points. We then go on to 5 with the Netherlands, Bieda, who's a Polish team, the company of the Gin, an Italian team, France, obviously a French team, Belgium, Greece. The Corsairs of the North are all on 4 points.
And you missed out the bottom. We can't shout out most of them and then miss out Switzerland,
oh, right, okay,
Wales,
so apologies.
Austria, and then I think Denmark and Scotland and Czechia as well. So
the Czech Republic.
Yeah, I believe it's Czechia now, technically.
No, Czechia is a different place entirely.
Is it?
Yeah, the Czech Republic is a country.
Oh, Czechoslovakia.
Czechoslovakia was the previous country. They broke into Slovakia and Czech Republic. Chechnya is a region in Russia. And then we've got Lions.
I think you're wrong about that.
Oh, this is going to be like fucking Cyprus and whatever other island it was all over again. He's Googling Chechnya. Oh, Chechnya, not Chechnya.
So Chechnya is correct, is what the Czech Republic is also known as.
Oh, bloody hell.
So apologies.
Is that another pint, Harry?
We should, you know what, I knew this. I should have bet the beer.
You know what?
Because now, shamefully, I have to hand over the beer that I lost in the previous round to you.
I would have bet a beer. I will concede to you a beer for that. I did think you were saying Chechnya.
Okay, well I wasn't. But that's fair enough. I think now Czechia is the preferred way to call the Czech Republic. But
I humbly acknowledge I've been educated.
Thank you very much. But yeah, either way, Chechnya is a place in Russia.
I'm second guessing myself, gaslit myself.
Anyway,
now.
sorry, we've completely derailed ourselves with complete nonsense.
Czechia, or the Czech Republic,
18th.
Is 18th on 2 points. The Lions on 2 points, and Lions is an English team. Tiernanog is an Irish team on 2 points. Ireland right below them on 2 points as well. And then Denmark, unfortunately at the bottom, we love Denmark, we love the Danish players, and they are down on 0 tournament points, the only team on 0. They're looking at the spoon.
Ready for a spoon,
yeah,
but hey, they're having the wonderful time.
Aren't we all ready for a spoon?
In fact, they keep handing out spunk to us.
They are the spunkiest. I mean, look, not just that one.
Literally,
You've got 2.
We're dripping in spunk.
We are dripping in spunk. Harry, I'm really excited about the next round.
Yeah, cheers, first of all.
Cheers to you. We've just had the American players up on the table. Of course, one of them is already very familiar, having played in it just recently.
That's true.
Should we have a quick look at what armies we might get?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just working on getting the footage off the phone ready to.
Sorry, a few comments. Tim Elway says not Chechnya. Yeah, no. Frederick says, Alex, I'm thinking of Chechnya. Yes, I am.
I love that the chat is behind me. Thank you very much.
Absolutely behind you. Beer Mac Movie says Alex is about to bet a pint that Denmark take the whole thing. You know what? I'm tempted.
I would love Denmark to at the very least, we want everyone to come away with a win in this tournament.
It looks, I'm sorry, Harry, to interrupt, it looks like we've got
we have
both of our armies up.
We have. Oh, it's a Golems gamer on the stream.
Ash.
Very exciting. Sorry.
So here he is. He's left. We couldn't.
He's
coming on this
look,
side.
hey, you don't have to, but look at him. He wants to. He's just. It's such a content creator. You have to.
I know he can't stand the idea that he's not on the camera.
It was my dream. It was my.
Do you want to shout out your channel?
Oh yeah, go and subscribe to the Golems Gamers. Elliot will love that.
60% of people who watch the videos don't subscribe.
I think something like that.
I would like to reduce that percentage of anything. So go watch the videos, but definitely don't subscribe.
And so, just what we might as well get you to talk us through it. What's your army for the match?
So I've got Depths of Moria. So I've got.
And do you know what your opponent has?
He's got Dale. So kind of going to be challenging, but we decided that putting his double banner list into my list with no banner means that if I get anything out of it, it's kind of.
It's good.
If I lose, it's kind of expected.
So do you feel like you're the sacrificial lamb, or you've been thrown under the bus here?
Not necessarily, because I did just beat Dale and destroy the supplies, so I've also had a bit of practice.
Okay.
But we'll have to see how it works.
And in any event, what you've done, you've very expertly, quite politically, come down and you've lowered the expectations.
Oh yeah.
Promise less, deliver more.
Exactly.
You've
Set the
clearly taken
expectations low.
Yeah.
If I lose, it's fine. If I get a draw, absolute
And then
massive win.
if you win, you're a genius. If you lose, you're a martyr. Basically,
Pretty much.
I mean, there you go. And just to clarify, yours is a one Balrog list and lots of captains and goblins.
4 captains, 52.
Great. Well, that's going to be a nightmare to keep track of for us, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be hard. I'll let you know all the stuff. I'm going to go grab the rest of my.
You do that.
Of course. Sorry to distract you.
No, thank you.
I've got different captains.
Interesting there. So we're gonna see 2 more of the incredibly meta lists at this tournament. The Depths of Moria being a huge horde of models, 52 models, with a Balrog though, against Dale, of course, very, very scary for its shooting. And I believe the scenario is to the death, so kind of favours the shooting.
Let's have a quick look at the scores in the new edition of Corrupt to the Death. Just a quick comment here. Beer Matt Movie says, was Harry given the spunk, or did he just nick it?
To be fair, I was given at least 1 box of it. I don't know whether all of them were mine. So,
I mean, I've been showered in treats this weekend.
It's absolutely outrageous. But yeah, so very exciting to hear that we're going to have Ash Woolger of the Golems Gamers podcast. And to be fair to him, a very, very good player, a regular winner of some of the biggest tournaments in the UK, in the GBHL, and a nice guy. We saw it, we heard from him. We don't want to.
That is his media face.
Who just trumpet too much?
A number of times.
Yeah, I mean.
So the scoring in this game, for everyone who is perhaps not familiar, we're deploying 12 inches in, and the scoring is thus. There is 1 point if the enemy general was wounded. There are 3 points if they were taken out as a casualty, and there are 5 points if the enemy general was removed as a casualty. 3 victory points if you've got 1 wound remaining, 5 if they're taken out as a casualty. You get 3 victory points if the enemy army is broken at the end of the game, 5 of course if they are broken and you are not. You get 2 victory points if they have no banners remaining at the end of the game, and if they didn't have a banner to start with, you get those automatically. You get 1 victory point if you have at least 1 banner remaining at the game. If you have more banners than your opponent, then you score 2 victory points. You score 3 victory points if the enemy army has been reduced to 25% of starter models, and an additional victory point for every hero model that was removed as a casualty, up to a maximum 3. So hero hunting and killing.
And of course, as Ash already mentioned, he's got 4 goblin captains, which are relatively squishy. So you know, I imagine they might have big targets on their heads. But then I suppose if you're targeting the captains, you're not targeting the hordes and hordes of goblins surrounding them, so you might not get that break. And of course, with the bonuses like the Balrog basically making the army unbreakable, who knows? But with those wind lances, they're going to do some damage to some Balrogs, I'd imagine. Pointy arrows being shot.
You know, I've never actually seen Dale. I've never come across them in this game. It's crazy. I've been to plenty of tournaments, played plenty of games. I've never come across Dale.
Well, I've played against them and beat them, but
you just have to get that.
Thank you. Dead easy. I don't know what everyone's talking about. I think I beat them with not the Pass of the Dead. What's the Return of the King? There's much smaller points. It was 600 or something like that. So they're not unbeatable, but they're very, very tough. The bonuses that you get for them are insane. they get a +1 to wound in their own deployment zone, and they have a gun line to rival all gun lines to bring the opponent to said deployment zone, and the Wind Lancers give a bubble of +1 to wound as well.
And in this game, because we've had two movable scenarios, end of yesterday, beginning of today, we've had recon, we've had destroy the supplies, where you want to be going up and getting in their board half. You can sit back and play defensively, but you're making a conscious choice, and it's one that won't always pay off. But in this game, it is very much Dale's game to sit there, shoot the goblins, shoot the captains, and force them to trot across the board to their harms.
Yeah.
I wonder whether we have a drum.
Well, they don't get drums in the sense of marching drums. They get the sound of the deep drums. So they get the banner across the board. They get -1 courage to the opponent, and they get +1 courage for themselves. And I've just seen, we've spotted an American player sat down. So I'm just going to go and find out who he is, and then
we can start our data entry.
Yes, exactly.
Lovely stuff. Okay. While Harry's doing that, I'm going to boot up the list for our English compatriot here, which is Depths of Moria, brought by Ash Wulga, and here is the list. He is taking the Balrog, 8 Moria Goblin Warriors with shield, 8 warriors with spear, and 2 with bows, a Moria captain, and he has 4 goblins with shield, 5 with spear, 1 with bow, another Goblin Moria captain, surprise, surprise, 4 warriors with shield, 5 with spear, and another one bow. So it's an identity, that's a copy and paste warband. And oh, what's this? Another Moria Goblin captain, and he has got 4 Goblin warriors with shield, 4 with spear, and oh, surprise, surprise, a final and 4th Moria Goblin captain, and he's got 2 more Moria Goblin warriors with orc bow. So that is a total of 53 models. So of course lots of cheapos, but the Balrog really bringing the total down there. And only where's our bow limit? We've got 9 bows and no banners. So banner points conceded already. Harry, do we have the
9 bows? It's 6 bows, isn't it?
Where's the 6? 6, 16, 13. Yeah, fine. Thank you so much. Probably to the 6 if you flip it.
It looks like a 9.
Yeah.
So if you're really stupid, you might get them confused. I've just had a brief chat with Alisha, who is on the board there. Alisha, if anyone's a listener to the an Unexpected podcast, we had Devon from the Unexpected podcast on in the previous game. Alisha is also a frequent contributor to the Unexpected podcast and is regularly a player of Evil Men. And some would argue that Dale are evil men in this edition. So interesting, and I'm really interested to see what Alisha is going to be able to bring to the table.
Well, should we have a look at what he's literally bringing to the table?
Well, I can tell you for a starter, he's got Girion, 2 captains and 2 wind lancers, but I don't know the ins and outs.
Well, I do, because it's on my screen.
Good. Well, you tell us that. And if you want to follow along at home, the link for all the armies and so on are in the description in the video below.
So, you're absolutely right, Girion, Lord of Dale, with 3 Warriors of Dale with Esgaroth bows, 10 Warriors of Dales with spear and shield, 4 with shield, and we've got our first banner there in the end of that warband. Warband 2 is a Captain of Dale, and he has got 8 Warriors with Esgaroth bow, and 4 with shield and spear. And then we have got a Warband 3, which is another Captain of Dale, with a sort of reversal on those numbers. We've got 8 Warriors of Dale with shield and spear, and then 3 with Esgaroth bow, and then we've got a second banner. We then have Warband 4, which is a Windlance, and Warband 5, which is another Windlance.
I just missed the handshake, but Alisha greeting Ash Wulga there. So we've got Alisha and Ash. Really interesting. So I think I missed the number of models that
so
Ash
we've got
Wulga
49
has.
to 53, if I recall. 49 to 53. It's always crazy when it's because the Balrog takes up so many points, but goblins to men, you expect more than the 4 model difference. But that Balrog,
yeah, absolutely,
it's a chunky
absolutely.
boy.
And interesting, the 14 bows from the thing is not maxed out. Could get 15. By the look of it. You can change it to be looking at it in English.
I like it.
It's all in French.
Yeah, I know. The French flag was a dead giveaway.
Good. Yeah, fair enough. 14 bows. Okay. Well, this is interesting. So obviously, the shooting war is going to be won by Dale. So there's no real rivalry.
A beer on the shooting war being won by Moria? No, I'm not. Even I won't touch that one.
It's going to be a hard bet here because we've already heard from Ash's assessment that he's not rating himself here, but he did say he's beaten the Dale before with this army. So
Well, I picked last time, so you get first choice.
I don't want to back Dale though.
Then back Moria.
You did win both bets yesterday. So I did win both bets yesterday. So
Go on, take Moria, take the underdog.
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what? I am. I'm going to back Ash. I'm going to back Ash rather than the army lists. Not to discredit Alisher. I'm pretty sure he's a fantastic player. But I'm going to give Ash the benefit of the doubt based on the fact that he did say he'd won the previous match. But can I add the caveat? If we get a draw, you buy me a drink.
No. We've shaken hands now.
All right, fair enough. Okay, deal. Well, nobody wins in a draw, so
No honour amongst thieves.
Yeah, indeed.
Thieves, sorry, singular.
Have you had that ready? You've been waiting for that?
No, I'm just.
If you missed earlier on, there was some wild accusations about ice cream theft.
Wild? You can't be wild accusations when it's correct objectively.
I don't think you can. I can say that. Right. So tell you what. Look, the draft is over.
Yep.
We know what's going on here at the top table. We've got Alisher and Ash. We've got Dale. We've got the depths of Moria. I think this may well be time to have a break before the games and showcase some of the hobby on offer here at the tournament, because it is really quite extraordinary. I think you'll agree.
It's awesome.
We've had the privilege of helping judge the painting competition. We won't reveal the winners here, but we thought we'd basically just give a rundown of some of the armies, miniatures entered into the painting competition. I think you'll agree the standard is very high.
Yeah, sounds great.
I mean, 132 players. 18 nations, and 22
expect
teams.
some good stuff, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you'd expect the top painters to be here. So
they are, but they're commentating.
Yes, and I'm here too. Right, so let's do that. We'll start a little bit of a video. This is quite a lengthy video, but once this is finished, we're going to be well into the over the draft stage and into the probably latter stages of deployment. So we'll find out and come after that. So hopefully enjoy a bit of a look at the hobby here at the Nations Cup in Poland.
Hello, so we're here to talk about the entries for both Best Army and Best Miniature here at the Nations Cup, of course. And we're just going to go along the line. We don't have a huge amount of time, and there are some absolutely fantastic entries. So Eagles take a lot of heat in the context of the game itself, but there is no doubt that the discharge of the paint scheme on these Eagles are awesome. We've got the blue icy birds, we've got the red fiery birds, and I'm assuming this is Guahir. Well, it's the Guahir model with this really beautiful fading, and you can see the patterns in the wings here. So on top we've got the red, the black, dark maroon going into red, going into yellow, and then repeating as the layers of feathers go up. Love that, I think that's great. This is one of my favourite armies. I think it's absolutely stunning. The work, this is brushwork, that's not airbrush, and yet there's loads of really gorgeous fading from basically pitch black through to this really bright orange, which really sells the heat and the flames. The contrast is awesome. And then on the models, I think there's some colour theory going into the thirds between the turquoise in the bottom and the purples in the helmet and the armour. It's so hard to make goblins pop. The fact that these models are like 20 years old, and they are already quite dull, dark paint schemes. Naturally, you want goblins to be dark, you want them to be gloomy, and yet they've managed to make them stand out at a distance. It's a real achievement. This is so hard to do on miniatures at this scale. So I think that's absolutely fantastic, and absolutely love this army. I think it's fantastic. And this is a single miniature from the same army. It's a goblin captain. I mean, just look at the bow, look at the non-metallic metals. I shouldn't touch it really. The contrast in the tiny little crystalline base there. You've got really deep, a really deep green going up to the almost pure white, and yet you can't see the transition. That's skill. That takes a huge amount of effort and work, and it's absolutely gorgeous. I've got another army back here, really nice poppy blues, really nice purple robes, and this is obviously a Fornost army. Thanks, Harry, bailing me out there. A wingless Balrog. Obviously, the winged Balrog is an invention of the filmmakers and not of Tolkien. But we've got a wingless version here.
You know, somehow I didn't even notice that, but it's really nice.
Yeah,
I think you're just distracted by the lovely colours.
Great colours. A lovely green. Again, lots of nice fading on the bases. This, obviously, the colour of the green flames on the Balrog itself is spilling over. We've got some OSL on the base there, which is always a lovely effect. And again, just sells the heat, sells the flame, and sells the light. Excuse me, choking on my own vomit here. We've got sort of snowy patch bases, elves here. really nice, like the whites, like the red.
Gold's very vibrant as well.
Gold is, that's very true, very vibrant.
Another
barrel list with some classic volcanic bases. You've got the sort of rock, which looks like a texture paint that's been dry brushed, and then you've got the where it comes apart. You've got the sort of rivers of lava between them. Classic effect. Some of the new Rohan sculpts. I tell you what, I've just picked up this banner, and I love the model, so I'm very excited to paint that. But so yeah, really gorgeous, gorgeous work here, and of course, it's easier to tell because the models are just so superb. The new ones, well, I really like them anyway. And we've got a bunch of the new Rohan stuff. Unsurprisingly, we've got some more here in this. Is this a Men of the West army? And look at this. That's really cool. We've got this sort of reddy brown in the recesses of these cloaks going to green on the edge. And that kind of gives it, I mean, it's always weird, but if you look at cloaks and things like that in real life, you do see this real variety in colours. And it's only in the full context that we call it like green or red or something like that. So that's some really interesting paintwork. And
Aragon's face is really nice.
Really, I haven't got down there yet. Yeah, and in non-metallic metal, actually, Aragon in general, I hadn't spotted how
it's really outstanding.
Really beautiful. Is that the Games Workshop official sculpt?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
You know, I'm turned around on it. I hate that sculpt generally, and perhaps I've just never seen it painted like this before. I mean, look at the shading on the black there. I mean, that's still, it's one of those things where it's obviously a black cloak, and yet, if you looked at only a tiny context, if you used a colour picker and took a single pixel, you get some really bright colours, because that's how they sell the modelling context. You get some really nice highlights. It gives it some volume, and yet it's still got loads and loads of detail, beautiful non-metallic metal, and on a sculpt that old and frankly that dodgy, that's a really fantastic job. And I think we're going to hand over to Harry to take you through the rest of the entries. We're good, I think. We're good. Thank you.
Good. So second table of entries over here. We've got. I love the Ugluk on the bloody rocks there from the Plains of Rohan. Some nice detail to make him really stand out in the army. Nice use of the blood effect. This army at the back, this army of Dale, is beautiful. But there is a separate best painted miniature entry here, the Glorfindel, which is absolutely glorious. I think most people will agree that the Glorfindel miniature itself is particularly good, but the work on this one is particularly nice. The lines very crisp. Particularly pay note to the helmet. I don't know if you can get quite in there, but the subtle blending of the helmet from the sort of whitish, silvery colour to the left, and then the darker recesses, really showcasing some, I believe, non-metallic metal. Same with the sword there as well. So lovely work, and the execution on the Dale behind also brilliant. Note the wind lance, non-metallic metals, all of them, and nice to see some strings on the wind lance bows. Very nice stuff. Another beautiful Glorfindel here. I particularly like the effect of the fur here, giving a real sense of dynamism and the direction of the fur. So particularly, so at the bottom here, it's going backwards. We're going down here, and we're going across to a different direction here as well. So really, just with the brush to be able to add real depth to that. So great work there. We've got a lovely work of sort of light here with Minas Morgul glowing there. I think that might be airbrush work there. It looks really nice. You can clearly see the direction of light coming up. Very nice. We'll move on over here to one of my favourite, I think my favourite miniature overall, which is the Elrond here. Lovely miniature again. So it's always easier if you've got a nice base miniature. But I particularly like the depth on the horse, the shading there, the line between the sort of the edge of the base. I think actually the harsh lighting is not doing any favours. But and of course the work on the little start of the Wrath of Bruin in there at the bottom. Absolutely glorious work, just a bit of extra pop. And although we're not scrutinising them too much, because we haven't got too much time, the cloaks look really nice, and sort of the lovely green and creams there. The transition's really nice. So well done there. We've got a couple more monsters to go. The Watcher in the Water here, I believe this is a 3D print alternative sculpt. Particularly like the water effects. Very nice stuff. It's always lovely to see some mummoks, and they're big, impressive miniatures. And of course, great to see them at a competitive event like this. It's nice to see them themed around orange and purple as well. So lovely work there from Patrick from Switzerland. We'll go for these miniatures first. You can see in the background there's some quite impressive Mordor work, but just some nicely done individual miniatures there. I like the skin on Saruman actually. He's really popping. It's quite the contrast is quite effective on his face. And you can really identify where his eyes are and so on. It's quite hard to get a smooth transition sometimes, I find. We're running out of time. We've got the team onto the stage, but that's okay. And then finally, we've got Rohan there, looking glorious, as well as this beautiful. Sorry, we're rushing through now because we're getting close to the time. But this Mordor army is just outstanding. The closer you get, the more you realise how individual every single model is. I mean, just looking here, we've got more captains, we've got Razgush, we've got trackers that have been converted, Morgul Stalkers which have been converted, Black Numenorians which have been converted. There's a mixture of 3D sculpts, official GW ones, classic. So if we just take a look back here, Alex.
I think they're coming for their armies, we best move on.
That's fine. If we look back here, we've got hoods converted onto where there weren't normally hoods, so that's brilliant. And I think my favourite army, which at a glance doesn't particularly stand out because of the drab nature of Ugluk scouts, but the closer and closer you get to it, the more you realise the extreme highlighting on the edge of each of these armour and the leather. It just looks absolutely beautiful. I think it's a really hard army to paint because it's so full of browns, but they've done an excellent job of making these guys really stand out. And there's details on the little bases and the hands as well, the white hand. So if we take a look at this tiny hand, this is replicated across the field on a few different shields and faces and stuff. So it's really, really top work. And finally, the Goblin Horde over here. I think you pointed out, Alex, that it's Michael who pointed out that the gold coins. There's something about Moria where they're awash with coins. So they've got fine little details on the bases to make sure these guys really stand out. And I like the yellowy tone for the goblin skin, which I think probably matches the film aesthetic a bit better than the
lurid green.
Yeah, the lurid green that often we see Games Workshop encouraging us to paint. So there we go. So I think that's it for the painting. We'll crack on with the rest of the tournament. It just shows the standard is incredibly high here.
Okay, there you go. Thank you from, well, so it's to me and Harry of the past. We are back here at the table, and I'm just going to switch over now to the table because you can see the guys are getting ready to start, but they haven't yet. We're in deployment, and there is the table. We've got the USA team, Dale, deploying on the left-hand side there, and we've got England, which is on the right-hand side there. Depths of Moria, that's the one. Nothing massively interesting has happened yet. We're just still in deployment. They're deploying 12 inches in, obviously to the death, so there's no objectives down on the board. And I'm waiting to see when the barrel is going to go down. I'm not sure what this is. I think that is just a test base, so you can drop that in and see where the barrel is going to fit, which is super handy, particularly because it's one of the least manageable models in the game. So trying to get it into position without knocking models over or moving them to see if you might fit is a bit of a nightmare. So let's have a quick look at some of the other angles we've got here. So here is Dale deploying on the left-hand side, coming up behind the buildings up to the river, which has been so controversial throughout this tournament. Here are the players. Obviously, massive concentration as we're going to the penultimate game of this tournament. And these are, of course, the guys on the top table. They're so close to one another. Either team could happily come out at the top by the end of this game. And that is England's third warband down. So we're back to Dale for theirs. Loads and loads of support in the chat, particularly for the USA, to be there again, and Grumbles, who have both been here for the duration, and Will Morris, all putting a colossal number of eagles, and frankly what I have to describe as an American number of eagles in chat. Tim always says, is that double mummock? What a legend, they win. Yeah, I think we agreed the double mummock was a bit
Double
of a legend,
mummock's
right?
pretty cool, yeah. Sadly, we heard from I was going to say his name then. It might be Patrick. I'm maybe misremembering, but we spoke to him briefly yesterday from Switzerland, where we're basically commiserating with him over the misfortune of the double mummocks, which didn't do quite as well as he probably would have hoped in the matchups. Sorry for my absence briefly there. We've been catching up on the board. I've been finding out a little bit, which I'll show you in a second, of the top two tables at the tournament, which does include the USA and England, but also Germany and Poland. Haven't spoken to anyone because they're mid-deployment, but we'll hear from them very, very shortly. But while these guys are deploying, you have some factoids for us, Alex.
I have some factoids for you.
Factoids? We've shown them on the screen, so here we go.
See. Yeah, so the best factoid is that we had a Balrog face ready to go to represent Moria.
Ah, very good.
List.
Yes,
but
that's
there you
good.
go. Yeah, that's right. Might win and fate all on the screen there. It will be very familiar. There's no big surprises here. Balrog is the most interesting of the heroes in terms of their stats, of course. 0 fate, 0 might, very famously, but 10 will, 10 fate, excuse me, and 10 wounds. No,
10 will.
I was right first time, and 10 wounds. But otherwise, yeah, we're basically just, it's a captain, captain. Big captain destruction derby.
I don't know what people think at home. I mean, obviously we're not privileged in the sense that we're not allowed to choose the exact matchup we would like to see on the top tables, because although we know we're going to be having the top 6 players against the top 6 players of the second place, they are essentially choosing, or by virtue of the draft process, having some sort of control over who ends up on the stream. We don't have any control over that. But I don't know what people think about this matchup, Dale versus Depth Moria. Both very, it's a good versus evil, which is nice, but these are 2 meta lists clashing up against one another, and I don't know what people think is in terms of how it's going to go. I don't know. Yes. Yeah, into the death. Sorry, I should have added that. Yes, it's into
I
the
was just checking for my own.
No, it's fine. Alex is just pointing
I
to the
pointed
death.
I poked Harry in the arm to make sure I wasn't being an idiot.
No, it is to the death. Of course, a traditionally shooting.
So there's the bug up on screen now. Now, as a reminder from last game, thanks to one of the many actually assists, great and genuinely helpful assists we've had from chat. And that's the handshake right there. Whoever has the circle, that's the priority marker.
Excellent. So
it looks like priority went to the USA.
Did it?
Well, I don't know who the role went to, but it looks like he's either been given it or taken it.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, he will have given the priority to the Balrog so that he can shimmy his bows around a bit.
Oh, I see. That's right. It's marches going in. So 2 marches with 2 of the Goblin captains already.
Well, yes, I think that's probably quite sensible.
Makes sense, yeah.
I don't know, while they're marching, because frankly the marching won't be that exciting, do you think we've got time to play a very brief video to see what's going on in the other tables?
I'll leave that in your good hands.
Let's do it. Let's risk it for a chocolate biscuit, because I think if we don't do it now, it's going to be out of date very soon. So we're going to play a very brief video from the top tables, and just to set the scene for the rest of the matchups. So we're down here on the tables alongside the German and Polish contingent. Bear in mind we've got obviously top 2 tables on the stream at the moment. But there's very little difference in it between the players, the teams in 3rd and 4th position. So just thought I'd have a quick glance. I'm not going to interrupt their games because they're just entering the deployment stage and they don't have a great deal of time. Time is of the essence here. But I wanted to give you a sense of the similarity between the armies that are in the USA and the English team and the German and the Polish team. So we have another army of Dale to here, to our right. We have a Battle of the 5 Armies. There's a Legolas in there. There's a Gwaihir in there, and some Iron Hills dwarves. I don't know who's going to be here yet. I'll come back to them. We've got an Ugluk scout, so we've seen some Ugluk scouts on the board before. There's a Usurpers of Edoras as well, so we've got some more Usurpers of Edoras. There's also an army of Ugluk scouts there as well, which is a beautifully painted one, which you'll have seen earlier. We've also got an army of Arnor, which we saw on stream just a few minutes ago, which is a lovely, lovely army. There's Defenders of Helm's Deep as well on the Polish side, German side, sorry. And we've got some more, I can't quite identify this one. Is that Men of the West? I think there might be a Men of the West or a Minas Tirith kind of army. Reclamation of Osgiliath, perhaps even. That is different. We haven't seen this on the tables yet. So that's Faramir there. So yeah, definitely Osgiliath there. So that's lovely. So that's a bit of an indication there. I think it's a bit distracting for me to be talking to any of these guys while the game's actually happening. But hello. So great to see some top table action here. It would be lovely to have a full complement of all the teams that are doing so well in the top 4 positions on live stream at the moment. But we will hopefully catch up with the other team. I'll give you a quick glance at the rest of the tables for England and USA. So we've got Jakob up against Matab. James starts, yes. Jakob's taken an English name for the weekend. Matt Iverson over there with Depths of Moria, so a second Depths of Moria on the tournament. There we go. We've got Captain Evan over there with, is that Minas Morgul over there? I think it's Minas Morgul. And we've got Erebor Reclaimed from Erebor, from Ali King is what I was going to say. And here are the Eagles that did quite well in early on in the tournament, struggled in the Destroyers finals, as I gather. And Dave Clubley with his Lurcher Scouts deploying in the corner there. Ugluk Scouts, there we go. Ugluk, yeah. Ugluk Scouts, yeah, yep. Cool. And no, I definitely said it doesn't matter. And we've seen Devon already. He's been on the stream with his Army of the White Hand. And look, interestingly, the deployment method here on both armies, we've got a mirror match here, Army of the White Hand on both sides, as Dave Farmer takes on the army we've just seen win so successfully in the previous game. So, final one of these 6 matchups. We'll just have a quick glance at a beautiful Rivendell list, which we've just seen actually shown off on the Painting Awards. We've got Elrond over there and Arwen, lovely to see them on the table against another Dale. So just a sense there of some of the top table armies here in place at the tournament. Now, I'm going to head straight back to the top table. And the stage is set. We can see here, after that little rundown of the top few tables, the top down of the stage you've just seen. And you might see, for some reason it's saying overtime for our timer, which is because of there's 15 minutes of overtime at the end of the thing, which is before dice down. So we'll just quickly amend that. But you'll have seen some movement has already started to happen here. We figured that this would be, sorry, we're getting a mouse. I don't know what's going on here.
Sorry, I'm just want to get the bug back to its original position. It was up there because all the action in the last game was happening at the bottom. It was in the way. Yeah. But now, actually, we probably want it down there.
Yeah, so you'll see it floating down there. Great. And let's have a look at just what's going on here. So you'll see here, there were 2 marches declared by a captain roughly there and a captain roughly there. The Balrog lurching forward a little bit more than that, of course, because Goblins moved 5, the Balrog moved 6. And they have moved, bam, up this way. Windlance, that way. Windlance. Where's the other Windlance?
Yeah, it's going to be a really important shooting phase.
Where's the other Windlance? Can we have another angle to see?
Is it in the building there? Not in the building, behind the building there?
Is it there? Yeah, it must be there.
I might have to go gander. Let's see if we can get it on another angle.
There's one there, and I don't know.
Let's go and have a gander, shall we?
Let's. Oh, hold on. Is this angle better?
It's not poking out from the wrong road again, is it?
There's one there. I think that's the same one I already drew on.
All right, I'm just going to have a look.
I'll have a look.
Oh, Harry's off. He's off. and he's leaving me alone with you guys, which is a dangerous thing to do. But as you can see, the lines
it's really
are
in the midst
together. But it is going to be a really important shooting phase for Dale. That's what they want to do, is try and thin the numbers.
Is there.
Okay, so that's one.
So if we look at the top down, so we've got one here and
that's
one
it.
there.
That's it. Lovely stuff. We're just being blind.
Yes.
So Golem's Gamers are in chat. Says Ash must have lost the board off as those chokeholds look horrific for him. What do you think, Harry?
Yeah, maybe true. But I mean, frankly, there are.
You've got beer riding on him, so.
Well, I mean, I think looking at the board, it's fairly equal both ways, and there's the river down the middle, which is difficult terrain either way.
There's
so
not a lot of big gaps for shooting either.
No.
I mean, this Windlance, it's going to be a beggar for targets, isn't it?
You can see why Ash has gone over here though, and to go through there, because that will get one shot, and then hopefully they'll be over the river. But the difficult terrain here, so I'll clear up. The difficult terrain here is going to be a big deal. Yeah. I mean, these guys the Goblins are going to move what, an inch, and then 3.5 through the terrain.
This is where the Balrogs move 8 is going to make a significant difference.
You're quite right. I said 6 inches earlier, didn't you? That it has changed. It's now 8 inch.
It's 8 inch.
And it's got an 8 inch whip, which is always important.
So
here we go. We've got some dice rolls in the middle. I assume these are shooting.
Yeah, shooting attacks.
What's happening then, Alex?
So
I've got my headphones on yet.
So we've got one goblin dead at the top, that little clump at the top there. And then we've got this little clump of archers going straight across the river.
Sorry, I don't know what all this stuff is. What is that?
Fine.
good God, just have a look at this here. It's an absolute state. I leave out for 5 minutes and it's cables everywhere.
At least I didn't steal anything.
No, that's the wrong camera.
Sorry guys, a little technical error there. So this is shots at the captain. In the way. Hits the captain, wound, and wound fixed. So wound on the captain on 6, Minestra off bow there.
He's going to
decided to
take
take
the
wound, not to fate it. Understandable given the wind lances.
Yeah, fair point. Although I suppose a wound from a wind lance with a fate is still a wound. It's going to kill them either way. So,
but if you
fate,
see what you're saying.
Because he's only got 2 wounds, so he'd die insta kill either way.
Well, no, because he could fate the wind lance now.
Yes. I see what you're saying. Yeah, because I suppose if he'd taken that wound, if he'd have fated that wound, then
the
he'd
wind
have
lance
lost
is going to
2
lost 2 wounds in a
wounds.
single
Yes,
round.
quite. I see what you're getting at. Yeah.
Again, love this bit. Love the river down the middle. I love the fact the lines are closing in together. And as we expected, Dale basically just have to sit there, be a shooting platform, force the goblins to come to them.
Someone's saying the barrel should melt the river. It is actually being treated as shallow. It should be being treated as shallow water. That was what was agreed in the last round. Though to be clear, the players are within their rights to determine it for themselves. This camera still has its no battery sign on it. Sorry, we've shifted some of the cameras around because we realised that the dice show was incredibly unpopular for the players and didn't work in the last game anyway. So it was very unpopular in the previous game, and actually we found that people could easily see the dice rolls if they're on the table anyway. Whereas in the picture that we were seeing before, we didn't actually always see the rolls. So we think it's going to be okay. So let's look at the top now so we can actually see those rolls. The barrels. I think I'm going to just clarify with the guys how they're treating the terrain, so we've got a bit of context.
So what they've done there is they've just put the base there, the test base down, which is the barrel's test base, and that is how far the barrel can get in this move, coming across the river and getting to there. Harry's just reporting back with the.
So as per the TA decision, the ref has ruled that the river is all shallow terrain. So that's every single thing we see on the neoprene outline. So if we say all of that is shallow water. So actually, really sizable amount of terrain there that is shallow and difficult terrain. I think it's getting on for 4 or 5 inches across even this shorter bit. So that's quite a lot for the goblins. It's going to take a good 2 turns for the goblins to get through, and the barrel's going to struggle. But you can see already he's planning something.
Excellent dexterity outlining the river there with the finger. We're using a touch screen here, so we're just drawing on it with our fingers, and I thought it was great. You really nailed the borders.
Oh, thank you. I'm quite.
You've got an artistic flair, haven't you?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I can also draw other things on here. No,
all right, no. It's your stream, mate. So.
Tim Elworth says shallow water yawn. Well, Tim. At least it's not just not difficult terrain. Or I think in the previous game, the players would have liked it to have been ice, therefore either not slowing anyone down at all. So at least it's been ruled as shallow.
Goblins gamers, other players might take this weekend.
So I guess let the fun commence crossing the river.
You should be able to hit them a bit.
So I go for.
We've had difficulties, to be honest, with getting the.
Do you have a hobbit that I can borrow?
Let's go off.
Enabling the players to be heard, but not getting a colossal amount of background noise. So basically, you're relying on those to lay as much information as possible, which is difficult.
Alice has just mislaid his book, so let me have a look at ours. Grumble saying that shallow water is really just a bummer for comp boards.
I know you played last edition.
Yeah, no, I've played.
I disagree in the sense that you've got to take it
What got you
context.
into the game?
We happen to be watching the board with water on. None of the other 5 boards on the that the teams are having to play have this kind of terrain. So this is a factor in the matchup. Both teams would have tried to avoid the water with shooting, but obviously the luck of the draw is such that the Balrog is having to face a gun line over a river, which is going to struggle to get through. So, but I see your argument. I think if this was a 1v1 tournament, having this kind of board at the top of the tables might be a bit of a frustration, especially if the top two tables were pretty level as we are at the moment. So, but all of the boards are designed in a sort of pockets of 6 to be equal.
Sorry, just going to interrupt you, Harry, because we're on win-lap shooting now.
So Durbers have spent a mic.
All of them but Axe have spent a mic.
All of them but Axe have spent 1 mic. Yeah, that's right.
No one else actually.
Okay, so as we said, we're going to go
microphone can be closer to
the 4 and a bit, and then we had 1.7, which we said was like.
Are you okay with that?
I'm struggling.
There-ish.
I might just
adjust that. What I want to do?
When you're up there, can you just update on resources and priority? Thank you, Harry, doing the Lord's work for us here today. But here comes that test base out again from Balrog, seeing where he's going to get to across that river. Clearly to get right up in the line before he gets shot to death.
Yeah, please do it.
Just point it there so that you're. Can you catch all of our banter?
Yeah.
So this, he's calling it dirt. Right. Carry on. Sorry.
No worries. Okay. No problem at all. Right. Sorry, I will finish moving Durbos, but
Lord Zell says, what is that buzzing? I have a horrible feeling it is the mics getting too close to one another. I've turned theirs off for the moment. Hopefully that's helped. Let me know if it just happened when Harry went over there.
So one of the ways that Ash is keeping track of his heroes is goblins. They have a captain with a rock, captain with Durbers, so there's a Durbers model standing in there, a captain with an axe, and just a plain captain. 3 of which have spent might on marches and moves. So.
Can you repeat that so I can get it in the
3.5 leaves me with 4.5, so 2 and a bit. It's going to be some scatters. Okay, so these will be a little bit further back.
This is Dale.
So the Balrog's going to run across out of the river to about here. Just making sure that the tail's behind the building, so he'll have it in the way. And within 8 of the archers. Okay, right. This river's going to be extremely fun. So we can go 3 inches to the river, which leaves us with 2.5. I do have a 2.5. Cool. 2.5 to that.
Alright, great,
I will go 3.5 to the river.
So you should be able to hear Ash being quite clear again. I think we had this in the previous game. The clarity, saying out loud, 2.5, 1.5 to the river, 2.5 through the river, all that sort of stuff. Really important to
avoid disputes later down the line.
Yeah, we just don't want to have any of that testy disputes.
Life's not worth it. No, the game's not worth it.
Indeed.
Life is worth it.
Life is worth it. Yeah, absolutely. Just to clarify, we'll have a bit of a glance at the leaderboard. Obviously, the Dale have barely spent anything. They haven't spent any things yet, but the captain spent plenty of points of might on marches and stuff. And you can see here they are labelled rock, axe, Durbers. So we should be able to identify them a little bit easier once we get into the depth.
And we've got a bunch of might, so 3 might spent from the Goblin captains.
Yeah, really crucial marches though. I mean, if they can get here relatively unscathed, they're sorted.
Yeah, it's an unsexy thing to spend on, isn't it, a march?
Yeah.
It's not a strike, it's not a combat.
No, but Goblin captains don't really care about that, do they? You know, they've got 53 models in the army. If they can get as many of those 53 models into combat with the Dale, they're doing their work. But as I think you pointed out earlier, the model difference isn't that big. We've got 53 models versus 49 of the Dale. So the Balrog being a massive point sink, although in a positive way, I would argue. So we're going to get some juicy angles to have a glance at over the table. We can see Alex's hand down the bottom there, twiddling. There we go. So that's lovely.
Look at that, and so we've been spoiled with the quality of the armies on display here. We've got some beautiful armies playing, which is always nice to see.
It is always good. Although I must say, it angers me greatly that this guy is on a different base to these guys. Look at that. It's almost as if Ash doesn't have enough goblins for himself and has had to borrow them from
I think the only fair thing to do is to melt down any of the models that aren't on the same base.
I totally agree. Whereas look, Alish's beautiful Dale Force, all nicely themed to the board. You know, I think if anything that gives him the win in our book.
I agree.
But sadly, I don't want him to win because I would like Ash to secure me a beer. In fact, I might have to tell him.
Yeah, might have to. So we've got some rolls going on. Whoever's logged in on the Golems Games account has said that tail and wings count for in the ways, but not for line of sight. Need line of sight to the body. I don't know whether we missed any dispute on that, but it's a good clarification to have.
I suspect it's because people have been asking about it in the
the
chat. As ever, often the chat is miles ahead of us and having a great, sensible debate about rules.
Yeah,
and,
but that's
clarifications.
so I would say it's at least, or at best, it's a 1-to-1 ratio as to who's explaining to who what's happening.
Yes. It's one of those ones where actually, if you're trying to watch this without, say for example, you're sitting there on your Sunday lunchtime in front of the telly, and you're having your Sunday lunch or whatever it is, and you're watching it on the TV without the comments appearing down the side, the chat appearing down the side. That is a big mistake. Without the chat, you literally have no idea what's going on because we're just not talking about the game, as is evidenced by what we're doing right now.
So there's a valid argument to make that watching it is a big mistake, regardless of format or venue. But
actually, that is a fair choice.
Right, I think that's the end of Moria's move.
It certainly does. That means that Dale's got to shoot first.
So Girian's shot
whipping.
Scatters on a 3. On the Balrog, so it's a +1, gets up to 4, and 2 points of might. So I think Girian just spent 2 points of might to hit the Balrog.
No, he didn't, surely.
I think... Guys, did Girian just spend 2 points of might to hit the Balrog? Thank you. There you go, 2 points of might.
That's a curious one. I mean,
to roll a 1 on the wound.
I guess Girian doesn't have a lot to spend his might on.
That still though, to then get a 1 on the wound roll, that's painful. With that kind of investment.
I need a book back. I suspect the reason for that is that the might on Girian, I don't think he can strike. So I can see that an argument to, if you've only got one chance to shoot.
Sorry to interrupt.
Girian is shooting the wind blast.
Yeah.
So okay, that makes a bit more sense.
Yeah, it's not his bow. So that was the scatter roll. He hit on a 4 or whatever, a 3 or whatever, and then he scattered rolled a 3, +1 to get to a 4, and then he spent 2 might to get to an accurate hit.
So I mean, I think my instant reaction to spending 2 points of might to hit with an in the way on the Balrog was a mistake.
And now it sounds to me, I'm going to go check this, but it sounds to me like all 3 or 4 Goblin captains have tanked a wound.
Okay.
Because 2 more, it looks like, have just taken wounds each from that shooting.
I'm sure we'll address that in a second. I don't know what the chat thinks. Would you have spent the might just for the hit on the wind lance?
It feels like a lot early. But he
especially
wants it before the Balrog's going to get into combat.
I get that, but it's a 50-50 to get through the inner way. And then, what's it, strength 9, 10, so it's another 50-50 after that. So only quarter of the time you're actually going to make the wound.
What in the way would it be?
There was a building on a 4+.
Was there?
Oh. So that's what he missed and hit the building.
Oh, I see.
So I think that might. I don't think it's going to cost him a lot, but how many more shots does he have? 1, 2?
So we've just had a priority roll, and we're now getting a march called.
I guess Alish is thinking, well, the Balrog's going to be in combat this game.
So this is regular captain, calling a march, and he's now out of line.
So the Balrog is moving out of turn here, so he's not benefiting from the march in order to go to charge. And he's whipping someone in there. And he hits
on a 4. Does it kill?
It kills him.
So not whipping him into combat.
No whipping anyone into combat. Charging someone in there. So the Balrog is going to go into the gap. I actually think the other angle might be better. No, I think camera 1 will want. Oh no, okay, camera 1. Did you move camera 1? No. I kind of want a camera over the Ash's side. If we can do that without getting in the way, that would be great.
Probably not.
Probably not. It would be lovely to have a camera here, wouldn't it? So we can see this way. But typically, the players aren't playing ball here. You know, we can't tell them where to move, but they are trying their best to get to accommodate the cameras and everything else. So let's see what we've got here. There we go. That's good. Yeah, that's really nice. Appearing out of the building. I was saying it would be really nice if we could get a camera here, but that would be massively in the way from here. So yeah, I think so.
Flip saying, come on, England. Grumble saying, using the tail as an in the way, then modifying the model to fit it somewhere feels cheaty, in my opinion. I mean, it's the rules.
I think just for the sake of the model, that you've got to get it through the gap, and they will always put it back on when it's able to fit.
Why he leave troop? Klusek asks, why did he leave troops so close to the Balrog? Now the Balrog has a chance to win this. That'd be devastated. I've got a pint running on this. Well, I mean, he's trying to stop him from breaking through, isn't he? He's trying to hold him at the at that gap.
Yeah, now the Balrog's in combat, he's way more safe. I mean, he's going to be in combat every turn, isn't he? Unless Alisher is going to move back. In fact, if anything, I'm surprised Alisher didn't move back that turn, in the knowledge that it would probably give him another turn of shooting with wind lancers and things like that.
There's a bit of controversy about this Balrog tail, although most people seem to agree that it's not necessarily an issue. Gold's Game is delighted that a Gold's Gamer's tag is on camera, saying that they'll take the free promotion. Who's in control of this account? Who's
it's Elliot, I believe.
It's Elliot.
Is that this one?
No, it is. Yeah. Go subscribe to Gold's Gamers for some excellent and up-to-date.
He's doing an excellent job covering up there for you. Oh, he's just blurring
out. We don't accept sponsorships here.
No.
Well, unless they're paid, then.
Yeah. There we go. That's it. No promotion for you, Elliot. No, cool. Big shout out to Gold's Gamers.
When we say go, though, we mean after the stream. Don't go anywhere. And if you forget, that's fine. That's a price we're willing to pay.
Absolutely. Lovely. It feels like this game is getting hot quite quickly.
Yeah, I agree completely. I mean, we've got an hour and 50 left.
An hour and 50. Yeah. An hour and 48 left, and the Balrog's already in combat.
Barrow's in combat.
It's a lot of time for it to be chopping through stuff. And bearing in mind,
I mean, we know how swingy the Balrog is, though.
We do.
A couple of turns without a 6. And that time starts to slip away from you.
It can. I suppose he's got to wade through stuff, but you know, with the potential for heroic combats, barges, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, sorry. People are talking about how the Polish game went in the previous round. All 4 of the top teams had a draw in total. So England and Germany drew yesterday. USA and Poland drew today, which means that all of the top 4 teams are on the same tournament points for the weekend.
Robert,
sorry,
Harry.
Go on, no, carry on.
Well, Robbie says that Ash has got this in the bag.
I'm not sure that's true, but I must admit,
you can sense the sweet taste of victory, can't you?
maybe. I think there's something to me.
Yeah. You're like, oh, I wouldn't be betting on Moria, mate. And I'm like, right, I'll take Dale. And you're like,
I don't want to judge too heavily already, but body language tells me something.
Something.
Ash is looking quite confident, and Alisher looking not so confident. But
in depth. We should get a psychologist on.
We should. Mainly to check us out for why we're spending 12 hours doing this.
We're like, so tell us about the game. It's like, I think we need to talk about you first.
Actually, you spent 24 hours out of 48 doing this. So, But I think that says a lot. And of course, because it's good shooting, once that Balrog's in, it loses some momentum. But we'll see Alisher here moving, sort of creating a bubble of protection there to deny the Balrog as much killing power as it can.
Yeah, trying to free heroic combat every turn. He'll churn through them quickly enough. Elliot says the chat isn't familiar with this man's dice, referring of course to his colleague and brother-in-arms Ash. I think he thinks that he's just going to fluff it even with the best setup.
Absolutely.
I mean, that can happen again, especially with the Balrog.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think on paper, the river looked like it was going to be a bad problem, but the terrain, I can't remember who said it, was it Gollum's Gamer said the terrain looks like it was a bad thing for him. If anything, I think the terrain's been a boon for Ash so far. I don't think any goblins have died.
No.
We've had chip wounds from all the captains, which of course is important in this scenario.
Only 3 or 4, I think, unless I'm mistaken.
Or like Fate or whatever. Like
I think only 3 or 4 have. So the goblins, the goblin captains, I think 2 lost to wound each last turn, and 1 on turn 4. I'll check it.
But my point being that I think there's been relatively few casualties. And especially, I think it might have levelled out the number advantage-ish, and the captains have lost some wounds.
This maybe is explaining the desperation to get a hit on the Balrog with the Wind Lance. Start to, because obviously that's game changing. One good hit can really start to change the game.
Well, it would have knocked 5 wounds off, wouldn't it?
Would
if it had made it. So and then 5 wounds. If the Balrog fluffs a couple of combats, 5 wounds is well and truly easy to do. Not easy, but possible with a couple of fluffs and +1 to wound. Whereas 10 wounds in combat for Dale, even with traps and +1 to wound, is still not easy against Balrog.
Yeah, so Elliot says, if Ash is just going to hide his army, then the chokehold for the Balrog is great. I guess it's true, he's fighting in that one little section and he's only trying to break through.
It's interesting to see Elliot changing his analysis of the potential of the chokeholds there. Earlier you were saying the chokeholds are a bad thing. Not sure you know what you're talking about there. No, I'm joking. Throwing shade because we have the platform.
You wait until the Ardacon when it's him streaming.
If you're streaming Ardacon, Elliot, which I know you are, and I'm in a live stream game, I just know that you're going to throw so much shade at my terrible
and I'll be in chat loving every second of it.
Love it. Well, either way, Elliot, it's great to have you here. I understand you're on holiday. I think your teammate said you're by a swimming pool in Greece or something like that. So top work there and watching the live stream from here. There's a 6 there. Is that the Balrog? I think that's good. That's the Balrog's success.
So there's 2.
Get that zoomed in. Yeah, he's cracked through there. And then the Goblin's fighting someone behind there. This one? Yeah, we can't quite see, but it's all happening behind the building.
So priority, 6 to USA, 4 to England. USA is going to keep priority.
Right. Let's change the blip. So if you don't know, the blips down here denote priority if we remember to change them.
There you go.
So it sounds like Ash didn't declare anything there.
No.
So he's letting the Dale move first.
I mean,
which I think
they're not going to get to anything but the Balrog.
No,
so.
well that's the thing. All he needs to do is let these guys flood through this gap, if that's going to be possible. And of course, naturally, Alice is going to want to move his stuff kind of away from the Balrog if he can. But with the 8-inch move from the Balrog now, actually, it's going to be hard for him to escape. The body language has changed a bit. Alice is looking a bit, got a bit of a power stance on right now. Maybe it was just stretching. But yeah, I think maybe I was reading too much into the body language earlier. Who knows? Ash, meanwhile, checking his phone. He's clearly not interested in it. I'm sure that's not the case.
I can get some.
Yeah, might have a mic tracker or wheel track on there. I know, I think people mentioned earlier the desire to speak to a tournament organiser about the terrain. The rivers have come up again.
I can't actually, because my phone is both dead and I forgot I've smashed the...
Certainly,
sorry.
by the end of the next round, by the end of this round, or shortly afterwards, because I agree it has been a big factor, certainly in the games.
Sorry, I left my microphone on there while I was offering my services to the TOs, services I was incapable of rendering.
Services, you say?
Yeah, they wanted me to take some pictures, but I've smashed my phone, so...
What kind of services?
Picture taking.
Oh, okay.
Not sexual services.
Well, I wondered whether there were sexual pictures.
Well, they didn't tell me what the pictures would be of, so jury's out.
Also, great to see the return of Crotch Cam.
Oh, I love Crotch Cam, it's quite a stream.
Oh, I think they might have thought that we could use the fancy cameras for the setup. Oh, we didn't get very many good photos of the armies on display, did we? We have got a lovely video there.
That's a lovely video, yeah. I love that video. My favourite bit. So I love the hobby. Love the hobby bit.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad we spent 10 minutes looking at that. I mean, to be honest, I'm half tempted to re-show that video just because there's. I mean, our insight isn't great, but the quality of the painting that you can see is really very good.
I'm more confident with my hobby insight than my gaming insight.
Yeah, and actually,
but we'll have plenty of time at the end.
100% between the next round if people have missed it. I know there's 133 people watching. It's great to have you all in.
So I think we've not got great angle there, 'cause we've got models. Men of Dale now coming around the back there, obviously trying to get onto the Goblins' flank. Obviously, they don't want to rely entirely on that little choke point. Barrog will come through and the Goblins flooding afterwards.
Man of Dale that's just kind of charged forward there.
Really?
It's coming through the gap here.
But has someone tagged the Barrog? Did you have a slower control zone?
No, we haven't tagged the Barrog yet.
I wonder how he got through that then.
Well, I think there was already one hidden here, wasn't he?
Chris
he was probably already in the control zone.
Yeah. Chris says, I missed the video, so I'd be happy to show it again. That's cool. It was good to know, and we'll put it on straight after this game, I think.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll catch up on all the gaming first, because I wouldn't want to, for the people who've already watched everything. But yeah, absolutely, we'll find time, because there's a decent gap between the second game and the final.
Also, I hope people don't mind me swigging beer on stream, because...
hopefully you can't hear it. But either way, we want people want to see the bets in action, and this is the success of your bet this morning.
Payoff,
yeah. So we've got to enjoy that. Yeah. So excellent work.
Is this a good time to mention that last time we were interviewing, I used the right on screen to do a speaker that says "I smell" on it.
Yes.
Yeah. Good. Okay. I thought it'd be a good time.
Did you do that?
I did. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Left it there for ages as well. Chat loved it.
I bet they did. I didn't even know that. Thank you very much. If only I had the wit to do that myself when you were doing
did the day before. I think I just copied you.
Yeah. Oh, I did smelly lines, and now I knew that's right.
Chris says demonetise promoting alcohol. Yeah, fair play. I'm not sure we're going to earn much from this anyway. Oh dear, I hate it when that happens. When you knock a big building, particularly when you've got a lot of walls next to it.
Knocking a building?
Yeah, they're a big knock to the building. Purely unintentional, of course. But you can see loads of men then just going in, filling that gap there.
So it looks like, I mean, frankly, Alisher quite sensibly going, there's a big demon of the underworld here. Let's go this way and fight these little shitty...
Should we go around the big demon of the underworld?
Yeah. Though some poor soul is going to have to stand in the way, aren't they? So.
See the agony on these players' faces, and I don't blame them at all, no judgment, but they're at the penultimate round of one of the biggest tournaments going.
I think this year it is the
biggest international tournament. They don't want to let their teams down, and whoever comes through, I mean, this game might be determinative of whether or not they win or lose the whole tournament.
Well, I think that's the most interesting thing about team tournaments is that although we can watch this in isolation, thinking one side or the other is absolutely smashing it, and then not know that there are 5 games going the complete opposite way over on there. And I think if you weren't here earlier, Ash did basically say at the start of the stream that that he reckoned his army is being thrown under the bus here, and that if his army being thrown under the bus means that all the other 5 English players have an advantage, or even a small advantage against the other armies, then then it's worth it for the team. And so it's interesting. I find the dynamics of I haven't got the brain capacity to actually understand how to play or do the drafting system, but it's the top table players. Certainly these two here on the table here, their teams.
Oh, sorry, I think we've got
fantastic.
We've got a wind lance shot here. You can see it's very cinematic. We've got the sort of defocused wind lance going straight into the barrel here.
All right. Has the barrel moved yet? Yeah, back. So someone must be engaged.
Sorry, for people who are wondering, Harry and I sometimes we want to actually know what's going on. We're sat there pressing these headphones into our ears to try. We can't hear the players like you can hear them, and so it's
certainly not as well.
To figure out what's going on. But we're still we've obviously mistake made is we've had the Dale's move, we've got the Gobbo's move now because. Priority was the Garrison of Dale.
I'm just really keen to see if anyone's actually in base contact with the Balrog right now.
Yeah, I can't see. I really can't see anyone unless it's someone hidden behind that building.
No.
Okay, so the Balrog is a free agent.
I think you were probably preempting that.
I was,
but,
yeah.
I don't know what this distance is, or this distance. I mean,
I would be charging. It's going to get there.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to get somewhere, but I'd be charging behind the terrain at the very least. Oh, we've lost the camera again. We've lost the top-down view.
Oh, that isn't good. All right, bear with me. Sorry about this, guys.
Sorry about that. I think it is quite hot in this hotel, so some of the cameras are giving up after 24 hours of streaming, which is fair enough. So I think I'd be charging into that model, right? If you can't make it here, if you've got an 8-inch move and you can make it there, great. But it's very hard to tell the context of the stream, whether that's 8 inches or not. Might be easier from this angle. Let's look from this angle. Yeah, that looks quite long to me. But you can easily charge those guys defending the barrier when they're in combat, and that would deny the shot, right? Unless I'm wrong. Although, actually, hold on, because he's a large target, does that make a difference? Is he a large target? I'm sure chat will clarify this for me, but you've got the book. Could you pass the Balrog and if you could have a look at the large target rules, please?
I can indeed, and that's a top-down map.
Oh, yeah, we go. Lovely. Thank you very much for sorting that. So I was just querying if the Balrog can't reach there, would he charge these guys in through the barrier? But I can't remember what the large target rules mean. It doesn't deny the.
So you don't have to roll in the ways for your own models. But I don't think it doesn't mean you can target someone that's in combat.
If you're in combat, still, yeah, you can still. Okay,
let's find out.
Sorry, my relative inexperience at this level is showing quite heavily right now. But I haven't really used monsters very much this edition. I've played against a few, but I haven't had a chance to use them.
So here we go. We've got the answer. So the Balrog is charging.
Where's he going? Oh, he's going back.
He's going back.
Oh, here we go. He's flopping through the gaps of where that base is.
Large target. When a model makes a shooting attack that targets a model with a special rule, when they are determining models that are in the way, they ignore both friendly and enemy models that do not have the following keywords: monster, siege engine, or war beast. If the target model is engaged in combat, then the in the way test for shooting into combat is still applied regardless of the model the target model is engaged in combat.
Okay, so the combat wouldn't have made a difference, but so maybe that's why he's gone this way, because these guys will get no in the way for this.
So you still get the terrain, they just don't get their own miniatures.
Interesting, he's going all the way through here though.
Today says, what is he doing? Full send. I think that's something the kids say.
What's send mean?
Send it, like,
you want them to just get stuck in there.
That's what they want.
I think Ash probably being sensible here is waiting for the reinforcement. As soon as he goes in here, he's going to be on his own, and all he needs to do is flip his dice and be surrounded by a lot of guys.
And that, I mean, my friend Hayden plays Balrog a lot. I once surrounded him with a couple of where 3 berserkers failed to roll a 4 like 5 turns in a row.
Yeah.
That's it. You just get them down.
It happens. That's it. So Ash, obviously understanding the weaknesses of his list, is playing a cautious but sensible game. I was just going to double check. I'm pretty confident the Dale have some sort of courage bonus, don't they? They have I think they're fearless, or is it? I can't remember. It's re-roll. Yeah, Girion gains fearless, and additional Dale models will draw land and send to Girion take +1 courage. Okay, so yeah, it's not quite as not full fearless, but they certainly do have bonuses against scary.
Bryce says Dale has this in the bag now. That feels premature to me. What do you think?
Well, considering people were saying earlier that the Balrog has it in the bag now, I think it's fair to say it's in the balance.
It's in the balance.
It's in the balance. It's very early. It's very early to say Dale has it in the bag, I think. I still query whether Alish's 2 points of might were worth spending earlier. With the risk of the in the way and the actual wound roll, I still think it was probably a poor idea.
So we've got some shooting.
I'd be saving. No, that's fine. I'd be saving might for wounding.
So he's saying he wants to pick up the captain, so has them in the ways. So I think that's this group here going first. Captain's that way.
A lot of shots there. Ooh, there's quite a lot of 2s and a 1. Oh gosh, that was a very bad roll from the Dale shooting. Bear in mind these guys hit on 3s or 4s if they've moved.
So just one goblin.
One goblin dead for what, 7 or 8 Dale shots at strength 3, hitting on 3s or 4s, depending if they're moving.
So Barrow's calling his free heroic combat. That's it.
So that's one guy that had snuck through there. So maybe he's just going to kill that guy and go back to exactly where he was. Although then he wouldn't have any heroic movement advantage. So. Our analysis is very poor because these guys are thinking so far ahead of us. It's great.
It's very true.
It's a lot of. He didn't get a 6 though, did he? Ah, he did on the last roll. Oh, look at that.
That was so
there's a cheeky smile there from Ash as he rolls banners into the 6, and that is why the banner advantage for this army is absolutely fantastic. Having a global banner is so big,
absolutely,
because you just don't have to worry about it. You just always get an extra dice. Tell you what, the Polish beer is absolutely outstanding.
It's good, isn't it? Because the quality's high, and yet it's super cheap as well.
Oh God, this one was even cheaper. It was on draft. It was really good.
You got the cheapest one for your
yeah, for your bet. Yeah. Although I bought myself one, to be fair. It's really good. Really good. I think it was a number of zlotys that I don't understand, but it was very cheap. It was around £2 a pound. Very good.
So it's back to priority roll.
Looks like it.
USA's kept it.
Yep. And Ash's. So Ash looks like he's considering to pull something. That's correct.
So got Rock Captain's calling a move. I think that's his last one.
I believe so. He's very low on resources. Captain Rock is out.
Yeah, that's it. He's out.
I'm not sure where the Rock Captain is. Can we get a better look on this? Can we see? So that's normal Captain, so it's not him. I don't know where Rock Captain is. Oh, there's Durber's Captain at the back. I think Ash has helpfully put little fluorescent light things in. Might be.
Here's the roll off.
Goes to evil. Okay, so the goblins have the upper hand here. I actually think my beer is within sight.
Yeah, I'm losing hope. So
we'll see where that goblin captain is. Oh, it looks like he's in this gap. Can we get a better angle on that? So he's seeing. So he must be here. I think this is the model. So it gets to some of these guys, but not all of them on the other side. So he's put dice to dig it. Here we go. There he is. So right through. So yeah, I think the captain was under the wing of the Balrog right there. So we're getting some moves into this line that's developing here, but crucially, he's Ash checking there whether the Balrog can fit in there before he moves any of those goblins, and Alisher, I'm sure, will be keen to check. Let's try and. I think we're on the top.
So whip. Whipping it just one of the men of Dale in front of him. Hits. Does it kill?
It certainly does. Dead man. Carry on.
He's just swapped choke points, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Alisher kind of forced him to, right? Like,
by
he pulled
moving,
back.
redeploying his army to the choke points, yeah, absolutely.
And to be honest, I think one of the mistakes you can make with something like the barrel roll is, because it looks big and impressive, is that you can throw it into too many models. And at the moment, Ash is not doing that. He's pretty much only ever been fighting one or maybe two models.
I think that's a trick. Yeah, that's a trap that a lot of players fall into with a lot of the big spicy models.
That's true.
Like Elisar and Glorfindale as well, Gilgalad.
Well, I think to be fair, I would argue it less so with the ones that have got the cavalry and the knockdown. Whereas big monsters that have got 4 attacks, 4 might, 4 attacks and therefore only 4 chances to wound.
And they've got to have a bigger hole to get out of as well.
They have, exactly. That's true. So, yeah.
So wise, Harry.
It's true. I mean, having played with Helm Hammerhand in the new edition, he's strength 6, which just sounds amazing. He's got Mighty Blow, which is amazing. But he really struggles when he comes up against, even 2 models that are defense 6, because he needs to get forced to win them. So, it's those sorts of things. You've got to be really careful. 180 points in Helm Hammerhand. If you can't roll a 4 high on 2 dice, more than a 4 2 dice, which has only been happening half the time, isn't it? So you've got to be super careful. And clearly, Ash knows the limitations of this big player, and is therefore Alex just knocking down the thing. You've killed the camera. Alex has broken. This camera has now broken because he tripped over a wire we told nobody else to walk past. Look at him go. What an absolute wanker. We have. There we go. We're back in action. So sorry about that. What a willy. You have moved it closer so we can see it, but isn't that horrible?
So I haven't moved. Oh dear, I see.
It's fine. Don't worry. There's literally nothing happening in this. Well, frankly, this.
Well, we could, if we wanted to, we could get the top camera closer to the actual action.
I think that might be worth doing. Yeah. Alex once again moving the cameras. Alex will switch to this camera for a brief period while the Dale rejigs. So I think someone said earlier the banner being quite an important bit here. Alex moving the banner closer to the barrel roll, but crucially behind a wall. So there's very little chance of that banner involved. This is only a tiny lip on the edge there. So goblins could eventually make their way around, but I don't think that's a particular possibility at this point. So the wind lance moving, clearly to give the 6-inch +1 to wound. Alice are clearly reckoning that there's probably very few chances to shoot again. There we go. Oh, that looks much better, doesn't it? Maybe look to the left, isn't it? Is there anything here? Oh, actually, it's just no. Don't bother. It's just moved into frame anyway. It's all just moving in anyway. Gillian is really far away from the action.
The joys of editing on the fly, right?
Yeah, I mean that's what a live stream's all about, right?
While they're moving, should we have a look at the resources? Or should we actually, I think we should better go update on the resources.
To be fair, there is actually a few still off camera, but that's okay.
All right, well, it's fine. Let's do it properly.
Sorry, I judged too soon. I thought I saw all of them moving.
If the job's worth doing, Harry.
Yeah, that's totally rude. So let's just have a quick glance. Let's see where we can see some of the goblins sneaking around the corner. Hopefully all of these camera changes aren't dizzying you guys, but we're just trying to get the best possible angle we can so we can see in depth exactly what's going on.
Woo! Let's see how that does us. So now hopefully we've got a better, clearer view of the action.
I'm gonna once again be annoying because I have a feeling they're going to now start rolling dice all the way over here, aren't they? But we'll see.
Yeah, that's very true.
Well, they might roll here and here. That's fine. We could ask them to do that. If they start rolling off the thing,
we'll give them a request, because it is nice to be able to see where each individual model is.
If you want to do the data, I'll go and double check.
Go double check the resources, then we can update our lovely viewers. I'm going to do some chat whilst Harry's away. Today says a barrel jump test of the wall. Yeah. Those gamers actually will taking the dub here, folks. Maybe. Carson, the beer fest of MESBG, love it. I tell you what, every round, I don't know if you were here yesterday, Carson, forgive me if I've forgotten, but every round we're betting a beer. And I've not come out of it particularly favourably so far, but I've done better today, so I'm really, really hoping Dale nets me another beer.
Okay. We've got some stat updates there. So we've got some dice being rolled. Okay, they're actually rolling them
basic
off.
commentary, Harry.
They're actually rolling them off the table now, which is annoying, but that's okay. Barrel has won a fight. And killed something. Or is he just barging? I killed something.
Okay. Back to priority then, guys. Oh no, we've got one last fight to do. Oh, Harry's still messing with the camera. That went to the goblins, and we've just fallen back. They've not managed to kill anyone. Another roll, 6 to the goblins on the banner. That massive board-wide banner re-roll coming in clutch once again. So that is priority back to evil. Depths of Moria taking
Just having a look here.
So
This is sorry, I've screwed that up.
Okay, I'll do the camera, Harry. Priority's just passed back to England.
Great.
Probably going to be some heroics, and whilst they're deciding on that, our might win and fate has been updated. I was actually pretty much on the money anyway, which I was very pleased about.
Very good. Really rare, very low on might in the goblins, but still 3 points there, which actually, when you look at it, isn't many fewer than these guys. There's 4 on the Hungarian and captains. Winlance, of course, have 1 each, but I suppose they can use it for most things, but still. Let's go to let's try and get back to action. Let's try and at a different camera. Sorry, the cameras are moving a lot in this game, only because it's increasingly further and further into the corner. We'll try. Alex, the reason I wanted to move it was because they're rolling some of the dice off the table. So now we should be able to. Some of these dice are being rolled in this area here. So rather than tell the players where to roll the dice, if they're happy rolling in this area and there's nothing going on beyond this area, let's let them do it. Okay. Barrel up now. Just going to try and kill this fellow on the way. And this is his whip. Just removing the wings there to help with and checking with Alice whether that's okay. He's fine with that. I'm sure that if there's any advantage gained from that they'll put the wings back on if need be. I think pretty much unimportant at this stage, frankly, especially in combat. I know there's been some controversy in the chat about that. Great to see Mick in the chat, seeing England versus the Unexpected podcast. Mick, a star of the Unexpected podcast. We've had 2 of them on the stream so far, and 2 more from America are in the team. Of course, playing against his home team as well. So torn priorities there for him. So he's just cheering on the whole. Alice and Ash just having a really interesting chat there about the mental strain and the tournament has. Just pointing out, there's nothing more draining than spending 2 days playing toy soldiers and then having the come down of coming back to real life.
With the white phone. Thank you. The post-tournament blues.
Yeah. It's a real thing. It's a real thing. And especially on a weekend like this, where we've travelled all the way and
these guys have been thinking about this for months.
Yeah,
they'll have been talking. They'll have all of their WhatsApp groups or their Facebook chat groups, and they'll be planning their lists, trying to min-max it and thinking about their best combos and things, and they'll be daydreaming about how their perfect list is going to work. And it can be really crushing when reality hits and the first game you get absolutely smashed by a list you thought you'd have in the bag. But that, I know that's not quite what we're talking about.
But it's true. But you're right. The months of prep is a big deal, and it's tricky. It's tricky.
Today says at least the Barrog doesn't look, or does look like a levitating eel. Presumably does that mean he doesn't? Is the wings off?
He's taking the wings off again. Yeah. Just to avoid any clash with the terrain. I don't think he looks like a levitating eel. I think that was
it's the wraith, the old the plastic wraith, right?
Yes, I think so.
Take the wings off, and it does look a bit silly. I must admit, I respect a player who keeps the model in one piece.
Yes, I agree.
But
actually, for practicality, it's not a bad idea.
It's like when people say, I might nudge a bit of terrain, and they're like, we're not using it, we're using it, I should take that off. And I'm like, no, it stays. I want the game to look great.
Oh, I always remove trees that I'm knocking over. God, those little trees on an individual basis, when you knock them over, that's just a nightmare.
They can be a little nightmare.
Some beautiful angles of...
yeah, it does. Sorry, today
looks of
like a levitating eel. So presumably, in reference to the bellies. So close. So, Harry, I've been away in the toilet, which people want to know.
Great.
Yeah, thanks. I thought you might enjoy that. So where are we? What's going on?
We've had a lot of movement. The line has collided here. And that's kind of it.
So there's still those points. Dale are holding the line between those those triplets in the room.
They have lost. I think it's somewhere in the region of 8 models. We can
have goblins.
I actually can't see them from here.
We might go have a gander.
Would you mind having a quick look, see how it's going? Lord Zell asking how long us two were prepping for. Well, Alex is doing an awful lot of preparation ahead of this event. He's been investing in kit that's more able to make the journey across the seas into the planes and fit in one bag, and so he's getting miniature mixing decks and stuff like that.
So
I've just answered those questions for you, by the way. How long were you prepping for?
Yeah, thanks. Obviously, a
long time.
Oh, big time. To the dereliction of all of the duties in my life. So it looks to me like there are 5 dead goblins, and it is never a good sign when your men of Dale are being out-killed
by the goblins. Now I appreciate there's a big demon there, but still, you want.
Well, yeah, so far. But now I think the lines are clashing. We've got the bubble effect of these two wind lances, and also I think they're probably getting close to the deployment zone as well. So they might be getting plus. In fact, that might be why Alisher has kept over this side last year to try and force people in. Because I'd say that's the halfway point-ish. We want to see their dice.
Oh, I could see them at that angle. I saw them better at that angle.
Well, yeah, but from some angles you can't always see them. Maybe you're right. Let's have a look. Yeah, I can't. I don't know what people think. I think the light's making it harder for me to understand what's going on.
Fair play.
Still very few kills here.
Yeah, it's not.
Alex is not exactly rolling hot on his dice.
Another man of Dale dead.
Captain and two friends against. I
have to grab my cash, right?
Lost a goblin there though. Actually, we might even be able to see the kill pile here. Even though he's bitten him. Another couple there. It's not been a good turn for the Dale.
No, it hasn't.
To win there and a kill. Priority, I think that was, wasn't it? So Ash is taking priority.
Yep.
So stays with England. And it looks like a might is being spent by one of the captains. Yep, the first point of might.
On one of those Dale captains.
Was it one of the? It might have even been one of the Windlands captains actually.
We'll go check that in one moment.
Quite here. The problem is with having captain.
So I think what that was, it was the first might on the second captain. I think both captains and Garrison are all on one might now.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, so clarifying where the might's been. So quite even
because the roll off.
Missed it. So it went to Dale.
Moria. Dale, sorry, went to USA. Dale.
I like that idea. Alice just put a tiny little ring on whoever called the move, so everyone knows. It's good for us.
A ring on what, sorry?
He's just put a tiny little ring on the captain that's called the move, so we know which model he's doing.
So there we go, that's the captain's move. And it looks like
maybe that's just to know which captain it is, actually.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Either way, it's very handy for us because it's catching the light quite nicely, so we know which one's captain.
So while that move goes on, let's update on the fate we've spent. As you can see, we've just got a 1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1 across the board now on Dale, but they still have more mites than the Moria Goblins do, with just 3 left on the board. Where is the Goblin Captain with Axe, I wonder? Because he's still got 2 might on him.
I assume he's one of the ones really far back. There's a guy behind there, that's captain.
So I might check that. I wonder whether he was the one who just spent a might. I'm going to go just check on the Gobbo's resources.
Good shout. In fact, we probably can just about see it from the thing. I think they might have all spent one.
So, up-to-date kill count, 7 goblins are dead, 14 men are daily dead.
14?
14.
Wow.
There is still one goblin captain with 2 might, which is the captain of Axe, but we were off by 1 because Captain Durbers has got 0. So that is the correct correct list. Just 2 might left.
I think that's remarkable. So that puts Alish's army on 35 models and Ash on 46, and there's still a Balrog on the table. Bearing in mind, looking at the board, what the hell is going to deal with the Balrog? Girion has a point of might for a strike, but he's fight 5, so that's not going to help him at all.
Can't get it, yeah.
So it's just hoping that the Balrog whiffs a combat.
That's literally it now. I was thinking for a second there. I think that has to be a few good turns, consecutive turns of whipping, so that Girion and his buddies have the chance to chip those wings off. Otherwise,
and I suppose I guess Alish can basically just feed the Balrog a model per turn and
put
you put one guy behind him, so at the very least he's going to kill 2 models.
But in a scenario like this, with an hour and 7 minutes left on the clock, and with him not doing the killing that he needs to do with the goblins, the problem is even if the Balrog, he'll be if he's tagged with the first model, he combats off him, he'll inevitably get 2 with his combat. And that means he's killing 3 a turn. That's still really significant when you've only got 35.
Well, I was going to say, if we extrapolate that out for 2 or 3 turns at least, then yeah, we're looking at somewhere between 6 and 9 models dead, which would put Alisher down to 26, which is nigh unbroken. I mean, that's it's 2 or 3 models off breaking, and with the rest of the goblins doing the work as well, I think it's probably inevitable that the day will break here.
And like I said,
that's a big point.
Their luck really changes, and
well, I mean,
but
yeah.
it's never fun. That's the difficulty, particularly at this level. These are players who know what they're doing. They're very, very clever, very good. It must be very frustrating when you have calculated that. If we're assuming we've got our calculations correct, and you're like, well, now it is literally just in the dice's hands. I don't have a strategy.
Well, I suppose the debate here is do you feed the Balrog 1 model a turn, knowing that it's probably going to kill that 1 model, and then heroic combat into at least 1 model, or do you go hell for leather and charge 3-4 models into the Balrog with spear supports, and hope that because you've got a +1 to wound, that if you do win the fight, because it's only a 50-50 or thereabouts for the Balrog to win the fight, that you've got 8 dice looking for 5s, which is quite a lot of models, and if you can get the trap, which I don't think is likely at the moment because the goblins have quite Ash has quite sensibly put the Balrog into the gap, so it's harder to make the traps.
Yeah,
but still, something like that. But then, of course, the downside is if he does win, that's 4 strikes on the front rank and 4 strikes on any people who die.
Yeah. The Balrog, he's dominant 10.
He is dominant 10.
And that's not going to make a difference this game. But it's interesting because if you had him hold ground or something, that's one of those ones where you actually have no choice. It tips that balance, doesn't it? You've got to just go going home and try and kill him, because with 10 models, he can massively outweigh any of the remaining men of Dale who might get into a whole ground circle in the middle, for example. And I found actually putting the dominant 10 on the Balrog, I found makes it really, really hard to use some of the old strategies, key amongst which was to just feed him a couple of models and try and keep him in the peripheries and otherwise just ignore him.
The chat's going hell for leather about this tail or wing business.
They've been talking about it for half an hour now. They're obsessed.
Yeah, they're obsessed. Fine, you guys chat about it if you want. I think that the 2 top table players at the most competitive tournament in the world don't care. So maybe you guys don't care, but
getting salty, Harry.
Well, I mean, they don't care. So just it's up to you if you think it doesn't matter. But
if Ash Woolley jumped off a cliff, would you do it?
No.
At a top table event.
At a top table event. Well, I see the point. I see your argument. But I don't think there's any way in which you could argue that the taking of the wings or the tail off has given Ash any actual benefit. So
no, I'm with you.
It's just merely to make it easier to move models around. Most of us know the tail of the Balrog does dip down quite a lot, so it's really hard to get models behind.
It's not viable, ideally. I mean,
if we've got a closer view of the Balrog's bum, which we don't have, it basically goes down there, and there needs to be goblins behind it because they need to get as far forward as they can.
I mean, Elliot earlier made the point that it might be very different if the curl sort of remained in the footprint of the base, which would be a preferable way of option it.
So another wound and another man of Dale dead.
Yeah, they're racking up. Kills are really racking up. I think this is it's really slipping away.
It's a win there from the Goblin as well. Alice is not getting. I mean,
no kill.
The banner is here, so he's not going to reroll. Whereas of course Ash is getting the reroll everywhere, no matter what.
Yeah.
I can feel Alish's frustration eking off just the way he's playing.
And I sympathise as well.
Yeah, because he's not really had much of a chance here to do what his army is meant to do.
Winning.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He's got the higher fight value, but then he doesn't have the banner.
No,
he doesn't have the banner, which the Goblins do. I was speaking to Dave Farmer from the England team, who's one of the best players in the UK. He's currently at the top of the GBHL Hobbit League, and he was basically explaining in great detail as to why the Depths of Moria has the best army bonus in the game.
It's
point for point.
So universal. It's not one of those ones where it's like, oh, it's going to be great in that scenario, but not great in another.
It's really helpful everywhere. Yeah, 100%.
Makes it tempting to get a Depths of Moria list.
Yeah. I did try the Depths of Moria list back in the old edition, and it wasn't as good.
No, but I mean, it's always been fun to just march around the board with Balrog, isn't it?
It has. But I actually think the disappointment often comes from, if you're losing with your Balrog, it's a bit sad. Whereas now, the Depths of Moria list is so good without, just the Goblins on their own are very, very good. That, if you're losing with the Balrog, it's not a massive deal. Yeah. But also, I think the biggest sadness of the Depths of Moria list is the Cave Troll, which should be really good. I mean, based on the Fellowship of the Ring movie, it should be like a rock solid. It should be like a Cave Troll that gets +1 fight, +1 wounds, all that sort of stuff.
The chat's they've moved on from Tailgate.
Good.
And they're now having a passionate argument about whether or not the UK or the USA deserve Australia's allegiance. Look, the King's still head of state,
if you want to get into that debate, then go ahead, Alex.
No, I don't
I'm
want
not convinced
no.
I do.
Australia has no king, Australia needs no king.
It's 19 dead on the.
It's really racking up. It's awful having the box just in the corner of the board there, because you just see it incrementally through the game, just filling up with models.
Yeah, 19 models. So they look like they're being stacked in rows of 10. So once we've got to there, that's the 20. The Axe Moria Goblin Captain probably move there. I didn't catch who got the move. So it's England's priority.
Still.
I think it went to Dale though, the roll-off. I'm not sure who called the cap on the other side. I'm sure you guys in the chat on there.
Do you know who called for Dale?
No, I was. I'd sort of asked you as you went up. I think we could probably work it out based on who's moved. I think it's a captaincy move here. Alex looking surreptitiously there.
So captain is now out of might on the Dale side.
Okay.
We'll get that.
Should we have a look at the stats while they finish off this move here? I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing for the Dale. So I think he's that captain in the middle there because everyone around him is in a 6-inch bubble. But I mean, they're running out of resources, aren't they?
They really are.
Both sides. Only one left on the. One left on the Goblin side and one on the Garrison, one on the Captain. And the two Windlance ones. There's no reason they can't use those ones for moves and stuff.
No, but it's one. I mean, particularly with Dale being in the position they are, I'm sure they'd love to have a couple more resources up their sleeve 100%. As they go into the late game.
Worth note here, we've got some Goblins sneaking over to Garrison, the Lord of Dale. Although he has a pretty powerful bow, so I suspect that's going to be shooting down this way. Frankly, he's probably okay in a fight against a few Goblins. whether he wants to whittle them first or not, I don't know.
Well, he's
also, the banner over here. To one of the two banners, I believe. There's two banners, one there and one there. Someone made a wisecrack about the Elven banner. There is two banners in this army, and one of them is a model which is an elf, I believe.
Oh, it's the plastic one that comes with Elrond.
Yeah, it's the one that comes with Elrond, which... I mean, I guess there's not going to be any confusion here, but the event pack does say things should be wizarded if they can be. We won't criticise Nature too much. We're already having a hard enough time as it is.
Snitches get prizes.
And another pretzel.
So here's another test, the test base coming in for the Balrog. Is he going to climb over? I think he is.
Maybe.
Does he have Mountain Dweller? Cave Dweller?
Ooh, I think he does, you know.
So
he might get a +1 to his test, yeah?
So can't fail. Well, no, he can
fall over.
Not fall over. Yeah, exactly.
No, he does not.
No, he does not. Oh, fall over, that'd be absolutely fantastic. What enter his rampage.
He might be just planning ahead. I don't know whether you can hear what they're saying. They're looking at, I think they might be looking at it now. See whether he has code or not.
That's exactly what they've done, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So clearly they had the same thought as you. Right, go in front of you again.
Got it. Just turn it down. A 2. So, not falling over, but as close to it as you can get. So the Balrog's just hopping over that wall and standing there. He's just got out that little bottleneck and into that space, setting himself up nicely for next turn.
Any good tramples?
It's become under an hour, with just 55 minutes left. Oh my god, so you see there the goblins starting to get around the back of Dale. Potentially getting some traps in there as well. Their numbers are so brutal. I mean, in this game they shouldn't have been, because they only had 4 more models than Dale in the first place, because of course the Balrog is such a point sink. But having made a gap, they're just storming the defences. And basically it seems like this was where the first line of defence was. They've broken through that, Dale's fallen back to here, and they're now at the second line and even coming around the back as well. And if that falls, then Dale is just going to be back to this little square here, trying desperate. It's a very cinematic, but I expect quite frustrating for a player, last stand.
It's decidedly in the hands of the goblins, isn't it? Just out of interest, just had a bit of a chat with our friendly double Mummock player, I think Peter? No, Pierre? No, anyway, whatever his name was, I completely forgot. He was playing double Mummock all tournament, and he's now been tabled 4 times.
Oh no!
He did successfully trample into Sauron and take 4 wins off those, so...
Even if that's your one consolation for the tournament.
No, just in the last game.
Oh, I see.
He got. I did ask him if he'd got any good tramples, and that was his best. So you take them where you get them. You take them where you get them. I think, as we can see from the top down here, the density of terrain is perhaps not ideal for Mummocks.
And there was a big talk at the beginning of the tournament. The TOs were considering whether or not they would rearrange boards to accommodate Mummocks, and they decided, look, it's a competitive event. At the end of the day, Mummocks, it's a choice you make. To come to an event like this, you're going to have to try and work with the terrain.
Yeah, that's fair. It's a shame. It's a shame, though. That's why tournaments like mine next week, Tis a Gathering, will very much have flexibility allowed for that sort of thing.
Good man.
Because nobody wants to not be able to use their toys, frankly.
No. And people want to see Mummocks as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a joy to see
them. And they are arguably a bit better this edition, so...
Arguably.
They're starting from a relatively low base, I think. Ooh, Wally does 8.
Can a Balrog whip after not rolling 6 on the move? Question.
I don't think it counts as moving full. I don't know.
I thought it was just can't move further. We might have a look. I mean, it's a throwing weapon, so even if it does count as moving full, You can still shoot it, right? You just -1. Let's have a look.
It's in that one.
Will it be?
Oh, sorry. Robbo thinks he can. Gonzales says he can't. The argument is, yeah, so
the models move immediately ends, even within the control zone around the model. If the model lands in the control zone around the models, which
yeah, sorry, should we move it? Hold on.
Yeah, thank you, Harry. So Harry's just going to move the camera. All it says is that their move immediately ends.
Sorry, guys, where do you need to go?
To be able to shoot a throwing weapon, because you can shoot a throwing weapon even having moved more than half. And it doesn't even say that it counts for the bolt, it just says...
No, that's fine, you do.
So that's actually a closer look there. Needed to move the camera away to get away for his ample behind. Obviously some really, really close manoeuvring going on.
I think it's a line of sight thing. He's checking the line of sight for the Balrog, which you can see right there.
For the whip.
Yeah, so who can he see? Have we agreed that...
All it says is that your move ends.
So I think people are confusing jumping and climbing. In this instance, it's a jump. I think that's what they're arguing, because the height of the building isn't enough to warrant a climb test.
It would need to be taller than the model, right?
I think so.
Or over half. Let's have a look.
Yeah, so everyone's saying it's a climb, but I don't think it's a climb. That's certainly what the guys on the the stream have decided and agreed. So fair enough.
But it's an interesting question.
It's a good point. I think if it was a climb, then maybe it's different. Yeah. So if the obstacle is higher than the model's height, it must take a climb test.
So because it wasn't higher than his own height, it was a jump test.
It's a jump test instead, which he has passed, allowing it. So interesting debate there. Obviously, if the terrain was an inch or two more, then it might be a very different situation. I don't know whether we got an angle that can showcase the height of that building. Yeah, easily bigger than. Yeah. Oh, and he looks like he's touching your winglands.
So it does.
Oh, it's certainly very close.
Is he whipped it into combat?
Whipped to windlands.
Because he didn't start the turn there. I think he's whipped it into turn-based contact.
Yeah, must have done. Sorry, we missed that.
That's the most exciting bit of the game so far.
And we missed it.
Yeah.
Too busy debating the merits of jumping or climbing. Big roll there that a trapped Dale warrior survived by shielding against multiple goblins. So another trapped warrior, but I mean this is blobs of Dale in a sea of goblins. Bryce saying it should have been a jump. It was a jump. We have discussed it. Robert is saying additionally a model that's attempted to jump, leap, climb or swim test may not make shooting attacks that turn. We must have missed that.
That would be quite significant if that's the case.
And of course, as viewers here, we can't interrupt the game. Unless,
well, I think that might be something I should flag with...
No.
With Will. Not with the players, with Will.
Yeah, Alas, we're very much impartial.
We are. But
if the two players have agreed something, then that's that.
Obstacles for here. So that's the Windlands
has been destroyed. Robert, whereabouts in the...
Robert, Robert, whereabouts in the rules? Do you know what page that'll be on? Is that before you get to the actual specifics about jumping, climbing, etc.?
To be there again, he can destroy the Windlance if he fights it in combat, which he did. 4 wounds on the 4 attacks against the Windlance, and very much easily destroyed it. Page
40. Thank you, guys. It's weird, I think it's gone on too long now. Okay, fine, shooting rather than...
So it's in the moving and shooting section, okay. Lord Zell asking what killed the Windlance. It was the Balrog. He killed it in combat.
That's it. Additionally, a model that has attempted to jump, leap, climb, or swim may not make a shooting attack that turn. So you shouldn't be able to do it.
No, it's true. And obviously, the decision there to let that happen from Alisher might lose him some +1s to wounds, but frankly, I don't think it'll make a massive difference.
I don't think so. I mean,
I think they're already in the deployment anyway.
The viability of the Windlance will probably come to a bit of a halting end at that point.
Though I suppose there is some value in it in the sense that there's a captain, a Windlance hero.
I mean, I think ultimately you're right, and there's nothing we can do for safety. I'm going to just let the TOs know, but I'd also to be absolutely clear, there's no foul play in any of that.
I think the analysis here is perhaps fair, but while perhaps it shouldn't have happened, the Windlance did block the Balrog for an extra turn than it should have done.
So just turn their microphones off while they talk to the TOs.
So yeah, we've let the TOs know. They're coming over to the table and informing the players that that's what's happened. I mean, personally, I'm not of the inclination to have let that happen, because I think that was Alisher's fault, and he should have known the rules and should have let. And you know, Ash clearly didn't know the rule either, but I don't think we should have intervened there personally.
Well, that's fair enough.
I like that you want to correct an inaccuracy of the rule.
It's not my want. It's the policy we had last year. When mistakes were noted, because I get that completely, but there's a really, really fine line between a player spotting something that they probably should have flagged and not flagging it, and a player simply not knowing. I don't want to decide what line that falls on. It's up to the TOs to do that. And so, from my perspective, Will might have been like, nah, I'm not going to deal with that because it's moved on, and the player should have noticed it, exactly as you say. Or he might have said, actually, I'm just going to flag that with the players and said what should or shouldn't have happened. So I completely take your point, and I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you, but that's the policy we had last year. And inaction can be a decision.
Well, that's in this sense, I would say that to decide to do that. It's interesting, Mantigoat Games, to be honest, if Ash made the mistake by forgetting and Alisher doesn't call it out, too bad. Things happen, people forget, can't go back now. We have now gone back, And I think it's great that we're correcting the mistakes, because ultimately we want to see two players play the rules to the best of ability and not catch each other out on technicalities. I don't think anyone was trying to catch each other out.
I agree completely with that. Yeah.
But yeah, it's nice if we have the ability to correct something that's wrong, then I can see the point. But actually, I think at this level, a top table player game, your knowledge of the rules is as much of a skill as your ability to move the models. We, Lord Zell, we did inform the judge, and the judge has intervened.
Yeah, that's right. We didn't take that.
So. But yeah, I think there's a debate to be had.
I think it's a real debate. I think it's a really interesting one. It would be great on the Cast It Into the Fire podcast.
I was going to say, it's a moral judgment, and depends on your opinion.
The problem is, I think the feeling sometimes is that inaction is the most passive thing you can do, and I don't agree that that's the case. I think sometimes, particularly to be honest, it's slight weight on the scales, given it theoretically favours the English player in this situation. And the last thing I want to do is to have that in my hands, and for someone afterwards to say, we really should have just let the TOs know.
Lord Zell saying no difference to when a spectator sees an issue. That's true. And I think this is a really interesting moral debate, because actually the debate here could be that it's like a tree. If a tree in the forest. If you're not in a tree in the forest, what is it? Does it make a sound? Does it?
If it falls in the forest,
nobody hears it.
I would suggest let's come back to this, because it is really interesting.
Yeah.
But let's follow the game for the moment.
Apologies, we've switched the camera back on. We're back on, and we can hear those guys.
A massive thank you to Flying Dagger for donating €11 for 2 beers. I'll get the next round no matter what with the €11, because that's very kind, and it was specifically for the 2 beers. Or
no, I will get the next, because it's on my channel.
Oh, fuck! Why have you donated to you? Oh, piss! Yeah, you can bloody get them.
Absolutely, I will.
And Grumbles has given you $2 as well.
For a casual cheating. Well, it's been a good day for the old super chat. So thank you very much, guys. Really appreciate your support of the channel. I suspect this is in part for both of us, because we've been broadcasting for 2 days now. But thank you for coming in today rather than yesterday. But yeah, we'll divvy it between us. Bradley points out spectators can never intervene, and I think that's right. Spectators shouldn't intervene in a game.
You don't think they should tell TOs?
I think if you're standing watching a game, you should intervene.
No, you're absolutely right, Harry. We're not necessarily. I think you're right, but completely take.
It's an interesting debate. Yeah. Sorry, let's carry on. Let's see what happens, because actually I think it might be a much of a muchness anyway. They have put the offending win lads back in the 7. Great. And actually, I'm going to double check the tally. I mean, we can see it's over 20. I think it's 23 of the guys dead on this side, so that puts them down to 26 models, which just means 3 or 4 to break for the Dale. It's those rerolls. Look at those banner rerolls doing so much work for Ash.
Yesterday was nice and casual, Harry. What kind of people do you have in your bloody podcast?
Today saying that people are cheating in a game and we're a third party seeing it morally, the outside player should be able to intervene. I think cheating and not being 100% aware of a rule...
We do need to be 100% clear that I don't think anyone thinks that what just happened was in any way cheating. And exactly as you say, both players were fully on board. They knew exactly what both players were trying to do.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, the chat litigating is fair enough. So there's opinions on both sides.
To it, yeah. Turn it off and go for a pint.
We are. Realistically, I think we're coming to the close now. I think the Dale are going to lose here. Some of the Goblin. I don't know whether the Goblins are even close to breaking. It's interesting. You don't often see the Balrog doing hurls and stuff like that.
No,
I think because you've got the heroic combat, you've
got the heroic combat, that's right, and you've got the 4 attacks with huge strength and fight. Well, fight we obviously will have to win anyway.
Oh yeah, Girion is here. I was going to say I wonder where Girion had got to, because at one point he was here, but he's gone there to there.
Getting intense. Intense chat going on.
Well, I suppose this is a sign of the fact that we're covering top table play now. Yesterday we were covering mid table play.
Appropriate for my channel.
Yeah, indeed. I don't know whether this is appropriate for my channel, frankly, but hey, we'll...
More appropriate than it would have been on mine. On mine it would have just seemed like a sick joke. It's probably one of those situations as well where there is legitimate debate on both sides, and I think everyone in a situation like that should just at least want the fairest situation.
Yeah, and I think we should reflect on the fact. I don't know whether we had them on camera at the time, but when Ash was notified, he bowed down immediately.
Yeah,
he was like,
okay, no worries, we'll take it back.
Put it back. Yeah. And they were happy to take it back as well.
Yeah.
And he didn't argue at all.
We've got two great players, that are clearly just are playing at top tables, but in the spirit of the game as well.
Yeah. And frankly, the rules about jumping over stuff and not being able to shoot, they're in two separate sections, which is, I think it's bad.
I also think it's interesting, by this stage in the tournament, there's always a lot more sitting down, isn't there? The excited pacing is dissipated.
Well, also, look at the part of the board they're playing on. Golems Gamers is commenting, went for a swim. What did I miss?
Lots. I think, mate.
Your compatriot has been cheating non-stop, and it's been ruthless.
And there's been some fucking snitch as well.
Yeah, some snitch here.
You have to draw.
There you go.
What can I say?
Don't worry, guys.
The only reason I was invited back is because I'm such a teacher's pet.
Yeah, don't worry. Snitches get stitches. I'll sort them out later. Mark O'Brien makes the keen point. What well-written rules we have.
Sorry?
What well-written rules we have. The shooting section, the thing about the jumping over the wall is
really
in the shooting section rather than in the jumping section.
I think that's one of those situations. That's one of the situations where I think the desperation for the rules writers is to keep it as concise as possible by ensuring there's no duplication. And that's one of those things where actually it just needs to be in both. You could even be like, you can even say for additional rules, see page. So
the Balrog is measuring there to see what you can go, what to do. Bryce asking why the cave troll isn't viable in this Moria list. I think generally the consensus is that cave trolls are just not as good as they could be. Where is Girion now? He's not dead, is he? We haven't missed Girion dying, have we? Is he going this way?
So Lord Zell says that because the main cave troll's worse. So cave troll's got on a bigger base, right?
Yeah, it's got a bigger base, and it's still 5/6.
But I mean, it benefited from the
hounds and stuff.
Monster buffs.
But other monsters have benefited much more than him.
That's true, and the bigger base hurts.
Girion is trapped here, surrounded by 3 or 4 goblins.
And does Girion have might left? Let's take a quick look.
I think he probably still has 1 left. Unless we've missed it in the jump gate.
Well, I'll check it. We have him as 1. This is what we've got the stats as.
That's right. That's right. I don't think we need to double check now. I'll push.
You're trying to spot it through the camera.
Yeah. There's a spare one there, I think.
Efficient. I like it.
Yeah. Girion at the top of that notepad. Just has a spare point. But this has been ruthless.
Really ruthless.
Considering how a lot of us thought the Dale had a really distinct advantage here.
007 Game says that this has been a complete dismantling by Ash. I think Dale cooked it a little in deployment.
It has been brutal.
Yeah, it has been really brutal. And I mean, he's just a fantastic player. He's a fantastic player.
Sadly, the real prize of the beer bet is over this road with Harry clinching at least a 3-1.
Oh my God! I mean, as brutal as this game has been for the USA, our beer bets, I've just fluffed all of them. It's shocking.
I did give you one. I gave you one.
Yeah, I mean this one I felt like I was quid in on this one.
I must admit,
two of them I knew that I was on the wrong side of the odds.
I thought you were quitting here.
I mean, yeah, you asked it to get the beer on the draw.
Exactly, I did. Yes, you're right.
Now I wish I'd graciously conceded that, because then I'd have been able to require the same receipt.
Indeed, which no
mercy. My hubris has fooled me once again.
Cap Tynan saying he's not convinced of Dale over 600 points. Yeah, maybe it peaks out. Maybe it's just well, for instance, in this list, I guess the number of might points available for March from the Goblins was very important.
Obviously, Elliot framing this as an existential battle between the Unexpected Podcast and the mighty Golems Gamers.
Indeed. We'll see how the rest of the Unexpected Podcast get on against England, though, because as we're this is all happening, this is all in isolation, and I'm actually wondering whether we should start getting some content for the end of this game. Yeah.
I've done more than you. I don't want to step into it.
No, I'm happy to go. If you're, tell you what, I'm going to secede control of the channel for Alex while we gather some content from the rest of the tables to see how USA and England in particular are doing, but also a bit of Polish and German action. So we'll leave you in his capable hands.
Glenn says, Alex, you have the rest of the day to scrounge up a trophy. I need something. I tell you what. I've been given a lot of very lovely things, which I'm very delighted to say that Harry hasn't. A few people have come over and recognised Battlecamper, which is really, really nice, and then sort of awkwardly acknowledge Harry whilst handing me a smorgasbord of treats, and I'm counting that as a big win. That's the victory I'm going to take back to England with me. So Lord Zell says there's a 12-0 win for England in one game. So England looks like they are on course, potentially, to the top table in the next game, because all they need is 4 of 6. 2, of course, that puts them halfway there to start with. I mean, this game is obviously certainly it's a done deal. We've still got 29 minutes left, but it's been really, really hideous. So if there's a 12-0 and another game, which is a major victory, because any win over an 8-point even difference is a major victory, that's a stonking great start for them. Not guaranteed, but a really, really strong start. And that would mean that they are running away with it. We'd have to see, of course, what happens in the other tables. There are 4 armies, all with 7 game points, but they've done really well. And they have the highest number, as we pointed out at the beginning, of tiebreaker game points going into this. Yeah, they're in a really, really strong position.
Midland, expressing the battle gamers. You've got Midland, select 2-0.
All right, well, we've got Michael joining us. He joined us last game, and you're catching the very, very tail end of, I think, what has been a really brutal game for Dale. So you can see they're placing it. So it's Dale is the USA, Garrison Dale, and we've got Ash commanding the depths of Moria for England. It's been really hideous. Dale losing a lot of combats into individual goblins when you'd expect the men of Dale to take them. The Barrog just going completely unencumbered. We'll show you the resources on the table, so you can see There's a little bit left on Dale, although not a lot to spend it on. A single mite left on a single Goblin captain, but they're all still alive despite them tanking a few wounds. So with half an hour left, we think it's basically a done deal. I think it is a done deal for Moria victory, which is awful because I've got Mia rather than Dale.
I'm assuming that people are broken.
So I think Dale are broken, but that's an interesting question. They've got at least 20 dead, and they were a 46 model list. So it's 53 models in 49. So 49 for Dale, 56 for Depths of Moria. What I might do is just go and have a quick gander and see how many are dead in each pile. So bear with me 1 second.
Yeah, no worries.
And I'll leave you chatting your very capable hands.
Well, to whoever's watching, thank you so much for tuning in. It's a real pleasure to have you. And yeah, I'm sure you're loving everything Alex and Harry are bringing to you as part of their coverage. It's just amazing to have them. We're so lucky. And yeah, hope you're enjoying it. I'm sure you are. If you've been watching this game, you'll have probably experienced some Ashley Woolga luck, some vintage Woolga dice amazingness. If he's using his Danny DeVito dice especially. Makes his own luck, of course.
So, 3 models in the game ends. So Dale are 3 off quartering.
Okay.
And they are certainly broken. Moria are not broken. So that's a bit of a smashing.
Do Moria have the Balrog rule, the half wounds or whatever, or is that not this Legion?
The what? Sorry.
Is it? Do they have the Balrog has to be like reduced to half wounds or something to be broken, or? Is
Oh,
that not
very
this
good
Legion?
point. Very good point. Let's have a quick look at that. I'm sure you're right.
Still trying to get used to this edition. Got the rules in the head.
It's a really robust list in general, isn't it? Depths of Moria. Yeah, never counts broken as long as he has at least 6 wounds remaining.
I think he had 10, so
yeah, he's not been wounded at all. So I mean, there was Girion really early in the game saw an opportunity, shot the Balrog, hit it, got a 3 on scatter, +1 because of the special rule, and then spent 2 mites. 2 of his might really on just to hit it, and then failed and in the way. I mean, that would obviously have been a real boon, although actually the way the rest of the game's gone, I'm not sure he'd ever have taken the last 5 wounds off him, but at least they could have broken.
Yeah. Well, there's been a lot of Balrog and Windlands matchups today and yesterday, yeah. Well, we've just had plenty of questions of how does the Windlands interact with the Balrog, you know, does it knock him over, does it knock him back, how many wounds does it take off, it's, yeah, it's just generated the same old questions.
And what have your answers been?
Oh, as per the book, of course, Alex. No, it's he isn't knocked back, but he is knocked prone because whilst the Windlands doesn't say that he would be, there's a siege engine rules that would say that he would be. And it loses 5 wounds, I think. Half wounds.
Exactly the nature of the
So they're just considering, Barrow's just considering whether or not to call this free heroic combat, and Ash is wondering whether or not a barge is better in this situation, because of course it would allow him to make way with the supports as well.
Sure. I see a handsome man approaches. I might be relieved of my command, thankfully.
Behind Harry?
I did mean Harry.
So we've had a lot of... Sorry.
No, I'm just wondering, will Alisher be seeking to kill a hero too here, just to try and rescue some last minute points?
What's he got left to do it with? That's the problem.
Well, you said all the heroes are alive, aren't they?
So that's true. All the heroes are alive. Where are the goblin captors? Because it depends how bubble wrapped they are.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I actually don't. I can never tell where the captors are. So is the? No, is that? I don't know. I'm wondering what his green loom band denotes.
That's a captain.
Okay, so we've got one here. I think that's one back there. I don't know where the others are, but we've still got Dale behind that house there.
Yeah.
So we've still got a little sort of clump behind here. But I just feel like goblins have got the resources or the manpower to bubble wrap and stop any kind of further assassination from going off.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Are there any particular results you guys want me to check out for you? Have you done some recon?
I think it's all still very much in the balance, to be honest, having just started myself.
Very good, very good. Well, Harry, here you go.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Michael.
Cheers, Michael, for warming my seat for a brief period there.
Not that it needs to be any warmer in here today.
No, frankly not. Although the aircon is delightful. So I've just been out to have a look at the German and Polish contingent, and also the English and USA contingent. I believe at least one of the USA games has finished, but I'm not actually sure. The players have gone, so I don't know how well it's gone. But I have also spoken to the German and Polish. I've spoken to the German team who are playing against Poland, and the German team think the best they can afford is potentially a draw, but he reckons they're facing down the barrel of a loss.
Really?
So it looks like Poland could be winning here. But again, there's still half an hour to go, or 20 minutes to go.
That's really interesting.
It is. It is. So I also overheard, please consider this as another moral conundrum. Jakob, from team captain for England, was having a look down the other tables of he literally left his table to wander down the tables to see what strategy he should pursue in their game, because he wants to try and make sure he's got the win, and how much can he risk to do that. So some real
spicy one.
Moral conundrums. I don't know exactly what the deal was. I think whether he desperately needs to chase down Aragorn, King Elisar, or something similar.
So
to
it's
that.
whether or not he needs to risk it for a major win, or whether he can be conservative and take a minor win.
I think that was the debate.
That is really interesting.
So whether that's a moral conundrum that you want to weigh in or not, I don't know. Lovely. Right, let's see what's going on. I'll pick up the stream. It looks like, to me, that we've got very few Dale left. It looks like I assume they're all broken. But you'll know better than I will, as I've been wandering around. You can hear what's going on here. Alex, you might have to fill me in, because I have no idea what's happened since, while I've been away.
On the game?
Yes.
We've all just given up on it, to us. No. I think basically we're mopping up at the moment. There was we didn't miss a huge amount, because Ash was thinking for quite a long time whether or not he should combat with the Barrog or barge in order to get the supports out of the way in order to try and get to a hero, Girion presumably. And it looks like that's exactly what he's done.
I was
there. That's something else. I've not written on the screen. I've moved the screen. But yeah, you can see him just barreling down.
There's Girion there.
Looking unhappy.
Facing down the Balrog.
I just had a really lovely interaction. So one of the TOs here, one of the lovely TOs, Ed, asked if I could step aside, and it's because the guy that's running the Double Mummox list has heard about our commentary and the stream's enthusiasm for Mummox, and
excellent news.
And he said he's absolutely delighted by it. And he said he got a message from someone saying, "Oh, everyone loves your Mummox," and he wanted to come over and just say he's really grateful. So I think that's wonderful. So keep your Mummox love coming, guys.
And that shows the power of the stream, in the sense that you guys, 135 or thereabouts, still watching after all these hours. It shows that it might, although the competitive play is our focus today, and that's by design, particularly for at the Nations Cup. They wanted to have top table action on the second day, and it shows that there are people here who are still here just to interact with other nations and bring their cool toys.
When you're at home, it feels like just an internet comment, but here it really makes people's days. They love to hear about what you think about their armies.
Intriguing, the assessment of the Jakob's tactics. Lemon tactics, says Gallum's Gamers. That means good. Bradley Clyde says it sounds like a solid tactic to me. A Lantern says surely each game should be in isolation, so looking at other tables to know what you should do with poor spirit, if nothing else. Bradley Clyde. We've just missed a handshake.
The game's actually over. That's a big one to miss. So game is over, and the players are now having a bit of a debrief. Shall I go over and have a chat with him this time? Is that okay? Good stuff. I will be back.
We'll check that both players are happy to have a brief chat on the stream. And then Alex will hopefully have a little chat with him. We'll just turn it off while they look like they're happy to do it. They're going to go to the loo first, but yeah, we'll return with a live chat. In fact, you know what? I'm going to take this immediate opportunity to dive straight into the video that I took from Germany and Poland because
good idea.
While we've got a gap before we get those guys on, let's have a little bit of a chat. So this is one of the German players just summing up the success or lack thereof for Germany.
So we're joined now by Marcus here from Team Germany. We're sitting literally at the end of your row of tables here where you've been taking on Poland 1. First of all, going into this round, you, Poland, England and USA were all on the same number of tournament points, but the game point differential made for you guys being 3rd and 4th. First of all, Marcus, what have you brought to the tournament and how's it going?
Yeah, hi. I bought Battle of 5 armies with Legolas, Guahir, Nori, and a captain, 40 models.
Nice.
2 crossbows, 10 bows. Yes, played this like the whole edition the last 6 months, and yeah, nice to be here.
Nice. And I see you've been playing against the Army of Dale, which we've had on the stream for the last 2 hours. How's it gone against the Dale?
Yeah, it was really tough because we had a lot of bad matchups in here, and I had to play on a victory. He was obviously leading because of 2 banners.
Right.
And I marched through him. You see there's no terrain here.
Just a quick look at the table here. We've got...
I got from here to here.
So there's the Dale over there. And maybe we can guess from the number of Dale left on the table how it's gone.
Yeah, I mean, he has 5 casualties. I'm proud of them and the win lands. In the first 2 shooting rounds, I lost 50 models. Guahir was... Every time he was knocked prone, and then I was slaughtered by Dale.
And so not gone well for you. And you mentioned already that you didn't like the matchups that you got as a team,
especially on the terrains of the table.
The tables. And I know not all of the games are finished yet, but how's Germany done so far?
In this round, I think it's okay. We made the best out of it because Tom won a tough match, and Pascal maybe. Yeah, for Hawk, it's really difficult.
Yeah. Do you think you're likely to lose this one against Poland?
Yeah, but maybe only minor. Maybe we can get a draw with 1 big victory and 1 minor loss and a draw. Maybe we can go on a draw.
Okay.
This would be the best we can get.
Right. Okay. So you're not looking for a stonking victory here. Yeah. Okay. That's a shame. I feel for you, but clearly, Team Poland, they're the reigning champions, so it's always going to be a tough ask to beat them here.
I mean, it's nice to play against these because that's what we are coming here to play against.
The best players in the world.
Players, yes.
Absolutely. Just before I move on. Obviously, a lot of these top tables have got very similar armies. I think yours is one of the more unique ones, having the Battle 5 armies. I don't think there are as many of Battle 5 armies in the rosters. How do you feel about the sort of the variety that's on offer here at the top tables?
I mean, that shows just that we have this edition for 6 months, and we only have 6 scenarios with just the 2 books. I mean, the variety and armies is okay, but just with 6 scenarios where we have 3 shooting scenarios and 4 banners, 4 shooting scenarios and 3 banner scenarios, it's really tough because everyone plays the same. It's quite a shame, but I'm really happy to play on Monday the next game.
I was going to say
new scenarios,
a new era almost. It's going to be good. Well, thanks Marcus for joining us here, and we'll find out about the England and the USA matchups in a second. I'll have a quick look down the table to see how they're going.
There we go. So a little bit of the German team reacting to the sort of success. I mean, as you sort of hinted at there, not looking great for the German team, but they might. I mean, it's all still in the balance sheet. We don't know. So they may well pull it out of the bag. But it looks like Poland may well have done pretty well in that round. you've just wandered down the American and English tables.
Yeah, and everyone's still playing.
They're still playing. So only 12 minutes left on the round. I know
there could be. Actually, I counted 4. We've got the 5th, so there's a 6th presumably
there is somewhere, but I think they finished quite a while ago.
So
but I just don't know the result.
Yeah. We can get that on.
Can we get that?
We can get that. So we'll go to round 4. We should be able to see.
Should be able to see what's happened.
Round 5 even. So whose do you think is finished?
Keep scrolling. The Eagles.
Eagles v Ugluk Scouts.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, so we can't. I didn't think we could. So we don't know, but I would hazard a wild guess that the Eagles lost that game.
I'm going to have a quick chat with
Ash and well.
I was going to come to you. Sorry.
Yeah, so Ash and Alice should start to input.
We just saw you being shoved around by a TO. What's going on?
Ed was explaining to me how barge works. But
I just saw you from across. You both look quite serious, and I just saw him shove you back. I was like, oh my god, they're going to blows.
What's there's different types of learning. What's the one where you have to do?
Physical learning, yeah.
It's like he had to show me as if I was a model and he was a model. So I was like, I don't see what you mean. I don't know what you mean.
Well, we'll get once Alisha from the Unexpected podcast and America comes back. We'll get Ash and him on stream. Ash
get your scores inputted for the moment, I guess.
Quite serious. Nice. There he is. That's Ash in the top left. So yeah, hopefully we get a bit of that. I know, to be fair, someone has asked if we can get another game on stream. The answer is no. It's not because we wouldn't like to, but frankly, there's only 10 minutes left of the round, and the logistics involved in that operation would be next to.
Let's turn this camera around and show you what that would entail.
Yeah. So
this is the setup. You can see there's lights, a bunch of cameras. We're all plugged in by the wall. It took about an hour and a half to set up. So.
It's not easy. It's not easy to move it, sadly. We'd love to. If the game had ended in half an hour, then maybe we'd have considered it. But frankly, and it's just difficult in this setup anyway, because it
would have taken less time for them to mark down where all the models were and come to us than it would for us to dismantle this.
Or to lift the mat and move it all in one go. As much as we'd love to see that, but yeah, as you can see, the rest of the hall isn't exactly well suited to streaming either. So we're just waiting for Elisha to return. I think he went to the loo. So we'll wait for him to return, and then we'll have a chat. We heard from Germany against Poland. We think Poland have done well there. There's only 10 minutes left. But we've, I would, if I were to hazard a guess, I genuinely think, you've jiggled with the camera.
Oh dear.
That carefully cultivated view of our stream there. I would hazard a guess that England have done very well here.
It looks like it, and that means that they're in a really good shout going into what is, I can't believe it, the final round of the Nations Cup.
I know.
While we've got 10 minutes left, there were a few requests, or at least one request, to go back to the hobby video. Is it worth putting that back on?
Yeah, you know what, that'll give us a chance to rejig things as well. So let's do it. Let's show off some of the hobby. And in fact, we've had some of the people in the hall here just asking for the same information as well. So let me just check. Is it this one? No, it's not that one. I think it's this one. So how do we do it? So we're not that one.
Chris,
hello.
So the word he was looking for was
to talk about
kinesthetic learning.
I was just playing the video.
Oh.
But that's fine.
Preece for both Best Army and Best Miniature here at the Nations Cup. So we're here to talk about the entries for both Best Army and Best Miniature here at the Nations Cup, of course. And we're just going to go along the line. We don't have a huge amount of time, and there are some absolutely fantastic entries. So Eagles take a lot of heat in the context of the game itself, but there is no doubt that the discharge of the paint scheme on these Eagles are awesome. We've got the blue icy birds, we've got the red fiery birds, and I'm assuming this is Guahir. Well, it's the Guahir model with this really beautiful fading, and you can see the patterns in the wings here. So on top we've got the red, the black, dark maroon going into red, going into yellow, and then repeating as the layers of feathers go up. Love that, I think that's great. This is one of my favourite armies. I think it's absolutely stunning. The work, this is brushwork, that's not airbrush, and yet there's loads of really gorgeous fading from basically pitch black through to this really bright orange, which really sells the heat and the flames. The contrast is awesome. And then on the models, I think there's some colour theory going into the thirds between the turquoise in the bottom and the purples in the helmet and the armour. It's so hard to make goblins pop. The fact that these models are like 20 years old, and they are already quite dull, dark paint schemes. Naturally, you want goblins to be dark, you want them to be gloomy, and yet they've managed to make them stand out at a distance. It's a real achievement. This is so hard to do on miniatures at this scale. So I think that's absolutely fantastic. And yeah, absolutely love this army. I think it's fantastic. And this is a single miniature from the same army. It's a goblin captain. I mean, just look at the bow, look at the non-metallic metals. I shouldn't touch it really. The contrast in the tiny little crystalline base there. You've got really, you've got really deep, a really deep green going up to the almost pure white, and yet you can't see the transition. That's skill. That takes a huge amount of effort and work, and it's absolutely gorgeous. I've got another army back here, really nice poppy blues, really nice purple robes, and this is obviously a Fornost army. Thanks, Harry, bailing me out there. A wingless Balrog, obviously the winged Balrog is an invention of the filmmakers and not of Tolkien, but we've got a wingless version here.
You know what, somehow I didn't even notice that, but it's really nice.
Yeah,
I think you're just distracted by the lovely colours.
Great, yeah, great colours, a lovely green. Again, lots of nice fading on the bases. This, obviously, the colour of the green flames on the Balrog itself is spilling over. We've got some OSL on the base there, which is always a lovely effect. And again, just sells the heat, sells the flame, and sells the light. Excuse me, choking on my own vomit here. We've got sort of snowy patch bases, elves here. Really nice, like the whites, like the red.
Gold's very vibrant as well.
Gold is, that's very true, very vibrant. Another Balrog list with some classic volcanic bases. You've got the sort of rock, which looks like a texture paint that's been dry brushed, and then you've got the where it comes apart. So you've got the sort of rivers of lava between them. Classic effect. Some of the new Rohan sculpts. I'll tell you what, I've just picked up this banner and I love the model, so I'm very excited to paint that. But so yeah, really gorgeous work here. And of course, it's easier to sell because the models are just so superb. The new ones, well, I really like them anyway. And we've got a bunch of the new Rohan stuff. Unsurprisingly, we've got some more here in this. This is a Men of the West army. And look at this. That's really cool. We've got this sort of reddy brown in the recesses of these cloaks going to green on the edge. And that kind of gives it, I mean, it's always weird, but if you look at cloaks and things like that in real life, you do see this real variety in colours. And it's only in the full context that we call it like green or red or something like that. So that's some really interesting paintwork. And
Aragorn's face is really nice.
Really, I haven't got down there yet. Yeah, and non-metallic metal. Actually, Aragorn in general. I hadn't spotted how
it's really outstanding.
Really beautiful. Is that the Games Workshop official sculpt?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
You know, I'm turned around on it. I hate that sculpt generally, and perhaps I've just never seen it painted like this before. I mean, look at the shading on the black there. I mean, it's one of those things where it's obviously a black cloak, and yet, if you looked at only a tiny context, if you used a colour picker and took a single pixel, you get some really bright colours, because that's how they sell the modelling context. You get some really nice highlights. It gives it some volume, and yet it's still got loads and loads of detail, beautiful non-metallic metal, and on a sculpt that old and frankly that dodgy, that's a really fantastic job. And I think we're going to hand over to Harry to take you through the rest of the entries. We're good, I think. We're good. Thank you.
Good. So second table of entries over here. We've got. I love the Ugluk on the bloody rocks there from the Plains of Rohan. Some nice detail to make him really stand out in the army. Nice use of the blood effect. This army at the back, this army of Dale, is beautiful. But there is a separate best painted miniature entry here, the Glorfindel, which is absolutely glorious. I think most people will agree that the Glorfindel miniature itself is particularly good, but the work on this one is particularly nice. The lines very crisp. Particularly pay note to the helmet. I don't know if you can get quite in there, but the subtle blending of the helmet from the sort of whitish silvery colour to the left, and then the darker recesses, really showcasing some, I believe, non-metallic metal. Same with the sword there as well. So lovely work, and the execution on the Dale behind, also brilliant. Note the wind lance, non-metallic metals, all of them, and nice to see some strings on the wind lance bows. Very nice stuff. Another beautiful Glorfindel here. I particularly like the effect of the fur here, giving a real sense of dynamism and the direction of the fur. So particularly, so at the bottom here, it's going backwards. We're going down here, and we're going across to a different direction here as well. So really just with the brush to be able to add real depth to that. So great work there. We've got a lovely work of sort of light here with Minas Morgul glowing there. I think that might be airbrush work there. It looks really nice. You can clearly see the direction of light coming up. Very nice. We'll move on over here to one of my favourite, I think my favourite miniature overall, which is the Elrond here. Lovely miniature again, so it's always easier if you've got a nice base miniature, but I particularly like the depth on the horse, the shading there, the line between the sort of the edge of the base. I think actually the harsh lighting is not doing it any favours, but and of course the work on the little start of the Wrath of Brunnen there at the bottom. Absolutely glorious work, just a bit of extra pop. And although we're not scrutinising them too much, because we haven't got too much time, the cloaks look really nice, and sort of the lovely green and creams there. The transition's really nice, So well done there. We've got a couple more monsters to go. The Watcher in the Water here, I believe this is a 3D print alternative sculpt. Particularly like the water effects. Very nice stuff. It's always lovely to see some mummoks, and they're big, impressive miniatures. And of course, great to see them at a competitive event like this. It's nice to see them themed around orange and purple as well. So lovely work there from Patrick from Switzerland. We'll go for these miniatures first. You can see in the background there's some quite impressive Mordor work, but just some nicely done individual miniatures there. I like the skin on Saruman actually. He's really popping. The contrast is quite effective on his face. And you can really identify where his eyes are and so on. It's quite hard to get a smooth transition sometimes, I find. We're running out of time. We've got the team onto the stage, but that's okay. And then finally, we've got the Rohan there, looking glorious, as well as this beautiful. Sorry, we're rushing through now because we're getting close to the time. But this Mordor army is just outstanding. The closer you get, the more you realise how individual every single model is. I mean, just looking here, we've got more captains, we've got Razgush, we've got trackers that have been converted, Morgul Stalkers which have been converted, Black Numenorians which have been converted. There's a mixture of 3D sculpts, official GW ones, classic. So if we just take a look back here, Alex.
I think they're coming for their armies, we best move on.
That's fine. If we look back here, we've got hoods converted onto where there weren't normally hoods, so that's brilliant. And I think my favourite army, which at a glance doesn't particularly stand out because of the drab nature of Ugluk Scouts, but the closer and closer you get to it, the more you realise the extreme highlighting on the edge of each of these armour and the leather. It just looks absolutely beautiful. I think it's a really hard army to paint because it's so full of browns, but they've done an excellent job of making these guys really stand out. And there's details on the little bases and the hands as well, the white hand. So if we take a look at this tiny hand, this is replicated across the field on a few different shields and faces and stuff. So it's really top work. And finally, the Goblin Horde over here. I think you pointed out, Alex, that it's Michael who pointed out that the gold coins. There's something about Moria where they're awash with coins. So they've got fine little details on the bases to make sure these guys really stand out. And I like the yellowy tone for the goblin skin, which I think probably matches the film aesthetic a bit better than the
lurid green.
Yeah, the lurid green that often we see Games Workshop encouraging us to paint. So there we go. So I think that's it for the painting. We'll crack on with the rest of the tournament. It just shows the standard is incredibly high here. So there you go. That is the. I've just realised the camera's still pointing too high up. That's the interview we did earlier. So that was at lunchtime before this game, and just thought we'd reassess and have a showcase of some of the incredible hobby on offer here. We've just come off the back of a very busy England versus USA match, and Alex is at the table right now with the players, ready to interview them. Ash and Alisha there with him. Alex, over to you.
Thanks very much. So that was a really intense game. Firstly, how did you both experience it?
I thought it was great fun. I really like a tactical challenge, and Alisha put up a really good fight. So yeah, it was really good fun.
Yeah, it was a great game. Very interesting dynamics throughout. The Balrog hobby in the building was very fun, so it was a good game.
Well, I have to say, to start with, you've cost me a beer, because Harry and I have been betting a beer on each round, and my beer was on Dale this time, no offence. So I feel utterly shattered, yeah. Yeah, he's ready for another one as well. Now, we had a few controversies, and that's what I want to focus on. The first one is one that actually involves Harry and I, because, so of course, you jumped the wall with the Balrog, and you then rolled a 2 on your jump test, so you couldn't carry on moving. But in any event, what the rule says, and we know completely that you didn't know, but what the rule says is you can't then attempt a shooting attack. You used the whip to get the wind lance into combat and destroyed it. Now, we had a bit of a debate about whether or not we should tell the TOs, because we'd spotted it. And again, just to be perfectly clear, there was no implication whatsoever that it was anything but in good faith. But we felt, well, eventually the decision was we should tell the TOs, and if they felt that it should intervene, then we should, but they might decide that actually it's just gone too far. And what's your take? Do you think we should have told them? Do you think we should have taken a non-interventionist approach?
No, I think it was definitely the right decision. As I didn't read past the jump section of the book, and it didn't say anything in there.
Well, that was the mistake we made. So we made that exact same mistake, and we said, no, it's fine, you can do that. There's nothing. We were firmly in that conclusion that you were allowed to, because the jump test simply says you end your move, end.
And that's where I finished reading in the book.
Same as us. But then chat said, no, go to page 40. So no, I don't think there's any shade thrown on you whatsoever. What about yourself? Do you think it was the right call?
Oh, I mean, I think it was useful to know, just in general. I don't think it had any real bearing on the game. So I mean, I don't think there's any problem with a judge being made aware of the situation. I think that's fine.
So that's really interesting to know. There was a few people in chat said you just shouldn't have intervened at all, and there was a really, really heavy conversation. I imagine we sparked it back up by mentioning it again. So one question I had for you was, if you knew that you couldn't whip the wind lance, would you have jumped the wall?
Yes. The whole point of jumping over the wall was to be within 6 of the wind lance, because I believe where I was worried that Alisher would just shoot the Balrog.
So it was to get within minimum range?
It was to get within minimum range to stop the shooting. The whip was just an afterthought.
A cherry on top. Well, I must admit, that soothes my conscience slightly. So just for the record, Harry was against intervention, and I was pro-intervention. No, Harry, no. I don't think you should be ashamed of that at all. I mean, I think I was saying to Harry, I think it's difficult. It's one where there's no right answer. Because I was saying inaction is a decision, but at the same time, if you hadn't been playing that on a stream table, there would have been a different outcome. And so should the fact that it was streamed have resulted in a different outcome? So it's a really interesting one.
I think that should probably be factored in. If it's top table competitive, it should be factored into the rules pack, and they should make a decision. Because you're right, it isn't the same for all the rest of the tables.
So we'd never have told you, for example. We'd only ever put it to the TOs and let them make a decision. So we've got. I think that's all the questions. So Harry wrote. I mean, he's the journalist, so he wrote some questions down for me, but I think I've exhausted them. I had some chats had some questions about your deployment. Do you have any regrets about the way you deployed, and do you think that had an impact on the game?
Not explicitly. I think that the buildings kind of being congested in the way that they were was problematic, no matter how exactly you cut it. Obviously, if I deploy too heavily on one side, he picks the other. If I do the same on the other side, he just reverses. So it's one of the challenges with Dale, because you have to have both ballistas out ahead of time. You have to try to have a wide coverage and then hope for the best. I still had 2 attempts at shooting the Balrog. I don't think I had any I never imagined to kill the Balrog, but obviously would have wanted to get down to halfway.
So that he could break.
That's really the big thing. So it's one of those things, one of the tricky elements of Dale is that depending on the coverage of the table, you really have to be very, very, you don't know where big things are going to go.
And the Balrog is so swingy, right? You know, if you spent those 2 might to get a 6 on if that had paid off, it could have been quite a different game. So last thing, do you guys have any intel from the rest of the tables? Do you know whether England or the USA have taken it in the round?
As far as I'm aware, England are on 3 wins currently, but I don't know how the rest of the games are going.
I'm under the impression England's winning the round currently.
Well, we thought you both played really well. I mean, yesterday we were covering the middle tables. Obviously today we're on the top tables all day, and the quality of gameplay, the standard gameplay has been astronomical. Something that Harry and I, especially I, could only ever dream of. It is only true. And the interesting thing is, we're here to try and cover the games, but we're very acutely aware of the fact that you guys are like 3 steps ahead of us at all time. So I think you played a fantastic game anyway, Alicia, and you shouldn't be ashamed of the fact that you had some really poor luck going down to goblins in fights that you expected to win, and then when you're winning fights, failing to get the wounds on the goblins. It's so tough, and of course when the Balrog is doing what it's supposed to do, it's really hard to stop him.
There was that 1-6. Do you know when I pulled the Balrog back and it was the bannered Goblin 6, and even Harry and Alex, you heard them, go up. That was, if I was stuck there, it could have again been completely different. So that was a big 6.
Yeah, it was a big 6. Well, thank you both for letting us stream and for coming and chatting to us afterwards. Like I said, really fascinating game, so much appreciated.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and good luck to the last round as well.
Thanks again.
There you go, the guys there at the table. Really interesting to note actually that Ash, who benefited from the rules incorrect rules interpretation, was absolutely happy for it to happen and thought that it was the right decision. So really cool.
With a slight caveat, I think, to him that I'd say being ambushed with that question put some pressure on him. I think he must have thought, and I'm not saying he was massaging the truth, but the sportsmanly choice is to say yes, of course, you made the right decision, and because it was to his detriment.
That's true. Although I mean, his assessment was a fair point that actually it didn't give him much. It didn't give him massive benefit.
I put it this way: the arguments that you've made and that Chat have made, I would think twice before doing it again. I mean, ultimately I'll take my direction from the TOs. If they want to know, then they get to know. But I can see how he might have said no, I wouldn't have jumped the wall, and then I'd have felt like I have put my thumb on the scales and induced a decision, an outcome other than what it might otherwise have been. And in the end, in this game, it made no difference at all.
Well, true, but also it preserves the competitive integrity of the tournament, which I think is something that I'm sure they would like. So, very good. Okay, well, look.
No sympathy for Dale from Robbo.
You know what? Bryce said he's got to ask about the wings and tail, though, which I was almost going. That's when people are seeing me pop up onto the stream. And be in camera shot briefly, and I was going to pass you a note, but I thought, you know what, I'm not going to bother. So apologies, guys.
Maybe Will can come over and give us his thoughts on wings and tailgates.
Indeed. Well, actually, what's happening now, which you can't see, you can now, is Will is resetting the table for the top table for the final match of the day. Therefore, the top table. And therefore the championship round of this tournament.
Well, have you got a video? Because I might go give him a hand.
I don't have a new video. I think we saw the German and Polish one, didn't we? So ideally we'd get some more content, yes, to throw out there, but we've sort of run out of content.
We have run out of content, but that's a shit. Never admit that you've run out of content.
No, that's fine. Well, so what we can see is them taking the table down. So soon enough, I mean, the round is not fully finished yet, so there's time yet. So I don't know actually. Well, Alex, do you want to just quickly run off and get some content for us? Or
yeah, absolutely, no problem.
Because we played we probably should have been recording extra content while the hobby content was being shown off. But we were fanning around with other stuff, going to the loo and things like that. So. We will.
Which does also matter, to be fair.
I mean, it does if you want to sit next to someone who's not urinated themselves. So, yeah. Well, I just think it's been a terrific game, and nowhere near as one-sided as we perhaps expected it would have been. So.
Oh, you were point. I'll go get it.
Hey, yeah. I'm keen on that. I'm joined by Ash.
I knew you'd back me.
Yeah, Ash, take a seat, because we've got. So Alex is going to wander off, and
now you can talk shit.
Now you can talk shit.
Yeah.
Didn't mean a word.
Well, actually, this is a fair thing because I'll strap that on for you. Again, we're going to ambush you with another question that came up on the stream.
Okay.
A couple of times, you took the wings or the tail off the Balrog.
Yeah.
Why? Was there a reason for it? Because people were questioning whether it's to reduce the number of in the ways that you got, or increase the number of in the ways you got.
Oh no, it was only ever to make the Balrog easier to move. In that tiny little gap, you might not have captured it on screen, but it was like only a hand's width, so it was really hard to move underneath the wings. So, and also once the Balrog's in combat, there's no in the ways, no shooting anyway. If Alicia was able to shoot, they should go back on so that the profile of the modder is there. It was just for ease, basically.
I think that's the case. I mean, I don't know whether people in the chat have played often with a Balrog, but frankly, the tail dips down quite a lot, and it almost touches the table, doesn't it? So that's really annoying, particularly to get goblins around it and stuff like that.
It's it's one of the weird rulings of the new edition that tails and wings can count as in the way, but if you can't see the body, they don't count as line of sight, which is really strange.
Yeah, so they're almost transparent.
Pretty much.
Somehow.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a curious business. But either way, there you go. You're admiring our little scene, but actually we can have a look. Yeah, I mean, this is the first time of the tournament that we're not going to have the river on the table, so that's cool. Wow. So we've got a little bit more of a generic grassy Rivendell type terrain set up here, which Will has just set up for us. And I suppose there's another question. The deployment, I think Alex asked you a bit about the deployment, but the river on that board has been decisive, and I guess it basically forced you to spend a lot of points of marching.
When the captains agreed that it was, you probably heard, the captains agreed that it was only the water, and then because the TO came over and ruled that it was the whole thing.
Oh, I didn't know that the captains had agreed something different. That's interesting.
The captains agreed something different, but anyway, Ed said because it had been ruled like that previously, standardisation, that's fair enough.
Sure.
But I thought it was going to be really bad. But then I just got lucky with kind of how it's really hard to position the wind launchers properly. And obviously I won the board off, so I was able to choose the side that I knew was going to have. So it was like 4 buildings. So as long as I got this side, it was really difficult for that wind lance over, on the right to ever actually hit me.
Well, hold on, we can. We can't. Actually, I was going to say you can annotate the board, but you absolutely cannot because the changes the board. So I think someone was actually asking why the Dale player deployed where they did, but I don't think they knew that you had chosen the deployment. But it's still a hard board. And actually going into it, you said that you thought you had the rough end of the deal in terms of you had beaten the Army of Dale before.
I had beaten Army of Dale before. I mean, I thought I got relatively lucky the time before because again he didn't hit the Balrog, but this time was even. Winning that deployment was really, really quite important, I think, because once Alisher then just deployed his wind lance over the side, getting it in the way, having to scatter, it's actually quite hard to hit the Balrog or not, I'm sure someone in the chat could do the statistics, right? But it's 5 re-rolling, then you've got to hit a 6, +1 with the scatter, then an in the way, then you've got a wound, strength 10 against D9 on a 4, so it's a lot of dice.
Yeah, and one thing I'd completely forgotten about because it's so early on in the game, it was a question that Alex didn't ask, and we probably should ask of Alisher rather than you, but intrigued your perspective. Early on in the game, he spent 2 points of might on a wind lance shot to hit, and that was an in the way, and I think he hit a roll of 1 on the in the way after that. And I thought that was a poor decision might-wise, but actually, considering how quickly you engaged, maybe it wasn't a bad idea. I don't know what you think.
that was definitely the right thing to do.
Do you think?
Yeah, 100%.
Even though he had a 4+ and then followed by another 4+ to wound you?
Yeah, because with the Balrog, so you deploy 12, march 11, so you're 23 inches up, then the next turn you move and you're within whip range, so you only get potentially 1 turn or 2 turns of shooting, and once you're in combat, you can't shoot. It's not like it's on Helm's Deep where you can shoot into your own combat. So that was his chance, and I mean, even if he rolled a 3 on the in the way, you might hit and then take the 50-50 because you take 5 wounds off the Balrog immediately, and then you can break the goblin. So I think he killed like.
Oh, so that's interesting. Yeah, of course, because as soon as you halve the Balrog, you can break the army normally.
So if the Balrog's on 5 wounds or fewer, you can break the goblins normally, and I had lost like 25 goblins, something like that, which would have broken me had the Balrog have taken those wounds.
That's interesting.
So I agree, it was a good shout.
Yeah, okay, fascinating. Yeah, so you say 25 goblins or thereabouts that you'd lost, so yeah, you're getting on for the break, weren't you? Brilliant. Well, Ash, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks very much for coming on the stream.
You're very welcome, thanks for having us.
We will get Alex back in a second, but I wonder whether you could bring me World Champion at some point to have a chat with him about the tournament and some of the terrain layouts and stuff like that. If he's not too busy, that'd be brilliant. If you could send him over, that'd be ace. But thank you so much, Ash.
No problem at all.
And thanks for being on the stream. Shout out to the Golems gamers. Elliot's been watching. Don't you worry.
Elliot has been watching. He's been telling me.
Oh, I'm sure he has. I'm sorry. Cheers. There we go. Ash, one of the players we've just featured for the last couple of hours. Just a big shout out to all the people in the. Just seen the comment from Elliot. Shout out to tell Ash to remind him about the Lemon Cup, which is your event coming in the. I think it's autumn, somewhere in. September, I think. Either way, great stuff. hopefully we'll get World Champion on the stream any minute now to just have a bit of a chat about the new layout that we've got on the board and talk through terrain, because I know terrain and rivers have been a really interesting part of the debate. So we'll do that in a second. Alex, just before you go, you want to just tee up what we've just been you've just been filming?
Yeah, of course. So before I go grab Harry his victory beer, well deserved. It's the first time I think there's been a real upset in which direction we think it's going to go. But what we've just had, I've actually just chatted with Tiernan and Og. Obviously, we had a long chat with one of the players yesterday, but they're all outside chilling, and it is absolutely gorgeous out there. All I want to do is go and sit outside with a cold beer. They've all got beers with ice in. Now, I think it's a nice perspective from people who didn't come here expecting to win and who they feel have done very badly. They're about to go into the final round to play the Ireland flag-carrying team. So it'll be Ireland, be Tiernan and Og, we think, and they've got some perspectives on what it's like to play this tournament from a non-competitive perspective.
Fantastic. Well, that's always good to hear. So, it's crashed inevitably. So we'll wait until it loads that file, and we can do that. But and word on the street, Tim Elworth says in the chat, Team Denmark have won a round.
Hey!
That's great for Denmark.
News if they have, because they deserve that.
Yeah, well, it's always nice when your team does come away with at least one victory.
And that means that no team will go through the whole tournament without a
loss, which is good. So if you want to push World Champion over here when he has a chance, we'll get that video on soon though. I think they might be dealing with some queries still.
Yeah, they're a bit busy at the moment, but I'm going to take this opportunity, if you don't mind, to abandon you to go get your beer.
I think that's a reasonable thing to go and abandon the stream for. Because if it results in a beer for me, I'm a happy boy. So excellent. Let's see, just a bit of a chat. Oh, any news on the nations we're getting for Game 6? We are pretty confident it's going to be England versus Poland. Now, this, of course, is the clash of the two biggest MESBG nations, we reckon. Of course, Poland, I think we've got 3 teams submitted this year in the competition, and the UK has somewhere in the region of 5, and 2 of those are England. So we've got some big, meaty stuff on the horizon. So very excited to see the potential for that huge game, which should get underway in, I want to say, about 20 minutes time. It's certainly not long. Let me just double check. I've got a private schedule here. It is round 3 at 5:10 our time, so half an hour until the next round gets underway. So we'll get that, definitely get that on very soon. But in the meantime, Alex just mentioned that Tiernan and Og video, so we're going to see a little bit of footage from the Irish second team, who are about to take on the Irish first team in the final round. So let's take a look at that.
Have you? And why did you get Belgium chocolate from Team Belgium?
Well, basically, I bumped into 2 of the lads in Team Belgium, and I started having a lovely chat with them. And I was telling them all about how I went to Ghent years ago, and they were like, "Oh, deadly!" And we had a lovely chat, and then they were like, "Oh, we'll give you some Belgium chocolates. We have some with us." And I was like, "Are you serious?" And they were like, "Yeah, we'll give you some Belgian chocolates." And I was like,
"That's very nice.
That's awesome."
I'll tell you what, this is the first time I've stepped outside today. It's ridiculous, and it's fucking gorgeous. It's so nice. I want a beer. I want a beer.
I used to get it and everything.
Yeah, if you right. I mean, I owe Harry a beer, and I'm very happy to oblige given the weather I'm going to go.
Apologise to Harry.
Why do you need to apologise to Harry?
Because at the start of the day, I gave a link to your channel instead of his.
Oh, brilliant! Well done.
Stream.
I mean, I'm delighted about that.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, Harry. I'm really sorry, but I have corrected it. So hopefully the Irish have been showing up for the stream.
I haven't seen any in chat actually, but there's definitely never any need to apologise to Harry.
Some lurkers. I have friends who are like I have friends yesterday who were watching your stream, being like, "I have it on in the background. I have no idea what's going on, but it's on in the background."
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people in. There's definitely a lot more people in than there are chatting, so that might be it.
Yeah.
How have you guys been doing today? Because you're going into the final round now.
We've been doing pretty abysmal score-wise, but fun-wise, hey, we're probably winning the tournament for fun-wise. We're having a bit of a crack here.
That's what matters. I mean, you do look like you're having fun. That's not a joke. You legit do. This looks fucking awesome.
I was down as Literated before. We were at WTC back in April as well, and Dan says, "Lose all your games, but have fun. That's the most important thing."
I said, I don't care if you lose all your games.
Yeah.
I didn't say throw your games.
That's an important clarification.
Yeah, the critical thing we were just saying is because myself and Murphy love going away to events together, and I was like, if you come back without a smile on your face, I was like, that's a problem. If you come back with 0 points, we really don't care.
And I think you're in the stage of the tournament too, where it's like, okay, look, we know where we're going to end up. So we're going into the last round. We're only here now to have a laugh. We're not getting on a podium, you know.
You see, the thing is, we started the tournament with that as well.
Okay, fine.
It looks like we're playing our own fellow colleagues.
Oh, really? Do you think so?
Yeah, they're doing equally as abysmal as us.
I spotted you because you started the day next to each other as well, right?
Yeah.
And so your fortunes, no Irish team's fortunes have improved through rounds 5.
So you travel half around the world to play the people you play at local tournaments as well.
Yeah, that is a bit of a bummer, to be fair. But at least you all you've got the casual camaraderie going into the last round.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
But also some competitiveness.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
We are more Irish than the first team.
Oh, that sounds like big talk. Explain your thinking.
Because it's fact. We have more Irish people than the first team. The first team have 2 English lads, right? I'm the only English.
That is a disgrace.
On the second team, I'm the only English lad that has Irish citizenship. Like, so, you know, like we have 5 Irish lads and a Polish mercenary on the second team, whereas like the first team has like 3 Irish and loads of mercenaries.
Well, good luck as you go into the last round. I hope that brings you good fortune. Thanks very much for chatting.
Thank you. Alex, can I tempt you in some chocolate?
Oh, you absolutely can do that. Thank you so much.
This is dark chocolate.
He's like, chocolate's great.
That's the only reason I came here. I was like, yeah.
Yeah, chocolate.
That's fine. Yeah, as long as I get more chocolate, I'm always happy.
Oh yeah. Also, I really hope that one day I get to face you in MESBG.
Oh, that'd be cool. If you've got any tournaments coming up, you let me know.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I hope next year to go to England. I hope.
Never hope for that. Never hope for that.
Oh no, I've been told by William there's an event in February, and he was like, yeah, I'll hopefully go, and I was like, do you allow legacies? And he was like, yeah, oh grand, I'll bring my Candish chariots, it will be fine.
I like that.
Yeah, I'll just run over things with chariots and just be like, yeah.
Ollie, that was your chance to say you should come across to Ireland.
Oh yeah, actually,
like
you should come to Ireland.
I definitely need to do that.
Yeah.
I definitely need to do that. Yeah, but I won't be painting anything on a plane like Harry did.
The thing is, right, there's GaelCon at the end of October. Like, it's one of our big ones, good evil event.
I love a good evil event.
There we go.
That sounds great. Yeah, well, I'll have to find the link.
I'm fairly certain 2 or 3 years ago I did send you a message being like,
you probably did, yeah.
Being like, please come over. We have a small Legion tournament. Please come over. And you just no.
Oh, I'm sorry. I will get there. I've got to get the dog there as well. That's the problem. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone, and enjoy the last round. Cheers, guys. There you go. Irish team. Well, Tiernan and Oak, the non-flag carrying Irish team. I hope to crush their countrymen as they go into the last round. And now we're back with Harry.
And we return to the live coverage here of the Nations Cup from Poland. Now, this is getting to be a very spicy final, we think. We've just revealed, I think, that it's been confirmed that England versus Poland are going to be the top table matchup in the final round. That's what as we understand it at this stage. So, apologies if we get that wrong, we'll amend that, of course, quickly. But we're just setting up. We've got a new table for you, as we mentioned just a few minutes ago. Alex is gathering beer, or has been gathering beer. Very exciting. And also, they're just finalising some of the final things, final draws. So, lots still to come up. But I guess the big thing is we really do want to see who we're going to be streaming in the final round. And the next round doesn't commence until I think it's 10 past 5. So we've got 20 minutes gap. So what I'm going to do, we're going to have a very, very short break, and then we'll come back at approximately 5 o'clock, unless Alex has got anything else to say.
Well, I don't know what you've said.
I was just going to say, I think we're going to take a short break before the final game. So
that sounds great. Yeah, we can go sit outside and drink a beer.
Just a 5 minute. Yeah, just a 5 or 10 minute. Well, I was thinking we need to gather content. I also just want a beer. But,
can we get the content outside?
Yeah, we can get the content outside.
All right, great. In that case, I'm down.
That's brilliant. So we are going to hit the advert, and we'll be back very, very shortly after the advert. So literally a 10-minute comfort break for you and I. and then we'll come back for the live coverage and build-up of what we think is going to be Poland versus England on the final table at the biggest MESBG event
Spicy
in the
stuff.
world. It's going to be so good.
Stuff.
Can't wait. Oh, not that. No, that's the wrong video.
I know, play the pool bit again.
Yeah,
Play the pool bit again.
Yeah, why not? Let's play the pool bit again. This was me this morning. It looks quite warm, but actually it's pretty cold. It was really quite cold this morning. You can see here because there's that pause. I'm scratching my belly. I'm getting a bit like nervous. I speed it up.
I like the fact that some of the sponsors are at home like, oh, we've invested financially in this event. It's like, oh, good, they're going to plug us, and then what they get is this.
But I mean, it's quite. There he goes. Look at that. Jolly good stuff. I go swimming in, and I think I do swear briefly. But either way, that was the start of the day. If you missed that earlier, and you might be able to see me splashing here. It's because there's polystyrene in the pool. It's not the best pool.
What is happening? We've just posted about like come to the finale and they'll just log in and they'll just see you splashing that and you're like,
you know
I'm
what?
splashing here, oh I'm gonna do a dive, yeah.
Anyway, yeah, you're right, that's probably not wise, but anyway, we'll skip it in. Here comes the Nations Cup. Anyway, there we go, wrong video. Here's some adverts. We're back. Welcome back to the Nations Cup. We're just trying to work out how to hide us from the screen. I believe it's the sponsors video there.
Thank you. That would make a lot of sense.
And there we are. Hello. Apologies for the delay. Honestly, I often think sometimes if I'm just going to be talking for 10 minutes without any kind of pause, I have no idea what to talk about. And frankly, we absolutely needed beer. Thank you very much after winning.
I went outside and had about 4 sips, and it was like a nice cold beer in the sunshine here in Poland. It's wonderful.
Absolutely glorious.
And I did take... we played that, didn't we, before the little escapade?
Yes,
outside.
we did, yeah.
With Turn and Oak, yeah.
So we heard from the Turn and Oak, who are going to be playing against Ireland's #1 team in the final round, which is what an epic battle they'll be in for.
Speaking of which, shall we have a quick look at the rankings going into this final round? Because I'm so excited. We've got England v Poland here on the top table. That is the final round. This is the finale, and I think either can win it. Mathematically speaking, I think they're both contenders to go home with the trophy in first place.
And of course, which we'll hear from in a second, because I've spoken to the Polish team ahead of this matchup. There's actually a distinct possibility of another draw, which could lead somebody else leapfrogging them to the top spot.
So the third and fourth players could get to the top. Well, that is fascinating. I would love to give you the deets, but unfortunately,
go for the deets.
The website is presently not playing ball.
I think that's probably because
everyone's trying to use it at the same time.
They've just been announcing. You might have actually heard some of the detail in the background of exactly where the tables are and all that sort of stuff. All I know for certain is that we're going to have England and Poland on the top. Not for 100% for certain, but yeah, we're pretty confident.
I'm sure we have England and Poland, but let's let that load. And what we do, let's have a look at the new table, because we've actually swapped out the table.
Yeah, we did, yeah.
For the finale, to make this a unique and interesting event. So, let's get that up. We've got this sort of elven theme, we've got these beautiful woods and the elven ruins. Oh, no, not even ruins actually, it's just a sort of pagoda. Is that a pagoda?
Yeah, I think the vague idea is that it's somewhere near Rivendell, in the sort of wilds near Rivendell, maybe the outskirts of Rivendell, as the elves retreat away from Middle Earth that maybe they've left a couple of buildings and so on to fall into ruin as the numbers dwindle. Or at least that's how I'm thinking it.
No, I dig it. I think it's good, and I love the sort of blue hue in the rocks on the right there. I think it's a really good looking board, and I'm very excited to see. It's definitely less terrain dense than both that we've had, and
lack of river.
No river. Chat will be delighted about that, or at least a few very vocal members of chat. We are on a riverless board this time, despite the fact we're near Rivendell, not Riverdale. Whatever. No, not clever at all.
No, it was actually quite a poorly constructed joke.
Yeah,
that was really bad.
I don't think it had the key ingredients to qualify as a joke, really.
But yeah, because it needed to be funny.
Well, no, a joke. I think a joke can be. Is the distinction that it's funny? Is that between an attempted joke and a joke, or can a joke have the key composite elements and simply fail to be funny and still be a joke?
Well, I guess in a really technical way, yes.
I don't know.
You've successfully argued perhaps that it was a joke.
Okay, well, whatever.
I'm saying no.
Let's go into
we're
these
losing
rankings.
focus here. For some reason, I think any time one of us moves, it's losing focus.
This is the worst of all the cameras. We decided we want to expose the players to HD, all their blemishes and ugliness, whereas us, we felt that the lower the image quality, the more forgiving.
It's essentially like we put an Instagram filter over our faces.
Yeah, but not one that accentuates features. It just blurs them.
Yeah. Well, that's better.
That's true. Yeah.
Okay.
No Instagram filter.
Have we had any luck? We've got it. We've got it. Okay, good.
England are at the top of the pack with 19 points. There are still only 2 teams with 19 points. So last game there were 2 teams at the top, and that was USA and England. And now there are 2 teams at the top, and that is England and Poland. Italy are in third with 18 points, and they're the only team on 18 points. And just the tiebreakers, in the case that we do draw this round, we'll go to tiebreakers with Poland. We're on 110, and Poland are on 100, so they've closed that gap, because of course before we had was it a 17 game point
was
difference?
It? No, I think it was 12.
12 game point difference, so slightly close. Italy's in
third. Yeah, so they've leapt into the podium position there.
USA's lost to England has knocked them down off the podium entirely.
Yeah, but they are still in fourth, so well within their rights of getting a podium slot if they win against Italy.
That's right. They are the highest ranked of
of the non-podium places. Yeah,
that's right. So we're sort of.
So we've got Will Champion making some announcements behind us. You might be able to see it on the board actually. So we might actually just listen and see what he's saying. Listen in.
I'm hoping the last round everyone will be as respectful as they have been so far. It's been very, very good. A couple of quick things. First of all, we have about 30 dice left. I'm really happy if we went home with 0. Bear that in mind. As we go into this final round, after which we have the award ceremony, we need a little bit of time to check all the scores and make sure everything is ready to go. I've spoken to the captains already. I asked them once you finish your game, you submitted your score, if you can pack up your models and go to the bar. We want the whole empty so we can pack down quickly, check the scores while it's quiet, and the sooner we can do that, the quicker the award ceremony will be.
Right, so a lot of functional stuff here for the people here at the tournament. So perhaps not as useful, but the round is going to start. So exciting! This is, as we say, the top table here at the Nations Cup, and you might have seen Gottfried from the Polish team entering the terrain. Just to have a quick look at how the boards have shifted around. So we'll be able to track them down. So I think we were talking about going into that. We were talking about the USA being the highest ranked of the teams not on the podium. So they've got 17 points. Just a reminder of the team points is something that we have been here all day and all night. We'll know a bit more about the team points. Are essentially, you get 2 points for a win on the team and 1 for a draw, 0 for a loss, and USA on 7. Italy in third are on 8, and then Poland and England are on 9. But the game points, which is this first tiebreaker, are essentially how big the victories are for each player. So, for example, I think it's 5 points, or is it 6? I can't remember. Anyway, you get, I think it's 5 points for a major win, and then 4 points for a minor win, and then 2 points for a draw, something like that, and 1 from minor loss, something like that. It might not be exactly right, but all of those details are on the Nations Cup webpage. If you go to the link below, you'll be able to find the information about that.
That's it. And we might as well quickly whiz through the rest of the rankings while we're here.
Absolutely. And you know what? Before you whiz through well, if you go through the rankings, that's fine.
I really need a whiz, I have to say.
All right. Well, you whiz.
No. You go.
No, you go through the rankings.
All right.
So let's whiz through the rankings, and when we get to the bottom of the rankings, I've got a special video for you.
Oh, very exciting. Okay, and hopefully the video is going to, it's back into focus. So we got to the USA in 4th place. Germany is 5th, and they've got 7. There's a whole, well, actually, there's one more 7 game point nation, and that's the Netherlands. And then there's Bieda, that's a Polish team on 6. Belgium on 6. Of course, there's the North, that's another Polish team on 6. Spain on 6, although they have some Poles and a French player as well. Wales on 5. Austria on 5. The Lions on 4, that's an English team. The Company of the Gin, that's on 4, and they've been on our stream. And
the Italian team?
The Italian team, that's right. France on 4. France were a really strong team last year, so it's a bit of a turnaround in the wrong direction.
Yeah, indeed.
Greece on 4. Switzerland on 3, Denmark on 2, no longer at the bottom, Czechia on 2, Scotland on 2. I'm disappointed for Scotland, I have to say.
I feel bad for Scotland. They'll be mightily disappointed by that.
And good players as well.
Very strong. Well, all of the players here are very good.
That's true. But even at the very relative high bar of the players here at the Nations Cup, Scotland is still a good team. Well, apparently not. But Tiernan Og, the Irish team, are on 2, right next to Ireland at the bottom of the pack, also on 2. So there's a bunch of 2s, which means they've either drawn 2 rounds or they've won 1 round.
And I think that would be disappointing for anyone from Ireland watching, because the Irish are, I think, a small MESBG community, but usually very, very competitive and quite powerful community. I mean, for instance, the captain of Team Ireland, Ivan Sheehan, is a regularly excellent player. But I do know that there are a few non-Irish players that have snuck into the cracks on that one. Now, we mentioned Denmark just a few seconds ago, and I was lucky enough a few minutes ago just to have a brief catch-up with...
So before I'm so sorry, we've got an opportunistic moment here.
Go on.
Michael would like to talk about the
Michael
Irish Civil
Bradford,
War.
do you want to slot in the gap in the middle here? Because you're totally right. Right at the bottom we have Tiernan Og and Ireland.
We feel like that's going to be a disappointing result for a country with some really strong players.
It really is. Yeah, I can't pretend I'm not devastated. I'm not playing for them this year, of course, but that's not made the difference. We were bolstered by some mercenaries. Well, they could only have done better, I would assume. But we were bolstered by some mercenaries this year, which is great. We're so grateful for them. But it's lovely to see some new players taken to the international scene as well, like Ollie and Billy and all. And it's been a tough test for them, but I think a lovely time too. So here they find themselves in the bottom 2.
Yeah.
But they've all to play for in terms of honour and pride amongst bragging rights for between each other. So it's actually quite big stakes.
I mean, I'd imagine in particular the Tiernan Og guys would absolutely love to unseat the Ireland 1 from their sort of pedestal as being Team 1. And I'd imagine it's in reverse. Ireland 1 want to prove that they are indeed Ireland 1.
Oh yeah, they do not want to lose.
Are starting from the advantageous position.
Yeah, they've got 5 game points in hand.
But, it's all to be earned. But I know.
Who's your money on?
Oh no! See,
honestly,
you can hear you can see his heart break there as he has to choose between his compatriots.
How do I say this diplomatically? Ireland 1 has some of the players who are usually more highly ranked in the league, but Ireland 2 clearly is sitting slightly higher because they've been generating some better results. So that's a non-defence answer, and that's all you're going to get, I'm afraid.
Okay, right. We won't press the point any further.
Well, either way, it's going to be a really interesting bot. We'll certainly bring you details of that bottom round matchup. But a team which has been at the bottom of the table for the whole tournament, which I was very keen to catch up on, was the Danish team. So from Denmark, they travelled here. They've been very jolly. They've been great spirits the whole tournament. I managed to catch up with them just after the last round. So let's enjoy this one. Hey! Hey! We're welcomed by the Team Denmark team, who basically are celebrating.
Yes.
Why? Why are you celebrating, guys?
We are celebrating because we have our first win of the tournament with 5 major victories and 1 loss. So we are now going home with our heads held high, honor restored. We have achieved a victory. That is all we needed.
Well, that's why I don't know whether it puts you in the top table contention at this point.
Oh, we are positive.
But that's brilliant. I mean, next year, it's going to happen next year. So, guys, I mean, obviously you've travelled here with the spirit of the tournament in mind, not maybe necessarily hoping for a big victory over nations like Poland, who are real gaming nations, but you're here for the fun, and I am personally very pleased for you that you've won the final game. Who was it against? What happened?
It was against Ireland 2, and I think we were lucky in many of our matchups. We got the matchups we wanted mostly, and the dice were in our favor. I think actually scored 20-0 because his opponent was extremely unlucky. And the same for me. I won priority every turn. I think we also applied the right strategies, but luck played a part, but we certainly developed all our skills.
Well, I love that you're immediately downplaying your skill level here by saying Axel won because he was lucky, I won because I won all the priority rolls. I mean, it just goes to show, you guys are modest, and I love that. So it must have been great fun. Just
really great.
Yeah, I mean, it's great fun.
We have to have a feeling of we have been this close to achieving victory in the previous rounds. We have not been that far behind, so now to finally get over the top with overwhelming numbers is just, well, we feel we're not that terrible after all. That's great.
Exactly. Well, congratulations. I wanted to give you guys the plaudits you deserve for having secured those major wins as we come to the tail end of the tournament. You've got beers in hand. It's clearly the place to be. Yes. Enjoy the rest of your tournament, the final game. I hope it bears more fruit.
We hope for another win.
Yeah, absolutely. Cheers, guys. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Cheers. There you go. So you can now see on the screen, after hearing from the jolly Danish, who did win their first round last round, which was ace for them. And actually, we were mentioning that they are well ahead on in terms of game points. I think they were at the bottom because they hadn't won any rounds, but actually they kept narrowly losing their rounds, which is very unfortunate for them.
They've been rocketed into a higher position.
And largely, I think, because they've been offloading spunk everywhere.
I mean, they are the spunkiest team here by far. They brought a lot of spunk last year. And this year they've just really spread it around. Yeah. These only one of these packs has been opened, and I've finished one already. Yeah.
You finished your what? Sorry.
I finished one. These 5 aren't the total accumulative amount of spunk that we've been. I don't even know what the verb is for being provided with spunk.
I think spunked upon. Okay. Anyway, so you did just see briefly on the screen as we came to us that the English guys were having a survey of the new terrain for the top table.
And Poland's been up before them.
Yeah,
imagine if they'd done it from memory and they'd be like, right, there's a river on that. Yeah. We don't want a cav. We've got loads of flyers. We've got eagles or whatever. And then they turn up and it's like,
yeah, we've moved it around. So we've seen that. So I think we've got still quite a few minutes. I think maybe getting on for
2:40.
So what? 10 minutes until the end of the drafting.
End
of the drafting. So we've got 2 interviews still to play for you. We've got one from the Polish team, which we'll catch up with in a second. But first, I wanted to catch up with one of the other English teams. One of the other UK teams, the Lions, which it's fair to say haven't been doing quite as well as they perhaps had wished, but nonetheless enjoying their time out on the veranda here in Warsaw. Here we go. We're out on the veranda where we're catching up with the Lions, or 2 members of the Lions team, who are sunning themselves gloriously here in the Polish sunshine. We've been trying to catch up with as many teams as possible, and of course that means the Lions need their time in the sun, literally. So, guys, how's it been going this weekend? Stephen, do you want to kick things off?
Yeah, it's been going okay. We are 2 team wins and 3 team losses, which isn't great. But we've played some pretty good teams. We've played the equivalent of, I think it's Poland 2.
Poland 2. Yeah, we played Italy.
We played Switzerland. We've played Ireland and Belgium. So, I think we're giving ourselves a relatively good showing. Obviously, the meta's still unfolding this year, so
yeah, I think it's a combination of quite a few things where it's just general end game situation luck in certain games, which is we maybe should have won instead of we haven't.
Do you mean the role of a 1 or 2 being early or too late or whatever?
We've played for the game not to end first turn, and it has ended first turn, so you lose the game in a minor instead of a major win. As well as I think overall, some of them we may have done the draft slightly wrong. I don't really know. It's hard to. The draft is a hard aspect to get right.
It's a complex beast. Yeah. Frankly, I still have no idea how it works.
I think the draft is very fun. It's a very fun concept, and I think it feels quite fair. I know there's previous and other European/world events which we wouldn't possibly name on stream, where they've got different draft systems, but this one does feel like if you are being bussed, as in thrown under the bus, you are the first person down, you at least get a choice in your fate, which I think feels quite...
Yeah, having the choice of, they place a list and you get to select between the two, it does make it interesting. And there's a lot of mind games within it that you have to kind of take into account. And I'm sure, England 1 and Poland will have that at the end, because they've played each other many times and know each other quite well. So I have to see how that goes. But yeah, it's been good overall.
Brilliant. Do you know who you guys are going to be playing in the final round? I mean, you said you're sort of roughly middle of the pack, I guess.
Yeah, someone equally, slightly below middle of the table, I think.
I think Adam's hoping to play Spain. I think they're also around similar, and he lives in Spain now, and he wants to show the England proud. So we'll see. It'll be fun either way.
Pride of the Lions. It's coming home.
Lions. Although your shirts, although they look like they're lions, they're actually
3 wargs
on the shirt, which is which is pretty cool. So guys, thanks very much for chatting with me briefly and giving the Lions their time in the sun.
So that was some artistic camera work there.
It was. If only I'd pressed the end record button in time, it would have been great. But instead, panned into the sun beautifully. The Lions their time in the sun. Back onto Stephen Denby's knee briefly, and then end.
It's a good knee. That's really where you want to finish up.
Of all knees, it's not a bad knee.
It's not a bad knee at all. If you finish on my knee, it'd be vomit-inducing. Anyway, speaking of which,
I'll happily finish on your knee, by the way.
That's very good.
Speaking of vomit-inducing,
yeah,
Will's here.
Hey! What a transition, very good.
How are you doing, Will? You're going into the final round now. We're tired, and we've not had to do anywhere near as much as you guys, so you must be absolutely shattered.
It's getting there for sure. Thankfully, the team that we've got this time is bigger and better than ever. I haven't had to do much reffing. Obviously, the idea behind an event like this, there has to be someone who is not reffing all the time. Then if a difficult decision needs to be made that gets sort of argued with, someone has to be able to come in and go, right, this is what we're doing, no more arguing, please. And I've not really had to do that. So honestly, it's been a dream. It's still been very busy and very hard. Everyone's had a great time. The feedback's been amazing, and we've had no real issues. It's been eerie, almost, in that
You've just jinxed it. It's going to be a bloodbath between Poland and England.
The final round will always be the busiest round for referees. Always has been, always will be. So we're ready.
I mean, to be honest, just looking at the England guys looking over the table at the Polish guys from a perspective that you can't quite see, which is over there to our left, it looks like they're almost ready to fight, the death.
They are jazzed, yeah. The good thing is though, there's no bad blood between them. They are well-respected rivals, so there couldn't have really been a better game, I think, for the final round on the stream.
Sorry, Will.
I'm obviously entirely impartial. I've got no skin in the game. But if I could have picked a predicted matchup for the final round, it would have been maybe Poland-Italy. I mean, Poland was always going to be there. Poland-Italy, Poland-Germany, Poland-England. It's going to be a good one. I'm really excited to try and watch what I can.
Well, we've had some really, really top quality gameplay already on the stream. We know that England are good players. Who do you think the pressure is higher on? Because Poland are defending. They won last year, so they could go 2 for 2. Yeah. England obviously want to seize that. What's worse, being dethroned or getting so close. I mean, England are, from other games, obviously very, very good at getting very close and not quite making it over the line. But
bottling it.
Yeah. So which is worse, do you think?
I think if I was in that situation, I think it would be worse to get so close and fail, because Poland can always say, we won it last year.
Yeah, we know how it feels,
England can't.
And also, the problem with the top table in a tournament like this, you can get to the top table having done very well, and then you can lose and then be out even of a podium position, which is probably quite likely, I think, at this point, isn't it?
I have been a bit busy enough that I haven't really been able to check the scores. We've had the tracker app doing all of the work for me.
Fantastic.
I assume it is incredibly close at the top.
There's some real tight races. Yeah.
Let's have a look.
So currently, Poland and England are both drawn on team points at 9, but Italy is in third with 8, and then USA on 7. So what my hypothesis being, if and then actually a load of others on 2 others on 7, including Germany and Netherlands. So if USA, Germany, and the Netherlands, or one of those wins, they would be on the same team points as England, and therefore certainly it would come down to the first.
Any of those 7s, if I can do maths correctly, I think anyone who has got 7 tournament points or more, if they were to score a perfect round and get 30 points, they would gazump England. Not the Netherlands. So they're safe from the Netherlands, but Germany could still.
Upwards,
absolutely.
So it's lots to play for.
They will be swinging hard as well. It's not even just the top table. It is very much not decided right now, and that is fantastic.
It is, and that would be an amazing come from behind victory. To be in fourth, to have dropped the rounds, and then to come from behind and seize it from the teams who have gone a draw and 4 wins so far. I mean, that'd be crazy. Last question for you.
Worth flagging up here that Germany were third last year, France second, and Poland first. So England weren't even on the podium last year. So I think that, to me, means that they've got a fire lit up their backside to do well.
I think England were quite unhappy with their performance last year. I think they finished seventh, which is unbecoming of Team England. That, you know, England does have a good reputation for being a very good team and has a lot of good players in this game. So I think last year they had to eat a bit of humble pie. There's some soul search. I'm trying to talk like a football manager now. They really had to do some soul searching.
There's been a lot of like parallels. Last question before we go, because we've got 2 players around the table. You're at an international tournament. You're a great player. You know a lot about the scene, particularly in the UK. Are there any surprises in the meta coming to a tournament where all the countries are coming together and bringing their own sort of local metas with them?
Not so much this year. In general, it's normally very, very interesting. The third book in the legacy list obviously came out just too late for us to allow it.
The worst time.
Which is really disappointing. We wanted it all to fly. But given that everyone has been drilling for 6 months on limited materials, and some things have stood out over others already. You know, you've got the stats on like Army of the White Hand is everywhere. So it's probably a little bit more prescribed than it would usually be. I expect next year it will be buck wild, because everything's out at that stage, and who knows what metas will emerge, especially with the legacy profiles, which I haven't discussed with my compatriots. I expect will be in play next year.
Certainly, that's spicy.
If I get to make the decision, they will be in play.
Let's see the Golden King return to fame
with his new base.
Hell yeah! Right, good luck.
Thank you so much, Will. Really appreciate it.
Supporting chat and all that stuff. We love you.
No, and also it's worth flagging up the effort the TOs have gone to here has been absolutely extraordinary. We've got sponsors coming out of the wazoo, we've got trophies coming out of the wazoo, but also fundamentally we have not just a functioning event, but an incredible event here on the opposite side of a continent, run by Will, who you've just seen from and heard from there. It's going to be very exciting. Alex is heading off to the tables, so let's have a quick look as he hands over the microphones to Ben Haslam from Team England. We know Ben Haslam, who's a strong player in our neck of the woods in the north of England, tends to do quite well. Forgive me, I don't know the name of his opponent for the match. Let's see if we can have a look at the team T-shirt. No, we can't quite see that. We'll find, and of course bring that to you this time. So I think we might be able to just... maybe we still have his... Oh, no, we don't have him on yet, so that's fine. So we'll get them on. But obviously, guys... also, we should probably flag Ben, another Golems gamer on the stream. Another Golems gamer. If you guys watch Golems gamers then you'll know Ben. He regularly appears there, but he's a Golems Gamer team member. So let's just have a look. I think it's going to be a Dale list, which Glyn in the chat is bemoaning, which I'll admit it's a shame that we're going to see the same thing again, but as we've mentioned before, we have very little control over this because it's the team captains, the drafting system which decides the rounds. Alex will return and elucidate us on who the player is from the Poland team.
His name is Raphael.
Raphael.
I'm going to go into his...
What's his username?
Oh God, I don't know.
What was his army?
No, I don't know. I didn't know.
Oh, for goodness sake! Well, how are we going to find it then, good sir?
Well, we've got his name. I was hoping that would be his.
Poland, Raphael. God, no, that's not it. Look, if you want something,
that's
right.
him. That's him.
All right.
Maradona. That's the name on
Maradona. So Maradona has. He has the Ugluk Scouts. Okay, so Ugluk Scouts.
Our second Ugluk Scouts here.
And our second Dale list from Ben as well. So Ugluk Scouts, Dale. Is that the matchup you would be wanting going into the final round on domination? I think immediately I'm thinking I know what I would bet on, but as the loser in the last bet,
so you're letting me choose.
I'm going to let you choose.
So domination.
Who would you be choosing? Ugluk Scouts or the Army of Dale with those meaty lances and the +1 to wound in the deployment zone? Because I think domination you can start all the way up in the middle, so half the board has got a +1 to wound for the Dale time. It's pretty rough.
But there are ways
it's
of Ugluk
not
Scouts
about
getting the +1 as well.
There are. Yeah.
My inclination is Ugluk Scouts. That's probably who I'd go for.
Is that who you're going to bet on?
I'll go for the Scouts. Hang on, who's got Scouts and who's got?
Ugluk Scouts is Poland, and England have Dale in our matchup. I played because you're trying to second guess me, aren't you?
I played.
And
Ben.
I've tried to.
I played Ben plenty of times, and actually, no, I have beaten him once. I'm going Ugluk Scouts. If I can beat him, any fucking idiot can.
That would have been my choice too. I think I'd be backing Ugluk Scouts in this one. I think they'll probably have the numbers advantage. The shooting is probably less valuable with a deployment halfway up the board. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty confident domination is halfway up the board.
That's what domination is.
Let's have a look at the board while we're talking. So you can see currently, I don't think they've decided sides yet, but Ben is situated over here from Team England. So we'll just open the window.
So you're absolutely right, Harry. 24-inch deployment zone.
Yep.
Victory points are for each objective marker you own, you score 1 victory point if you have more models within 3 inches of your opponent. If you have twice as many, you score 3 victory points. You score 2 victory points, and if you're the only player with any, you get 3 victory points. 1 victory point for enemy general wounded, 2 for enemy general dead, 1 for breaking, and 3 for breaking unbroken.
Okay, so lots of points on offer, no banners in this scenario. 24-inch deployment.
So actually, I say that's the middle because there is our middle objective.
We've got one deployed over here in the corner, just behind that massive ruin.
There's one over there here. And I think they're not actually all just part the books on that.
Is it worth running through these 2 lists then?
Yeah, let's put this
mention them briefly, and then of course you'll do the stats.
I'll do my data entry for the last
Although actually,
time.
you won't need to change the data entry for the Dale guys because it's exactly the same list.
It's the exact same. Fantastic.
It's as good as anyway. Let me just double check. Yeah, 2 Wind Lancers, 2 Captains and Bulgarian. Yeah, we don't need to change that.
So well, let's not bother going through much of this then. It's Gurian with a banner, 8 shield spear.
Oh, is it double banner
6
or
Esgaroth shield? A Dale captain with 4 shield, 4 bow, 2 shield and spear. A second captain, which is exactly the same warband. A foot wind lance, the second wind lance. So it's just 1 banner.
Just 1 banner,
and that's
which
47
actually
models and maximum 14 bows.
Yeah, so slightly more models than we had in the previous matchup, which I believe had 49 models.
Yeah, 49. So it's
how do they have 49 models and 2 banners in the last one, and we only got 47 models in this one? That doesn't sound right.
Excellent question. I don't know the answer to it.
No, nor do I. Well, and maybe we will never know. Maybe we can compare those lists later on, actually.
Yeah. The Ugluk Scouts list is similar to the one we had before.
It's different.
No,
it is different.
It is different. No, yeah, I've just spotted that. So we've got Ugluk, of course, he has to be there, has to be the leader. We have a scout with banner. We have 10 scouts with shield. We have 4 scouts with Uruk-hai bow. We have Captain 1, and we've got 2 with shield in his warband, and 10 with Uruk-hai bow in that warband. Scout Captain 2, and simply got 4 Uruk-hai scouts with Uruk-hai bow. And then we've got Grishnak,
and he's got 1 Isengard Orc Warrior with banner. I think, is that our first banner? It's our second banner, and 11 Isengard Orc Warriors with spear. And then we've got a 5th warband, which is an Isengard Orc Captain, and he's simply got 11 Isengard Orc Warriors with spears. That is 59 models, and it is 18 of 18 possible bows, so a full complement of bows.
Yeah, so the difference, if anyone remembers our game yesterday on the Battlecamper channel, we had Ugluk Scout in, I want to say the second or maybe third game, and they had Snagger rather than an Orc Captain. So I'd imagine the Snagger is slightly more expensive, but also the Snagger special rule perhaps isn't as useful as all that, and you get a little bit more value out of the Orc Captain, I think. Cool. That's my assessment, anyway.
Well, I'm handing over to you so I can do my data.
Yeah, your data. Right, okay. Well, we'll keep looking at the board as they start deploying, because even though we might be talking about other stuff, it'd be handy to do that. But yeah, let's. So it looks to me like, yeah, they have chosen their sides already, so they must have had a roll off to the sides, because we've got a Wind Lance and a Wind Lance here already. So Ben, of course, with the Garrison of Dale, fighting from left to right, and probably fighting in the very back corner of the screen over here. But the question is, if he's this far back, is it going to be easy for him to get to these objectives? That is the big question, and one that I'm sure Ben, who is an incredibly experienced and I would argue very good player.
He's a good player.
Very good player. I have come close to beating him, I would say. You did beat him, you said.
I beat him because he took Last Alliance. I took, it's in one of my videos, I took Rider Stadium, and he absolutely crushed me in hold ground, and
great.
Just hadn't spotted that one of my riders happened to be sat in the objective when he crushed me. He crushed me about 2 turns, over about half an hour, and it's just like, all right, you win then. But he wasn't taking it seriously. It was the last game in a tournament. He was in the middle tables and was just out for a laugh. He was a lovely guy.
To be fair, actually, that is something that we should give him credit for. Cause,
genuinely one of my favourite people to play in the GBHL, despite the fact every time I've played him since, I've just been absolutely bothered.
Interesting. Let's see if we can just find Garrison there. Yeah, so I'm just noting down some of the factoids myself. So yeah, 47 models on the Garrison of Dale list, and full 14 bows. That's as many as you can possibly have. There we go. That's interesting. I'm still trying to work out what the difference between his and Alish's list is. So you know what? While we're watching them deploy, I'm going to go and find out what Alish's list was, because this is getting to me now.
What his list was?
Yeah, well, I know his list, but I don't know what the difference is, and how, despite the lack of banner, he's managed to. Well, he's got fewer bows, so that's a start. Oh, well, I suppose he must have spent more on shields and spears, I guess. Yeah, I think that's probably it. Most of Alish's models had shield and spear, so we had 10 warriors in the first warband and 8 warriors in the third warband, and 4 warriors in the second warband, all armed with shield and spear, whereas Ben, who has, I'm trying to just find the list again, just to remind us, I know you've just literally heard this, so it's a little bit tedious to hear it again, but yeah, Ben has, let me just double check that, Ben has, yeah, he's got 8 warriors, it's not far off, he's got 8 warriors with spear and shield, 2 with spear and shield, and 2 more with spear and shield. So the ratios are slightly different. He's got 4 with shield rather, and so there are there's a minor difference, but it's enough to gain a second banner in the previous one for Alisher, and to gain 2 models. So clearly Alisher is doing something slightly different and quite clever, and losing a bow. But there we go. Anyway, sorry, lots of detail about something that perhaps isn't all that important, but I found it interesting, so I hope you did too. Let's just, as I continue
Yeah, but you
watching,
find windmills interesting, so...
hey. As you're expecting, the Ugluk Scouts deploying right in the centre there, as far forward as possible. Although, I'm trying to tell, are there models here? I don't think there are. But either way, very clever defensive line here. Anyone who knows military strategy will know that having a reverse curve, like a C shape like this, makes it very, very advantageous to receive a charge. So these guys will go in here, and these guys will wrap like this, and then Ugluk Scouts will get surrounded. But Ugluk Scouts have more models, so maybe they won't. We'll see. We will see. It's all to play for. It's very exciting.
It is all to play for.
I'm super.
We're going to find out who wants it more.
Well, that's the question. Do we know Maradona's first actual name? I'm sure you said it earlier.
I did hear it. I don't know it.
Okay. He's down as Maradona at the moment. Maybe he has the hand of God.
Right. Ready for some stats, Harry?
Oh, always.
Here's Am Might Will and Fate. If you spot any errors or if chat spots any errors, obviously flag them up. I'm sure you will. You're a mouthy bunch. There it is. So,
look at that.
Exactly the same setup on the good team, on the Lord of Dale. Captain, Winlance, and then we've got Ugluk, Krishnak, the Scout Captain, sorry, there's a missing word Scout there from the second captain, it's fine, and an Isengard Orc Captain. What's the might tallies?
I was going to say there's 11 might on the Ugluk Scout, so that's far in the lead, so that's 5, 7, 9 on the Dale, but of course 2 of those points are on the Winlance, so it's almost, in terms of practical heroic move-offs and things like that, the Winlance might be spending might to improve wounds or scatter rolls and so on, so you might be reserving that certainly for the first turn. So those might may end up getting spent earlier than the others. But looking at the state of affairs, we know. Did we say we've got a drummer? I don't think we did have a drummer, did we? No, we don't. But we've got a lot of captains. So there's a lot of potential marchers on the board, and those Uruk-hai Scouts will be rocketing towards the men of Dale very, very quickly. So there we go. And actually, looking at it, I completely forgot this. The Ugluk Scouts they've got plenty of bows, 18 bows. I mean, they're not going to win a shooting war against Dale with the Wind Lances, but it's not to be sniffed at, is it? Strength 3 bows. So if there's an opportunity, they may come in use. Who knows? Interesting. So what I find, actually, this is a quirk of, the new match play guide. We've got lots of new scenarios, some of which reward points for the most expensive, the second most expensive model on the field. So basically, other than the general, the most expensive model. They've added that into the MESB Army Tracker so that you can immediately play the new scenarios and know at a glance who the model is, which is great for the MESBG Army Tracker. But noted in this list, the heroes are very cheap for the Ugluk Scouts. So we've got 75 points for Ugluk, and then all of the others are 55 points each.
Yeah, wow.
So maximising model count for 59 models.
Should have a handshake there.
Oh, that's the handshake. Well, that's a roll of a dice.
This is roll priority 1.
We probably want that. Knock you down. Didn't hear who got that, I'm afraid. Sorry. You've got better headphones than I do. March. Someone's marched. Orc Captain has marched. Thank you very much.
And the Scout Captain as well. Yeah,
and the Scout Captain.
2 marches. Brilliant. So yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly where. You know what? I'm going to go and have a quick glance at the board to see exactly where, just to see where these heroes are. So we'll find out. Ben has helpfully pointed that out for us.
That's very kind of him.
Thanks very much, Ben. So yeah, as we saw, somewhere in the depths of here and here, we've got 2 marches being called. So, so that's, can we see them? The focus is slightly further forward than the heroes, but we'll see soon as they start launching themselves across the board. But already 2 points of might spent, which, unsurprisingly, I think that's exactly where you spend the might on this army.
So whose priority was it?
It looks like to be Poland's priority. Oh, well, I say that, no, I think it's England's priority, and they've told Poland to move first.
Okay, so England won the roll and gave it to Poland.
Ben,
so there you go, the puck.
You got priority.
I got priority, give it to
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So Maradona's going to be first. There's his priority puck on the bug at the bottom. And here comes Ugluk Scouts. I'm sorry, I know I say it every single game, Harry, but what a fantastic looking matchup. Look at that.
You know what? They're beautiful armies. They're really, really beautiful armies.
Yeah.
And you know what? The competitive scene sometimes gets a bad rep for having, perhaps not particularly pretty armies.
Yeah, people bringing rushly painted or even partially unpainted models simply for the meta, for the cheese. But here, that's gorgeous. And
well, I would counter this briefly by saying we've had 6 months of this meta, so there's a good chance that people have already painted and secured their army.
That's a fair point.
If we had been using the Legacy and the Armies of Middle-earth books, they might be a lot more rust paint jobs on the field, with especially if Legacy models were included, of people finding expensive models off eBay and just dealing with the paint jobs.
Some cynicism there, but perhaps not unjustified.
No, I think Ben has got a beautiful army.
Gorgeous army. Yeah, really good.
Yeah. It looks really nice. Ben's there you go. Ben's saying he's the only army he's ever put care into, and it does look really nice. To be fair, I recall Ben has been using Army of Dale in the previous edition to great success. So actually, the new edition has made what he had been using very well in the previous edition even better. So there we go.
Well, it's paid off. It's paid off. Let's hope he plays it as well as he paints it.
Indeed. Ben in the chat, a different Ben, saying the MESBG competitive scene definitely has the best painting standard. I assume he means across all gaming systems, which I think is probably hard to argue with, although I don't know much about the old world.
Have you been to any other gaming tournaments?
No, I have not.
So with your sample size of 1,
that's what I said. Hard to argue.
Yeah. Oh, hard for you to argue.
It's hard for me to argue.
I would say it depends on the tournament. It depends on the scene, as always. I mean, some 40k tournaments, as much as I despise the game, sorry, certainly 40k fans, I used to love it. You get some shoddy painting for exactly the reason you talked about, and others, they put a lot of passion into it because there are still really fluffy and narrative-driven tournaments. Same with Horus Heresy, things like that. But I would certainly say that, consistently speaking, even at the highest levels, MESBG tends to have much more dedication to the hobby.
Absolutely. I think it's become. I think maybe it's because it's the people who are playing MESBG are. I mean, no, they're not all massive fans of the films and books. I think everyone who plays it is a fan, but a lot of people get into the system because they like The Lord of the Rings, and I think that in itself perhaps drives you to wanting to collect the models and do the nice painting. Whereas I think maybe with 40k, it's the game system that a lot of people play, so therefore people get into it.
For some reason.
Cool, yeah, well, it's a cool game system.
The fluff is cool, the miniatures are awesome. The game used to be good.
Yeah, the game has been good in the past, I'll agree with that. But anyway, this is not a 40k stream, thank God. It's an MESBG camp. MESBG tournament, and I was going to say that's the return of Crotchgan. So,
Harry.
So the top table players who are here for competitive to show off how fantastic the competitors are. Yeah, they're very keen for us to highlight the.
So that line's got a lot longer, as is the crotch, I expect. You can see where the line's going to be drawn between. The battle will be between the Elven huts, or what did I call it earlier? Gazebo? No, pagoda, and these little trees at the bottom. But the Dale line isn't looking quite so intimidating. Not like they're going to get that flank as easily as they thought they might. And I think what the players have just agreed is essentially along the entire line, they're 6 inches out. Giovanni says, how are the Windlancers going to shoot across their own line? Well, they've got a 6-inch minimum range. So
I think the answer is just about to reveal itself. Ben is going to move his models out of the way.
Clever.
Or maybe...
I never would have thought of that.
Maybe Ben is actually thinking, you know what? Oh, I see what the reason is. There's 3 Windlancers.
There's 3...
So Ben's got 3... I don't think you mentioned 3 Windlancers.
I definitely didn't mention 3 Windlancers.
So there are 3 Windlancers. Maybe Garrison has a Windlancers upgrade, which is probably been slightly missed. That's why the previous army had 49 models.
That's absolutely correct. I've just got into the list, 130 points.
You just missed that off the top when you mentioned Garrison, didn't you? Yeah, no, that's fair enough. So I don't know what the answer is, but I mean, some would argue that paying 75 points for a for a +1 to wound is pretty bloody good. So, although they're already getting that because they're in the deployment zone, so who knows what's going to happen here. But yeah, they've definitely, as you can see, Ben has removed some models there so we can see through that. I assume he will also do the same in a second then.
Oh, lovely to see. So Will's just entered chat and he said, Will the boss man here, just wanted to drop in to sincerely thank you all for tuning in over the weekend. It means a lot to the event team and to the world, to our streamers. Absolutely does. It's very correct. Who have worked so hard, and there's a lot of love for him back here. A lot of people expressing their thanks to Will, and people saying that they're going to see him back here next year. Well, hopefully they will. Hopefully in person as well.
I hope so. I really do hope so. And in a different country. It's not going to be Poland again next year. We don't know for sure. There have been whispers, and frankly, if the whispers are true, I'm very excited. If I can.
You're talking about Italian Alps again.
I don't think we're allowed to reveal that hint.
Oh, okay.
Could be any Alps.
Yeah.
The Alps.
French.
Swiss. What other Alps are
German.
there?
Austrian.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it could be any of those.
Austrian Alps, beautiful.
Any of the Alps, they're all the same Alps. So, but it just depends on which side of the Alps you are that you get different kinds of food.
Yeah.
And pay more for certain things.
That's true. That's very true as well.
Either way, we're excited. You've given the game away there. We think it might be in Italy, but we don't know for sure.
You've
Well, you said it. No one's a bloody idiot.
I asked it.
How stupid do you think people are?
I asked it.
I assume.
And then you've confirmed it.
What I have assumed, what I have done is assume that our people.
Will's still watching. So he's getting in real time as betraying his confidence.
No, he's not listening though. He's actually just looking at the chat, which is nice.
Oh gosh, right. Anyway, we're missing the game. We're missing the game.
Well, we're still.
The lines have already clashed up at the top here, and they're more than 6 inches apart towards the bottom here, and we're now into Dale's movement. Slightly reading that camera. A shot from Duree and then the first shot of the game.
Excellent.
So I was just saying, first shot of the game from Duree in there, as I was rearranging the camera. So come across from his windlass into there, got hit. So I've got a bit of a question going on here between the.
So you're meeting the. Yeah, we'll just leave them to the privacy of that decision.
So it's a question about scattering the windlance onto models that are in combat, which Ben is saying that you can't do because the windlance can't fire into combat with their own models in because it's a good model.
I don't know what the conclusion of the answer that was. Cool. That seems to have been decided. So yeah, he cannot.
So
he cannot scatter directly into that combat. But if he rolls a 1 on his scatter, he can scatter into anyone because, of course, Maradona from Poland will be able to choose where they go. I must say, it looks absolutely glorious. The lines here look so good.
They do.
Look at that. Oh, this negative space here of the potential for the clash is absolutely beautiful. Gorgeous. So am I right in thinking that Ben has already come out here and he's made the first attack, having given away priority, and he's now got he's chosen some preferential combats.
That's right, yeah. What do you make of that?
I don't know what I make of it, but if he thinks they're preferential, then I guess go for it, right? So he's got some shooting. I'm guessing he's not sacrificing any shooting to do that. As long as we don't lose the dice.
Control.
Can zoom in a little bit.
I'll just be separate.
Alex is going to just zoom the camera a little bit so we can see the top-down camera a little bit more detail. At the moment, it's looking quite nice. Hold on, we've just accidentally switched the camera. Oh, okay, I see why he's done that. Very good. So there's a rules query still, I believe. There's some more debate happening here about the interpretation of that rule. To preserve the decision-making process, I'm just muting the players briefly. I'm sure you guys will understand that we do not want anyone to get anything wrong, but we also think it's only fair, especially in a place where, for example, Polish is speaking in his second language, and there's translation potential here, and it's only fair for him to be given fair shake, understanding what he's doing and what he's talking about in a language that, frankly, he has no need to be talking in his own country.
We've
This is a Polish hotel, and we've turned up here and we've demanded he speak a language that he doesn't have to.
It's not an argument. They're just not. Well, Ben's pretty sure. Maradona thinks potentially something else. But also the important thing is that they should be able to feel able to speak frankly when they're speaking in serious about things.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that has been decided now. We've got a little bit of a zoomed-in action there. We've still got some objectives here.
There's no one over there. There
are some orcs here. Look. So Maradona, maybe the question is, does Ben know they're there? I assume he does.
That's a very interesting question.
But there are some.
It's interesting how often that will get you, you know.
Yeah, it can, and especially 2 turns down the line, is he going to forget about them? But there we go.
So I've been utterly screwed over before by the physical act of simply not knowing that a model's there, and you never really think of that as being a component of gameplay.
So we've got a shot from the Windlands here, I believe.
Yeah, flinging that front one back.
So we got one back down the 4 inches back, it says. I think that's the first. Oh no, it's the kills.
They're all right behind the pagoda.
Yeah, really annoyingly, they're all behind the pagoda.
That's 3 dead. That's 3 dead.
Punched a significant hole in the line there.
Can't lose another
30 points worth of models.
Yeah,
in
that
one go.
hurts. You put it in those terms, that hurts.
Well, I think slightly under, but yeah, still quite a lot. So if you're just joining us here at the Nations Cup live stream here on Edboot Videos, welcome along. I know we've been dipping in and out of numbers as we take breaks between rounds, but about 155 people watching us currently, which is excellent to see. The top table action being broadcast to so many people here on Edboot. This is the competitive top table tournament. Battlecamper yesterday, of course, dealing with some of the more mid-table clashes, which was very entertaining and interesting to encounter either way. But here we go. This is all about rules queries and in-depth, and also, frankly, very good strategies. And you know, I've already sort of pointed out that this is an unusual. I certainly wasn't expecting to do this. I would have probably left the guys back for a shot. But how many guys were there with bows? There's 2 models there with bows.
About to have 14 shots here.
Ooh, 14
bows.
No wound. One wound there. One wound. So that's 10 more to go.
Shooting so far.
I think he said 4 to shoot, not 14.
Oh, I thought you said 14 bows. Oh, stop going behind the pagoda. There's another one gone. So that's 5 for at night in the first round of shooting.
It's very strong.
Yeah, really strong. This is
what Dale needs to be doing.
But weren't doing in the last game.
The terrain was completely different.
Yeah, and it shows how much of a difference it makes.
It does. I'm glad we've changed the terrain, even if we've got the same army on the tabletop.
Is that no wounds in that volley?
I think he might be deciding where the shots are going.
Oh, so it's 2 more. It's 2 more.
I know it's just they've just decided they're going to roll and just choose which after they've scored wounds, which is generally sweet.
So that's 7 down though.
It's quite a few. nothing there. There's a 4.
Nothing in that volley.
I don't know what went up here, but looks like it went off the table. And Maradona's very generously said, "Oh, it went off the table, so do re-roll here," and he got 6. Woo! A happy face, England. Clearly
took far
incapable.
too long
Yeah,
to do
that
as
was
well,
that,
yeah.
that would have been great if I'd done that really quickly, but the
Great, is it?
Sorry?
Great might be an exaggeration. It would have been passable had you succeeded.
I think it would have been great.
Highlight the stream. So 7.
I don't know the detail about the. I think there's some debate in the chatter about what the ruling was asking and clarifying. I think the argument is could someone shoot?
So this is another win that's grid. Sorry, Harry.
If it was going to scatter into
scatter.
a good guy. I think the debate might have been about in the ways rather than anything else. So
it's come this way. It's hit there. And now Maradona is choosing how to scatter. Sorry, Harry, to interrupt.
So, sorry, just to clarify, if there are friendly models in the way of the initial target, you can't shoot the wind lance. So, I don't know whether the debate was about that, but either way, that was the judge's decision. They clarified it and then moved on.
So he's hit this guy at the back and he's gone a single inch. He does
get killed.
But the guy behind survives. So just one casualty to the wind lance.
Yeah.
Sean Clark says PTSDC double wind lance. Mate, it's worse than that. It's triple wind lance.
Sorry?
Sean Clark says PT is getting PTSDC double wind lance. I'm saying it's worse than that.
It's triple. Yeah.
Wind lance.
1, 2, 3 wind lances, including Girians. This is the priority roll, I think. Oh no, sorry, this is combats.
They've just gone in.
Just gone into combats. No wounds, so Dale lost the first fight against the Ugluk scout with a spear behind him.
The scouts need to start the fight back.
Dale have won that one, and do they get the win? They do, yeah. Well, they're in the deployment zone, so they get a +1 to wound. He wins the fight and gets a 6, so yeah, chopping away very, very strong.
I think so far.
Another win from Dale on a 6, but Banner does not take it. Oh no, it did take it, sorry. And he gets killed. So I think Dale had the majority there, but didn't lose many. Only lost 1 model to that fight to the 2 or 3.
That was a huge turn for Dale.
It was good. It was a good start. I think they needed to get some good kills for the shooting, and looking at this gap here, there's certainly a hole being cracked into the lines.
So we're just into priority now. Deciding who's going to take it, and if there's going to be any calls. Ben clearly thinking very, very hard there. I hope you blame him.
Some people still questioning the decision in the...
Priority.
Sorry.
So Ben has just called a move. I'm not sure who called it with. He pointed, which is probably pointed up here.
One of the captains.
Probably.
Sorry to just, I know there's the flow movement. We're going to get an answer from the TOs in the chat about what the in the ways was. So Robbo is putting his argument in. The TO is going to have a look and either reconsider or explain his reasoning. So we'll get that to you live.
Very handy.
Which is good. Anyway, movements.
So this is we've had heroics called on both sides. It's a move off.
It looks like the Ugluk Scouts might have won the roll-off. There's an Urukai captain just there.
So they're just marking out the edge of that move.
I believe so. The question is, I mean, it was a good round of shooting. Was it enough? The Ugluk Scout went into this fight with a 59 model to 47 top model advantage. They've lost some, but I don't think they've lost quite enough to close the gap. But then, and both armies have +1s to wound.
It's going to be.
Although Ugluk has to sacrifice someone for that, but still.
I'm still concerned for the Scouts.
Yeah.
I'm just concerned for my beer.
You're concerned for your wallet.
Yeah, I am. Yeah. So Will's given his view as TO in the comments there. Somehow I feel that's not going to shut down the conversation.
Well, hey, look, the debate's raging. You keep that debate raging. We'll keep an eye on the action.
You just want the engagement.
No, I don't.
I would want the engagement.
I don't know whether that helps or not.
I don't care what the comment is. Just keep them coming in.
No. I'm quite keen for people to have a debate. That's what the chat's there for. You go ahead and debate some rules. We love a bit of rules chatter. But I mean, as we've already agreed, the game has already moved on quite considerably.
Okay, so it looks like actually there's broad agreement. The ruling is that it can, if the only way to get to the scatter is to do another way for a good model.
Sounds like the ruling was in line with the chat.
Yeah.
So perhaps we misinterpreted the ruling or something. I don't know.
Glyn, sorry, who has been saying anyone but England all day, is desperate for the Euros to pull over.
Why is Glyn so decidedly against England? Do you know?
I think because is he Scottish?
Is Glyn Scottish? I mean, with a name like Glyn Seymour, he could well be Scottish.
Yeah,
to be fair.
I think it's a big sort of fuck the English.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if the Garrison of Dale hold the fort. But here's the big charge. So, and of course, this is the charge where the Ugluk Scouts really wanted to close the gap, stop those devastating bows, and that's turn 14 bows. In fact, I'm just going to go clarify how many models we lost, because that...
Cool, that sounds a good idea. Do you want to find resources while you're up there, Harry? Sounds like Garrison has spent 1 mite on each captain.
So the kill tally is 11 dead on the Ugluk Scouts to just 1 on the Dale.
Wow.
So that puts Ugluk Scouts down to about 48 models and Dale down to 46. So it's certainly evened off the playing field. You can actually, in some angles, that's the dead pile from the Ugluk Scout side. These are not dead.
Oh, God.
So I mean, if I were Ben, I would definitely want them off the table. And these, considering they're there on the table, but that's fine.
So it's an invitation for confusion. So resources then?
Yeah, so I've just taken a picture of the notepad so I didn't hang around too long. So the Scout Captain, the Orc Captain, and one of the other Scout Captains have all spent a point of might each.
Yep.
And just 1 Captain of Dale has spent a point of might.
Right.
And it's the one with his sword in the normal position rather than the upright position.
Right, we're not that
advanced.
List,
not that advanced.
But Grishnak, Ugluk, and Gurian are all on full resources.
I believe so. Yeah, that's right. And it's interesting the number of models killed in that first turn, 11. So I mean, if Ugluk scouts didn't have the march, or say for example it was a different deployment, if it was to the death, could he be arriving in combat with 22 dead?
Yeah,
it seems plausible, doesn't it?
Well, he did lose a few in combat. I think he lost.
Oh, that's true.
I think he lost 7 or 8 to shooting.
Yeah, and then yes, that's right, because it was 3 dead from the combat, and then 1 in return in the combat.
So 8 to shooting in this thing.
It's pretty good. But yeah, so we're looking at potentially 16 dead in the first turn. That's a sea of combats.
It is a sea of combats, isn't it? Nice. Right down the line.
And we've got some movement over here. Look.
What are they doing? What do you think? What is that?
They're protecting an objective. They're just holding an objective.
There ain't that many.
Maybe they're hiding from the shooting for now, and then eventually we'll move over to claim the other objectives. Once these lines clash, the shooting is pretty much over, so these guys can go anywhere they want.
Yeah.
In fact, it looks like he might be considering moving them now, but has decided against it.
Yeah, fair enough.
But this objective has very much been abandoned. I mean, I guess there's plenty of time for these 8-inch moves to come back, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, they've got the maneuverability.
And also these guys. I mean, if there's 5 or I don't quite know how many. It looks like there's 5 or so models back there. 1 could go here, 1 could go there, and I think there's another objective. So
we get it on this angle.
Yeah, and there's another one there. 1 there, 1 there. Yeah, looks like 6 to me.
Yeah.
Is that Ugluk? That's not Ugluk, is it?
Can't be. I'll go check in, but it can't be. Let's go find out where he is.
I mean, it would be one way of protecting your leader, but it also hands away the. Might just be a scout captain, actually. Let's see if we can see what's going on here.
You won't believe this. It is indeed Ugluk.
Ah, okay. That is interesting.
That does surprise me.
Well, he's clearly worried about a shot going into Ugluk. And maybe he's counting on the fact that Ugluk has special rules that can gain dominance and claim objectives.
Does he have a 12-inch standfast?
Well, he can set. I think he does if he kills a model. But he can certainly set a campfire up and claim objectives. So, let's have a look. Once per game in scenarios that use objective markers, Ugluk can use a special rule during his move to choose an objective marker in base contact. As long as Ugluk is alive and on the battlefield, for any models within range of the chosen objective marker gain dominant too. So there's definitely some value in setting the camp. Whether he would want to do that at the back objective or not, I don't really know. It feels like an unusual one to do it to. But perhaps he's playing a cautious game and just does not want Ugluk to get a wind lance to the face early on in the game. So you do need at least twice as many models as your opponent to get the 2 victory points. So there's a small chance he's planning to set a campfire at that back objective just to guarantee that he just leaves 1 model there maybe and goes from there with the dominance. But I suspect it's more the safety aspects. I don't know what you guys in the chat think. Let me know. See what's going on here. There's just a lot of movement going on. There's a lot of shimmying going on, a lot of shimmying. So we've got some shooting. There's not going to be a lot of shots this time. It's a hit. It's off the table. Not a wound though. On a strength 3 bow into the defence 4 scouts, I believe, or maybe a defence 5 scout. There's a guy there who's touching this guy, so he's hoping to shoot through this direction. Good so far. Just the one hit. No wounds. So understandably the shooting massively mitigated by the fact that everyone's having a good old fight in front of them.
Oh, I thought we were talking about in the comments.
There's plenty of fights going on in the comments, so I'm not going to touch on that. You guys have your arguments. Leave me out of it, guys. Leave me out of it.
Yeah.
Glad to be providing a platform for you to discuss the rules and other stuff. And also at the moment talking about nations, I believe.
Yeah, we've got some big, I would suspect a conversation that wouldn't go down well with the Scots or the Welsh or the Irish.
The Irish, yes.
Grouping us all into a single nation.
It's true. Although, to be fair, we have it both ways, don't we? For the Olympics, we're Team GB, but for football, we're a bit of both. True. It's just because we provide such quality football teams with Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland, so that's why we divide it up like that. A lot of fights here. I think so far nothing particularly groundbreaking, but we'll keep an eye on it. Big win there from the re-roll to the 6. Is it a roll-off? I believe it would be. Goes to the Dale with a +1 to wound here. 4 should do it. Oh no, this is a captain. The Orc captain taking a few. Oh, he's not going to take any wounds there. Not like that. Not with those rolls. So here's the next combat.
Matt King has tried to get attention twice, actually, asking what the other matchups are in this round.
What were the other matchups? Oh, that's a good point. Yeah,
I will get those off the website.
You can find them if we don't answer these questions. Often the answer is in the MESBG Army tracker, which is linked down below.
However, for your convenience, we have Erebor Reclaimed. That's Alistair King versus Army of the White Hand. We have Ugluk Scouts, of course. That's an English Ugluk Scouts. That's David's against Defenders of Helm's Deep. We have Army of the White Hand versus Usurpers of Edoras. Men of the West, the Arnor. Depths of Moria versus the Garrison of Dale. And, of course, our Garrison of Dale versus Ugluk Scouts, which is the...
And bless him, Ash Woolger playing 3 separate Garrisons of Dale with his Balrog.
He's had them all day,
He's had, I don't know whether all day, but he's certainly played in total 3. But having said that, he's won twice against them, so...
Yeah, true.
And this is...
Winning against the same army three times in a row is a very different feeling to losing against the same army 3 times.
Well, that's true. Banner reroll there. We've had an agreement here that if any dice lands on any terrain, then they will reroll it. So it's got to be flat on the mat. That's the rule, and hopefully they stick to it. Big 6 there from the White Hand. Wound. Ooh, so yeah, see the Men of Dale are starting to lose some fights and therefore lose some models.
This is perhaps where Ugluk Scouts make the money back.
Yeah, although I think Ugluk Scouts generally would prefer a situation where they're trapping the opponents, and they don't appear to have that. And with the even fights, the +1 to wound across the board from Dale.
I mean, that's huge, isn't it?
Yeah, and also it's worth noting that as soon as the front line of Uruk-hai are dead, Dale have an even bigger advantage against the Orcs that are supporting them.
Yeah, of course.
I hate to predict it so soon in the game, Don't let me dream. I think Ben might have the upper hand in the fights, but this is not about fighting this one. Maradona has already got plans, I think, for the objectives.
That's true. And is this
2 or 3 points,
or is it a quartering?
Sorry, ends on quarter. This one.
Quarter. So he's got to be careful not to.
I mean, Ugluk scouts are okay in the courage department once he gets to the end, but Ugluk has some mitigation factors because I think he has. Is it board-wide fearlessness? He certainly has something, and I can't remember for the life of me what it is. But he has some bonus that affects the Orc heroes at the very least. So his standfast is essentially very wide, even if it's not a board-wide standfast. Yeah, Ugluk has the head taker rule, and so if the army's broken, he can kill friendly models. If he does, Ugluk automatically passes courage, and his standfast will be increased to 12 inches and affects both heroes and warriors.
He's going to be easily passed. Look at him. He's going to be well out 12 inches to help over there.
It's true. I think we're going to start seeing the movement from Ugluk in the next couple of turns. Remember, they move 8, and he does have heroic march.
I keep forgetting that.
So he'll be 11 inches a turn when he gets there, if he wants to spend his might on that, which probably seems like it might be worth doing. If we get to that, I mean, we're predicting the Ugluk's breaking already, which may well not happen. Now, of course, at some point across the next hour and a half, we'll bring you some updates from the rest of the tables. You'll understand we probably won't be interrupting the flow of their games, but we'll give you a sense if there is anything to be gleaned from just having a glance at the tabletops. We'll try and find out, particularly Poland versus England, the top table matchups, but also, as we mentioned earlier, it's anyone's game. The current state of affairs is that anyone could be winning this final. So Italy are in 3rd currently. They're playing against USA, who are in 4th. Italy have 8 tournament points, 8, and USA have 7. It's 2 for a win. So if Italy secure the win there, they'll be progressed up to 10, which pretty much guarantees them a podium spot. If the USA win, they'll be drawing with England or Poland, so it'll come down to how many game points they've got. Germany in 5th, also on 7. Netherlands in 6th, also on 7. So if any of those get a strong win in the next round, they could be certainly troubling the podium, but that would probably hand either Poland or England a victory because it would require one of them to win. So a draw for England and Poland, actually, I hate to say it,
could both out.
It could be quite effective but it would leave both of them on 10 tournament points. So if, for example, if USA beat Italy, Poland and England draw, the USA would be on 9 tournament points, Poland and England would be on 10, and it will all come down to tournament points. So it's certainly the sort. I mean, we heard from Jakob in the previous round, the team captain from England, playing a very strategic game to try and work out how hard he should try and secure victory points in order to secure the win.
Yeah.
So I certainly wouldn't put it past him. If he saw that the USA were absolutely clubbing Italy to death, I wouldn't be surprised if he started considering how they could mitigate a loss and get the draw. But we'll see. I don't know. It's very hard to engineer that at this stage of the game. Certainly something we could look out for and want to discuss as the game and the other games progress.
That's it.
Lovely shot there.
Yeah, look at this dramatically different armies.
Absolutely.
A sea of brown and silver just clashing against the pink, the very, very striking pink and blue.
Yeah, it's lovely. I love it. Just want to see, there's a wind lance here. So I assume the crew of the wind lance are in either in combat or working towards combat.
The shooting game's over, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Harry, get involved, ruining the game.
Yeah, it's because that wind lance is Girian's wind lance.
So Girian has left it to join the line.
I believe so. And as I understand it, Girian is allowed to go further away than 6 inches from his wind lance, which is something I didn't want to raise it until I knew what I was talking about. But normally you're not allowed to leave move more than 6 inches away from your siege weapon. But I believe that if you're a hero, that's actually allowed. There you go.
That makes sense. Otherwise, why would you buy me wind lance?
Yeah, unlike normal siege engine crew, Girian may move further than 6 inches away from the wind lance at any point and may rotate it without suffering the -1 penalty to his hits. Just dip into the chat, see what's going on. Yeah, everyone's just asking about the other matchups. It's cool.
Yeah, what do you think about the other matchups, Harry? Who do you, if you've got?
Yeah, I'm just sorry. That's why I'm not actually talking. I'm just having a quick glance.
Yeah, we're both sort of deep in the stats here.
The depths are more. I think based. Obviously, it's a different player, but Ash has been playing against Dale all weekend with his Depths of Moria, and he's played 2 and beat 2. I would back him in this scenario as well, where he can deploy even further forward than he did in the previous one. So I reckon he's got a good chance.
If this game goes the way we think it does, and that turns out to be true, that's
bless him. I've just looked because of the change of boards. Yeah. Ash is playing on exactly the same board against a very, very, very similar army, if not exactly the same army.
Ash.
So apologies to Ash for us desiring to see something different on the table and then accidentally forcing him to see exactly the same thing over the tabletop.
Flying Mammal, sorry Harry, is encouraging us to try and grab a video featuring the Ent army. So if we can scout down the Ent player.
You know what? Alex, do you want to hold on to the
hold the fort?
Hold the fort for a bit.
You're
and
going
I'm
to
going to just quickly. Yeah, just briefly.
You're wearing the shirt for it.
I am wearing my Entmoot shirt, so I'm going to just go and have a quick look at the Ents.
Okay, we're now into the Garrison of Dale's remaining moves. Obviously, the entire front line has been tagged. There's Girian sneaking up the back there. Not sure how the players decided that terrain piece, whether that's difficult terrain there for slowing down, whether it's open. It looks like it might be difficult given that's not 6 inches and then went halfway through it. Shots to the banner then. Over that way. So it's a dead banner, but it can just be passed on. Still not ideal for the Price to still be losing models to shooting. This L shape really helps them for that. Okay, Girian has just called a strike.
that's Skirian's first point of white being called. So start with the captain down here first. Ben's decided to shield. Oh, it's not a good roll for Ben. It's a 5 high, we've got a 6 from the Europe high. Okay, so Ben's just decided to might that in order to get to a roll off. I thought that captain's down to 0. Okay, so the roll off went to Ben, went to the Garrison. So that captain and the Europe high have just backed off.
Guys in the chat, can you please try and avoid personal attacks on one another?
Has it descended that far?
It has. I'm more than happy for you to have conversations in the chat, but I will put you on timeout if you're going to insult each other.
No. This 2 guy versus 2. Yep. 6. 6. Roll off. Yes. 0. Dead.
So just a 1v1 here. Banner for the Urukai, no, doesn't get it. Another dead Urukai. We're just working our way down the line. Only a 2 for the Garrison Dale, but re-rolled and got it with a banner. It failed to kill. Again, failed to kill. They're not making any damage stick here, nothing at all. So we've done this section, now we're going this way. Two on one here. That's it, we've got a dead Warrior of Dale at last. Shielding Urukai there. So that Uruk survived, but another loss. We've got 3 Urukai versus 1 shielding. It's gone to Dale. We've got a kill. It's another little hole. It's not much, but we'll be pleased for it. So we've got 3 on 2 there. 6 goes to Dale so far. Yep, banner to a 4 for Urukai, so it goes to Dale. Nothing dead, so double 2 there. And Urukai will be happy to be live there. Look at this line is thinned out, Harry.
Yeah, there's a Dale weakness in the middle there, isn't there?
Real weakness, yeah.
But at the flanks, the Dale are very much pushing, aren't they? Back into the spear. Guys, in the chat, I think there's a bit of confusion over which way the ruling went about this in the way thing, which is no longer relevant. The ruling was in favour of Poland. I understand there's some discussion over whether that has meant that in the previous games he might have had it ruled differently. Obviously, we can't litigate that. We don't know how they played the previous games, but it was ruled in Poland's favour in this one. So yeah. Let's move on and see what's going on in this game currently. As I've said, just to remind people, no personal attacks in the stream. I'm happy to mute you guys if you're causing disruption in personal attacks. Happily disagree on the rules. That's okay with me. Happily disagree on the interpretation or how the TOs have ruled, but I will not take personal attacks. Thank you. Anyway, cool. Let's get back into the rolling of the dice. What have we got there?
The disciplinarian.
Yeah, I know. I don't like being the disciplinarian, but I also don't like people insulting each other.
You've learned from being a father.
Yeah, well, thankfully I don't need much discipline for my 8-month-old baby. I do put him on timeout every time he fills his nappy, but you know he'll learn eventually. Someone asked a while ago, if we can see from the Ents, and yes, we can see from the Ents. They're in the Greek army.
Well done. Well
So we can see a little bit. It's only a very short clip. We can play at a particularly down period in this game, but we will.
I don't think they want any. I think we've got eyeballs glued to the game.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. But we've got a clip of the Ents if you so wish. This is certainly not something I want to cut away from. I'm fascinated to see how this ebb and flow of the Dale versus the Ugluk Scouts do here at the Nations Cup.
Ben's asking how the model counts are looking, saying he's had to step away for a moment. I might go grab a kill count, Harry.
Yes, that's probably a good idea. Yeah, I'm intrigued actually. In the chat, there's a lot of litigating over the rules. Who are you actually supporting for? I'm really keen to know if you're litigating on behalf of your country, or if you're just keen to have a nice clean match, which I'm sure we all are, keen to have a fair, clean match on the top stream and no misinterpretation of the rules. But I know it's very easy from home to be upset if a rule is ruled one way or the other. But look, these guys have got 4 or 5 cameras pointing at them, lights on them. They're on a stage in front of 130 other players in a tournament where they're playing for bragging rights for their nations. And there's a lot of pressure on them and the rest of their team, from the rest of their team and from the rest of everyone else. So mistakes are inevitable. I don't think we should get too lost in the woods here. It is a game after all.
Lost in the woods.
Indeed.
Like these Urukai are.
These Dale guys.
These Dale guys. So I've got the kill counts and it's not looking good for the Urukai. So it's 9 dead.
From the Garrison of Dale?
From the Garrison of Dale, and it's 22 dead Uruks.
So I make that the Garrison of Dale on 38 models and the Ugluk Scouts on 37 models. So I think when we last checked it was 47 on Dale to 48 on Ugluk Scouts. So there is now officially the Dale are outnumbering the Ugluk Scouts.
Which is really not where they want to be.
No, and it's worth noting in this fight here we don't have these models.
No.
So
in the fight,
actually in the fight they're even
down.
more out.
Yeah. Wow. Matt King's asking for where the objectives are on screen.
Oh yeah, so that is a good point. So we've got a silver one there, we've got a silver one here, we've got a silver one there, we've got another one just on the off corner there, and
I think the last one will be off screen.
Oh no, so it's there.
Okay, fine. As I say, because we zoomed in a bit to try and capture.
Yeah, there's not a lot happening over here, is there, to this side of the field, but we can see those objectives. So we've got all the objectives on screen, and I believe there's a little fella there. I didn't notice him before. There's a little guy standing right next to that.
An Uruk?
Yeah, it must be an Urukai, yeah.
I can't see him.
There's a little base, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that's a base.
Yeah, I see what you're looking at. I'm going to go check that.
I think it's someone's cloak. I'm sure it's a cloak. To be there again saying the danger of top table being on stream, lol. Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, look, hey, this is the biggest and most competitive event in the world for MESBG at the moment. So people want to see it done right, and that's absolutely fine.
I'm afraid you're getting a bit confused, Harry. It is a set of bellows.
Bellows?
It's a part of the terrain. That's obviously meant to be some kind of like Erebor furnace or something. I don't know, or Elven furnace.
Maybe it's where Celebrimbor made the rings.
Yeah. In the official Rings of Power canon.
Hold on. Celebrimbor made the rings in the books.
No, I know.
Don't you just use that as a chance to have a pop at Rings of Power?
I don't.
When Rings of Power are not the ones that wrong fault there. They got that bit absolutely bang on the money, pretty much.
Well, I don't think quite happens like that in the books, but fine. Yeah,
anyway, look, we've got that right, and Rings of Power is good, so let's go on.
There is literally one thing that you could have said that would have exacerbated the tension already bubbling over in chat.
You know what?
No, it was the words. Rings of Power is good.
I'm quite happy for people to have a raging conversation about the Rings of Power as opposed to the detail of it in the way roll earlier on in the game. So by all means, litigate that one, and I'll mute anyone who says that Rings of Power is bad.
Don't worry, guys. You come to Battlecamper, we take on all good or bad. We don't care. We have no official position on the Rings of Power. Anyway, so it is a bellows just behind there. Which means
Okay, no model there. Interesting.
Completely
Tim Elworth says, "Can't wait for a Rings of Power book." Michael H says he's back from dinner. What did he miss? Oh my goodness grief!
What didn't you miss? That's the question.
The tension is high, both in the. Oh God, he's asked any illegal tail action in this game. Michael, there has been a raging debate about the merits of an in the way roll earlier on. In the game.
I'd say that the tension is high and the pressure is higher in the chat than it is in the game.
Yeah.
But there you go. It's a beautiful looking game. I'm concerned the Urukai is just that the rate of attrition is just too high for them to sustain.
But it's an objective game. And those objectives,
we're getting down to a quarter.
Where on earth is Dale's move towards the objectives? There's no break yet. I mean, we've got this moving forward, but this line is just moving back.
But there's nothing to hold there. Right in the middle, there's just nothing left.
Well, they don't need to hold there, do they? They need to push forward, which is what they're doing.
No, I'm talking about the Urukai.
Oh, sorry, I see what you mean.
Yeah, you're right. No, the Dale got it. They don't need to hold there, but the Urukai do, and they've got a couple of orcs, a couple of orcs, one deep, whereas they had sort of 3 ranks. Well, as soon as there's a break.
This is what I said it earlier at the very start of the stream when Ben was deploying. He deployed in the circle, and what's happened? The stuff that charged the centre of the circle has been absolutely mullered. Yeah.
I mean, you were asking earlier why he charged on that one flank, and I wonder whether that was just to accentuate the.
I think that's exactly why I did it. The only reason I questioned it was because it was a denial of shooting. But he chose fights in his favour there. He pushed past the objective, which is here,
and had some great shooting nonetheless.
And he did have some good shooting anyway. Yeah.
One fight right into the row.
Yep.
Went to Dale, but he didn't get a kill. Two and two fight right at the end. And that went to Dale. Went to Scouts to Poland. So winning on a banner there and getting a kill as well. So that's a man of Dale coming out that little hole there. This is a bit more like the role that the Urukai wanted. So that's that captain back. And a 6. Ben's chucked a fate at it and succeeded on the fate, but still captain lost and chucked a fate at it as well. A Lantern says, did we find out if there are any Ents about? There are, and Harry has gone to hunt them down and he's talked to the Ent player, so we'll have a video on the Ents very shortly. Macklin says 22 dead at high, 9 to Dale, that's exactly right. So huge disparity in the killing power, and the Uruks aren't making the ground back in the combats. And that's another one that's just gone now, so it's 23. 3-on-1, and shielding Dale, Moria. Wins on a 3 high to the Urukai. Unforced to get a kill. Nothing. Wow. Just really, really struggling to actually get the kills. Another one gone. So we're getting right to the middle line now, 2-on-2. 6 to Dale. Banner for Urukai. Nope, goes to Dale. He's out of range of the banner. No kill at least there. That's going to be some kind of consolation.
just returned from a wee break. How's it looking on the stream?
I love the fact that you wrote wee down on a piece of paper so you didn't have to tell chat you were going for wee. When you come back, you're like, mate, great wee. That's a fantastic little toilet break.
Well, you never know. You don't want to be gone for an extended period of time having announced a wee and everyone start questioning whether it was a wee or a poo or a fart or whatever. Anyway, what do we think? Do we think the Urukai line has collapsed completely in the middle or not?
They've had a better round. It's not been good, but they've won more fights. They've not been making it stick. You know, they've been winning fights and then just getting threes and ones just like that.
Yeah.
We've got a banner now, but
it's a one again.
It's been constant, absolutely constant. And Ben's rolls haven't been amazing, but the Urukai rolls have been poor. And it's rare that they're actually getting a kill back on the. Maybe that's about to change. We've got a 6, we've got a 4, with a +1.
Well, I mean, if Ugluk's hiding over here, they're not getting any of the +1 bonuses that they could potentially be having, right? And that 4 would have been a kill if they had a +1 to wound.
Yeah.
He hasn't, and I guess because of the way he's deployed his army with the spears behind, there's not a lot of times that the Urukai and the Orcs are fighting against someone to take advantage of the animosity. Mercy saying the camera angle is really good. Thank you. Glad to hear that.
So there's another fight gone to Dale right at the bottom of the line here. Another one where the Orcs had more dice and still managed to lose it on like a 3 high. That's been a real feature of this.
Tim Elmer says 1 Fangorn list, if he remembers correctly. That's correct. Yeah, there's only 1. I believe there's only 1 Eagle list as well. Monsters making up a very small proportion of the armies,
which really surprised me.
Yeah, I've got the exact number here. It is.
So that was a priority roll.
72% of this have 0 monsters.
So Poland have again taken priority and kept it for themselves. So the priority puck stays with Poland, and Garrison has just called a move.
Right, we'll have a quick glance at the updated stats in a second. I might have a quick glance at the kill tallies as well. I know it's been a slight.
We can great to get these stats updated.
Yeah, slight improvement on the old the kill tally there. Let's see what's happening.
So it goes to a roll off of the move. Goes to 1. It's going to Evil.
So in total, it is 11 dead Dale warriors and I've lost 22 Ugluk scouts dead, including a captain.
Is it only 22?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, sorry, 24.
24, yeah, I thought there was
35 left on the field. Sorry,
okay.
Yeah, we've got a bit of an elbow cam there briefly. There we go. This is quite good. I think Ursu was right earlier on. This is quite a good angle. We can see a lot here. But it is really nice when we can get the real close-up.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
So sorry to interrupt. I don't suppose you've got a camera that you show.
Yeah, I think. Check it.
Sorry, we're just interrupting the game from a little example of how hard the. Well, he's right there. Bloody hell. He was fast asleep. Go back to sleep, Michael. Bloody hell.
We were trying to name and shame Michael Bradford there for his sleep, but it's clearly wasn't enough. Wasn't enough. There we go. Let's get us back in the centre of the frame and then back to you. Apologies for that interruption for a bit of banter. Michael had a late night last night and a long day, as have all of the TOs, to be fair.
But not all for the same reasons. So it's looking like a great game, Harry, isn't it?
It certainly is. Certainly is. I'm still very curious about the Ugluk manoeuvre. Obviously, he has the ability to hold on to these 2 objectives. Potentially, because of the head taker rule, the might, the will, all that sort of stuff. So I think those are going to happen. But is that at the expense of having lost the line and therefore 1, 2, 3 objectives?
Well, I mean, that's the interesting question. Could Ugluk and those 5 Uruk Hai, do you think they would have turned the tide in the middle there? The line was...
Ugluk would punch a hole, because Ugluk had absolutely minced through
He's got
Menadale.
strike, right? So he could have stopped.
Well, I mean,
I'm not saying that's what it needs to punch a hole, but...
I think he'd with his strength 5 and his I think he'd do some good work. And I don't know, maybe he wouldn't have made a massive difference, but he'd certainly make some difference.
Yeah, he's a brawler, right?
Sorry?
Yeah, Robbo, that's exactly right. So it looks like Ugluk is in this little clump down here, and has been for the whole game, with about 5 other Uruk Hai, presumably waiting to go off and take the objectives at the opportune moment.
Yeah, a few people just confused. Wait, Ugluk is at the back.
Yeah. Some real. I mean, that's going to be the big question, isn't it? I think when we come to the post-game interview.
Matt is asking about whether the banners are still standing. They are. They're both there. So Ugluk has 2 banners in his army. Robbo saying that's a lot of points doing nothing every turn.
Yeah.
Well, sure, but the counter argument is that's a lot of points. A, not giving away leader VPs, and B, claiming 6 points worth of victory points. So you could could argue those points might be worth it.
It's a big gamble, though.
It's a gamble.
It depends on the line being. I suppose the killing has to be consistent enough that they get quartered before a hole big enough for a bunch of Dale to just escape through, get through, and that's the gamble.
Ben sort of pointing out that it's less points than everyone else. 75 points isn't the most expensive of people to be hiding at the back of the board. 10% of his army, though. Slightly more with the Orcs accompanying him.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to him, he might not have expected this level of carnage this soon. I do think his role has been really poor. But you can see, look at that, the hole is already forming there.
Yeah, it looks like we might even see a breakthrough. So we'll just have a quick closer look at the line over here. It's thin. The Orc, I think it looks like the Orc backline there. So very few scouts left. Quite a lot of Orcs. You can see those banners there. Oh, sorry, we'll move away from that while Alex twiddles with those cameras. Nobody wants to get dizzy at this stage in the day. We've been broadcasting since, is that 9 hours? Something like that. Since 9 a.m. our time. It's nearly 7 o'clock here. Of course, after the game, we will try and bring you the award ceremony. I believe there's a very, very quick turnaround in this hall once this happens. So there will be a break, and we'll bring you the award ceremony shortly after that break. Hopefully that'll be good fun, and we'll. I think Alex and I will be putting timestamps in on the description of the videos, so that if you want to catch up. And sorry, Michael's just asking if he wants some water.
So hopefully we've got. Sorry, Harry, but you're looking at that hole. And I think we've got a slightly better angle on it.
Excellent, yeah. So yeah, it looks like. Is that even a captain? Oh, that's a captain as well. So captain very much looked like he's breaking through. Lovely, so Michael providing some water here.
That, then?
Yeah. Well, at the very least, he's got some strong hero potential cracking through the lines there.
Yeah. So I'm going to update these stats and get them up on the screen.
Okay, cool. Yeah, as I was saying, sorry, the award ceremony will come afterwards, and we'll try and timestamp the games from yesterday's Battlecamper, so you can watch all 3 of the Battlecamper games yesterday. We'll try and timestamp the start of those, and also key things like the hobby content, which we want to celebrate the hobby on offer here, which was absolutely fantastic. We'll give you the links to all of those in the description down below, so if you're watching now and you missed stuff earlier, we've had 2 fantastic top table games earlier. We had Depths of Moria against Dale, Ash Woolger against, who was it from America? Alisher from the USA. And we also had Devon Marino with his Depths of Moria. No, Army of the White Hand against Ugluk Scouts, I think it was. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I can't remember the first game of the day, by the way. It feels so long ago. I've probably got it written down somewhere in front of me, but I can't for the life of me find it. Yeah. Anyway, what's going on here? That's the end of the shooting. Not a lot happened there by the looks of things. Okay, so we're getting into the nitty-gritty of the combats now. We'll have a quick top down so we can see the ebb and flow. The Ugluk Scouts lose another one.
Not a great start.
No, but they're holding the line. Didn't lose any models then. Ben prematurely taking his model off, confident in the ability of the Ugluk Scout captain to kill him, which it did. And 3+. Outrageous. Not quite sure what happened with that, guys. There's a 6 from the Isengard anyway, so. Oh, that's another kill there. Oh no, was that a banner reroll? Sorry, yes, couldn't land. We agreed earlier, I think, that they're playing flat on the map. So anything landing on the terrain that's even slightly cocked is rerolled. Dear.
He's really struggling to get above the floor.
Yeah.
High again.
5 high from the Dale. Just can't get it. The banner can't get more than the 4. Defense 6. And gone. Is that a captain? I think it might have been a captain.
I'll go check that.
5 high from the Isengard there. Getting the win. Can he kill it? Can he not?
So I think we're on this one now. Eric lose again.
Kills him behind the room. Yeah, again, I think only 1 Dale killed so far for 3 or 4 to the Scouts.
That's utterly brutal.
He's already lost that one.
There's another one gone.
Yeah, I mean, it's becoming so large that the dead pile is actually encroaching onto the screen.
Another one. I think this is done.
Do you think?
There's no coming back from this. I take your point. I take your point. I know you're saying it's
I think the one thing I would say that could potentially mitigate things, if Maradona is very smart in the way he quarters, he could potentially get Ugluk here, these guys here.
But isn't that really going to be really difficult because so many of the Dale Warriors have got shields, so they can just tie up the remaining Urukai Warriors and just keep shielding.
That's true.
And they just run a quarter.
Well, will Ben realise in time?
Oh, he's a bright lad.
Oh, he is a bright lad. I had no doubt about that. But he may be thinking, I need to crack through. I don't think it's impossible for Ugluk Scouts to win this, but I do think a certain string of things do have to happen. You're quite right.
And one of them has to be Ben not realising what's happening, and I think that's the least likely of the bunch.
Well, there's a lot of bowmen in there as well, so in the right fights.
But that's true. But that depends on the scouts determining where the fight's going to be.
That's true. I think Ben just talking through. I didn't quite hear the tallies, but I think we just revealed the tallies to each other, and that's the priority roll of one each, which gives, I think, the priority to Poland. No, to Dale. Is that right?
Yes, gone to Dale. So we can get the priority puck changed over, which is for some reason
I think there's a march being called at the bottom corner. So Ugluk is going to march, which is exactly what we've been predicting for a while. So the end game is 9.
Yeah, you're right. We're in the end. We're in the end game now. But there you go. There's the first breakthrough. You can see it. That man of Dale around the corner, around to the back of the line. First time in the game that's happened. It's a critical moment. Another one, captain, I think, coming through, taking up that guy behind there. That's the hole that Harry and I spotted, and they're just pouring out. That's really problematic. I can't see how the scouts put it back. If Ben keeps winning moves, because he'll keep putting his shields, if he spots it, into the Uruk-hai, keep them alive long enough for him to take the objectives.
So just had confirmation from Maradona there that the Ugluk scout army has broken.
Okay. Was the second captain killed?
You know what? I didn't make a look, but I know that they're down to 29 models, which is quite something. I'll just double check the models dead.
Assuming it is, which I think is correct. Here are the stats, the remaining resources. Oh, sorry, there's an error in that. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. So there's Grishnak and an Orc captain who are dead.
Grishnak's dead?
Yeah, Grishnak and an Orc captain which have died.
Wow. So that was an error. Here are the resources. Poor Grishnak there. Seems far too young. Killed in his prime. And then the second captain there as well.
So look, what I want to know here is do you think that this march here? So just to clarify, Ugluk is just this at the bottom of the screen here. So he's going to come round his two orcs and up 11 inches, so it's a long move, and then would have to stop somewhere around here, I guess, and then do another move to here to be able to claim that objective. This guy's got to stay in there, and this someone's got to stay in here in order to give Maradona a chance of winning.
I can't see it happening. Can't see it happening. And it's one of those ones where it's just been a real depressing grind for him, like life. You know, it's just been.
You know what? I think if I were you and had the beer riding on the Ugluk Scouts, I would be feeling more confident than you are.
Do you think so?
I do. I think there are outs. If you're a poker player, you've got to have outs, and these are outs. There's a chance to get out of dodge.
Yeah. And like I said,
and he's still in the game.
Against the right player, I can see it working. I don't think Bennett's the right player.
Well, but these guys are going to get 6 inches here. But he's got the Uruk Scouts have still got might over here, so there's going to be move offs, and that means that these guys are tied to that 6 inches potentially.
Let's get the resources. How much might they have, and where is it?
So there's one on Girin and one on the captain. I remember
none on the Uruk-hai other than Ugluk.
That's all right. They're none on the Uruk-hai.
Right, right, so okay. There is no might on the Uruk-hai.
Right. Okay. Well, that might make a difference.
So that's even worse. Yeah, like I say, Dale can now dictate the flow of battle.
Yes, they certainly can. Hey, look, we don't know, but maybe the Poland player has been thrown under the bus here in order to secure the victory overall.
It didn't feel like a bussy matchup, did it?
I don't think so either. No, I think on paper you would probably rate Ugluk Scouts. You chose them after all as the victors here.
Yeah, but I chose them. That means nothing.
It does literally mean nothing. I wonder whether we should send not an Ugluk Scout, but an Alex Scout over to the England and Poland tables just to
see what's going on with
get us. Although, would you bring back any useful information? Or based on your knowledge?
I've been known to bring back useful information. You know,
I'm not convinced you would.
Words, they really hurt.
Go on, Alex is going to go and find out, and if he doesn't come out with any useful information, we're going to really chastise him. Right, let's. So this is back into the nitty gritty here. I think it was pretty much bang on with where that 11-inch march was going to get them. Almost bang on, so we're going to see him here. So based on that move, If that's 11, I think a similar move would put them definitely within range of the objective. Whether it's going to be enough, I don't know. But he can, of course, set a campfire next to that objective, which means that Maradona's Orcs and Urukai will be worth more than the Men of Dale. So that could be enough to secure the victory. But maybe I'm just clutching at straws on behalf of Poland here. When actually, really, we want to know what's going on in the rest of the games. Because this match may be completely meaningless if Poland have dominated the other 5 games at the top table. And we will, of course, try and bring you as much information from all of the nations here at the Nations Cup during that gap between the final game finishing, this game, which will be due to finish in 53 minutes, though I think it might end sooner than that. We'll try and get as many tidbits of information from all of the tables and all of the teams and all of the nations involved. So we'll bring you that before the award ceremony, which is due to take place later on. The award ceremony is... It doesn't actually officially say when the award ceremony is, but this round is due to end at 20-8. I would give it at least half an hour, 45 minutes after that for the event ceremony. So we're looking at a 9 o'clock finish, I would imagine.
I can't believe we're into the last hour of this tournament now.
I know, it felt like we had a long day ahead of us yesterday, and we did. We did, yeah. And we've had a long day behind us today as well. But it's crazy that it's coming to an end in the next couple of hours. So Alex has returned, as you've heard. Have you got any useful information?
Too close to call.
Too close to call.
No. So Dave Farmer is very much in his half. He's got the Army of the White Hand, and he's against it looks like besiegers of the Hornburg.
Usurpers of Erebus.
Usurpers of Erebus, sorry. But he is very much boxed in on his half, and he doesn't have control of the objectives.
Right.
Our friend, the depths of Moria,
Ash Wilger.
is playing against
another Dale
on the same board.
I can't believe that I'm filling you in on this, having you just gone and seen it. But sure.
I am remembering slowly. Look, I'm just not a dweeb like you. I've got a life, and I have to say it's looking good. It's looking good. I mean, he's obviously got a lot of practice, and I think he's going to go for a hat trick against.
And he's finished. There's nobody at the table. I think they must be finished.
I mean, it was looking pretty bleak. I got a quick picture. I didn't get.
Sorry, you can't see this on the stream. Oh, that is such a really rubbish picture. Hold on, let's get this up on screen.
You can't see that at all, but it's not much better even if you could see it.
No, honestly,
you have the bloody markings on the screen. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, that's obviously a bit done now. We have the very lovely red and yellow Arnor from earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, great.
Versus I think it's fucking hell, I don't know who that was. It's Jakob's Men of the West. And as you can see, the Arnor definitely have control of the board because we've got an objective there. Can't see how it is, but basically Jakob is further back and he's off the objectives, and the board control is very much in Arnor's favour. But I would say that the Men of the West still have the numbers, and they've still got the big heroes as well.
And there's some sort of dominant rule, isn't there, for the Men of the West, I believe?
Yes, but they have to, I think it's once they're broken, they all get dominant too. It's a very good point, Harry.
Thank you.
So that's going to be really super helpful, particularly if they've also got the numbers. And of course, passing all courage checks whilst Aragon's on the board, so they're not going to run once they're broken as well. Oh, for the love of God! What's much more embarrassing than is that a chef's hat? I mean, if it's meant to be a penis, it's appalling. And what was even more embarrassing is your little smirk. Your little smirk. We'll be able to go back on that stream, pinpoint that moment where I'm there, trying to have a sincere conversation with you, and there's this awful little penis drawing, and you just going.
Look, I'm sorry.
Look, here it comes. Here it comes. The smile. Looking forward to the smile.
We was there for lags on the computer. Why do we ban some words with us now a phallus on stream? Alex, you're quite right in your criticism. Sorry, Mercenary Planets, we prefer to see the games where these are crucial moments. Well, obviously, it's a crucial moment of the game, but there are plenty of other games happening here in the final round, which will dictate who wins the tournament. So that's
He's
why
not wrong though.
That's why
the 2 minutes of solid penis drawing was.
Yeah, maybe the penis drawing was a mistake at this tense moment. Anyway, let's crack back into what's going on. It looks like the Ugluk Scouts have. So Ugluk's gone over this direction. Is this part of the dead pile? Oh. He looks like he might be about 8 inches away from there. Two-tier Entmoot. Grumbles has returned. Welcome back, Grumbles.
Back from the wastes. He was banished forthwith from the kingdom of Entmoot.
I like it. Right. Apologies here. It's another win to the Dale. Oh no, sorry, that was a roll-off, and it was a loss to the Dale, and no models killed. Oh, it seems like the Ugluk Scouts are actually doing some solid fighting in this final round. Obviously, too little, too late.
Look at how that dead pile has just spilled onto the screen there.
Yeah, Ben criticising the Ugluk move as well. Maybe that was reason. Glyn's suggesting maybe that it was too late for him to get to the middle.
Yeah. So is this Ugluk here?
Yeah, that's Ugluk and a friend.
So he's got an objective to his right, just off screen there.
Oh yeah, sorry, we can't quite draw it because of the. There you go, it's in the centre of that circle there.
But there's still no one.
Yeah. I mean, these guys are only a move away, aren't they? I mean, there's this guy here potentially.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. That's it's over. I think in that centre. I think if we're in the phase now where it's just about mitigating.
Frankly, it could. It looks like it's not going to be a quartering this turn, but it's probably.
I've been waiting. Has Ben been shielding, or has he been?
That's a very good question. Does anyone know why Dale isn't pushing out to try and grab the middle one? I think they are trying to push out. We have some models to be making the way there.
I think I'll go just change this angle slightly so we've got that backward objective in.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of hands over here, which we don't need to see. So we'll shimmy that around. And I'm inclined to suggest that we move the dead pile off the table, if I'm honest, just because of the confusion. Let's change that while we're looking at. Oh wow, that's really highlighted the size of that dead pile.
Yeah, bloody hell.
My goodness, look at all that. It's quite sizable. We're in danger of the dead pile sprawling out onto the objectives.
You certainly did draw a sizable dead pile there.
Yeah, thank you.
And this is everything for Dale this time, right? Up there. So that's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 14.
Mercy Planet's pointing out the next turn's priority will be huge. Yeah, it will be huge. Although less important over here, I think, because Dale have the might where Ugluk Scouts don't.
Yeah, so they're going to break out if they want to. Where are the Dale heroes?
There's a captain leading at the front.
And has he got might?
I'm not sure.
Because if he doesn't, then it might a heroic move might not actually break them out, or at least not in sufficient numbers.
Mercy Planet says, "Okay, now I have no idea what's happening." Yeah, I mean, it's. Oh, here's some courage checks. Ah, they're running away. Ugluk Scouts running away.
So Scouts have
so an Orc passes his courage check on courage 9. So maybe the might is in the wrong place. Glyn reckons Ugluk could nick a win here, but I don't think so. The thing I think people are pointing out that Dale can shield its way to victory, but Ugluk Scout can roll a courage check and fail its way to victory.
That's very true. I hadn't thought about that. Well, you say victory.
I mean,
if the game ended now, they wouldn't win.
because there's objective there, and the break.
Yeah. And the centre is uncontested.
At the moment, yeah. Anyone wondering, that is not a model, it's a part
bellows.
of the bellows on the forge. That guy runs away.
Oh no, that's big.
I think that's the only guy left on that objective. We got 24. That doesn't have
one, maybe.
Yeah, there we go. So nobody left on that objective at the bottom corner now. We'll just hide, just so you can see, we can just hide the matchup briefly, just to check there's nobody underneath there. Okay. Looks like after moving models all the way to this from that point, there's some measuring going on to indicate. I guess the point here that is, can Ugluk march his way back to that objective? Probably. Think got an Urukai scout that could get back to that objective as well to guarantee it. He passes, so he gets his 8 inches, so he'll be within 3, so he'll claim that objective. But you need to have 2 models on an objective to get the full points there.
Yes, you're right.
So he needs this Orc to stay there. This Orc needs to stay here. And this Urukai needs to pass a check next turn to guarantee the full points on that objective, and then Ugluk needs to come with him.
And Ugluk has dominant 3.
He's dominant 3,
so
isn't
he can take that objective, but they've still got no one to take the centre objective realistically.
Robbo's saying England the Nation Cup's champions, but remember, this is one of 6 games.
We don't.
So you know what, Alex, I'll let you just hold on to it for a bit. I'm going to have a look myself, see what's going on.
You do it second when it's easier, when there's definitive answers. He's engineered this to make me look stupid. Little smile from Ben there, it's always nice. So here's an Ugluk courage check. Passed it. So he's going to go take that one, but it still only leaves the scouts for 2. So we're talking about whether or not there are shots, I think from the winglands, I guess, over here. Yep. So whether or not he can get a shot on Ugluk, and he's saying that he can see him. There's an in-way here. And there was another one, I expect, from these rocks here. So a difficult shot. But really, he's got no choice. Ugluk's got no choice. But of course, the danger up there is that there are no models to scatter onto.
Exclusive update from one of the England matches. We've got at least one England win, 13-3.
And that was Ash, was it?
No, Ali King. Ash and his opponent are still playing. They must have taken a loo break or a beer break. Okay. So Ali King, who we did discuss earlier, oh crikey, it was in the stream. Either way, there's a win, so a 13-3 win, which...
Major win.
8 VPs in the lead, so yeah, thank you. Yeah. I was just saying it's going to be at least 8 VPs in the lead for a major win, so that's at least 5.
And that's the only settled result.
It looks like it, though I would say that there's a good chance that 2 of the games are going to go to Poland. I'm not convinced Jakob or Dave Farmer are going to. We've got a call from a judge from Dave Clubley over there, so there's some decision being made. But yeah, looking at the field, I would say Jakob and Dave Farmer are unlikely to win.
Really?
But and they're the two best players
really
in the
players,
Great British Hobbit League.
Yeah.
But I hasten to add that there's 40 minutes still to go. I think my decision or assessment is based merely on the placement of models at that point, and it looked like the board control was dominated by the Polish in both of those matches. Apologies for interrupting the stream there. Ugluk has clearly returned back to that
Yeah,
objective.
Ugluk's head back.
He's
And there's been some controversy about whether or not he was entitled to light the fire or not because he didn't touch the objective. That's been litigated in chat.
Oh. So he has lit the fire, has he?
Yes, and Ben says Ugluk can use a special rule during his move to choose an objective marker in base contact, but he has to reach the objective marker rather than being within range of it. And I think what's happened is he's lit it. Yeah.
So he has lit the fire there.
That's what I was away. That's what I've been told by chat.
You were away?
I was away. Yeah. You were here, I think.
Was I?
Yeah.
Oh, Christ.
It's hard. It's hard.
I was going to blame you there for being away while I was away. Interesting. So he had to have touched the marker but didn't. Is the assessment?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. It might be much of a muchness, because that would be 2 points there. 3 points there.
It could change the difference between a major and a minor loss.
That's true. That's 3 points there and 3 points there for the VPs. But there's 3 there, 3 there. 3 there now if that guy's within 6. So that's 9, 6. No general VPs, but the break is worth 3, I believe, so that's 12, 6. So yeah, it could be the difference between a minor or a minor or major.
It would be. Yeah.
Well.
Oh, okay, fine, Ben. So Ben's clarifying. We were only discussing whether he could fire the middle objective. It's not a rules change.
Excuse me. Thank you. Sorry for getting sorted there.
That settles my nerves.
I did. You know what? I did see someone talking about this. That was the point that they could potentially get Ugluk to the middle, light a fire. I suppose within 3 inches was the argument here. Aggressive fire there, and then move back and claim the other 2. But obviously you'd have to stay there, and how many turns are you going to be able to get that?
Yeah, hold that for, absolutely.
Oh, there's a courage check failed over here.
Oh, God.
So it looks like they've given up a back objective. The dramatic tension that I was hoping to continue for the rest of the game is dissipating slightly.
I know of all the Uruk lists, we're not seeing many muster. Maybe there's a reason for that. But it is very, very nice to have some berserkers around. Sit one back objective. They're only going to fail that check on a double 1. It's true.
And frankly, they'd have minced through these guys on fight 5 2 attacks.
Oh, love berserkers. Love berserkers. Love them. Don't leave home without them.
But you wouldn't have anywhere near as many, would you say? There you go.
No, 15 points. You know, for every 2 berserkers, you'd get 3.
Oh, someone's saying it wasn't a courage check; it was the wind lance over here.
Oh, see, I thought the wind lance, because earlier there was a decision about the wind lance being able to target Ugluk, but within the ways. I suppose that might have been last turn because it was in the way there and in the way there, and I've just completely ignored it.
Maybe it was this one over here. I don't know.
Well, I guess now there's people in the way, so they wouldn't be able to go through.
I mean, it looks like they were taking courage checks to me, but maybe not. Maybe this is the final combat phase.
I say it's very frustrating when chat can hear them better than we can.
Yeah, I, just to clarify, if people are confused as to why the hell we have no idea what's going on, we're in a very, very loud room, and the microphones are picking up the volume, but the way the audio rig here is, it just means that there's a lot of the sound is kind of reduced slightly. We could do with an amplifier to really sort it out. And also we're slightly distracted by the buttons we're pressing in the other things.
And drawing penises, yeah.
Yeah, drawing penises.
That is a big distraction.
If only Ugluk had a big shaft that could go all the way up there, that would have been fine, wouldn't it?
You're a father now, Harry. You've got to be better than this.
Yes, and I used a big shaft in the process of that. Robbo says, how did the scouts mess this up? We were all picking them at the start. Well, yeah. I mean, look, I think messing it up is a strong word. Some would argue that leaving Ugluk behind might have been a risky manoeuvre, but frankly, the Dale deployed really well. Ugluk and his scouts marched into them. Dale then fought here, got a load of good kills. They won the majority of those fights and got a lot of kills, and they were just quite far ahead very early on. I mean,
I do think we have to give the dice their due here as well.
Yeah,
there was
I mean,
a huge number of times where the Ugluk's scouts won the roll off or won the dual roll, and we just could not get kills. They could not make damage stick, or there was a 2 and a 1, and then a banner to another 1. It just seemed to happen an awful lot.
Mark O'Brien saying that the scouts need to go wider.
Yeah.
Aaron Smart saying without spear sports, Ugluks need to try and wrap or hit flanks with their superior movement. Well, actually, I think that may be a criticism of the list building because there were an awful lot of spear sports.
Possibly.
They were trying to fight this on a shield wall.
Yeah. I think we also have to remember that this was very favourable for Dale in the sense that they've got the gun line, so the Ugluk's got to come to them, and they've got the full 24-inch
deployment, which is
and therefore the full 24-inch
plus
one to wound. That was great visual representation, except for the wound word. It's harder to write on this than it seems, isn't it?
Nope.
No. Well, let's see when it comes up in here, or is it already gone?
Oh, it would look perfect. I don't know why you're disputing it. It's just my handwriting is awful. We're trying really hard. Really hard.
But a hand cam?
I mean, look at, there's very, very few Urukai and Orcs left. And actually, as I was saying, look, Orc,
trapped behind the line.
Captain, Urukai scout captain, Orc. So, I mean, it's that folding, the front line of Urukai died and have left mostly Orcs. There's a banner still alive.
It's been washed away in a sea of pink.
Yeah.
Pink and blue. That's true. Just over half an hour left in the game. Yep. Stick around.
Andy Lawrenson asking who's in Team England this year. We've got Ben Haslam on stream now. We've got Ash Woolger. We've got Jakob Krochmal, Dave Farmer, Ali King, and Dave Clubley. I'm afraid I don't know the full names of all the Polish players. I know we can have a look at the
Ugluk has
usernames.
back again. He spent his last match in March. He's not pulled at the double. And he's just spent his time zigzagging across that little gap there, just going back and forward and back and forward.
He's doing it 2 or 3 times now, isn't he?
That's his third crossing.
Was that because he lit a fire here?
I think it's because he headed over here and then realised that that guy had run, and I think he's just going back for it. I'm not aware of him having lit a fire.
Ali King just joined the stage after assessing the damage. He was one of the wins that was secured for the England team. It was 13-3 victory.
I mean, it's a lot of anticipation. Shall I go and see if I can figure out any closer to some results?
Yeah, someone said a couple of minutes ago about the number of people on the objectives at the back. I don't think there's much concern about the number of guys that can get there. I mean, currently this is only 1, but I mean, look, there's loads of room for that to come. But they've got that one. They've got that one tied up for the 4 victory points. Even at this stage, poor Maradona can't roll higher than 3 in his combat. So banner in the fight. So he goes 6 from the Dale Warrior. There's no one even to hand it off to. Oh no, no, they've gone the wrong way. Yeah. It was just a shielding there. Just a shield. Based on the shielding, Ben seems to be trying to hold off that quartering. Ugluk Scouts quarter on 14 models. They need to be left on the table. We've got 1 here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think this is probably the last turn.
Yeah. Do you want news from the front?
Yeah, news from the front.
So I think Ash has it.
when I last checked,
Moria
he
against
just
Dale.
whipped a captain into combat. I think that Dave Farmer doesn't. He was basically verbally conceding as I was over there. He's not giving up, but I think he felt like this is
it's a lost cause.
Lost, yeah.
Interesting.
So he's just trying to mitigate the damage.
That's 3 wins, we think, to England, and then maybe at least 1 win to Poland.
I think Jakub is back in contention. There was a few models behind his line, but he just blocked them up, and he's pushing onto that central objective.
Interesting. So could that, if Jakub does that push, that could be enough to secure the victory.
We've just had the handshake.
Sorry, we missed it. That was a concession there. As I suspected, the 25% limit was reached. I mean, you can see just the scale of damage over on this corner here.
Absolutely brutal.
Absolutely enormous amount of damage being delivered there.
It was a real grind, and it was like just that Dale pushing forward, as we expected, getting the breakthrough there, using that to get into the central objective, and a lot ran over here, which meant they couldn't even get damage down the back there.
I think Ugluk moving backwards and forwards.
It's that non-committal.
Well, I mean, I can see why, but equally, he had a lot of time to get these models in the position that he wanted to, because these guys were all in combat for so long that there was no shooting risk really for a very long time. So I think perhaps he needed to get his ducks in order around these objectives and then start thinking, right, okay, if I can leave these guys at the back, then where we go.
So that's it for our games.
It is.
But
it'd be great to have a conflab with them.
I'm going to go and collar them, make sure they're happy to stay. If you want to do the interview this time,
I'll have a chat.
I thought you might want to do that. But we've got loads of cool stuff coming up. We've got the results. We're going to have a bit more content, I think, and of course we're going to have the prize giving as well at the end of the day. And I'm going to say very briefly, I'm sorry, I'm going to plug something. As soon as this video ends, as soon as the stream ends, a new video goes up on my channel, which is about my journey creating an army of men of the West and a display board. That's Battlecamper, so I'm going to drop the link into chat at some point, but you can always head straight over if 24 hours of MESBG content isn't quite enough for you.
Well, you might have just joined in the last few minutes thinking, oh my god, I've missed 24 hours of content. But great, Battlecamper's here.
Battlecamper's here, and I get chased by cows in it.
You do,
I actually get chased by cows. So, I'll get that link over to you, and then I'll go collar the guys. Harry, I wonder whether you wouldn't mind even dropping it in the description?
Of course.
It's very kind, thank you very much. You heard that, just under 30 minutes remaining.
Okay, so we're going to get I think we'll let them fill in the results, and then Alex, you're going to try and collar them straight away.
I'm sorry, I'm being selfish. You've got the link now, so you can whack it in chat, and I will go and make sure they're here to do a Harry Parkhill interview.
Excellent. Lovely jubbly. So, as we say, I mean, without wanting to count our chickens before they've hatched, it does feel like England might have the win here, which would be fantastic news for the English folks, who have been very disappointed by the result of the last one. Michael saying always need more MESBG content. Yeah, Mercy Planet's calculating at 12.6. I think that's probably right. Ben and Alex just having a conversation here now, and it seems like Ben is already explaining what was happening. So we'll get a bit of a chat. Get the other fella. Alex is standing there having a chat with. We'll get the other player, Maradona, on the stream as soon as possible, and then while we're doing that, we'll start getting a sense of the progress from other teams. Bear in mind there are still 25 minutes on the left on this round, so there's plenty of time for these rounds to finish. Alex still doing this. Ben. Did you get Maradona?
He's going to get Maradona.
Okay, I was going to say Ben could pop over here and say start his feedback if you want.
Yeah, so Ben's going to try and get Maradona for us. It's very kind of him. He clearly wants to decompress. They say that Dave Farmer's still in contention. They're on a knife's edge. Okay. So there are no games actually conceded yet by England.
Oh, that's interesting. Andy Lawrenson says, can we get the player microphones back on for the interview? I'm sure we can.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it I thought they were really bad audio, but maybe that's just because we're monitoring them and it's poor.
No, actually there is a problem. When these microphones are close to those microphones, it seems to cause problems.
Oh, okay.
We'll stick with the. I'm sorry, I know it's not ideal, but we'll go with. We can take both. You can wear one, and you can hand the others around, rather than just having one that you're passing back to yourself.
Yeah, let's do that.
But we'll do it like that. And I don't suppose you got the link into chat, did you?
What, for your video?
Yeah.
Your video's not live yet, so what's the point in posting it until it's live? I thought you were going to put it live at the end of the video.
I'm an idiot, aren't I?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
I didn't know what you were going on about, so I just ignored it.
Complete moron. As always, hello.
We will definitely promote Battlecamper.
You didn't find Maradona then?
No, he was.
All right, well, let's speak with you because we've got some really spicy stuff. I'm going to hand over to Harry.
Pull over a chair, sir. We will try and get Maradona's perspective.
Yeah, we will.
I'm very keen to understand some of the thought
we've got
process.
time before the results get finalised. We're going to have plenty of time to have some chats. But for the moment,
Ben, first of all, you've got a win. You've secured a win on the top table in the final round. How are you feeling about the win? How did it go?
Close.
You know what? Just you hold that.
No.
There you go. That's
I'm dressed now, man.
He's going to be facing the opposite direction, so let's just
fucking hell.
Carry on answering the question.
Oh, okay, right. I'm not used to your big thing.
Yeah.
It was a close game and a tight game.
Right.
I was really lucky with the first round of shooting where I got 11 kills. I think it was.
Yeah, I think. Well, I think you had 8. I think it was 8 kills and then 3 in the combat, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was able to shoot some good combats there. But
yeah, you were. I mean, I've got it noted down. Yeah, that in the very first turn, you were only just being outnumbered by 1 model.
Yeah.
So a really, really strong turn.
But just very quickly, because you said it was a really close game. I think we felt from quite early on that it was escaping your opponent. That you were had a really strong first turn of shooting, 11 models down, and then once you got into the combats, they just weren't doing the damage they were supposed to do. And from quite on, the calls were Dale's going to take this. Did you feel it was close into the late game?
So he just had to break through my right hand flank where he had Krishnak and the captain. If he broke through there, he takes my objective off me, and I need to keep both of those to equal out the 2 that he has at the back that I'm just not going to get anywhere near. And they had to be uncontested as well. So if he broke through there, and if he had like one good round of combat, he could just wipe out that line, because the Dale are squishy in combat. However, they do punch back pretty hard.
Well, I was going to say those +1s to wound, especially because you get the 24-inch deployment zone, so you have loads of room for the +1 plus the wind lancer. So you're basically +1 to win in every combat, I think. And going into it, did you think you had the upper hand? Because as we mentioned, the shooting, the deployment zone, the +1s, but you were outnumbered against an army which does have the potential for dominance on at least one of the objectives. And you know, they were going to potentially you want to reduce their models, and therefore you're going to be standing still for a bit and therefore giving up board control.
The other thing we've got to think about in this one is I was trying to get the major, so that gives us more banking, because we essentially have to tie this round because our
very least,
VP difference is better than Poland's. So if I get a major, that really helps. However, in the final round of combat, it didn't quite happen because I didn't quite kill one model when I needed to. I had 2 that were trapped, and I was like, if I get one of these, it'll probably make the major. I shot the person off the back objective. Didn't happen, but it's just trying to do more points for the team.
Sorry, just to clarify, when you were going into this, did you think were you like the bus player, or
I've been thrown down first 4 or 5 out of times, but they've chosen a board that's good for me.
Right.
So it's kind of win or lose. Like, Dale's good.
Yeah, it is good. Yeah.
So sorry, just say, because obviously we swapped. I don't know if you've seen the board. So poor Ash has played on the same board twice in a row because he got swapped out. That could have been quite a different game for you, I expect.
We wouldn't have been on that board. I was going to be on this board probably, even if it was like down there, because it was just the open one for the shooting.
You said early on that the Ugluk Scouts player Maradona had 2 guys on the back objective, they were over in that corner there. We were all questioning whether leaving Ugluk specifically back there was the right call. Obviously, it's 3 points tonight. It's one of your more killier folks. What do you think? Was that the right move?
So, I think it was the right move. I'm pretty sure Clubley is doing the exact same manoeuvre in his game, because he's got that 12-inch standfast. You can ensure you have both models there. he'd also left a load of goblins, orcs back there. So he could then start head chopping, so he can get rid of his numbers when he's wanting to 25% himself, or break himself in a certain, like, well, not when he broke, but 25% himself in a certain way, so he can end that game when he wants to. However, it didn't transpire that way.
Yeah.
But I think it's a safer option, and if I'd have killed him, that's more VPs.
Yeah. Well, true. Yeah. I think the argument here was that he just kept moving backwards and forwards and couldn't quite decide which objective to capture.
Yeah, he was trying to cover all three.
Yeah.
But which
he just didn't have enough models for it.
He didn't have the models, and because I had the Windlancers with the crew still by them, that threat going, he couldn't get to the middle one.
Yeah.
So I think another list that would have been perfect. You could put Ugluk in the middle and then have his 12-inch and cover 3 bases. However, with the Windlancers still going, he couldn't do it because I could just hit Ugluk.
Absolutely. One of the things that we remarked on quite early on, if we look at the board, you deployed a really, really nice defensive manoeuvre across here, which I was very pleased to see that sort of tactic on display. I mean, it shows that you clearly know how to receive the charge as a Gale Warrior. I mean, if you could just talk to the point of that sort of semicircle there that you have.
So the best thing you can do as a Dale player is if you can get them to arrive in drifts and drabs and in a not interrupted battle line, you can dictate where the fights are going to happen. And by doing that, I could do that. Plus it reduces his numbers because he outnumbered me at the start. Gave me 1 good round of shooting, and forced him to spend a might point to march towards me, otherwise it'd be 2 turns. And I've only got 11, 12-ish spears. I've not got many spears. I've purposely not got many spears because I want to fight it like a horde and try and go one-on-ones. Whereas if you have a lot of spears, you're going to be tempted to go into a pike block, essentially, and it's not good there. So the intention was to bring him forwards and then hopefully jump on him. So I wanted to lose priority that first turn, bring him forwards, shoot him with the lot, try and get a few jumps on some combats just to even the numbers out. And then I was basically intending that I can go forwards a little bit, because I lost the first move off. I was intending to move forwards 3 inches-ish, bring my shieldsmen to the front, archers back, and then it gives me time to fall back. So.
Well, it sounds like it played into your hands. One of the things that caused an ungodly amount of chatter in the chat was the in the way and the judge having to come over to decide. So could you just clarify what the query was and what the decision was as well? Just because I think there has been some confusion in the chat.
So my thinking was I had set up a gap between my troops and the Windlands. So the Windlands had a clear shot at whatever is in that gap. So one of them was a captain with a captain behind, another one was just a load of troops, another one was just a load of troops. And then, so I rolled to hit, scattered, I got a 2 on the scatter, so not a dead helm, but not a 1. And I thought, he has to shoot someone that I can target, because if not, he's got to go through my own troops. Because I'm good. If I was evil, fair enough, but because I'm good, you can't target someone who's in the way. However, the judge has come over and he has said that it can go through, he can scatter it on something that's in the way on my troops. Yeah. So he then had to do some in the ways on my troops to get through onto his troops.
Right, okay.
But that's what it was.
So I think the chat was confused as to whether it was ruled in your favour or not. It was ruled against you. I mean, has that come into play before in the tournament, being able to do that sort of thing?
No, I've never come across that. I've never actually had anyone question me on that either, because when I've scattered something, I've rolled, they've chosen something that was not.
Now, with no disrespect to the TOs and the finality of their ruling, you going forward, you still think that you've got the right to do it?
I just think it's funny I personally think it's funny since it's a good list to do that.
I think the point of the scatter roll is because it's a bolt in the wind that you have no control. You might want to shoot it that way, but the wind might take it.
Yeah, I say so. They basically went, the evil player is choosing the target, and in the rules it actually says something like, it's the only target. Good models can. There's a weird thing where it says only target.
Yeah.
So I still thought that meant you can only hit it. However, they've ruled it that way, and yeah, they're very good judges. So that's why they judge this competition. So they know more than I do.
Absolutely. Well,
I'll stand up and just shoot things.
Well, when you've shown that you know a fair bit, because you've done very well. How many wins and losses did that put you personally on for this event?
I've gone 6-0.
So you've gone 6-0. That's really, really good, and congratulations. And it looks like through your efforts and your teammates, we might be looking at England podium. I understand there's still some games going. Do you have any intel for us from the other England-Poland tables?
The barrel's just been hit by a windland, so it's half wounds now, so it can break, which is not great.
Is that so? That's
Ashley, yeah. So
that game is still very much in.
I think they're very much in the balance, and we just need to kind of grind out another minor win and a draw, and then we win it. It's just if we, as Team England, we get a load of major losses, that will swing it into. But we're playing good players, so it's really hard to get a major.
So
and in domination when it's quite easy to get 2 or 3 objectives.
So we know that Ali has won, though, don't we?
Yes, Ali's won minor as well.
Minor victory. So 2 minor victories to England.
Yeah.
Which might not yet be enough.
No.
Okay.
Definitely not enough.
So we have been acting on the assumption that Poland were on the back foot here, but maybe that was preemptive. Maybe it was wishful thinking on our English behalf.
It's confirmation bias is what it is. Well, thanks very much indeed. Harry, unless you've got anything else?
No, I think we've covered it. Hopefully the chat is happy with the querying on the in the way wrong. They certainly got fired up about that one.
They got someone got muted. That's a rarity. Yeah.
Poor Grumbles was getting a bit.
He's grumbling.
Yeah, he was getting a bit taken.
My only grumble was the fact it happened after I'd shot it.
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't have shot it, knowing that.
Yeah,
well, that's the difficulty. Yeah.
So I could have easily basically destroyed my own shield. It was like, cool.
So that the Teals were in chat defending their decision. That's how hot it got. Well, because things were just firing up, so they had to wait in.
I think there was definitely some confusion over who.
That's right.
Who got the ruling and which way it went, which was the issue.
I still shot another one afterwards. I was like,
yeah, because there's probably 3. There's 3 wind lances. So you're gonna give it back.
One of them, but the other one I shot was like, it's only 1 in the way on my train, and I'm basically going to freeze on my tip to get
Well, thank you very much indeed.
So much.
And
good luck
with the other results.
Oh yeah, I bet you're going to be standing hovering at the edge of those tables.
We'll be there right with you as well.
Throw me out.
Indeed. Well, thanks very much, guys. Hopefully you are happy with that clash. I think it's Tsiki or Tiki says it's a great final clash, so I'm really glad you enjoyed that.
Yeah, wonderful
coverage there. One of the things we're going to have to try and do in the next 12 and a half minutes is try and somehow both fill the content, fill the time until we get that final result, which will still be potentially 25 minutes off.
Yeah, it's going to be a while, yeah.
But also try and provide some information about the rest of the hall. So I wonder whether we could try and encourage some folks to come to us to chat in the way that Ben has just done, to allow us.
Just give some reflections. We have a little queue of people just filtering in.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe we can get Jamie Wiggins, who's standing right there, to come and join us. And then while that's happening, Alex can go and gather some other content from across the field.
All right, so you're going to go collar some people, and I'm going to go out filming.
Yes, I think so. What I'll do, I'll bring someone over to the chat. So if you just hover for a second,
I'll hover.
Just update the chat for a bit, and we'll.
I know how to witter on. Thank you very much. I don't know how to witter on. Well, I do sort of, but not in a way that is of any value to anyone whatsoever. I am going to have a quick look though and see whether or not we have got some interim scores. It's going to be that situation again where the website takes forever to load, and so I'm not going to anytime soon. So that is exactly what's happening, is stuck loading. But it doesn't matter anyway, because I've spoken for long enough that Harry is now heading back over to the table, and he's got Jamie to talk to. Hello. Oh, has Harry abandoned you en route? Has Harry abandoned you en route? Okay, well, he invited you over so you can have a chat with us. The other question is, has Harry taken a microphone with him? He's back. Did you take a microphone with you, Harry?
Sorry?
Did you take a microphone with you?
No.
All right, great. Well, I'm going to leave you in Harry's capable hands, and I'm going to go out and try and find some content.
So we're also going to have a chat with Denmark immediately after Jamie. So Jamie, just to clarify, who are you? You're from the Lions, right?
Yep. So I'm Jamie. I'm a player this year on the Lions team.
Excellent.
And I also happen to be the England selector.
England selector. So you weren't
fancy.
Fancy.
You weren't able to select yourself for the team then?
I have refrained from selecting myself for the first team because I don't think it's right to do so.
Fair enough. So just to clarify, some countries have a kind of whoever they want to be on a team will be on a team, or whoever can make it to the tournament. England has quite a lot of people who want to be on the team. But how do you choose the team?
So for our selection criteria, we've gone for the top 5 finishers in the GBHL. Obviously, if one of those 5 people can't make it, it then trickles down to the next available person. Once we have the first 5 locked in, between those first 5, they will then choose their 6th member as a wild card member. This year that went to Ali King. Last year it went to David Clubley. Both very experienced hands on international stages and in the GBHL that hadn't quite had the season to be in the qualification places.
I see. In the sense,
definitely a player worthy of that.
In the sense that they might not have attended enough tournaments or whatever to rank highly enough. Well, that's interesting. And so, but you yourself weren't on the England team. You're on the Lions, the sort of second English team at the tournament. I think going into this, you were on 3-2, 3 losses, 2 wins.
We were indeed.
Can you reveal exclusively how the Lions are doing?
So we still have a couple of games going.
Cool.
I know we've had 2 wins and I think we've had 1 loss, and we're still waiting on the results of the next 3.
Excellent.
So it's looking good for 2 of our guys and a little bit shaky for 1 other.
Right. Okay.
So we're hoping to finish 3-3 after this round here.
That will be a respectable finish.
Yeah.
How have you? I mean, what army have you brought, and how have you fared?
So I brought Airborne Reclaimed, and I am the bus list. Throw me at something horrible, try not to lose big, and I've had some fun games and some not so fun games.
Right, because I guess it's a shame because you have to be very much willing to, like you say, throw yourself under the bus for the team, which can be demoralising if you're losing 6 games in a tournament. But your team is winning because of it, then it's really hard to find the balance.
I personally have gone 3-3, so whilst being thrown at some non-ideal matchups, I've actually managed to win a couple.
Nice.
Which has been good. I mean, I played Ugluk Scouts on hold ground, which is
it's a hard one.
Slightly terrifying. He
they can set the fire in the middle,
Yeah, he outnumbered me by 21 to begin with.
Wow.
And I won that game 20-0.
Wow, that's impressive work.
So, yeah, it went pretty well.
So some good stuff there. Well, Jamie, thanks very much for joining us. Eric from Denmark's going to come and tell us about how the Danes fared in the final one. But hopefully the Lions to get the result that you're after.
Hopefully we do.
Who are you playing against, actually?
So we were playing against the Company of the Gin, which is
and they're the Italian one. We've had them on the stream yesterday with Battlecamper.
And we're hoping for a win ourselves, but we're more hoping for a England 1 win, so that the trophy can come home.
Yeah, well, let's hope it is coming home. Cheers, Jamie. Thanks very much for coming. Cheers. Eric from Denmark is going to head over in a second. Eric, we saw a brief clip with Eric and his teammates, really joyous at the fact that they won the previous round. So going into the last round, they had won 1. But here he is, the man himself, Eric, captain of the Danish team.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
Well, so we are on the edge right now. We have 2 defeats, we have a win and a draw. So if my last 2 teammates can pull it through, we have a final win. But that's all very on the...
Oh, sorry. So we're just on the live stream at the moment, but we'll come and chat with you in a second. Oh, okay, there's a judge call.
Yeah,
it sounds
so
like Eric
I'll be back.
Eric will be back. That was a bad timing. That's okay. Well, glad to hear from Eric from Denmark. Sounds like it's in the balance. We wanted to get Eric on because he's such a jolly fella. He's clearly having a good time at the tournament, but also the Danes were going into this with smiles on their faces, having just won the previous round. So great to see that they're it's still positive despite having 2 losses on the cards and a win and a draw, all to play for here in the final round of the Nations Cup. I believe there's 6 minutes left on the clock, so there's lots to play for. I'm going to just refresh my MESBG ArmyTracker.com website, which is the website we're using for the tournament. Just have a look and see if we can get a sense of what's going on. We've got a system where we can see a temporary ranking where the game points that have been loaded in are sliding in there. So we can see that England and Poland are still at the top, and it looks to me, I don't know whether Italy or the USA are coming out on top in that matchup. It looks like Italy has more game points at the moment, but hey, that's no surefire thing at all. But a reminder of the placings as we went into this final round. We had Tiernanog, and Ireland on the bottom tables. Real fierce competition there on the bottom tables, because both of those are the Irish contingents. So really intrigued to see how that's panning out. I can see them from where I am. We'll hopefully get a bit of an update from them. Czechia, Czech Republic, and Denmark. We'll hear hopefully about Denmark in a second from when Eric returns, or if he returns. Scotland against Switzerland. There's another one. Yeah, we featured the Swiss briefly. I think we have Mumux from Switzerland, which is very exciting. I think it was Patrick with the Mumux, and we had Scotland on the stream the very first game or yesterday, is that right? And we've also second game yesterday. We also had a little bit of an update from Chris Murphy from that team. So we got Greece and France as well. I briefly chatted to the Greeks sometime yesterday afternoon. France, I don't think we've actually had any French on the stream or featured at all. But those guys were in the 15th, 16th positions. Company of the G and the Italians against the Lions. We've just heard from Jamie Wiggins talking about that, so all in the balance still. Austria and Wales were the next ones up. That's a tricky matchup where we haven't heard from Austria at all, sadly, on the thing. Nor have we heard from the Corsairs of the North, the Polish third team. Loads coming up. Oh, I hear Battlecamper reappears.
Yeah, that's a whole chunk of chaff for you.
Chunk of chaff?
I'm not going to promise it's any good, but it will certainly occupy time until the next thing occurs. So,
well, that's brilliant. The next thing occurring will be the end of the round, where hopefully we'll have a lot more in the way of content.
I would say it's probably about 5 or 6 minutes of me walking around going, ooh, look at that.
Well, that's exactly what we're after here. So.
Good, yeah.
We just briefly had a chat with Jamie Wiggins from the Lions.
And did Denmark come over as well?
Denmark did come over briefly, but then we're called off pretty much straight away for a judge's call because Eric is the captain, so he had to be taken away. But they were going in.
Such a legend.
He is an absolute legend. But going into this final few minutes, they had 2 losses, a win, and a draw. So they were very keen to have 2 wins out of those final ones to get.
And then they'll land themselves in a respectable position if they can pull it off.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's after all what folk are wanting. They want to come home with their heads held high, which is always key.
They'll land the plane and there'll be crowds cheering for them. Welcome home, heroes.
It'll be like that time when Iceland did really well in the Euros and they did that big thing with the clap. Can you remember that? That was really good.
No, I don't remember.
That was a football reference. I'm not particularly keen on football references because I'm usually out of my depth in terms of knowledge compared to the other person, but I thought it was safe here. So I'd come across quite, like I knew a lot about football. I knew you didn't know anything, so. I've seen you attempt to kick a football, and it was.
You've not seen me attempt to kick a football.
Yeah, you tried to kick a ball to Kiwi the dog at one point.
I kick a ball excellently to Kiwi the dog. Thanks
very much.
Did. She loves it.
What was your sense for the room? Was it a lot of tired faces, or was it a lot of excitement still?
No, I must admit, as much as I would love to say, people are really hyped for it, I think there's a mix of worry and angst. There's some games which are really, really down to the wire still, and because it's domination, they're spread out. And of course, they're thinking not just about one line, but there are a few games where there's little clumps, and they're having to think really, really hard about how to make each clump work. There are now quite a few empty tables, and there are some really tired faces, and a few people who look satisfied because, of course, if you've come through 6 games and you're content with your position, now is the moment for relief, contemplation, war stories, and a pint as well.
Right, well, we'll briefly have a look at what nonsense you've recorded for us.
It's basically what I just said, but longer.
All right, well, that sounds like a winning combination in my book, so let's whack it on.
It might not be interesting, but it's long.
It's happening. There we go. So apologies for muting the stream there. I think you might not have heard the audio there briefly. Yeah, I think Alex has muted something. Right, now, hopefully you have the sound back now. We've got Eric. We've just started talking about the success rate, and sadly, what you thought was a draw was actually a loss.
Yes. So we are clearly we're not winning the last battle, but well, there's been some great games it seems, and the overall statement is quite clear. We have been close on the margins. We have had very it's been.
Sorry, I'm just.
Yeah.
I'm totally distracting him with a signal to put the cable in. So go on.
But overall, we have been close. We have it's been the small details that have meant we lost. So we have not been have our asses handed to us, and that's positive. So we have done quite fairly well.
So it's worth noting, I think, for your guys. Let me just get the rankings up. Although you are fairly close to the bottom in terms of numbers, your VP points are actually quite high.
Yeah.
So you've got a lot of the people below you have got really quite low VP differences, but you were doing a lot better than that.
I did a count before we entered this last round, and there were only 8 teams ahead of us in VPs.
Wow.
So,
but you just. So very narrow, very potentially quite high-scoring games where you lost narrowly.
Exactly.
Right. Well, that's not a bad situation to be in, surely. So, so I'm sure you'd be pleased with that one.
Exactly.
So could you? Do you know how many games left in the balance?
We have 1 game left, and I don't know how that's swinging. But
well, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
And just give us a reminder: what army have you got to the tournament? What have you been?
So I brought Army of the White Hand because we fought like so many else.
Right.
That we needed to bring an Army of the White Hand because it's so versatile.
Right. Yeah.
And can be punishing in the right situations. And that fell to me because I was the only one who was able to field it. We actually have another guy, Andy, and shout out to you. Who was going to join the team this year. He was part of the team last year, but due to family illness, he had to drop out. And he was going to be our Army of the White Hand player. So, and then, since I was the only one with the models, I had to get painting.
Right, so you literally had to paint the army specifically for this stream as well.
Exactly.
Wow,
I only had 7 models out of my 54 models painted before I started.
Wow, okay, so
I have been busy.
You have been very busy painting the Army of the White Hand. Well, Eric, thank you very much for filling us in on all of that detail. We've got some content from Alex to play in a second, but Eric, thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
And we'll try and grab some more people to have a chat on the live stream. Apologies about the sound issues earlier. We have resolved that now.
On stream afterwards.
Thanks. You've got a lot of content to catch up on. I'll sub Alex in now, just to tee up what.
Tag me in.
Yeah. Well, so what are we about to watch here, Alex?
You know what I said last time?
Yeah?
Yeah.
That?
Yeah.
Okay, so just Alex wandering around the hall.
It's that inane.
Wow.
It's that inane. But but with sound.
With sound.
We sing.
Which is actually better than what we had for a brief period before that. So, excellent news. Here on MESBG Videos, we do it all properly. Here we go.
Okay, this is my take 2 at a walk around the tables as we get to the closing stages. We're in overtime here, and this is what an overtime tournament, or an overtime turn at the Nations Cup finale round looks like, as everyone's trying to scrounge as many points as they possibly can. Everyone's tired, as you can tell by the way that I pronounced finale, which was frankly bizarre. But here we go. So we've got what we've got here. The Lions player eking out a victory on what is, I think, the most incredible looking board, though I must admit, probably a nightmare to play in a competitive setting, although I really enjoy it. I tend to take terrain I take theme over a balance. I just love playing on big, awkward terrain pieces like that. You can go in and get your models lost in. But again, another Lions player seems to have finished here. Oh my god, they've got biscuits and everything, they look fantastic. just decompressing after the last game. This was a better walk around the first time I did it, when the mic was off, because the players still playing, whereas now they tend not to be. And you saw a lot of worried and stressed faces as people tried to eke out those final points, get their teams up into the upper echelons if they possibly can. Just like here, we've got an Ent. We've got an Ent. It's great to have some content. Sorry, you guys carry on. I'm just snapping up some content here. That's going to be an interesting one because we've got Ents on 2 of the objectives. So it looks like one has just been killed right in the final throes of the game. But again, these are players who are trying to figure out whether or not they can get a major win if they need it in order to launch their team up to the higher levels of their game point or tournament point level, or whether they just need to hold the line, get a minor win or even a draw just to stop them from being dropped down. But some of the games you can see, even though they've had 2.5 hours nearly, I've still got huge numbers of models on those objectives, and they're still rolling dice, going right into the final turn, trying to make sure that they can get a win if they possibly can. And I do think there's a lot of tired faces, a lot of worried faces, which is understandable. They played 6 games. It's been a really, really long tournament. But again, here, look, a huge amount of space, a huge amount of models. So it looks like basically the barrel rock in the centre there, surrounded by wild men, and it looks like the barrel rock essentially trying to hold the line alone. We're getting down now into the England v Poland tables, and you can see they're basically all finished. We've got Dave Farmer's table here, which is still going. This is one that's been reported as being down to the wire throughout the whole thing, and it looks to be correct. This is Usurpus Veteras versus Dave Farmer's Army of the White Hand, and there's a basically even number of models on both sides, and the victor there is going to determine potentially which team takes the top spot on the podium. And another one in a similar situation, this is England team captain Jakob. He's got his Men of the West, and he's fighting an army that we saw on stream earlier, the beautiful Chickies. His army is beautiful. He's beautiful as well, he's a beautiful man. But Chickies' beautiful army, which is the Arnor yellow and red there. And again, this is one that I thought was lost. I thought it was lost earlier when I checked in. But Jakob's done a great job at fighting back. And these 2 games here, Jakobs and Dave Farmers, are likely to determine the outcome of this tournament. Will Poland be dethroned as the reigning champions, or will England lose out? And of course, this is what they're fighting for: the absolutely gigantic Nations Cup. A whole host of medals here for different prizes. We've got some wonderful third-party models, dice, a load of small trophies, and then plaques and glass. I don't know what do you call these? These little circular things, baubles, I don't know, whatever, plaques and whatnot, aplenty, including some beautiful big ones for Best Painted Army, with a whole bunch of paints to win. And then we've got 2 runner-up Best Painted Armies with paints and Generation Shift bases. Generation Shift, one of the sponsors of this tournament, and a fantastic business owner. He's a lovely guy, comes to the middle of tournaments and makes a fantastic product. And then Best Single Miniature as well, again, with Paints from Army Painter, who were another supporter, and a voucher for Marco Art Studio, another sponsor, and the 2nd and 3rd place Best Painted Miniature as well, from Generation Shift, price from Generation Shift and from Army Painter. So there you go. That's why there's stress and worried faces, because everyone is desperate to get their fantasy points in. Hopefully my microphone was on this time, and I'm going to end this here because I've spoken so fast and for so long that my mind is gone. I'm very tired. I'm happy, but I am tired.
Okay, welcome back. We have some provisional insights into who the ultimate victors might be here. The results are still coming in. All the games aren't finished, but we have. Come on, bring it over. Show it off. The Lions banner. That's beautiful. It's a thing of beauty. It's both teams collaborating as one. Yeah, okay, fine. So we are one England. That's true. Although that's very nice. It's very nice indeed. Yeah. Well, except for Jane, but not him. Yeah.
After the event, we're going to get all the event staff to sign it as well. So
of course, yeah. I have a horrible signature. Although so does Ali King by the look of things. So it's pretty shit. Yeah. Well done. There we go. That was an England banner. Oh, they've got 10 seconds left in the tournament. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The
Nations Cup is officially over. It is officially over. That's it. It's a hard dice down at the end of the overtime round. In round 6 of the finale for the Nations Cup. Ed calling it in quite a dramatic fashion in the background there. So let's have a little look at where we are at the moment. It will not be long at all until we have final results. But at the moment, England, their of course team points are still 9 as they were going into this round, same as Poland. But England have, by their updates, have 124 game points. That's an increase of 14 on their last ranking. And Poland have registered 106, which is an increase of 6 on their last ranking. So England have got a sizable lead there in terms of game points. What that tells us, not entirely clear. When I last did my round, Dave Farmer was still playing, as was team captain Jakob. So, and both their games were really on a knife edge. And I didn't have results from the many games. I must admit, looking at those two games, it seemed to me more likely than not that England is going to get at least the 4 wins required for 2 tournament points, putting on 11 total for the tournament, which is 5 wins and 1 draw, and that would guarantee them the victory because they would win on tournament points alone. And then it would be determining who would come in the remaining podium places. Poland would not get any tournament points for a loss in that round, so they'd stick on 9, and so we'd be looking at how the 8s, Bieda and Italy, how they came out in the wash. Bieda is a Polish team as well, and so they could come in second. You could even theoretically have 2 Polish teams on the podium, but you'd need an England's draw for that, or for Poland to win this round. Otherwise, you might get Bieda coming in second, or you might get Italy coming in second. They've just played each other. At the moment, what we've got is 109 game points for Bieda and 100 points for Italy. So perhaps we're looking at a podium of England first, Bieda second. So Polish team in second, which is really good. And Poland, of course, have also just performed absolutely fantastically. As you'd expect from their whatever the home team advantage is, that's what they've got. And then, of course, below them, we've got the sevens. In the sevens, there's 4 sevens. Which means that they've either won 3 rounds, drawn a round, or they might have drawn more than 1 round and have fewer wins. But we've got the USA, and they're leading the 7th pack. They are on 96 game points, and then we've got Germany on 93, so just 3 behind. And bearing in mind, a major win gets you 4 game points, so there's only a single major win in it between Germany and the United States. But if they're playing each other, then it wouldn't likely be determined in the tournament points anyway as to who won the tournament round. That will rocket them up into a podium position most likely. And then we've got Austria and the Netherlands, both in 7s as well. And there's quite a gap between the USA at the top of the 7 pack and the Netherlands at the bottom. USA on 96, Netherlands on 73. But in the middle we've got Austria and Germany on 90 and 93 respectively. So between Austria, Germany and USA, a real close pack. Just below the Netherlands at the moment we've got Belgium, Spain, Corsairs of the North, all on 6. Wales, lone on 5, are the only team on 5 going into the last round. And then Lions, Company of the Gin, France, Czech Republic, Greece, all on 4. Switzerland alone on 3, and then Scotland, Denmark, Ireland, and Tierno all on 2. I'm very interested to hear who's come out on top between Ireland and Tierno in the Civil War. At the moment, it looks like Ireland, they have picked above on the reported scores. So before, when we went to this round, Tierno was higher because they were winning on the tie-breaking game points. But now Ireland is on 60, Tierno is on 55. Suggests potentially either a favourable draw or a win for Ireland, which would have them winning out that Civil War. And if it is a win, it would solidify Tierno as winning the spoon for the tournament as well. Sad to see, wonderful guys, but there you go. That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. All the players here, of course, are of top quality. We're going to dive into chat now. We've got some time to kill, as you can tell by my constant rambling. Mike H says, it seems pretty reasonable for the Netherlands after a really rough round 1. Yeah, fantastic result. Anyone playing here, to be honest, is a good result anyway, but certainly Netherlands have done fantastically to get into the 7s group. They're in top half. Really respectable outcome. Robo says, comes down to Ash's game. Yeah, certainly, if the other games shake out the way we expect them to do. Half Duck says, massive thanks to Harry and Alex for their monumental effort this weekend. We've watched every game, and the coverage has been brilliant. Enjoy well deserved beer or two this evening. And I felt like every game, that's heroic, absolutely fantastic, and it's been fantastic having you following along.
I would argue that you need to get your mental health checked out if you're willing to stay indoors all weekend and watch us guys make a hash of it.
I mean, I wouldn't do it, that's for sure. 10 minutes, I'd show my face, politeness, and then I'm out the door.
Drop a comment in once every hour or two.
Yeah, just to make it look like we're still. I mean, I noticed that John was in both days, and he literally did. He dropped in, left a comment, and then left. And both times the comments was, "Oh, these clowns again," which I would say is the appropriate way to interact with this stream.
Probably true.
Gollum's Gamer says currently sat having a romantic dinner for two. Came especially to say England. Yeah, I'm sure that whoever you're having that romantic dinner with was delighted about that. Stephen McChrystal says, glad to see such a turnout this year. Again, had a lot of FOMO for not being there this year. Well, hopefully we can be here next year, or wherever it is we are going to be next year. And that's exactly what that's exactly what Will Champion said to Stevie as well. To be there again has been an absolute legend this weekend. Literally in the comments, every single game. Delighted to see it. I think you're an American, so you're probably going to be very proud of your country's performance.
Although I do have some news from the American tables which we can broadcast in a second, which it seems like they haven't done well in their final game, sadly.
So they might have lost their round.
I think we know that for sure now.
Wow. Okay.
In fact, based on the fact that as long as you don't mind me hijacking, I can give you that file
yes,
straight
let's do
away.
That sounds great.
And then we can have a brief break while we speak to Luca from the Italian team who are playing up against the USA in the final round here of the tournament. So I'm joined by Luca here from the Italian team here on, I think you were playing on table 2.
Table 2 against USA.
Yeah, USA. So a tough matchup going into this round. You were, I think, third or fourth, so in contention for the podium position. I think you were third, right?
I think we were.
Yeah, I think you're third. So first of all, how did it go for you guys? Are you happy? What do we think?
We're very happy, actually. We won 5 games out of 6.
Wow.
So it was quite an achievement. We were lucky with the matchup. And then, we just played it out. And then every game can go as it goes.
Well, I can see the smile is absolutely lighting up your face here. So give us a bit of a breakdown. What's your army for the tournament and how was your latest game?
So I brought Army of White Hand.
Right, yeah.
Because someone had to bring it and nobody else wanted to.
Of course.
So Border is in my heart and it should have come with me, but this time it was Summer.
That's a shame.
And then I played against the Barug, Domination. Very tough matchup, I think. I waited it out, shoot a bit, lightning bolts, and then I went into the fray. And Matthew, great guy for the state. He had some models back away, and therefore I could outnumber it and gain some local majority.
Right.
Before I got 4 objectives.
So you played Matt Iverson?
Yeah.
Yeah, Matthew Iverson, a really, really top player. So I think you should be proud of that result.
Yeah.
Good. And how did the rest of the matchups? You said you've lost 1 game in that matchup.
Indeed.
What was that matchup that went badly for you?
It was Venus Morgul against Dale.
Right.
I mean, it was very, very tight game. At the end, Dale was broken, our companion. And I just a model flew away from one of the objectives, and therefore lost the game. But it was a very tight game.
Indeed.
So
a minor loss. So as I understand it, that win will put you either in second or third. Probably second, I believe.
I'm afraid second, unless they drew on the first table.
I don't think so. I'm afraid.
The England are winning something.
Careful, Luca, careful. Well,
eventually,
we got that. Well, thanks very much for talking to us so briefly. Really appreciate it.
Thank you,
and
Eric.
Congratulations for Italy as well.
Sorry.
There you go. So Luca from the Team Italy, very confident that they know for sure all the games are finished. They won 5 out of their 6 games. So really that puts Italy very much on the podium, and I believe probably in second place.
So that's going to give them 10 points.
Yeah.
You're right. As long as Poland and England don't draw, because that could theoretically knock them around to third place, because we'll all end up on 10 points. But assuming Poland and England haven't drawn, I think you're right. I think it's going to get them a second place spot. And they are a great team.
I think we know pretty confidently that England haven't drawn now. Is that right?
I don't know that.
Well, I don't know that
didn't-
either.
I think it was pretty close to having that solidified. But I'm just going to refresh the page to see if the results.
Well, while you do that and look at the results, one of the things we wanted to do across the weekend was give a shout out to as many nations here as possible. As many teams, but also as many nations. And I don't think we've managed to talk to many or any people from Austria just yet. So let's have a little bit of a chat with one of the Austrian players who has gone into the final round having lost all of his games.
Oh no! Oh god! I hope it went better for them in the final round.
Well, let's find out. We're here on table number 6, where Austria have been playing. I've got Alex here from the Austrian team. Alex, first of all, just give us a rundown. Who are you against in this round, and what armies have you been bringing?
My name is Alex.
Yeah.
From Austria.
Yeah.
And I played Minas Mogul.
Okay.
This game I won. It was the first win on this tournament.
Oh wow!
I had so bad luck. But this win is also the win that made the team win, because we had 2 losses on the other tables, and with my win, the team win. So it's okay.
Oh, that's brilliant. So that must be a real relief for you,
It's double cool because of me, we lost one team round. So I made it with a good again.
Well, that's it. I'd imagine one of the things about the team event is your losses can be made feel even worse if your loss means that your team has lost, right? So I can imagine it must feel especially good to recover the win for you.
Yes, it's okay. It's I never had a tournament with 0 wins. It would be a worst case scenario with this on the Nations Cup, the first ever, but I prevented it. And the enemy I had was really a nice guy, and the scenario and the army composition was good for me. So it's a good game, yeah.
And in terms of, so you brought Minas Mogul, you said, right?
Yes.
So what army were you up against in the last round?
The enemy?
Yeah.
He had Lorraine with Galadriel, Celeborn, one captain, and some different guys with spears and shields and bows and something.
Okay, so a mixture. And overall, over the course of the tournament, what sorts of armies have you been playing? Because we've seen the general consensus across all of the boards. We've seen a lot of Army of the White Hand, Depths of Moria.
I played 2 times against White Hand and 2 losses against them. Very strong army. Again, Moria is no-brain army. Sorry for all my Moria players.
It's true.
And the Minas Mogul is also very popular, but in my opinion, Minas Mogul player since over a year now. It's overrated. So Minas Mogul has its strengths, but it has its weaknesses too, and the weaknesses are coming together when they have too many counter armies. So any army with much shooting, elves maybe too, it's not easy to win games. Like when you say I play White Hand and I'm marching in and I kill. Minas Mogul, you must think much more.
Because I guess it relies on the Witch King and the Spectres moving people around and things.
Yeah, so my teammate said I did a big mistake because I played with the Troll instead of a second Nazgul.
Nice.
And I lost one game because of the missing Nazgul, and it was game against Balrog. So I like the Troll, but in this tournament he made his job. But if I not choose the Troll this tournament, maybe it would be a better balance.
Better list in total. Yeah. Well, look, Alex, they've just announced the dice down. The round is officially over. So thank you very much for speaking to me. It's been a pleasure, and I hope the results for Austria are something at least what you want.
I guess we will maybe in the top 10, and that's more than we expected.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much for talking to me as well. Cheers. There we go. There we go. Look at this. We've got a brand new camera. I'm going to apologise in advance for the repeated announcements that are likely to be happening as they clear out the hall. But
Tio's got a lot of wrangling to do now.
Yeah, an awful lot. You might just be able to see in the darkness here of the hall as the tables are being put away. Our table is gone, but we've got a nice fancy camera.
Which means we've usurped one of the cameras. We are usurpers of the camera. The nice mirrorless Lumix in order to give you our faces in full HD glory.
Just at the time when we probably want the least focus on our face. After 48 hours of streaming.
It has been a slog.
It has been a slog.
But it has been a joyful slog. So we've still got 100 people in, and I'm assuming you're waiting for the results and the prize giving.
I hope so.
Now, because of the way that the app does results, I've been reassured by the head TO world champion that the second all the results are in, they'll be generated in the app and they'll be going straight into prize giving. So it will not take long for us to get there, but it is going to be probably more than 10 minutes. So if you want to stick around for prize giving, do.
As I understand it, one of the things they wanted to make sure was done is that the tables were all packed away, so there's room for everyone to be in there. We do have, because we're...
Do we want to say, though?
No, I was going to say, we do have the access to the results as they are. I mean, we've been talking in a certain direction. We won't clarify any details just yet, but we think we know what the podium spots are, which is very exciting.
In fact, that's solidified, so we know...
we know the results, which we'll
we're not going to say. Yeah, we're not going to say.
You were so excited today, I could see it.
I am very excited. I think not just in the first result, all the results are really cool, really interesting. Loads and loads to talk about.
Well, can I ask a question first?
They can get this on the app, can't they, already?
No, we because we're, unless you're not logged in.
I am logged in.
Oh, well, if you're logged in, you're a TO for the tournament, so you have access to it.
I still think these are public. I think these...
I don't think they're not public just yet.
Right.
So... You can have a look if you want.
I just want to scream it out.
Yeah, I know. But I want to ask you the question. So, obviously, it was a slight disappointment to the organisers, to the players, that the announcement of the Legacies and the Armies of Middle-earth book landed at just, I think, a week too late.
A week too late, yeah.
For the decision to tournament. But I think what we've seen over the course of these last 6 games, over the last 48 hours, is an indication of the meta as it was before those books were released. So this is like, I think you said it yesterday, this is like a sort of fond farewell, or perhaps a not so fond farewell of this edition. What do you think are the main takeaways of the state of the game going into the release of those 2 books?
Monsters aren't all that.
Not as much as we thought.
No, I don't know whether it's the same in other countries, but in England, they had ruled the rules. They had proved themselves. It's not like it was all just smoke and mirrors, and actually they weren't so much a threat on the table. There were tournaments where monsters were going the distance and winning tournaments and winning
lower
events.
Points though.
Well, so that's certainly one question. But I don't think there was consensus around the points. So perhaps it is the points level that they're not going the distance here. But for whatever level, we've got a lot of experienced players from around the world here, and they've decided that they're not going to bring the monsters. And the monsters that have arrived haven't performed as we might expect them to.
And the consensus, I think, has developed into hordes. And I think maybe the reason for this is that the initial consensus about monsters might have been based on an anticipation of a wider pool of scenarios. And of course we haven't had a wide pool of scenarios. We've had a very narrow pool of scenarios which have massively favoured shooting and horde armies.
That's true, but there's every single edition, in every game, MESBG or others, there's always this process of a new edition releases or new book releases, everyone loses their heads and then the meta beds in. It's never settled at the point of release because yes, something might arrive which is terrifying and big and on the face of it really good, and there will likely be, not always, but likely be some hard counters to it. It takes people a bit of time to find them and to see what's coming to the tournaments and build the lists around that. But of course, things like Fornos and Last Alliance are hard counters to some of the big monster lists, particularly like Ents and things like that. And once they start showing up in force, that dissuades people from going to tournaments, because even if Ents and Eagles are great in some matchups, they know they're going to come against these hard counters, and it's going to stop them from getting onto the podium.
So an army like the Army of the White Hand, I guess, is the take all comers kind of army, isn't it? It's like it's pretty versatile, and I think we heard, I think was it Eric or one of the interviews we've just done, maybe it was Luca, I can't remember, from Italy, who basically said that it's like it's so versatile and it can handle so many different opportunities. So maybe that's it. We know, I think Will hinted earlier that the Nations Cup. He certainly is in favour of the idea of the Nation Cups using the legacy PDF for tournaments in the future. Whether that'll shake things up or not yet. But of course, we've got a year between now and the next one, so maybe
Lots
the meta will be well and truly settled for each place by then. But it's certainly a whole year to see how this new era will develop. So interesting.
It is going to be interesting, and I think, this is my hope for a post-tour release meta, is that monsters find their place. I think the problem is they're either really high or really low, and I'm not talking about all monster lists. I'm talking about trolls are awesome. You know, it was a huge issue in the last edition that trolls never showed up, and they're so cool and they're so iconic. I want monsters to find their place. In the current list, where the list building works, it's unfortunate that that's less common now, because it used to be that you might get an alliance that sacrifice their bonuses in order to bring a couple of events. Now, of course, there are a lot of lists that can bring eagles, but they still don't ally in the same way. So I wonder whether it's going to continue to be all or nothing, even though monsters are better, because either people are bringing them in a monster list or they're not bringing them at all. Yeah,
I mean, there are some lists, I think, some monsters are better than others, obviously. I think Cave Trolls still has suffered, and it's a shame. I still think that the Depths of Moria was a missed opportunity, because that's a Balrog-centric list. Which is fine. I like the Balrog-centric list. We've seen it do well on the top tables. It would also be nice to have a Cave Troll-centric list. And I know Cave Trolls appear there, but wouldn't it be cool to have a Super Cave Troll of some sort that's higher fight and maybe a point of might, or I don't know. I don't know. Because
what if the Cave Troll that the Fellowship fight in Balin's Tomb was a character, a hero?
Super Troll, yeah, that's the thing. And because currently, we got the Fellowship of the Ring against the Cave Troll, really struggling in the movie to best him. But actually, Aragorn just literally find how kill him in one turn.
You take Aragorn though every day of the week.
One turn.
Yeah. But of course, Depths of Moria, we're about to find out how wyverns and dragons shake things up. And that should be really interesting. I mean, I've got a few friends who really love Depths of Moria. I'm a very big fan of Depths of Moria. People have heard my thoughts on the dragon model. I don't like it. But I do very much like it. I know you do. I know. I'm outvoted. I'm dramatically outvoted. I mean, that became a gate. That was Dragon Gate. But I mean, Legends and the third book, I think, are going to add so much flavour. I'm really, really excited to see how they change up the meta and how we see. It had been getting to the point where we were seeing a lot of the same lists, like we did this weekend. Some really familiar lists showing up. We saw a few where it's basically cut and paste, like Dale, Army of the White Hand. Really little variation, and I get that's because we're in the top tables.
Yeah.
And so people have min-maxed them, and there's a way of doing that. But still, I think it's going to be a breath of fresh air.
Because obviously we've got a sense from most of the armies here, most of the teams here, of a very, very similar. I mean, almost all the teams had a Army of the White Hand. Almost all the teams had a Depths of Moria. Almost all the teams had a Dale. A lot of teams had Ugluk Scout as well. So, and a lot of these armies we've been on stream as well, and there were many Morghuls a lot. It feels like the competitive scene is picking from a very small pool of lists, which is a shame. And so I really do hope this new match play guide in particular and the army book changes that, because there are so many cool lists in the new edition that really we'd love to see. Picking randomly, Road to Rivendell. We haven't seen any Theodred Guard. We haven't seen, any of these.
Particularly with the new Theodred.
New sneaky Theodred.
He's gone from being the ugliest model in the game to
having a very beautiful model
in the game. Yeah.
And even considering we've had a new movie, the only army from that movie that has even troubled the top tables or troubled the sort of selection, I suppose, has been the Usurpers of Edoras, which we've seen a couple of times, and in terms of popularity is up there, but certainly not the only one. I think we had one Defenders of the Hornburg list, and so on. It's been interesting. You're actually looking at the stats now, but
I'm just backing the army stats. I mean, on that point briefly, agree completely. Whatever you think of the new film, I love the Usurpers of Edoras list. It's got some really cool stuff in it. Love the models, and it's given us a whole new range of warriors as well for the first time in a very long time. And so I hope that trend continues. I'd very much welcome a list that had a variant on the Mummock to go with the Yusuf Svedaras. It's a bit weird that they don't have a look at the moment, but perhaps they're waiting for a
maybe there's another campaign book. There is a suggestion, or there's been there's been an image that's been leaked, but there's questions over whether it's actually
a leak or
AI generated thing. Yeah. So looking at the top 5 armies, we've got Army of the White Hand, Minas Morgul, Depths of Moria, Garrison of Dale, and Ugluk Scout. So yeah, what we've just said is pretty much bang on.
So we had all of those.
We did have one Minas Morgul, didn't we?
We had Minas Morgul in the first game. We had one Army of the White Hand, and I think we got away with having just one Saruman, not multiple Sarumen.
Well, in fact, some of the tables they had mirror matches.
Mirror matches, that's bleak.
That would have been rough. We would not have liked to stream that. And
no, I think we might have objected. I think if we'd gone in for a Saruman mirror match.
I think so. One of the things that we obviously would have loved to have seen is to be able to choose something like, for example, the Mummoks or the Ents or any of those things. But alas, the way the format works is just we can't choose these things.
We did get very lucky in Good versus Liebling, though. I think our only blue on blue was game 1 when
you said Veteras and Burder. Yeah. Was it? Anyway,
no, it was Burder was versus Defenders.
Yes, that's right.
So it was Minas Morgul versus Yusuf Zveras. That was the only blue on blue. Everything else has been Good versus Evil, which is really great. It's what we want to see. So yeah, you're right, absolutely right. So we had our one Army of the White Hand. We had 1 Minas Morgul. We had 1 Depths of Moria, 2 Garrisons of Dale, and 2 Ugluk Scouts. And Defenders of Helm's Deep next. That's surprising. That's to me, that's a sideways one.
Well, I mean, the power in that list is you've got a huge amount of shooting, which we've already mentioned. Shooting meta, got Legolas, Haldir,
and the dominant as well.
And the dominant as well. So there's real power in throwing weapons, and combined with elves, there's a lot of strength to shooting in that list, which can be super powerful in these scenarios. Whether that's the end of that list's dominance or not, I don't know. Legolas is still incredibly powerful, and we didn't really see Legolas great. I think in game 1 he just didn't really have a chance to shine because of the scenario was.
Game 2, it was Fog of War.
Was it not Destroy the Suppliers that he was?
You're absolutely right.
No, was it Recon? He fought against Burder in Recon.
He did, because Burder arrived and sent his control off.
We worked it out. So Recon's not exactly the one for them, is it? So there we go. So yeah, it's a shame we didn't. Obviously, we'd love to have broadcast loads of fun, funky lists. But then, having said that, you put the Mummokill on the board, you get 1 good trample, and then the Mummokill are dead, and that's it.
It would have been that would have been a great game 1. Because that's when you want a bit of spectacle and.
It would have been great, but I also think I'd prefer to watch a 2-hour game of 2 armies that are well matched than watch a half-an-hour game of Mummok either trample through an army and win, or get surrounded by stuff and kill stuff.
10 minutes of trampling, that'll do me. That'll set
us up, and then you'd have 2.5 hours of us just rambling about nothing.
Let's go get lunch.
Yeah, well that's true. I suppose we could.
We did get the only one of the 1 lists we got, i.e. a list which was only taken 1 time, was Burder. So there was only 1 Burder by the looks of things.
Burder's Horde, yeah.
And of those we had there was 1 Fangorn, 1 Defenders of the Hornburg. I'd quite like to have seen that, just because I've not seen it before.
Hera.
And
I believe it was Hera, Olwyn, and a captain or 2.
Olwyn, so they must have used a.
They did use a third-party miniature. Yeah, I believe it was a Medbury miniatures one or Forge Master miniature.
I must admit, I know that people don't rate Helm rated the Hornburg, but as the ultimate glass cannon. But I would like to have seen him. There was only 1 Eagles. That's the real surprise for me. Only 1 Eagles.
Well,
and it didn't do very well.
I think the points limit is just not the spot for the Eagles. Sadly. Maybe at 500 points, maybe 550, 600 even. But no, it's just because they get so easily surrounded, and there's more heroes, more big heroes that can just churn through the fledglings and the non-hero eagles. So I just think that's probably the reason that we haven't seen very many of those this weekend.
I mean, on heroes, top 10 named heroes. Again, I don't think any surprises. Obviously, 17 Saruman.
Well, no, actually, the joint top.
Well, we were with Grima, yes. Thank you, yeah. So
because nobody has gotten, again, worth noting, nobody has brought Saruman without also bringing Grima.
I mean, like I said, Saruman's not worth 180, but Grima's worth a lot more than 25.
Yeah.
You take Saruman as a tax for Grima. Witch King Rangmar is in second place, I guess, if we count Great Ceremony King as
I
well.
guess he's in Minas Morgul and the host of the Witch King and stuff. But
I suppose that's the interesting. Sorry,
Minas Morgul being the second most popular list, I guess it's not unsurprising that a Witch King is also up there.
I mean, 'cause that's the thing. There's no way is Saruman the best hero in the game. By far and away, he's not.
But he does come with a pretty blinder special rule.
He does come with a blinder special rule.
List.
But there's also, I mean, I get that. So a lot of them are in Army. So Army of the White Hand account for all 17 Saruman.
Yeah.
I hadn't accounted, but I didn't realise.
Saruman.
Saruman, yeah. He's all 17 are in Armies of the White Hand. So yeah, you take him for the special rules. But there are going to be some of these heroes that are overrepresented because they're compulsory takes as leaders of certain armies.
Yeah, I mean, I understand you're overrepresented, but if they're the linchpin of that army, then that's why.
But there's a difference between being the linchpin and being a compulsory take. Like, no, I would happily take a list of Muster of Isengard again. I appreciate they're not here. I'd take Muster of Isengard without Saruman. He's not the linchpin, but he has to be there.
Okay, I get your point. Yep, fair assessment. A lot of Balrogs, a lot of Legolases.
Yeah, Legolas with 13 Legolases, not surprised at all. We only saw one, but I mean, he's fantastic. Another model that got a glow up, I think undeservedly.
Yeah, that's true. Well, the big question is, which kind of factions did the best overall?
Now, I'd love to. I wish I could bring you those stats, but they're not on this website.
They're not on this website yet. They may well be at the end of the tournament.
That'd be great.
Because the reason I mean, you should take this with a heavy pinch of salt anyway, because the way the format works is that it could be that someone has decided that their Birders Horde is going to win or get an easy match every game, for example. So they might get 6 wins out of all of their games, and that might be massively skewed by the matchups. Whereas somebody else might say, well, we can throw Army of the White Hand into any army and have a 60% chance of winning or whatever, knowing that more often than not they'll win, but it'll beat an army that perhaps would beat any of the others. So it's an interesting skew there in terms of the data set, which frankly you can have a look at on the Nations Cup website on the MESBGtracker.com.
I do quite like. I hadn't seen this before, so it gives you averages. I think at the beginning of the weekend we regurgitated the averages all over you, such as the average number of models, which is 45.66. The lowest number was 5. The highest number was 94. The median was 47. Average might was 8.73, which is about right. Sounds about right for 750 points.
A little bit higher though than perhaps we would have expected in the old edition. Because I think the old edition, the sort of rule of thumb was somewhere in the region of a might point per 100 points. So 8.73 would imply slightly more than that. You would expect somewhere in the region of 7.5.
Yeah, so I wonder what's striking that average, because we've not got the Boromirs of the world.
My guess would be that we've got a lot of Horde armies, and a lot of Horde armies you tend to take a lot of captains, which brings the might perhaps up slightly.
Yeah.
Whereas if you spend 180 points on Helm Hammerhand, for example, you get 3 points of might, whereas you spend your point on 2 or 3 captains, you get 6.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. But we also have here, we have got the maximum, the aggregate. So there were 546 heroes at this tournament. There were 5,000...
What a useless piece of information
5,500... God, that's cool. There were 5,507 warriors at this tournament. That's awesome.
Well, you know what? It's we can't really join in competitive conclusions from it. But what a great!
Some things can just be fun, Harry.
I know, but what a great piece of information, because we know therefore probably that we've got 6,000 plus miniatures in action this weekend.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. My little child brain, and also about one hero to every 10 warriors. That's got to mean something. 56 monsters.
Yeah, is that right? Because monsters. Yeah, that's true. I suppose that's true.
So I'm going to go back to the comments here, because we've got a few coming in. Glenn Seymour just says, Harry and Alex, thank you both. Very, very welcome. Thank you for joining us for so long. Marcy says, this year was good as a first day. This year was good as first day was other games. So that I think what he's saying there is we didn't have top table on the first day.
Yeah, and hey, look, I'm inclined to agree with the assessment. I think if I had a choice, I would be streaming 6 games that I have chosen over the course of the tournament, and then perhaps end on the top table game.
I think you've got to end on the top table.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I'd love to end on the top table game, but still, it's.
I quite like our mix. I think it would be great to have some feedback on the stream, which I'm sure we'll take. They did take feedback last year, so everyone should definitely come in and feedback. But I would take the same again. Day 1, our choices, and day 2, the top table. Tim suggests 2 streams. I'm not a fan of that idea. I like having everyone gathered in one place, so we can.
Yeah, the difficulty of 2 streams is it requires double the number of stuff that we have brought.
I mean, yeah, that'd be
double the number of people. As for 2 of us, we decided this year that two people was very helpful for both of us to...
I would go as far as saying necessary.
Yeah, I think last year, if anyone watched the coverage last year, and actually you can go back on Battlecamper and watch last year's coverage, although of course it's the old edition, so perhaps less useful for that reason. But yeah, it's a struggle at times. I think what we were able to do together is sustain the stream with much fewer breaks.
Oh yeah, fewer breaks, and also going out and getting the content. So that was Harry's idea. So I mean, Harry brought a lot to the table. I think one of your best ideas, out of the 3 or 4 good ideas you had, was going out and getting content and bringing it back. I say that I did actually do it last year, but nowhere near to the same extent. I did. Yeah, I went out and.
Oh yeah, I think you did some interviews with the and you did some stuff about the hobby.
So when I was on break, yeah, I went and I did some stuff about the hobby, but I did not go out and try and represent all of the teams in interviews. I thought it was fantastic. I really loved it.
Well, I think, alas, I do think we have missed some. So I think one definite team that we've missed is the Czech Republic. I don't think we've had them on, or Chechnya as you described them. Which
I didn't describe them as Chechnya. I thought you described them as Chechnya.
They're actually Czechia or Czechia.
Yes,
Czechia.
Sorry,
but so we didn't quite get a chance to see the Czech Republic in action or speak to them.
That's a shame because they're new as well. I think this year.
I think one of the newest teams. I do have the factoid list for which of the newest teams. I know Greece was one of the new teams. Here we go. I've got it right there. Greece, Wales, Scotland, Spain, Corsairs of the North, Tir na Nog, Company of the Gin, which is the second Italian team. So Tir na Nog is the second Irish team. Team Bieda, the second Polish team, and the Czech Republic are all the new nations this year, which is incredible.
Yeah,
1,
really
2, 3,
fantastic.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 new teams this year. I thought Scotland were here last year, but clearly not. Wales also making a strong appearance, which is brilliant.
We're going to go through, because people are just absolutely warriors staying for this long. We're going to bring you the prize giving as quickly as possible, but I'm going to just go through these comments. Glenn Seymour said, Alex enjoyed having a friend to share his trials and tribulations. I also enjoyed that Harry sparked a grand ice cream larceny scandal. That was one of my favourite parts of the weekend, and no one else would have done it. It's a very Harry thing to do.
You know what? I might as well confess to exactly what happened here. So in great detail, here is how it all actually happened. What happened was,
ice cream.
Friday.
Moving on. So
no, hold on. We've got plenty of time to fill, so why not? On Friday, we arrived a little bit late after having done the live stream for our dinner and set it up, and I saw a profiterole. And I was like, I've got my eyes fixated on that bloody profiterole. I was very excited about the profiterole. We had our dinner, and by the time I got to the profiterole pot plate, it had gone, and I was very sad about the lack of profiterole. Pudding on display, all in a buffet. You help yourself to the stuff. It was gravy. It was fantastic. Very excited about that. But, and here's the rub. Saturday, there didn't appear to be anything on offer until somebody pointed out in the corner that there was an ice cream freezer with a scoop in it. And I said, oh, that's brilliant. I was really, really keen. For what on earth are you doing?
I've got
travelling over.
I've got some sad music to play.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much. Let's play that.
Right, carry on your story.
So, what he did. Oh, okay. You're leaving it. Right. Okay. I'll let you finish faffing.
Carry on your sad story.
Thanks. So, the second day, I finished my dinner. I was very disappointed in the lack of pudding, but somebody pointed out the ice cream freezer in the corner, and I was like, oh, that's exciting. So there is a pudding after all. I went over to the ice cream freezer, was like, yeah, that looks really good. There was a chocolate thing, and I had one single scoop of vanilla and chocolate sort of ripple type ice cream. Brilliant ice cream, absolutely delightful. And then what happened by the time I'd gone there is half a dozen nerds had followed me, sort of urged me on, and then I had eaten my ice cream. And when I came back into the room, there was a queue of somewhere in the region of 50 to 60 people queuing for this ice cream. And I can't be held responsible for the actions of others.
You absolutely can be held responsible.
I can.
You were the first mover. You were the
No, that's not fair. I stole one scoop of ice cream. Others took liberties and took how many scoops of ice cream did you have, Alex?
As I said earlier, this is the way.
You are on trial, sir.
Well, if I'm on trial, here is
how many scoops of ice cream did you take?
It's an irrelevant question.
No, it's not.
Because
It's a key question.
The key ingredients of the offence of theft is a dishonest appropriation of property belonging to another with intent to permanently deprive. All of those ingredients have to be there in order for the crime to be made out. There was no dishonesty because I was led to believe that the ice cream was up to grabs, and I was led to believe that by your statements that I took to be made in good faith. Therefore, there was an appropriation. There was property belonging to another, the ice cream, and there was an intent to permanently deprive it because I ate it, but there was no dishonesty, therefore I am in the clear. No matter how much I ate.
No, I am also in the clear because there was no dishonesty on my part.
So you're pleading honest mistake?
Yeah, genuinely. I mean, every other item of food at the hotel was free.
If I recall my case law, that defence will only hold up if a reasonable observer, it's an objective test, with the reasonable observer consider that mistake was an honest and reasonable one to make. And I think it was the ice cream dispensary was completely disconnected from the buffet bar.
Okay, so
a reasonable observer.
My counter argument to that is that 50 to 60 reasonable observers thought that I was in the right in taking something for free. So therefore, ergo, if those reasonable observers were correct in thinking it was an honest mistake or that it was true, then they took the ice cream thinking it was theft. And if they also stole the ice cream,
well, here's the flaw.
You were also one of those people. So therefore, you are 3 times worse than me if you believe my argument
definitely
to be
not
false.
3 times worse.
Because you had 3 scoops.
No, I have not conceded that. The point is, the difficult point for you is, they could be 50 morons, or either 50 morons or 50 deceitful assholes. And perhaps I've been offered a plea deal, and perhaps I'm going to go down in order to take you down, but I'm actually going to be spared prison time, whereas you'll be going away for
Alex
a long time.
is really pulling out the lawyer.
You are the ringleader
here.
Well, anyway, I think
we've litigated that enough.
But hey, Bill music.
Oh yeah, thankfully we did have a chance to talk about that. But yeah, ice cream at the hotel was very nice.
Don't say that. It was really good.
It was really.
I mean, the food generally. In fact, let's just say a massive thanks again to the TOs for organising this because. It's not often you go to a gaming hotel venue and it's catered, and it's actually your tournaments are very well catered, but it's not always that well catered. But the food here has been spectacular. It's been a wonderful weekend. We've got a swimming pool, great rooms. I just absolutely loved it. It's really
yeah, I mean, you're right. Actually, it's something that if you're of two minds. I mean, obviously, it will be a different hotel next year. But the level of effort gone into from the TO's behalf to make sure the hotel is tip top has been. The evidence is the proof is in the pudding. Indeed, the lack
stolen pudding.
But you know, we've had sit-down dinners for lunch and buffet for dinner, and nothing has been late. It's been absolutely perfect.
That's
132 players plus TOs and us. That's getting on for 140 players. There was another tournament next door, which is about 50-60 people as well. So they're looking at catering with 200 people, and there was not even.
And we've seen it done badly.
Yeah, we've seen it done badly.
So yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. Who's going to jail? Marcy says.